3 months later, the affairs of gathering retainers, arranging sentries, and stabilizing the trade routes were all complex and demanding. Everyone in the Ye family worked without rest, and Ye Jing was constantly traveling outside, rarely able to spend a full day resting in the main estate. The vast foundation of the clan had only just entered a proper rhythm. A multitude of trivial matters weighed upon them, and even Ye Jing, the clan head at the foundation establishment realm, rarely found a moment of leisure to sit with eyes closed and adjust his breathing. Letters from sects, mining accounts, and evaluations of guest cultivators lay stacked in a thick pile upon the desk, his hands often stained with the scent of ink. Yet even in the midst of such busyness, Ye Jing never forgot one private matter: the birthday of his fourth grandson, Ye Tianyao. Ye Tianyao was still very young and had not yet formally stepped onto the path of cultivation. On ordinary days, he was sent to a martial hall in the county to practice spear techniques. First, this kept him discreetly away, and second, it allowed him to remain far from the current struggles for power within the clan and live peacefully. Ye Jing focused on stabilizing the overall situation, and now that things had settled somewhat, he immediately set aside half of his pending duties. He personally prepared a carriage to bring Ye Tianyao back to the main estate. This time the carriage drove into the Ye family estate at Willow Village rather than Lingyun Valley. Lingyun Valley, having taken in many new retainers, was undergoing expansion, and the retainers were temporarily living there. Within the Ye family estate, many villagers now helped manage the fields of golden spirit rice, and tended mountain delicacies, such as spirit fowl, and other meat-bearing spiritual beasts. Willow Village was no longer the shabby, remote mountain hamlet it once had been. The crooked wooden arch at the village entrance had long since been repaired and renewed. A main road paved with bluestone slabs now led straight to the Ye family. The once neglected ridges of fields on both sides had all been turned over and renewed. The continuous stretch of golden spirit rice grew exuberantly, and when the breeze passed it rolled up layers of golden waves. A faint strand of spiritual energy lingered between the heavy grain. Even the guards stationed on the field ridges of the Ye family wore smooth, polished iron tokens at their waists. Their gazes were sharp, carrying the spirit and vigor of seasoned practitioners. Along the way, many villagers, upon seeing the Ye family carriage, bowed respectfully. In their eyes were deep reverence and gratitude. Since the Ye family had risen, they had not only found work for the villagers managing spiritual fields and raising spiritual beasts, but also distributed spiritual grain and small silver each month, and invited martial instructors to teach the village's young adults to strengthen their bodies. Even the old dried well at the village entrance had been transformed. The Ye family had drawn living water from a spiritual vein into it. The water from the well was now clear and sweet, and it nourished the grasses and trees of the entire village, making them more vigorous than those elsewhere. The poor, remote village of the past now faintly bore the outlines of a subordinate cultivation village. When the carriage halted before the vermilion-painted gate of the manor, the young boy inside could no longer restrain himself and leaped down at once. The boy was only 12 or 13 years old, wearing a neat, practical martial outfit from the hall. His brows and eyes carried the lively spirit of a child, and on his shoulder he bore a half-worn silver spear. Though the tip was dull, he had polished it to a bright shine. "Grandfather." Ye Tianyao grasped Ye Jing's sleeve, his young face full of excitement. His gaze swept over the imposing manor and the renewed scenery around them, and he could not help but exclaim, "Our home has become so grand. It's even more spacious than the county martial hall." Ye Jing brushed his hand over the boy's head. "Enough now, Tianyao. Come in with grandfather. Today is..." With that, he led Ye Tianyao into the manor. The courtyard had long been arranged, and 8 Immortals' table was laid with fresh spiritual fruits and pastries, and from the kitchen drifted a rich aroma of mountain spirit fowl stewed with spiritual mushrooms, a feast prepared specially for the boy's birthday. Inside the room, all manner of spiritual weapons and treasures were piled up, gifts from the family to Ye Tianyao. Because the family members were busy and had no time to come in person, they had sent these items in their stead. Ye Tianyao was sensible. He naturally understood this and did not feel disappointed. Instead, he was extremely excited. "Grandfather, does this mean that today I can finally begin cultivating?" Ye Jing looked at his grandson's excitement, stroked his beard, and laughed softly. "Yes, Tianyao. This is also your comingafage ceremony. Come with grandfather." He led Ye Tianyao into a secret chamber within the manor. The floor was covered with spirit stones glowing with a soft blue radiance. The moment Ye Tianyao stepped inside, he felt an uplifting ease of mind. The fatigue from sitting in the carriage for so long lessened at once. Ye Jing took a long spear out from his storage pouch. Before the weapon's full form even appeared, a streak of lightning flashed forth. What is this?" Ye Tianyao's eyes widened at once. The spear was wreathed in bright white lightning. Its shaft was forged from rare thunder-patterned mystic iron, within which was fused the thunder mirror once belonging to a disciple of the rigid thunder sect. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon forged through 3 months of continual tempering by Wu Guiyun. The patterns on the weapon writhed like living serpents climbing along the shaft to the tip. Each line of pattern breathed out tiny sparks of electricity, their crackling echoes reverberating through the chamber. Even the halos of blue light from the spirit stones on the floor were pressed dimmer by this domineering thunderous aura. The grip of the spear was wrapped in dark golden metal smooth to the touch, and at its end hung a small thunder jade pendant inscribed with the ancient character, Yao, echoing the boy's name. Ye Tianyao stood utterly frozen in place, his small hands clenched tight on his clothing. His once lively eyes were now wide and round, his breathing softened as though he feared disturbing this spear that seemed to carry supreme spiritual might. He had handled countless iron spears at the county martial hall, yet never had one been like this. The aura it released alone caused his entire body's blood and chi to surge, his dantian faintly warmed, as though something within was about to break forth. This is the Jinglei spear, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Our Ye family possesses a secret art called the true scripture of defying fate and transforming roots. It allows one without spiritual roots to take a spirit beast spiritual weapon or spiritual medicine as a foundation, stepping onto the path of cultivation. If you wish to grow strong, you must evolve together with the contracted spiritual entity. Are you willing? Ye Jing's voice fell amidst the crackle of thunder. Within the secret chamber, roaring lightning and the blue radiance of the spirit stones intertwined into a magnificent scene. The young face of Ye Tianyao was made alternately bright and dark by the lightning, and as he listened to Ye Jing's words, his large eyes first brimmed with shock, then were filled by a fervor beyond words. He stumbled back half a step, fixing his gaze on the long spear that spat lightning. His small fists clenched, suddenly knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. Even one without spiritual roots can cultivate. Ye Tianyao's voice trembled, yet could not conceal his excitement. Grandfather, I am that so-called body without spiritual roots. At the county martial hall, he had long since learned that the spiritual veins in his body were blocked. He was born a waste, unable to draw chi into his body. If not for the deep foundation of the Ye family, granting him a stable future, he might not even have been allowed to remain at the martial hall. Now, upon hearing that this true scripture of defying fate and transforming roots could reshape destiny, his joy was like a withered tree meeting spring, like sudden rain falling upon a parched field. Seeing him thus, Ye Jing's eyes were full of affection and solemnity. He stepped forward, laying his palm upon the crown of Ye Tianyao's head. Warm spiritual power flowed from his hand. Tianyao, you are a child of the Ye family. In your blood, there is already an unyielding spirit. Others believe that lacking spiritual roots is a dead end, but in the Ye family, it is merely the starting point of another path. As he spoke, Ye Jing gathered his spiritual power and slowly poured it into the Jinglei spear. The previously restless lightning along the spear's body suddenly calmed, and the patterns upon it seemed to awaken, letting out a low hum. Tianyao, remember this: when you use the true scripture of defying fate and transforming roots, the contracted spiritual weapon will endure great suffering. If it endures you, and this weapon will become beings that share life together. It will help you nourish your spiritual veins and fend off dangers, but each time your cultivation advances, it too must evolve and grow stronger. Otherwise your cultivation will stagnate. Yes, grandfather, I understand. After comprehending the entire true scripture of defying fate and transforming roots under Ye Jing's guidance, Ye Tianyao took a deep breath and showed not the least hesitation. He took out a small silver dagger. He always carried with him a birthday gift from his instructor at the martial hall. His small hand trembled once as he drew it. Then he cut a shallow line at his fingertip, letting blood drip onto the spear's body. In that instant, a pain unlike anything he had ever known swept through his entire body. Inside the sealed chamber, countless spirit stones flared to life, casting a crystalline glow. The instant Ye Tianyao's fresh blood touched the icy shaft of the Jinglei spear, it was swallowed completely by the thunder-patterned mystic iron, leaving not even the faintest trace behind. In the next heartbeat, an unprecedented agony like myriad needles of thunder surged from his fingertip into his limbs, and bones wildly piercing into his meridians and deep into his dantian. Ye Tianyao's whole body shuddered. His youthful face turned ashen in an instant, sweat as large as beans beating across his brow, rolling along his jawline, and falling onto the spirit stones at his feet, scattering fine specks of blue light. It was no mere torment of flesh and skin, but the extreme pain of spiritual veins being forcibly torn apart and reshaped again and again by thunderous power, as though every bone in his body was dismantled and reforged, every inch of blood and flesh trembling under the blazing tempering of lightning. He clenched his jaw so tightly it seemed his teeth might crack, his lower lip bitten until thin traces of blood seeped out. The hand that had been gripping the corner of his robe suddenly loosened, then beyond his control, seized the shaft of the Jinglei spear, his knuckles turning blue-white from the strain and trembling ever so slightly. Endure it. Circulate the heart method and follow the guidance of the spiritual power. Sink your whole mind completely into the spear. Ye Jing's expression was grave as spiritual energy flowed steadily from his palm into his grandson's body, protecting his fragile heart meridian and dantian, while he spoke with a low commanding tone. Only if your mind does not scatter can the contract be forged. If you shrink back, now not only will your spiritual veins be destroyed, you will never again have the chance to cultivate immortality. His grandfather's urgent exhortation echoed in his ears while before his eyes the Jinglei spear exhaled threads of fine thunder light. Yi Tianyao's vision darkened in waves as the pain threatened to devour his consciousness. In that torment, he recalled the countless nights in his heart filled with dreams of cultivation. He could not retreat. A hoarse cry burst from the young man's throat, carrying heart-rending pain, yet hiding within it an unyielding toughness. He shut his eyes tightly, and following the heart method formula of the Niming Huajian Jinjing, the true scripture of defying fate and transforming roots, forced his scattered mind to gather. He condensed all his intent into a single point and nailed it firmly upon the thunder patterns of the Jinglei spear. The spiritual energy in the room poured ceaselessly into his body, as if helping him wash away the pain. Holding his breath and steadying his mind, he guided the spiritual power within him with careful focus. No one knew how long had passed. The thunder light within the chamber slowly withdrew, and the spirit stones lining the secret room gradually dimmed. Yi Tianyao slowly opened his eyes. The once clear pupils now carried a faint aura of lightning, and even the qi around his body had grown markedly sharper. He lowered his head to look at the Jinglei spear in his hands. The thunder patterns along its shaft lay dormant, its touch now gentle and warm, carrying a docile obedience to its master. Grandfather, I did it. I can cultivate immortality now. Seeing this, Ye Jing finally let the weight in his heart fall away. Stroking his beard, he burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with deep satisfaction and pride. Good. Truly worthy of being a son of the Yi clan. From this day forth the Jinglei spear shall be your symbiotic spirit weapon. You and it shall grow together, defy the heavens, and bring honor to our Yi family. Yi Tianyao tightened his grip on the Jinglei spear, feeling vigorous spiritual power rampaging through his body. In his heart, he silently swore that from now on he would cultivate diligently and never fail his grandfather's expectations. After setting Yi Tianyao upon the path of cultivation, Ye Jing, even amidst his busy affairs, did not forget to guide him in various cultivation methods, helping him truly understand and integrate them. Next, Ye Jing began assigning duties to the more than 50 cultivator retainers who had come to join him. From these cultivators, Ye Jing selected all those skilled in alchemy, talisman, crafting, and artifact refinement, entrusting them collectively to the care and coordination of Wu Gaiyun and Lu Xianglan. He specially allocated the clan's exclusive spirit herb shop and its supporting workshops and designated dedicated cultivation areas for them. He equipped this group of cultivators with complete sets of basic materials, spirit herbs, or as alchemy furnaces, artifact embryos, so they could devote themselves wholeheartedly to the work of refining spirit medicines, forging spirit artifacts, and drawing talismans. These cultivators were exempt from household chores. They needed only to delve deeply into their arts and steadily produce finished goods. In this way, they could both fill the clan's gap in cultivation resources and trade outward for rare materials, becoming the clan's logistical granary. As for those with powerful physiques skilled in fierce close combat and well-versed in defensive formations, Ye Jing placed them all under the command of the clan's capable expert, granting him full authority over guarding the clan residents' spirit fields and herb gardens, their core territories. This guard squad rotated shifts day and night, inspecting for internal and external threats and repelling any outside intrusions. They also bore responsibility for maintaining internal order within the clan, preventing private fights or rule breaking among the retainers, ensuring the Yi family's stronghold remained as secure as a fortress so other clansmen could cultivate and manage their enterprises in peace. The remaining cultivators, swift of movement, adept at tracking and prospecting, and skilled in hunting spirit beasts, were placed under Yi Xian's command. Ye Jing gave this team clear orders first to delve into the surrounding mountain ranges and dense forests, to survey spirit mines, spiritual veins, and spirit herb grounds, marking their locations and reporting them to the clan to stockpile cultivation materials. Second, they were to regularly hunt low and mid-tier spirit beasts, securing beast cores, hides, and inner pellets, precious materials that could both support the clan's cultivation and serve as reliable currency in trade. Third, they were to monitor the movements of nearby forces and send back timely intelligence to avert potential risks. To regulate management and inspire enthusiasm among all cultivator retainers, Ye Jing specially established a task hall within the clan. This task hall served as the core institution for overall coordination and clear rewards and punishments. Staffed by dedicated personnel, it updated family tasks daily covering categories such as alchemy and artifact refinement, guard duty, external surveying, spirit, beast hunting, and intelligence gathering. Each task was marked with a difficulty level and corresponding contribution point rewards. The cultivators could freely accept tasks according to their cultivation level and specialties, and upon completion, use proof of task fulfillment at the task hall to exchange for contribution points. These contribution points were no mere abstraction, they could be exchanged in the clan's treasure vault for a wide range of cultivation resources. Whether low and mid-tier cultivation arts, exquisite spirit pills, spirit artifacts and talismans, or the right to use cultivation caves and spirit fields, all could be acquired through contribution points. In this way, idle pretense and lazy shirking were avoided, and the cultivators gained clear goals for their efforts, willingly working for the clan. Through Ye Jing's thorough arrangements, the more than 50 cultivator retainers completely cast off their former laxness. Each took up his role and applied his abilities, and the Ye clan's cultivation foundation entered its proper course, the clan's strength steadily stabilizing. Within the Qingyun sect, in a place wreathed in immortal mist, Yunling listened to disciples he had sent out report news about the Ye clan. His expression did not change when instead he directly summoned Yunjian. With slight unease, Yunjian arrived at Yunling's cave dwelling, clasped his hands in respect, and said silently with his posture, "Sect Master, for what matter have you summoned me?" Yunling asked in a calm voice, "Yunjian, how much do you know about the Ye clan?" At this question, Yunjian's pupils shrank slightly. He quickly clasped his hands and replied respectfully through his bearing, "Sect Master, the Ye clan is a rural family. Their head is an elder named Ye Jing. Recently, they seem to be rising rapidly, having brought the Yin kingdom under their influence, and it appears their clan is skilled in beast-taming arts." Yunling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from Yunjian as he gazed at the rolling sea of clouds beyond the cave. His voice remained level and without ripple. "Merely a rural family. Previously you had some connection with this Ye clan, Yunjian. Why did you not bring them under our Qingyun sect?" Yunling suddenly pressed the matter. Yunjian hurriedly replied, "The Ye clan was previously quite ordinary. Their head was only at the qi refining stage, and they declined recruitment at the time. Also, some of their descendants had already entered our sect, so..." Hearing this, Yunling recalled the two genius youths in his sect, especially Yi Tianhao, whose talent was greatest, already a foundation establishment cultivator. Now with the Ye clan widely recruiting retainers and further expanding their power, the picture in his mind shifted. Ever since the Xian Yu sect slaughtered most of the families allied with Qingyun sect, the sect's power had been greatly weakened. Moreover, its strongest allied clan, the Li family, had pledged itself to the Lingxiao sect, seeking to seize the heavenly craft marketplace. The rise of the Ye clan might well be a blessing for Qingyun's sect, but only if the Ye clan were to join them. Yunling remained silent for a long time. This made Yunjian extremely anxious. He knew well that the sect master was profound in thought, and sending him here was not merely a casual inquiry. Yunling continued to turn his back to him. After a long while he slowly spoke, declining the recruitment. "A rural family, Yunjian, your perspective is rather shallow." He turned around, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the bowed Yunjian. That Ye Jing seems to be of advanced age, yet his actions are cautious and meticulous. In just a few years he has risen to foundation establishment right under our noses, and he is quickly gathering scattered cultivators. He has also divided his forces for control, establishing rules and orders, managing the Ye family in an orderly manner with foundations more solid than those of an average mid-sized clan. Such a skill, how could it possibly belong to an old man in the qi refinement stage? He must have been hiding his talents for many years, accumulating strength to burst forth. Yunjian's heart jolted at these words, and he quickly responded in a low voice. "The sect master has keen insight. I was indeed short-sighted. I previously regarded the Ye family as a small clan in a corner, not expecting their power to expand so remarkably in just a few years. It is truly rare. Previously, because the Qingyun sect master had not yet reached the golden core stage, he had to keep a low profile, and due to the chaos caused by the Xianyu sect, he was stretched thin. This led to the neglect of the Yin kingdom. Faced with the Yi family's interference in the royal family of Yin, he could only turn a blind eye for as long as the Yin kingdom was stable. Those from the Xianyu sect would not dare to openly oppose the Qingyun sect. Now it is different. The Yi family is about to become the next Qin family. They can no longer be ignored and allowed to grow. At this moment, Yunling chuckled lightly. The Xianyu sect has slaughtered the family under our sect's control, and the Li family has defected to the Lingxiao sect. Our Qingyun sect is indeed in urgent need of manpower. With the Yi family now rising and occupying the area around the sect, if nurtured properly, they can be used to restrain the Li family, and even swallow them, thus becoming an asset to our Qingyun sect. Yunjian, upon hearing this, suddenly understood, and hurriedly cupped his hands in acceptance. The sect master is wise. I will head to the Ye family and ensure their allegiance to our Qingyun sect. However, he had been quite distant with the Ye family, and having previously promised to protect them, he felt some obligation. Wait. Yunling stopped him. Since we are discussing cooperation, we must show some sincerity. I will personally meet with that Ye family head. Yun Jian was taken aback, hastily bowing and trying to dissuade him. Sect master, you must not. Your status is noble, you are the pillar of our Qingyun sect, and the Ye family is merely a recently risen minor clan. How can they dare to trouble you? I can go. Even if Ye Jing is cunning, he would not dare to offend the Qingyun sect's dignity. In his view, the sect master was a major figure of the Golden Core stage, and personally, visiting a newly risen rural clan head would be too degrading. Yunling smiled faintly. Yun Jian, you must correct your lofty attitude. How can you still view the Ye family as that rural clan in your eyes? If we were to pressure them with the sect's authority, it would only provoke their resentment. Even if they superficially submit, they will surely harbor grudges, making it hard for them to be of use to us in the future. He walked slowly to the window in the hall, gazing at the misty mountains outside, tapping lightly on the window frame, the rhythm steady. Now our sect faces internal and external troubles, with the Xianyu sect eyeing us covetously and the Li family having defected. It is a critical time for recruitment. The Ye family has enormous potential, I can see that, so we cannot force them, we can only receive them with courtesy. My personal visit is not a condescension, but a gesture of goodwill, as well as a test to let him see the sincerity of the Qingyun sect. If he does not appreciate this, then it is his own demise. As the last words fell, a sharp light flashed in Yunling's eyes. The pressure of his Golden Core stage, though fleeting, caused Yun Jian beside him to shudder, no longer daring to speak, and could only lower his head in acceptance. I understand. I shall obediently follow the sect master's orders. Yunling retracted his pressure, returning to his usual indifference. Yun Jian, let us go. This time I will not bring any attendants, just the two of us. Remember, do not make a scene, do not flaunt the sect's prestige, just act as if we are ordinary friends visiting. Yes, Yun Jian responded. Then Yunling summoned a celestial crane which bowed, so that Yunling could stand on it. Yun Jian immediately used his sword to follow Yunling. The celestial crane soared high, flying over rugged mountain ranges, heading straight for the Qinling. In no time they arrived at the Lingyun Valley, where the Ye family resided. From a distance, it was indeed a beautiful place. The Ye family residence was built against the mountain with white walls and black tiles in a pleasing arrangement, surrounded by a simple protective formation. The spiritual energy flowed, though not dense, it was orderly, demonstrating a sense of regulation. As Yunling was descending, cultivators nearby had already noticed. Now every cultivator who has pledged allegiance to the Ye family carries a jade token issued by them. If any unfamiliar cultivators approach, the patrolling cultivators in the area will immediately take notice. Yunling and Yun Jian landed directly at the outskirts of the Lingyun Valley, and immediately two cultivators approached them, their expressions wary as they cupped their hands, saying, "Gentlemen, this is the Ye family's territory. Without an invitation you cannot enter." Yun Jian was just about to announce their identities when Yunling raised his hand first to stop him. He wore a plain robe and a silver crown, his brows and eyes gentle, appearing like a cultured cultivator traveling the world, lacking any of the sharp aura typical of a Golden Core cultivator. Yet even so, that innate noble aura still made the two cultivators tense, instinctively gripping their sword hilts, feeling that the person before them was unfathomable. Yunling's gaze was calm, his tone indifferent. "Please inform the old head of the Ye family that Yunling of the Qingyun sect has come to pay a visit." Qingyun sect. Yunling the real person? The two cultivators were initially stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. They were originally cultivators under the Qingyun sect's jurisdiction. How could they not recognize Yunling? The sect master of Qingyun sect has actually come here, so low-key. One of the cultivators reacted quickly, his legs trembling slightly as he hurriedly bowed. "Please wait, I will go report to the family head immediately." With that, he hurriedly ran towards the Lingyun Valley, fearing that he might delay this great figure. In just a moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from afar. A group of people surrounded a white-haired elder in a white robe who was walking quickly towards them. This was indeed the head of the Ye family, Ye Jing. Ye Jing had just been cultivating when he suddenly sensed a cultivator approaching, followed by the patrolling cultivators reporting that the sect master of Qingyun sect had arrived. This startled Ye Jing, who hurriedly brought his family members out to greet him. From a distance, he saw Yunling, the sect master of Qingyun sect, whom he had only met once. He bowed from several steps away, his tone respectful. "I am the old man Ye Jing. I did not expect the sect master to visit. My apologies for not welcoming you properly, please forgive me." The Ye family members behind him all bowed in unison to show respect. Yunling looked at the bowing Ye Jing, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he stepped forward to lend a hand. The Ye family head need not be overly courteous. I have come this time merely as a friend to reminisce and discuss matters with the head, no need for excessive formality. Ye Jing raised his eyes to look at Yunling, rapidly calculating in his mind. The sudden visit of the sect master of Qingyun's sect must be for a reason. He maintained a calm facade, still wearing a humble smile, and gestured invitingly. It is a great honor for our Ye family to receive the sect master. Please come in for tea. I will certainly provide a warm welcome. Ye Jing led the way with a calm expression. A group of people walked through the courtyard paved with blue stones while Yunling glanced around the area with his peripheral vision. The spiritual energy here is rich and pure. Despite being near a valley, the scenery is pleasant, making it an excellent cave residence. Yunling could tell that beneath the Ye family was a spiritual vein, and this was the site of the fallen Qin family, though he wondered what Ye Jing had done to rejuvenate the spiritual vein that was destroyed by the Xianyu sect. Even the lingering demonic qi that had surrounded the valley for years had been swept away. The Ye family is indeed remarkable. Upon entering the main hall of the Ye family, Yunling noticed the furnishings were extremely simple. The tables and chairs were made of ordinary spiritual wood, and several landscape paintings hung on the walls, showing no sign of luxury, but exuding a sense of order and discipline. Ye Jing personally guided Yunling to the guest seat next to the main seat, and hurriedly served high-quality spiritual tea. The tea's fragrance was refreshing, lingering at the tip of the nose. Ye Jing stood below with his hands down, speaking respectfully. The sect master has traveled a long way, and my humble abode is rather simple. I hope the sect master does not mind the rough tea. Yunling's smile remained, and he gently replied, Ye old family head is too humble. Your location, nestled near the mountains and waters, is well ordered. The flourishing state of the Ye family shows that the family head possesses extraordinary skills. This statement seemed like a compliment, but was akin to a fine needle gently pricking the facade of the rustic elder that Ye Jing had carefully constructed. Ye Jing's heart sank, and he clasped his hands, saying the sect master has overstated it. I am merely safeguarding the little legacy left by the ancestors of the Ye family, helping my clan make a living in this cultivation world. Today's situation is purely a stroke of luck. I cannot accept such praise from the sect master. Standing beside Yunling, Yunjian observed Ye Jing's cautious demeanor and felt some admiration for the elder. Ye Jing was indeed not an ordinary character. Had it been someone else, being praised by a golden core sect master would have left them flabbergasted. Yet he remained cautious, revealing no flaws. Yunling lifted the teacup, took a light sip, and slightly reined in his expression, his tone becoming a bit more subdued. I come today with an understanding that the Ye old family head is aware of the current tumultuous situation. The Xianyu sect is slaughtering sects and families, their ambitions clear, while some families lacking foresight have defected to the Ling Shao sect, leaving my Qingyun sect with enemies from all sides. If the situation in the Yin kingdom continues to spiral out of control, it won't just be my Qingyun sect in turmoil. I fear all the families will suffer. Ye Jing lowered his eyes, knowing that the main topic had finally arrived. He spoke in a deep voice. The sect master speaks the truth. The Xianyu sect has committed numerous atrocities, causing resentment among all cultivators. I have always advised my clan to close the doors and focus on our business, avoiding conflicts, only seeking self-preservation. Self-preservation. Yunling chuckled lightly, looking directly at Ye Jing. Ye old family head has been lying low for many years, and in just a few years has gathered scattered cultivators and solidified your foundation. Surely you are not merely seeking self-preservation. If the Ye family were to remain isolated, it would ultimately be an unsustainable strategy. Under a collapsing nest there are no intact eggs. This principle the family head must understand. This statement struck a nerve, and Ye Jing stiffened. He naturally knew that Yunling was a golden core cultivator whose vision and prowess were beyond what Ye Jing could match. Continuing the pretense was useless now, so he simply stated the sect master possesses keen insight. I dare not exaggerate. I asked the sect master to... Yunling replied with a light smile. I have come here today, personally, to recruit the Ye family for the service of my Qingyun sect, to follow my orders and become my sect's right-hand man in the Yin kingdom. In the future, if the Ye family achieves success, I will not be stingy with rewards, spirit stones, techniques, spiritual veins. Whatever my Qingyun sect has, I will not treat the Ye family poorly. Ye Jing fell silent upon hearing this, realizing it was indeed the case. Yunling patiently awaited Ye Jing's response, giving him ample time to think. Though his expression was calm, it carried an undeniable pressure. That was the aura of a golden core expert, which even when intentionally restrained made it hard for Ye Jing to breathe. After a long pause, Ye Jing took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Yunling. The sect master has shown great sincerity. If I refuse again, it would be ungrateful. The Ye family is willing to submit to the Qingyun sect from now on. We will follow the sect master and be loyal without any second thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Yunling's face became much more genuine. Ye old family head is truly enlightened. This is a blessing for the Ye family and a fortune for my Qingyun sect. From this day forth the Ye family will be a directly governed family of the Qingyun sect, enjoying the sect's protection. If the Xinyu sect dares to invade, I will personally take action to ensure the Ye family's safety. Ye Jing bowed, saying, "Thank you, sect master, for your kindness." After receiving the Ye family, Yun Ling exchanged a glance with Yun Jian, who understood, and stepped forward, saying, "Family head, Ye, from now on your Ye family is under my Qingyun sect. You also need to prepare offerings. The specialty Jinling rice grown by your Ye family must be delivered annually 3,000 caddies along with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Should the sect require temporary requisitioning, the Ye family must respond unconditionally without delay. How do you feel about this?" This requirement was not difficult for Ye Jing. He could produce tens of thousands of Jinling rice annually, and the store's profits could reach 4,000 to 5,000. A glint of relief passed through Ye Jing's eyes. He straightened his back, speaking with steady confidence, without a hint of hesitation. "Elder Yun Jian, rest assured the Ye family can bear this offering. Not to mention 3,000 caddies of Jinling rice, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if it were increased by 30%, the Ye family would have no objections. As for the sect's requisition, whenever a message is sent to the Ye family, I will personally lead the team in response, and all elite disciples will be ready for dispatch." His words expressed loyalty, and also hinted at strength. The Ye family had the strength to support the offerings, and the sincerity to affiliate with the Qingyun sect, truly not a forced submission. Yun Jian nodded slightly in response to his words, and Yun Ling, with a calm tone, yet a hint of approval, said, "Since you are a directly governed family of the sect, we are all one family, no need for excessive formalities. Jinling rice is a top-quality spiritual grain. The Ye family has been deeply immersed in this field for many years. In the future, if they are able to improve the variety and increase the yield, the sect will surely reward them, and may even allocate a low-grade spiritual vein to assist the Ye family in cultivating spiritual fields, all depending on the Ye family's fortune." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing's heart suddenly burned with excitement. A spiritual vein is akin to a lifeline for a family. With the support of a spiritual vein, the yield and quality of Jinling rice would undoubtedly soar, and the Ye family's strength would rise accordingly. Although there were spiritual fields with immortal willows, Ye Jing also needed to plant some good spiritual herbs. He could not solely use it for spiritual fields. Having a spiritual field would be immensely beneficial. He quickly responded, "I will ensure that the clan members diligently improve the cultivation methods of Jinling rice, and will not let the sect master down." Yun Jian turned to look at Yun Ling, and seeing no disagreement in the sect master's eyes, took out a jade token that glowed with a blue light. He handed it to Ye Jing. "This is the exclusive token for directly governed families of the Qingyun sect. Holding this token allows you to enter and exit the outer gate of the Qingyun sect. If the Xianyu sect attempts to disturb you, you can crush the token to send a message, and cultivators of the Qingyun sect within 1,000 miles will rush to your aid." After speaking, Yun Jian also took out a defensive formation from his storage bag, which emitted a faint blue light. Ye Jing could tell that this formation was quite extraordinary. Yun Jian continued, "This is the second-grade defensive formation, Qingling Array. It can withstand a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, sufficient to protect you from external threats." Ye Jing was overjoyed at this. This means that with this formation, unless the old demon of Xian Yin personally arrives, other cultivators from the Xian Yu sect would be unable to deal with him. He carefully accepted the Qingling Array disc, feeling its coolness in his hand. The patterns were intricate and profound, the spiritual light contained yet powerful. He carefully accepted the Qingling Array disc, feeling its coolness in his hand. The patterns were intricate. Ye Jing had spent many years in the cultivation world, and had seen many low-grade formations, but this was the first time he had possessed a second-grade formation that could withstand a golden core strike. Even if he had the intention to purchase one before, he had suffered from lack of connections and resources. Now the Qingyun sect casually bestowed such a great gift, proving the sect master's sincerity and importance. This negotiation could be considered a mutually beneficial outcome. After successfully negotiating with Ye Jing, Yun Ling felt it was time to leave, and stood up to bid farewell. It was only after the golden core cultivator had departed for a while that Ye Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xian and Yi Yi saw that their father was unharmed, and the stone in their hearts finally fell. Yi Xian stepped forward to inquire, "Father, the sect master of Qingyun sect didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Ye Jing shook his head, saying, "No, nothing happened. Golden core cultivators are indeed extraordinary. In the world of cultivation, it was always like this, just when one believed they had broken through, a great mountain would immediately appear once again, blocking their path, and all one could do was continuously climb from the foot of the mountain, striving to scale this high peak once more." Thinking of this, Ye Jing asked Yi Xian beside him, "Xianer, how is the family tree I asked you to compile coming along?" Ye Jing replied, "Father, according to your instructions, we have written about Tianyao, your fourth grandson, from the beginning of your lineage. Should we include today's events in the family tree?" Ye Jing asked back. "Yes, do write it down. The family tree is meant to record the lives of family members and to remind future generations. It should state that the Yi family allied with the Golden Core cultivator Yun Ling of Qingyun sect and enlisted under his banner." Understood. Within Qingyun's sect, Yi Tianyao, who was cultivating in her cave, felt a surge of spiritual power coursing through her body. After a moment of rotation, she concluded her session. She had finally reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and could begin preparing for foundation establishment. With this thought, a joyful smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. At that moment, a small bird flew outside the cave and began chirping at Yi Tianyao. After listening for a moment, Yi Tianyao's face showed surprise. "What? Are you saying that grandfather has brought the Yi family under the banner of Qingyun's sect?" In the past few days, she had roughly understood the matters concerning the Yi family through the small birds. From her father and second uncle receiving cultivators and guests to the expansion of the Yi family, she knew everything clearly. The small bird flapped its wings, its crisp chirping filled with certainty. Yi Tianyao's body trembled slightly. The joy of having just broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement was instantly replaced by a turbulent wave of anxiety. Her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Although she had been at Qingyun sect for many years, she was still deeply concerned about the Yi family. She also understood that the sect's rules were strict, and the Golden Core cultivator Yun Ling was an exalted figure. Her grandfather was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, yet he led the entire family to submit to Qingyun's sect, which undoubtedly involved many hardships and considerations. Grandfather wasn't wronged, was he? Are my father and second uncle all right? Yi Tianyao crouched down softly, asking, her tone filled with worry. She understood too well the cruel law of the cultivation world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The pressure from a Golden Core cultivator was enough to suffocate a foundation establishment cultivator. She feared that her family endured difficulties or humiliation for the sake of aligning with the sect. The small bird tilted its head and chirped a few times, conveying a message of peace, and roughly depicted the scene of Ye Jing negotiating peacefully with the Golden Core cultivator Yun Ling. It mentioned that with the Yi family now backed by Qingyun sect, not only were they safe, but they had also established a firm foothold among the surrounding forces, eliminating the risks they once faced. Upon hearing that her family was safe, and that the Yi family had found a powerful backing, Yi Tianyao's anxious heart slowly settled, and her tense shoulders. She raised her hand to gently stroke the small bird's feathers, a glimmer of relief flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by determination. "Very well, grandfather acts according to his own judgment. Since he has made this decision, it must be for the long-term benefit of the Yi family." She murmured softly, the spiritual energy of her pinnacle qi refinement flowing slowly through her meridians, enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Now that I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, I am just a step away from foundation establishment. If I can successfully establish my foundation, not only can I secure a foothold in the sect, but I can also relieve some burdens for the Yi family and grandfather in the future." She gently released the small bird, watching it disappear into the dense forest outside the cave, then turned around to sit cross-legged back on the jade bed. Rather than rushing to prepare for foundation establishment, she first closed her eyes to adjust her breathing, completely calming the swirling spiritual energy. Reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement was merely the foundation. Only with a solid foundation could one reduce the risks during foundation establishment and increase assurance. About 3 days later, Yi Tianyao opened her eyes again, her gaze clear and bright, her aura calm and contained. She stood up, tidied her clothing, opened the stone door of the cave, and walked toward the outer sect's deacon. Now that the Yi family had submitted to Qingyun's sect as a member of the Yi family and a disciple of the sect, she should report in first. She also intended to seek her elder brother Yi Tianhao for some insights, inquire about the resources needed for foundation establishment, and discuss the family's arrangements within the sect. As she walked, the air within Qingyun's sect was shrouded in mist, with spiritual herbs and fine trees everywhere. Disciples came and went, each fulfilling their duties, creating a scene of order and tranquility. Junior sister Tianyao. Just as Yi Tianyao arrived near the cave where the male disciples of the sect resided, she heard a gentle call. She turned her head and saw Lu Xiaoyou clad in a long green robe, exuding an ethereal aura, his eyes filled with surprise. Seeing this, Yi Tianyao's cheeks turned slightly red as she took a step back to greet him, senior brother. Lu Xiaoyou was now a foundation establishment cultivator, yet he remained warm and gentle, extending his hand to support her lightly. "Junior sister need not be overly formal. It has been months since we last met, and your aura appears increasingly stable. It seems your cultivation has indeed progressed significantly." Yi Tianyao gathered her rosy cheeks, softly replying. I was fortunate. I just recently broke through to the pinnacle of Qi refinement and was about to seek my elder brother for some advice. Pinnacle of Qi refinement. Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with greater delight, then he nodded and smiled. Junior sister's talent is exceptional. Such progress places you among the elite of your peers. Foundation establishment is no trivial matter. If junior sister trusts me, I have a few Qingling pills and a scroll of insights on foundation establishment that might assist you. Yi Tianyao felt warmth in her heart, but was also aware of the sect's rules, and did not wish to owe anyone a favor. She immediately declined, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness, but the sect's resources are limited. I cannot make exceptions and should apply according to the rules." Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu did not press the issue, but smiled even more gently. Junior sister is quite straightforward. Very well, if you encounter any difficulties while preparing for foundation establishment, just come find me. By the way, I heard from the master that the Yi family has officially submitted to the sect. Is this something you were aware of? Upon mentioning this, Yi Tianyao's gentle expression faded somewhat. I only just learned of it. Thank you for informing me, senior brother. The sect master had already instructed that the Yi family has sincerely submitted, and the sect will take good care of you, so you need not worry. Lu Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone, deliberately slowing his speech to soothe her. The sect has also designated a dedicated cultivation market and spiritual fields enough to allow the Yi family to establish themselves securely. He paused, looking at Yi Tianyao's still furrowed brow, and added, "Yesterday I happened to see your grandfather Ye Jing during a meeting with the sect master. He spoke steadily and acted with discernment, earning the sect master's high regard. He did not face any difficulties. Instead, he allocated a batch of foundation establishment materials as a congratulatory gift to help the Yi family solidify their foundation." That's good to hear. Yi Tianyao sighed with relief. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the girl, feeling a bit embarrassed himself, his gaze evasive. "Junior sister, I heard that the spiritual energy in Misty Moon Mountain of Qingyun sect is dense, and the environment is excellent, being secluded and undisturbed, making it very suitable for a Qi refinement cultivator to stabilize their cultivation and prepare for foundation establishment. I was tasked to inspect Misty Moon Mountain a few days ago, and happened to find a hidden spiritual vein there. If junior sister does not mind, you could go there to meditate and recuperate, which would be less distracted than in the cave." After saying this, Lu Xiao's ears turned slightly red, and his usually gentle demeanor showed a hint of awkwardness. He genuinely wanted to alleviate Yi Tianyao's worries, especially since it was crucial to maintain a calm mind before foundation establishment, and the Misty Moon Spirit Cave was indeed there was also a bit of selfishness in his intentions. Yi Tianyao was momentarily taken aback, observing the faint blush on the cultivator's ears, her own cheeks flushing slightly as well. She quickly composed herself, feeling both grateful and a bit flustered. She understood that Misty Moon Mountain was the residence of the sect leader, a place that ordinary disciples couldn't easily enter, let alone a spirit cave reserved for specific purposes. This kind gesture was indeed significant. Thinking of this, Yi Tianyao said sincerely, "I appreciate your kindness, senior brother, but the Misty Moon Mountain has special regulations. As an inner disciple, it would be inappropriate for me to go there without permission. I have my plans for foundation establishment. It is safer to proceed step by step." Seeing her insistence, Lu Xiaoyu sighed. "Very well, junior sister, I won't impose on you any longer. Go find your brother. If you need any foundation establishment classics or spiritual materials later, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Tianyao quietly expressed her gratitude, watching Lu Xiaoyu bow farewell and turn to leave. She finally let out a sigh of relief, lightly brushing her clothes to calm the ripples in her heart. She was well aware that this was not the time for romantic feelings. The stability of her family and her own foundation establishment were the top priorities. After a moment of distraction, she walked steadily deeper into the male disciple's cave, her steps firm and devoid of any panic. Yi Tianyao arrived at a serene cave and saw her brother sitting by a stone table, calmly sipping tea. "Brother, how much have you heard?" Yi Tianyao asked unexpectedly. By now, Yi Tianhao was already a foundation establishment cultivator, sharp in hearing and sight, and surely knew she had arrived early on. Yi Tianhao poured a cup of tea for Yi Tianyao and smiled. "Ah, just drinking tea. What brings you to me, Tianyao?" Yi Tianyao felt a flush at his teasing demeanor and sat on the stone bench taking a sip of tea. She shot her brother a glare, her tone slightly petulant. "Brother, stop teasing me. I just broke through to the peak of Qi refinement and am eager to discuss important matters with you." Hearing this, Yi Tianha's spiritual power subtly fluctuated as he sensed the full and stable Qi of his sister at the peak of Qi refinement, and he couldn't help but nod and smile. "Indeed, you have reached the peak of Qi refinement. Our Yi family's girl has not disappointed us. If father and second uncle knew, they would surely hold a feast." Mentioning their grandfather and family, Yi Tianyao said helplessly, "Brother, don't you know? Grandfather has led the entire family to submit to the Qingyun sect. I heard about that. It's quite normal. Our Yi family has been entrenched in Yin country for many years. With a foundation establishment master in the family and grandfather recruiting many guests while constantly clashing with surrounding forces, it seems prosperous, but is actually unsustainable. Moreover, without a golden core to back us, and having offended the Xianyu sect, we will inevitably be devoured sooner or later without a golden core support. Grandfather's submission is to seek a way out for the Yi family. Yi Tianyao's heart trembled. While she had guessed that her grandfather had long-term considerations, she hadn't expected the family's situation to be so perilous. She clenched her fists and softly said, "Actually, I just learned about this from Xiao Ke. I felt uneasy about it earlier, and fortunately I encountered senior brother. He said the sect leader holds a high regard for grandfather, and personally went to meet him allocating spiritual materials to assist the Yi family. Of course, grandfather's actions have always been meticulous. This alliance with the Qingyun sect is mutually beneficial." Yi Tianhao chuckled and poured hot tea for his sister. The sect leader Master Yun Ling has been in control of the Qingyun sect for many years and urgently needs to expand their influence to stabilize their foundation. Our Yi family has foundation establishment cultivators connections and a sincere allegiance, so we will naturally be treated well by the sect. Now the sect has allocated exclusive markets and spiritual fields, allowing the clan members to cultivate peacefully while receiving sect resources, which is 100 times better than struggling for survival in Yin country. Hearing this, Yi Tianyao was delighted and nodded yes, as long as it benefits the family. Then she shifted the topic. "However, brother, now that I am at the peak of Qi refinement, I want to seek your guidance. With the family now under the Qingyun sect, I need to establish my foundation as soon as possible. This way I can secure a foothold in the sect and provide more leverage for the Yi family in the eyes of the Qingyun sect." Yi Tianha's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He retracted the relaxed aura around him, allowing his foundation establishment spiritual power to subtly radiate. A gentle barrier formed, isolating the surrounding noise to ensure their conversation remained private. Foundation establishment is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation. A slight misstep can lead to the collapse of one's spiritual power, resulting in regression, or in severe cases the severing of meridians. One must not take it lightly. He took out a blue jade tube from his storage bag and handed it to Yi Tianyao. "This contains my insights from when I established my foundation, detailing the secrets of spiritual power operation and methods to cope with inner demons. There are also several common techniques for overcoming foundation establishment bottlenecks. Keep it safe and study it carefully. As for the spiritual materials needed for foundation establishment, inner disciples can apply for gathering chi pills and clear spirit pills according to the rules. You already have foundation establishment pills, but do not rush into this matter. Just do your best." Yi Tianyao nodded. They both knew the Yi family could now independently refine foundation establishment pills. Yi Tianyao still had 2 foundation establishment pills specially sent to her by Ye Jing. Thus she now had 3 in total, but this was confidential. "Thank you, brother." Yi Tianyao couldn't help but smile. Seeing his sister's rare smile, Yi Tianha's tone softened slightly. Then he said seriously, "By the way, I could tell from your interaction with Senior Lu that he has feelings for you. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyu is a highly esteemed disciple in the sect. I wonder if you..." Yi Tianyao's cheeks instantly flushed at this, and she hurriedly lowered her head to sip her tea, hiding her flustered heart. "Brother, my relationship with senior brother is purely that of fellow disciples. Besides, I am currently focused on my foundation establishment. My romantic feelings can wait." As she said this, Yi Tianyao couldn't help but tease Yi Tianhao. "What about you, brother? Is there any female immortal you like?" Upon saying this, Yi Tianhao couldn't help but think of the masked female disciple from the Frost Moon sect in the Minghai realm, and he sighed. "I wouldn't say like or dislike. I just prefer my sword." "Brother, you really are a fool." Yi Tianyao couldn't help but laugh playfully. Yi Tianhao shook his head helplessly at his sister's laughter, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "You little girl, you're actually teasing your elder brother now. A sword cultivator should focus solely on their path, cutting off distractions to advance. Romantic feelings will only hinder one's swordsmanship. How could wielding a sword to pierce the heavens not be more exhilarating?" While that may be true, the path of cultivation isn't all about fighting and killing. Yi Tianyao withdrew her smile, gently tracing the rim of her teacup. A hint of clarity flashed in her eyes. "Though I am determined to establish my foundation, I also understand the ways of the world. I understand senior brother's feelings, but now that the Yi family is allied with the Qingyun sect, as the legitimate daughter of the Yi family and an inner disciple, my every action reflects the family's reputation. I cannot let personal feelings disrupt my judgment. Once I successfully establish my foundation and secure my position in the sect, it won't be too late to discuss other matters." In the Tiangongfang market. "This vary the amount of chi grass you want is just this much, no bargaining, or else how can I eat?" The stall owner said, helplessly standing before a delicate young woman who was biting her red lips. She was not bargaining but stammered, But 5 spirit stones for chi grass is too expensive. Get used to be only 2 low-grade spirit stones. Fairy, judging by your attire, you must be an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, right? Why are you haggling over a few spirit stones? The merchant waved his hand impatiently. The young woman was Su Wan, looking awkward. Once she was a direct daughter of a prominent family, but all her clan members died at the hands of the Xuanyu sect's people. Now she could only stay temporarily in the Tiangong Fong market with a few lucky survivors from her clan. The spirit stones and resources they needed were all distributed to them from her share from the sect. Thus she was in such dire straits. When her family was still around, she never worried about spirit stones. Even for high-grade spirit herbs worth hundreds of gold, all she had to do was give an order, and the servants would present them with both hands. But now the slaughtering blade of the Xuanyu sect shattered everything. The former pampered young lady had to endure disdain from street vendors over a mere 3 spirit stones price difference. Hi. Su Wan bit her lower lip, her lips almost oozing blood, her eyes slightly red, yet she held back the tears. She knew the merchant was not wrong. The prices in Tiangong Fong market were indeed market-driven, and recently chi grass had been snatched up by sect disciples, causing prices to soar. But she simply could not produce extra spirit stones, and behind her were 7 or 8 pairs of hopeful eyes waiting for her to bring back the spirit herbs for cultivation. Seeing her like this, the merchant felt somewhat uneasy and retracted his impatience. Yet he remained unyielding. All right, fairy, don't make it hard for my small business. It's 5 spirit stones to take it, or else sell it to someone else. There are still quite a few waiting behind. Su Wan sighed, feeling useless. She prepared to look for other merchants to see if she could buy the chi grass at a cheaper price. You are. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind Su Wan. She froze and instinctively turned around to see a middle-aged man in silk clothing looking at her in disbelief. This middle-aged man was both familiar and unfamiliar to Su Wan. After a moment of shock, she exclaimed, "Third uncle. Miss, is it really you?" The middle-aged man stepped forward excitedly. He was Su Darren, the loose cultivator who had left the Su family and wandered out. He looked Su Wan up and down, seeing her in the inner disciple attire of the Qingyun sect, her brows and eyes filled with fatigue and embarrassment, even shopping at this small vendor. There was no trace of the former noble demeanor of the Su family's direct daughter. He found it hard to believe. What has happened to you? Su Wan's nose tingled, and the grievances she had bottled up for so long could no longer be contained. Tears slipped down her cheeks, but she hurriedly raised her hand to wipe them away. She forced herself to calm down and said, "Third uncle, I escaped with a few clan members and am temporarily staying in Tiangong Fong market." She didn't want to elaborate on her predicament, but her reddened eyes had already revealed her difficulties. But soon she collected her expression of sorrow and smiled at the middle-aged man, saying, "Third uncle, how did you come to Tiangong Fong market? Are you here to buy spirit materials?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, then smiled. "Miss, it's a long story. The family encountered trouble, and this unworthy descendant ended up on the streets. Fortunately, a noble person took me in, and I help out their spending lavishly. If you don't mind, miss, you can come along and help with some tasks." Su Wan, encountering an old acquaintance, felt it inappropriate to decline his invitation. Thinking of her own destitute appearance, she decided to follow the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man led Su Wan through the bustling stalls, arriving at a bustling and prosperous commercial street where well-dressed, extraordinary-looking cultivators. Su Wan could see that the shops here sold high-grade spirit materials. The shop names carved in gold shone brightly, contrasting sharply with the crowded and noisy street stalls from before. She instinctively tightened her grip on the few remaining low-grade spirit stones in her sleeve, pausing in her steps as a sense of awkwardness surged within her. The middle-aged man stopped in front of a shop marked Ye Family. It was a spacious and elegantly decorated building exuding an imposing aura amidst the swirling spiritual energy. Seeing the character, Ye, Su Wan instantly thought of the Ye family, which had risen to prominence in the Qingyun sect. Could this be the family business of senior brother Ye? The attendant at the entrance saw him and smiled, saying, "Uncle Darren, have you returned from the spirit material market?" Su Darren hurriedly bowed, saying, "I trouble you, young man, to inform the young master that I have brought my young lady here to meet him and seek a position for her." Seeing this, the attendant noticed that Su Darren was bringing his young lady to seek a favor from the young master. After all, Su Wan looked awkward and her attire was quite plain. The Su family had been exterminated, leaving only one direct daughter alive. He responded, leaving a quick, "Wait a moment, the two of you," and turned to walk briskly into the building. Su Wan then curiously asked, "Young master?" Su Darren nodded, saying, "Yes, this Ye shop is overseen by the young master, who is only in his teens. Miss, don't underestimate the young master. He is quite shrewd." Hearing this, Su Wan thought of Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao from the Qingyun sect. Indeed, the Yi family had other siblings. While she was pondering, the attendant returned and stated directly, "My young master said, Miss Su, if you don't mind, you can take on the position of a counterclerk apprentice. What do you think?" Counter-clerk apprentice. Suwon's heart jolted, her fingers clenched tighter, and she paused in her breathing. Although she was an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, her share from the sect was meager, and she had to support the surviving clan members while maintaining basic cultivation, which had long been insufficient. Though a clerk apprentice couldn't be considered a respectable position, it could at least earn spirit stones and materials, alleviating her urgent situation. The clan members behind her would finally have hope. But on second thought, she was once a direct daughter of the Su family, living in luxury and adored by many. Now she had to humble herself and become an apprentice in a shop relying on the charity of the Ye family's young master. This stark contrast pierced her heart like a needle, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She looked up at Su Darren, who had sincere eyes constantly giving her signals and softly advising, "Miss, right now we can't worry about appearances. Stabilizing our livelihood and protecting the clan is the top priority. The young master has a kind heart and would never treat us poorly." Suwon bit her lip, not out of grievance, but from an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Indeed, she was no longer the lofty young lady of the Su family, but a destitute cultivator burdened with the lives of her clan and having to haggle over a mere 3 spirit stones price difference. She had no right to be choosy. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the surging emotions within her, slightly bowed to the attendant, and lowered her stance. "Thank you for your kindness, young master. I am willing to give it a try." At this moment, Ye Tianhui, who was cultivating in the inner chamber, listened to the report from the attendant regarding Suwon. He contemplated that since his grandfather was currently gathering cultivators and guests into the family, he might as well bring Suwon in as well, especially since the business of the shop had been thriving lately. Ye Tianhui wanted to expand the shop, but aside from their Ye family's store, the surrounding area was dominated by the Li family. The entire Tiangongfang city was now a standoff between the Ye and Li families. The Qingyun sect was weak, and the Li family had the backing of the Lingxiao sect. In this situation, it was clear that the Ye family had to suppress the Li family. Thinking of this, Ye Tianhui felt quite troubled, but the Ye family needed to observe the changes. Currently, the Ye family had a certain momentum akin to the stars surrounding the moon. Hastily intensifying the conflict would only lead to greater losses. At the Ye residence, Ye Jing was sitting cross-legged in meditation when suddenly an urgent guest rushed in to report. "Not good, Master. Young Master Ye Xian is in danger." Ye Jing's heart tightened, and the faint spiritual energy surrounding him suddenly stilled. He opened his eyes abruptly, a hint of shock flashing in his gaze, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Speak slowly, do not panic." The guest was in tattered clothes covered in splotches of blood, clearly terrified, and kneeling in the hall, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Master, it's the spirit mine task at Chitong Mountain in the west. We few brothers were ordered to investigate, and as soon as we approached the cave we encountered a horde of demonic beasts. The brothers fought desperately to break through, and I was the only one who managed to escape." He gasped for breath, his teeth chattering as he explained in fragments. "There are 2 demon kings hidden in that mountain. One is a red flame-mad lion engulfed in hellfire, its mane blazing like wildfire, and its roar can shatter rocks. The other is a massive black water python coiled in a cave, its scales impervious, spewing icy mist capable of freezing spirit iron, and its strength is utterly formidable. Young Master learned that we were trapped, and without a second thought rushed in with several guards to rescue us. But when those 2 demon kings saw the young master, they went insane, their eyes bloodshot, showing no mercy, and they were determined to kill the young master, even at the cost of their own lives." At this point, the guest suddenly knocked his head on the ground, blood seeping from his forehead as he cried out in distress. "The young master, in order to cover our escape, led the 2 demon kings into the depths of the mountains, staying behind to hold them off alone. We didn't dare to look back. Now the young master. His life or death is uncertain. Master, quickly go save the young master. If you delay any longer, it will truly be too late." As the words fell, Ye Jing's aura suddenly turned cold, and a scene from the 100th birthday celebration flashed through his mind. Ye Xian, with a beaming smile, held the red copper spirit mine, saying that he had snatched this birthday gift from the hands of the demonic beasts, and at that moment, he had cautioned his son not to be overly complacent and to never underestimate the enemy. It must be them, it certainly must be those 2 second-tier demonic beasts guarding the red copper spirit mine. Ye Jing instantly understood that Ye Xian had taken their spirit mine, and these 2 demon kings likely bore a grudge to this day. If they saw Ye Xian again, it would surely be a deadlock with no way out. Though anxious, he did not lose his composure completely. His brow slightly furrowed as he sensed the immortal willow spiritual root rooted within him. The gentle aura of the willow remained stable, giving no warning of any life-threatening crisis. This meant that although Ye Xian was currently in danger, he still preserved his life, but his situation must be extremely perilous. Ye Jing did not have time to think further, and summoned the swiftest black wind to hurry to the location. He used the immortal willow to calculate the direction, silently repeating in his heart, "Stinky boy, hang in there, your father is coming." Black wind sped through the air and soon reached Chitong Mountain. This mountain was exceedingly treacherous, with flames and cold mist intertwining, turning the entire forest upside down. Ye Jing attempted to use his divine sense to investigate the situation inside, but thick fog enveloped the area, and there was a layer of extremely dangerous spiritual power blocking him, making it impossible to probe. He patted Black Wind to dive deeper. No matter how strong the second-tier demonic beasts were, he could not pinpoint Ye Jing's direction, but Black Wind could. Its keen sense of smell could detect fluctuations in aura from 1,000 miles away. Black Wind's feet stirred up black clouds, shattering the gale in the forest, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed. Its crimson, beastly eyes were locked onto the direction of the deep mountains, dead, and letting out a low growl, clearly sensing the terrifying auras of the two demonic beasts. Ye Jing charged in with determination, not forgetting to conceal his form, so that the demonic beasts would not sense their presence. However, just as Ye Jing delved deeper, Black Wind suddenly let out a roar, and Ye Jing immediately understood. Someone was tracking them, and their concealment techniques were even more advanced than Ye Jing's. If Ye Jing allowed Black Wind to use its divine abilities, it could hide them. But Ye Jing did not know what those people's purpose in tracking him was, yet he could use them if he encountered those two spiritual beasts hidden. He would use the people following him to shake off those two spiritual beasts first. Ye Jing's gaze darkened, and he quietly gathered a strand of spiritual energy, appearing to gently stroke Black Wind's neck, but in reality, he was whispering a message. Suppressing the cold and ruthless aura, he instructed, "Conceal your aura, slow your pace, pretend not to have noticed the tracking, and head deeper into the dead." Black Wind was intelligent, and immediately suppressed its growl, the swirling black clouds around it lessening, its four hooves touching the ground lightly, like a feather. Even its breathing became long and subtle. Completely masking the pressure of the demonic beasts, it instead resembled an ordinary wild spirit dog swiftly approaching the core area, where the flames and cold mist intertwined. Ye Jing lowered his eyelids, appearing calm, yet his divine sense spread out like spider silk, cautiously probing the pursuers behind him. The opponent's concealment technique was exceptional, the fluctuations of spiritual energy nearly non-existent. If it were not for Black Wind's innate sensitivity to unfamiliar auras, he might not have even detected this shadowy cultivator. Are they rogue cultivators coming for the red copper spirit mine? Countless thoughts flashed through Ye Jing's mind, but he remained composed. Rescuing Ye Jing was the top priority. The tale behind him was indeed troublesome, but if he could leverage the conflict between these two forces, it might afford him a glimmer of hope, even allowing him to profit. He clenched his fist, spiritual energy slowly coursing through his limbs, ready to unleash peak combat power at any moment, while keeping an eye on the movements behind him and a keen focus on the increasingly terrifying auras of the demonic beasts ahead. The closer he got to the deep mountain dead, and the more oppressive the air became. To the left, the forest was ablaze, hellfire scorching the air into distortion, melting the rocks into magma. The roar of the red flame-mad lion was deafening, each roar carrying the might to burn mountains and boil seas. To the right, cold mist enveloped the mountain gorge, the biting chill freezing the branches and leaves. The hissing of the black water python was cold and piercing, and from deep within the cave there occasionally came the crisp sound of ice shards shattering. The auras of the two second-tier demon kings were tightly entangled, seemingly at odds with each other. Ye Jing arrived in the mountains only hearing the roars of battle from within, yet not catching sight of the demon kings. He suddenly felt uneasy, and at that moment the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, as if something was rapidly approaching him. Black Wind leapt up immediately, carrying Ye Jing swiftly up the cliff, escaping several feet away from their location. Boom! The mountain where Ye Jing was located erupted with a deafening sound, the entire rock collapsing. Yet Ye Jing saw not a trace of the attacking demonic beast, only feeling a stench-laden gust of wind rushing towards him. The speed was so fast that he had almost no time to defend himself, and Ye Jing was immediately taken aback. The thing attacking him could turn invisible. It could even mask its aura. Ye Jing's heart shook violently as he used his spiritual power, wielding a meteor hammer engulfed in blue flames, striking towards the area where the grass and trees had collapsed. A loud bang resonated akin to the clash of metal, eliciting a long hiss from the unseen creature. Was that the hiss of a serpent? A faint ripple of water appeared in the air, and several strands of cold mist uncontrollably dispersed, causing the withered grass on the ground to instantly fry. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the source of the disturbance, fully extending his divine sense, and finally capturing a trace of an elusive cold. The mysterious water python had surprisingly cultivated a water concealment technique, allowing its body to blend into the mist of the valley and the ambient energy. No wonder it had struck without a trace earlier. Even the black wind had nearly failed to give an early warning. It appeared to have merely a low-level cultivation, yet wielded such formidable powers. Ye Jing's heart sank as he tightened his grip on the hammer, his spiritual energy instantly enveloping the meteor hammer, commanding black wind to use its sense of smell to locate the position of the mysterious water python. He launched an attack. Black wind charged in that direction, with Ye Jing, who swung the meteor hammer, now greatly expanded, to several meters downwind. The meteor hammer relentlessly struck the invisible mysterious water python. The continuous blows combined with the impressive power of the blue flames ignited on contact, causing the python immense pain as it had nowhere to evade. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Jing twisted his wrist, sending the meteor hammer accompanied by a howling gust of wind precisely smashing down at the point where the water ripple was most intense. This time he poured all his spiritual energy into the strike, and the blue flames forcibly tore through the python's water concealment barrier. With a splatter, the concealed form completely disintegrated, revealing the mysterious water python, which was as thick as a barrel, its black scales glistening with a cold sheen, a shallow blood mark on its belly from where it had been struck by the meteor hammer. Its red vertical pupils glared fiercely at Ye Jing, exhaling cold mist, the stench of blood wafting towards him. The giant python coiled around the collapsed rocks, its tail slamming against the ground, shaking loose stones, clearly provoked to fury. Ye Jing's heart, instead of calming, tightened further. With the mysterious water python here, where was the crimson flame, wild lion? The two demon kings had clearly targeted Ye Xian, so why was only the python appearing to intercept him now? Could it be that something unfortunate had befallen Ye Xian? With this thought, his murderous intent surged, intending to control Black Wind to capture this low-tier demon beast swiftly. Suddenly a lion's roar shook the forest, flames rolling in as the black fire nearly stained half the sky red. A giant lion completely engulfed in flames charged from the depths of the forest, its target unmistakably Ye Jing. Two demon kings surrounding me. Ye Jing's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running down his back. Though his cultivation was formidable, facing two furious second-tier demon kings, a direct confrontation held no chance of victory, especially since Ye Xian was still in a dire situation. He simply could not afford to exhaust himself. Thinking of this, Ye Jing immediately changed directions, glancing towards the nearby woods, and then sneered. After watching the spectacle for so long, it was time to... With this thought, Ye Jing deliberately feigned a flaw, maneuvering Black Wind to retreat into the woods. The mysterious water python and the crimson flame wild lion, already blinded by rage, pursued him relentlessly. The roars of the lion and hisses of the python echoed back and forth as flames and cold mist rampaged through the woods, reducing the surrounding trees to ruins. Those hidden cultivators, upon witnessing this, attempted to escape, only to encounter a purplured queen bee on their path. The queen bee unexpectedly unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist, causing those few to feel instant paralysis, their meridians pierced by countless fine needles, suffering excruciating pain, and becoming dizzy. Brother, what should we do? What does that be? What's happening? Don't speak, quickly mobilize your spiritual energy for defense. The two hidden cultivators panicked, shouting in fear. One of them, remaining somewhat composed, quickly reacted, deciding not to use their concealment artifacts anymore. They revealed themselves in front of Ye Jing, appearing to be two young men in their 20s, one slightly older, whose face showed an awkward expression upon seeing. These two boys seemed to be at most at the 8th level of Qi, refining the younger one at the 6th level, and they were hardly fit to obstruct these two demon beasts. They were barely enough to be considered as a meal. Ye Jing sighed, deciding to act benevolently. He came to save his son, and did not wish to cause the death of others' sons. With this thought, Ye Jing focused his mind, and the queen bee ceased its poison, approaching the two and saying, "Follow me." The two young men exchanged glances and hurriedly followed the elder. This elder's cultivation was evidently stronger than theirs. They had initially followed him to seek the shelter of his family's concealment artifact, to delve deeper in search of the crimson copper spiritual mine. Ye Jing rode on Black Wind, witnessing the two demon beasts howl towards the sky, the ground vibrating with a deafening roar. In an instant, the ground cracked open. Countless beasts of various shapes emerged from below, mostly first tier, and above demon beasts, surrounding them in a dense swarm. "Elder, what should we do?" the older young man asked in a panic, as it was clear to anyone with eyes that they could not escape now. Ye Jing fell silent, pondering whether he should summon all the demon beasts within him for a grand battle. However, 4 second-tier demon beasts mixed with several first-tier ones would easily attract the attention of nearby sects. This crimson copper mountain seemed to be on the edge of the Gang Lei sect's territory. When Ye Jing had arrived, he had roughly glanced at the map, The Crimson Copper Mountain was adjacent to the Gang Lei sect, conveniently sandwiched between the Ling Shao sect, hinting at a boundary. Now that Ye Jing had already pledged allegiance to the Qingyun sect, causing such a commotion on another sect's territory could easily be seen as a provocation or an offense, or worse, he could be accused of hoarding demon beasts and plotting mischief. In that case, not only would he fail to save Yixian, but he would also find himself mired in sect disputes, reaping more losses than gains. Furthermore, if the Qingyun sect knew he had so many demon beasts, it might lead to further complications. They might even covet his beast taming methods, putting his family's secret techniques at risk. The roars of the demon beasts drew nearer. The cold mist from the mysterious water python had already spread to Ye Jing's feet, freezing Black Wind's limbs. The flames of the crimson flame wild lion scorched the surrounding vegetation black. As the encirclement shrank tighter, the two young men turned pale, with fear, their spiritual energy becoming chaotic. Realizing this, Ye Jing immediately summoned the shadow blade mantis he had captured from the underworld sea. This mantis could also turn invisible, like the crimson water python. He quickly thought of having Black Wind unleash the soul lock intimidation. A strong white light immediately emanated from its horn, sending a wave of heart-pounding fear through all first-tier demon beasts, including the two demon kings, momentarily freezing them in place. Ye Jing then released the shadow blade mantis and the second-tier golden corroding bug to attack. In an instant, two figures concealed in the void erupted with murderous intent. The shadow blade mantis excelled in stealthy assassination. At this moment, taking advantage of the gap created by Black Wind's soul lock intimidation, it transformed into a faint black flash, silently darting towards the side of the mysterious water python. The pair of sickle blades gleamed with a chilling light, carrying the icy aura of the underworld as they struck at the old wound on the python's belly. The scales in this area had been loosened by the meteor hammer, revealing a fatal weakness. In the instant the blade swept through, there was not a sound of cutting through the air, yet it bore the intent to kill. Meanwhile, the golden corroding bug, though no larger than a thumb, was equally vicious. This insect-type demon beast was entirely gilded, its mandibles shimmering with a corrosive glow, possessing the ability to corrode armor, specializing in gnawing at the scales and defensive methods of demon beasts. Ye Jing deliberately directed it to charge at the entire body of the crimson flame wild lion. The faint call was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Yet it allowed Ye Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and raced deeper into the dark. The crimson flame lion was the first to break free from the aftershocks of the soul-locking pressure, its overwhelming rage suppressing the heart's trepidation. It violently shook its head in an attempt to swat away the golden moth, while its massive claws imbued with the flames of a burning mountain struck the ground to force out the hidden shadow blade mantis. However, the shadow blade mantis moved with an elusive grace, constantly shifting amidst the shadows of the trees, its scythe-like blades narrowly grazing the scales of the Xian Shui giant python. The giant python howled in pain, about to summon its water concealment divine ability, only to find itself unable to hide from the relentless assault of the shadow blade mantis. The surrounding first-tier demon beasts also regained their senses, their howls echoing as they bared their teeth and lunged toward Ye Jing and the others. The two young men felt their legs weaken, yet they gritted their teeth and channeled their spiritual energy to summon their artifacts, barely managing to defend themselves. However, against the overwhelming tide of beasts, their resistance was akin to a mantis trying to stop a cart. Yet they could not help but be astonished that this old man could control so many demon beasts simultaneously, especially his mount, a majestic black hound that was actually a second-tier demon beast. This realization left them utterly regretful for having followed such a formidable elder. Ye Jing's gaze turned cold as he understood the need to avoid entanglement in battle. He barked, "Control the situation, do not let these first-tier demon beasts get close." He deliberately stressed this warning, fearing that these first-tier demon beasts might exploit any openings. The Black Wind understood his intent, its single horn glowing white before it let out a furious roar. A wave of oppressive might swept through, forcing back the demon beasts that had stealthily attempted to advance, deterring them from drawing closer. At the same time, the shadow blade mantis seized the opportunity created by the giant python's roar, its scythe plunging mercilessly into the python's old wound, chilling spiritual energy flooding into its body. This left the giant python momentarily frozen in agony. The golden moth also took the chance to bite down on the lion's eyelid, its golden mouth parts gnawing frantically, causing the lion to roll on the ground in pain. In the chaos of its fiery thrashing, it inadvertently harmed several first-tier demon beasts that had surrounded it, causing the beast horde to descend into disarray. "Run!" Ye Jing decisively commanded, guiding the Black Wind to change direction as the meteor hammer swept out blue flames, igniting a path of fire that forced back the approaching demon beasts. "Stay close to me, or do not fall behind." He deliberately sped deeper into the depths of the Qitong Mountain, avoiding the border direction of the Ganglei sect, while following the trails of the two demon kings, drawing closer to the position where Yi Xian was trapped. Behind them, the Xian Shui giant python and the crimson flame lion pursued in furious rage, their cold mist and raging flames intertwining. However, with the shadow blade mantis and golden moth holding them back, the two demon kings could not chase at full speed. They could only watch helplessly as Ye Jing and the two youths broke through the encirclement of the beast horde, darting deeper into the forest. In their flight, the older youth glanced back, still shaken, and saw that the two second-tier demon kings were entangled and struggling due to the two unassuming insects and mantis. Looking at Ye Jing, his eyes filled with awe. "Senior, your beast taming skills are simply extraordinary." Ye Jing did not elaborate, saying only, "You must leave quickly. This place is extremely dangerous." The older cultivator, seeing this, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. I am Li Jingxian, and this is my brother Li Jingming. May I ask for your name? My Li family will surely repay you." "That Li family?" Ye Jing asked in surprise. "I hope it is not the Li family that has allied with the Ling Xiao sect." Li Jingming proudly replied, "Of course. We are from the Li clan of the Tiangong Workshop City, a prominent family under the Ling Xiao sect." Li Jingming helplessly clasped his hands together, saying, "Senior, my brother and I are merely side branches of the family. Our patriarch is Li Xiuha. I wonder what connection you have with my Li family." He felt a mix of emotions at that moment, not expecting that the one who came to rescue his son would be someone from the Li family. Ye Jing's divine sense remained locked onto the pursuing enemies behind him and the aura of Yi Xian ahead. He spoke solemnly, "It is a mere, trifling matter, do not worry about it. You must hurry and leave, do not get caught up in this conflict any longer." At this moment, he was not in the mood for conversation. His mind was solely occupied with Yi Xian's safety. As the words left his mouth, he urged the black wind to quicken its pace, while simultaneously directing the shadow blade mantis and golden moth to increase their entanglement, preventing the two demon kings from getting close. Seeing this, Li Jingxian dared not linger any longer, pulling along his brother, who still wished to express gratitude. They dashed away in the opposite direction, glancing back at Ye Jing one last time. Though they did not know the elder's intentions, they realized their presence here would only bring him trouble. Having shaken off the two burdens, Ye Jing completely lowered his guard, spreading his divine sense to lock onto the faint yet familiar aura of spiritual energy. It was the unique spiritual energy fluctuation of Yi Xian, though disordered and scattered, it still fought to hold on. "Shina, hold on." Ye Jing called out softly, his spiritual energy surging as the blue flames on the meteor hammer blazed fiercely. He immediately ordered the shadow blade mantis and golden moth to avoid entanglements and instead create diversions to delay the pursuit of the two demon kings. The black winds for claws struck the ground, generating a gust of wind as its beastly might erupted, carrying Ye Jing deep into the forest. Behind them, the cold mist was intertwined with the raging flames as the Xian Shui giant python's tail shattered ancient trees, while the crimson flame lion's infernal black fire scorched the entire forest. No matter how furious the two demon kings became, they remained entangled by the two tamed beasts, unable to close in. Ye Jing was about to search through the entire Qitong Mountain when he suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. As he looked down, even the black wind beneath him trembled, emitting a terrified bark. Where they stopped was precisely where Yi Xian had vanished. Ye Jing's heart began to race as he gazed at the desolate area below, where gigantic bones stood like a forest. A terrifying force was subtly stirring within, accompanied by the familiar eerie black mist that Ye Jing recognized. Ye Jing had no time to ponder the nature of these skeletons. He immediately descended and stored the black wind in his storage pouch. He then stepped into this. As Ye Jing's feet touched the ground of the bone-forbidden area, a chilling coldness surged through his soles and into his veins. Even the protective spiritual energy he was channeling began to fry. The ground here was barren, exuding a dead gray hue, soft, yet painfully hard underfoot, as if soaked in the resentful thoughts of countless souls for 1,000 years. Xianer's aura is deepest within this dense black mist. Ye Jing frowned, immediately summoning the poison bee. Strangely, the poison bee became extraordinarily active upon sensing the eerie black mist. It seemed to thrive in this environment. Ye Jing knew this place was filled with resentment and bloodlust, and the poison bee, crafted from the 1,000 insect spell, had an innate affinity for such bizarre environments. The roar behind him grew ever closer as the cold mist of the Xian Shui giant python and the flames of the crimson flame lion had reached the edge of the two demon kings gazed at the skeletal forest before them, revealing rare apprehension in their eyes, hesitating to step forward. The shadow blade mantis and golden moth circled at the entrance of the forbidden area, staunchly blocking the path of the two demon kings. Their bond with Ye Jing was profound. They understood their master's peril and were determined to hold this line at all costs. Ye Jing ventured deeper, finding the bones increasingly dense, and he could still hear the chilling wails in his ears. Father! Suddenly Ye Jing heard Yi Xian's voice and immediately turned to look. The faint call was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind, yet it allowed Ye Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and raced deeper into the darkness carried by the black wind. Hold on. Father is coming. Ye Jing shouted in a deep voice, his words cutting through the fog. The poisonous bees around him dispersed, absorbing the surrounding black mist, allowing Ye Jing to venture deeper without relying on spiritual power for defense. As he walked further in, Ye Jing noticed that the place was not only desolate, but also littered with broken spiritual artifacts and bones resembling an ancient battlefield. Suddenly Ye Jing sensed a faint breath ahead. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his perception was extraordinary, and he immediately locked onto Ye Jing. His spiritual energy erupted without reservation, and the meteor hammer flew from his hand, blue flames swirling with the might of thunder smashing through a giant skeletal obstruction. Amidst the flying debris, Ye Jing finally spotted his son. Before him stood several broken swords surrounded by countless bones, encircling a massive skeletal beast. Black mist surged like a tide from the cracks in the bones. Yi Xian's clothes were torn, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and in his hand, he clutched a blood-red rusted iron bar. The fluctuation of spiritual energy around him flickered erratically, threatening to extinguish at Father! Father! Yi Xian's voice was weak. Shina, what happened to you? Ye Jing was startled by his appearance, stopping in his tracks, wanting to use spiritual energy to dispel the demonic aura surrounding him. But in the next moment, the clarity in Yi Xian's eyes faded, replaced by a frenzy of crimson. He roared, Father! Don't come near me! Yi Xian leaped up, seemingly under some form of control, brandishing the blood-red iron bar and charging forward. Seeing this, Ye Jing sneered, You little brat, do you still want to fight your father? He immediately took out the golden light bowl, which was currently exhibiting immense power, nurtured by the immortal willow, causing the surrounding black mist to retreat. With a loud clang, the strange red iron bar was stopped in its tracks by the golden light of the bowl, unable to advance another step. Ye Jing poured in his spiritual energy, and the golden light surged again like the blazing sun, crashing to the ground forcefully, pushing back the violent demonic energy by 3 feet. The blood-red iron bar emitted a piercing shriek under the scorching golden light, rust falling away, revealing the dark curse patterns entwined within. Yi Xian's body trembled violently in midair, his scarlet eyes swirling with struggle and pain. Oof! With such little capability, you dare to bully my son. Ye Jing raised his hand and pointed, causing the golden light bowl to shoot out several golden swords, fiercely stabbing the iron rod and slicing the chaotic black mist into fragments. Yi Xian felt his body relax, the iron bar that had caused him such pain slipping from his grasp. His eyes regained their clarity as he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He looked up at Ye Jing, the crimson in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced only by the remnants of fear and guilt from surviving a calamity. His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Father, I couldn't control myself just now. That iron bar, it was absorbing my spiritual energy and flooding my mind with evil thoughts. Ye Jing approached and used spiritual power to inspect Yi Xian's body. Seeing that his breath was steady and he was unharmed, he handed him a healing potion. It's all right now, let Father handle this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red iron bar, which had been severed by the golden light, suddenly convulsed violently on the ground, its surface shedding rust. The dark curse patterns writhed frantically, the black mist it emitted no longer chaotic, but rather sinister, as if it feared the golden light bowl's pressure, yet was also brewing a counterattack. The scattered bones around them rattled ominously, the aura of death surging even more fiercely. Yi Jing's gaze sharpened as he shielded Yi Xian behind him, the golden light bowl hovering above, its golden glow enveloping the father and son, isolating them from the surrounding cold, deathly mist. The blood-red iron bar struggled for a moment, but ultimately could not withstand the pure young golden radiance of the golden light bowl. The dark curse patterns gradually dimmed, its convulsions lessening until it finally froze in place, leaving only a faint blood glow on the surface. Ye Jing stared at the iron bar, his spiritual energy bubbling. This is not ordinary iron, nor is it a typical demonic weapon. The curse patterns are obscure and sinister, resembling some sort of evil object. How did you come by it? Yi Xian replied helplessly. Previously a guest went to search for spirit mines and encountered an unexpected danger. I came to provide support, but unexpectedly stumbled upon 2 old rivals in here. While fleeing, I inadvertently arrived at this place, and then... He paused, glancing at the quivering iron bar on the ground, his heart still filled with trepidation. After that, I felt like something was drawing me in, and I became entranced, leading me here to encounter this iron bar, and then I was controlled by it. Yi Xian looked at the iron bar and hurriedly asked, Father, do you know what this is? Ye Jing, seeing this, attempted to use the immortal willow to investigate. He saw a string of ancient characters emerge on the blood-red iron bar fragment of a high-grade artifact, soul-refining banner, soul-devouring, and seizing sustaining demons with blood. Ye Jing's expression instantly turned grave. This item is a fragment of a magical artifact. It actively attracts you because your spiritual energy is pure, making you the ideal vessel for it. It absorbs your spiritual energy and floods you with evil thoughts to completely occupy your body, breaking the seal with your bloodline to return to the world. Ye Jing, upon hearing this, stiffened, a cold sweat breaking out on his back in fear. No wonder I couldn't control my mind at the time. I knew that approaching it would bring trouble, yet I felt like I was possessed, unable to move my feet. It turns out it was such a sinister thing. Ye Jing smiled lightly. However, this is a fragment of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Our family only has low-grade artifacts and a few mid-grade ones. Seeing that this fragment has considerable power, we might as well take it back. We can have Gue Yun forge a weapon from it. Is that really possible? Won't it be too dangerous? Upon hearing his father say this, Ye Jing thought about the weapon that could seize control over him. He wondered if it would affect his wife. Ye Jing gave the boy a stern look. You little brat, of course I will thoroughly cleanse the restrictions on this blood-red iron bar before forging it. Don't you want a weapon that fits you? Ye Jing covered his sore forehead, but a smile couldn't help but rise at the corner of his mouth, the worry that had been stuck in his throat finally easing. Father is right, I was just overthinking it. He looked at the iron bar frozen in place, his eyes now filled only with caution, no longer under its enchanting spell. But this fragment is too malevolent. Cleansing the restrictions will surely require a lot of your effort. Ye Jing used spiritual energy to remove a restriction from a jade box, then stored the iron bar away. He looked at the shattered magical artifacts scattered below, and suddenly had another idea. Shinner, do you think that the task points set up by our family's guests can only be exchanged for spiritual herbs and cultivation methods? Isn't that too monotonous? Are you saying you want to take the spiritual artifacts here? Ye Jing understood immediately, but he was somewhat puzzled. These spiritual artifacts are all in terrible condition. If we want to reforge them, it will take quite a bit of effort. Ye Jing smiled lightly. No problem, I have plenty of time. After saying this, he took out several empty storage bags and flew into the air, collecting all the shattered spiritual artifacts on the ground. The immortal willow has one of the most extraordinary abilities, which is to restore broken spiritual artifacts to their original state. He certainly did not want to waste so many spiritual artifacts. There will surely be a few that are of the highest quality, and perhaps we can forge another high-grade spiritual artifact. In this region, there are too many remnants of spirit weapon fragments, and Ye Jing's storage bag is already full. Although he could put them into the immortal willow, it would take some time. Not to mention that there are still 2 second-tier demon beasts outside that have yet to be dealt with. Thinking of this, Ye Jing said, Shinner, let's go, we'll help you get revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, the two took flight on their swords towards the edge of the bone forest. At that moment, a series of violent rumblings came from the entrance of the bone forest, accompanied by the roars of the beasts and the furious howls of the demon king. The aura of the shadow blade mantis and the golden erosion insect was slightly chaotic, clearly at a disadvantage in their struggle against the Xian Shui giant python and the crimson flame mad lion. Although the 2 second-tier demon kings were wary of the resentment from the bones ahead, blinded by rage, they began a fierce assault towards the entrance, alternating between cold mist and blazing fire, determined to tear Ye Jing's body apart, even if it meant being burned by the resentment. Seeing this, Ye Jing threw out a golden light bowl to protect the shadow blade mantis and the golden erosion insect, as he had invested considerable spirit stones to raise these insects. Losing a few would cause Ye Jing great pain. The shadow blade mantis had cracks all over its left arm sickle, and the golden erosion insect's gilded shell had also dimmed, yet it still stood firmly in front of the 2 demon kings. The Xian Shui giant python was drenched in cold mist mixed with blood beads, while the crimson flame mad lion had blood dripping from its eyelids, its fur gnawed at and rendered incomplete by the golden erosion insect. Upon seeing Ye Jing appear, the 2 demon kings glared with wide eyes and roared as they charged at him. The crimson flame mad lion, its voice hoarse with fury, unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ye Jing, distorting the air in it. The Xian Shui giant python followed closely behind, sweeping its massive tail, causing the cold mist to freeze the surrounding air and form countless ice spikes that shot towards Ye Jing and Ye Xian. Ye Jing's gaze was sharp and fearless. He shielded Ye Xian behind him, gripping the meteor hammer with one hand and swinging it fiercely. The blazing blue flames erupted, instantly crashing into the flames and ice spikes with a deafening explosion. You dare harm my son and act recklessly. Today I will bury you here. He summoned the golden erosion insect and the black wind to assist him. These 2 were both second-tier demon beasts. Especially the golden erosion insect, upon seeing the ground littered with the corpses of its kind, was filled with rage, spitting out a golden sandstorm that instantly stripped away a large chunk of the crimson flame mad lion's flesh. If it weren't for the fire being weak against gold, the lion would have long been reduced to bones in this sandstorm. You beast, do you still dare to act ferociously? Ye Jing shouted coldly as his palms surged with spiritual power, the blazing blue flames on the meteor hammer becoming even more turbulent, transforming into a flame wave several meters long, fiercely smashing towards the massive tail of the Xian Shui giant python. The Xian Shui giant python's pupils constricted, and its entire body instantly solidified the cold mist into a heavy ice armor. The black wind rushed up, biting down, and the ice armor shattered into pieces. The black wind's dark moon's piercing bite had a powerful ability to break armor, and the Xian Shui giant python's defenses were simply inadequate. Its body was swept by the flame wave, instantly charred black, the excruciating pain, causing its massive body to roll violently, crushing a large number of bones, and sending bone fragments flying in all directions. The heavy ice armor was torn to shreds by the black wind, and burned black and rotten by the blue flames, the white bones of the snake faintly visible, and a hint of fear surfaced in its originally cold and ferocious vertical pupils. It wanted to retreat, but the shadow blade mantis and the fire fox which had appeared at some point completely blocked its escape route. Meanwhile, the crimson flame mad lion, already blinded by rage, was fully ignited by the horrific state of its injured kin. Ignoring the blood and flesh torn from its body by the sandstorm of the golden erosion insect, it fiercely kicked the ground with its limbs, and flames erupted around it, transforming into a fiery lion phantom that rushed at Ye Jing with its mouth wide open. Wherever the flames passed, the ground's bones instantly turned to ash, and the air crackled with heat, creating a scorching wave that made Ye Xian involuntarily take a half-step back. Father! Ye Xian clenched his fist, his eyes filled with worry, yet he forced himself to refrain from stepping forward to hinder. Ye Jing's spiritual power surged to its peak, his robes fluttering loudly, and the meteor hammer in his hand seemed like a living thing with blue flames wrapping around and ascending along its shaft. A mere second-tier demon king dares to act wild before me. He stepped out into the void, his figure suddenly accelerated, dodging the bite of the fire lion phantom, his wrist exerting force, and the meteor hammer struck down with earth-shattering might towards the head of the crimson flame. At the same time, the golden erosion insect soared into the air, surrounded by a dense swarm of small golden erosion insects. They formed a golden tide of insects, tightly entangling the limbs of the crimson flame mad lion, gnawing at its fiery fur. The black wind leaped into the air, its claws glimmering with dark purple cold light, aiming directly for the demon beast's eyes, executing a seamless combination that completely sealed off the retreat of the crimson flame mad lion. Roar! The crimson flame mad lion let out a desperate roar, trying to break free from the insect tide to counterattack, but the gnawing of the golden erosion insects specialized in breaking through spiritual defenses combined with the black wind's clawing attack. It was utterly powerless to dodge, and the next second that terrifying meteor hammer struck down again, instantly shattering its fangs and cracking its skull. At this point, the crimson flame mad lion lost all ability to resist. Ye Jing said coldly, "If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life." The crimson light in the eyes of the crimson flame mad lion surged. It raised its head with all its might to breathe fire, but its feeble flames could not harm Ye Jing in the slightest. Seeing this, Ye Jing said coldly, "It seems you are truly foolish. Black wind, kill it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black wind instantly transformed into a shadow that was almost solid, moving so fast it only left a remnant. The crimson flame mad lion expended its last bit of strength, letting out a low growl from its throat, the remaining flames on its fur flickering weakly, unable to stop this fatal blow. Poochie! The claws pierced through the lion's throat without obstruction, and the demon core was also snatched out by the black wind. The massive body of the crimson flame mad lion fell heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust and shattering bones everywhere, leaving it completely. Ye Jing flicked his wrist, coldly glancing at the trembling Xian Shui giant python, which lowered its head in fear, completely giving up all resistance and willingly submitting. He immediately used several hundred immortal lights to completely tame it, then took it into his bag. The other demon beasts, seeing this, scattered and fled, no longer daring to approach. Seeing this, Ye Jing asked, "Ye Xianer, where did you find the spirit mine in this Qitong mountain?" Ye Xian snapped back to attention at the sound, quickly walking to Ye Jing's side and pointing towards the jagged cliff hidden in the black mist deep within the desolate bone plain. With a voice still shaky from urgency, he said, "Father, it's right below that cliff on the northwest side. I tracked it down after following the poisonous bee." He noticed a faint red spiritual light seeping from the cracks in the cliff, and the fallen stones had a heavy texture, definitely not ordinary mountain rocks. It was also here that the two demon beasts were found fighting, as the second-tier Qitong spirit mine seemed to have grown mature from within. Ye Jing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield littered with debris. This place still harbors demon energy. Although the remaining demon beasts have fled, we cannot guarantee they won't return, and the spirit mine is likely hiding something unusual. Black Wind, lead the way ahead. Golden erosion insect swarms spread out to scout. If any demon beast aura is detected, report back immediately. Little You Little Chi and the Shadow Blade Mantis will guard the perimeter, setting up a warning formation. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. In roughly the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the foot of Duangu Cliff. The cliff face was precipitous, scarred with dense bone gouges and the claw marks of demon beasts. Thin strands of spiritual radiance seeped from the crevices. Drawing near, one could feel a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy, and the ground was strewn with crimson or fragments. The piece in Ye Jing's hand was heavy. Spiritual energy surged along his fingertips into his meridians. It proved to be genuine Qi Tong spirit ore, capable not only of tempering spirit implements, but also a rare ingredient for refining high-grade pills. A delighted light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as he crouched to pick up a chunk of ore. Father, the spiritual energy in this stone is so concentrated. It's several times stronger than the ordinary spirit ore we've found before. It was in truth a blessing born of misfortune. On this excursion, Ye Jing had taken 2 second-rank demon beasts, several spirit implements, and a spirit ore that seemed to hold tremendous potential. Father, should we call a few retainers to begin mining? Yi Xian asked. Ye Jing paused to consider, and replied, not yet. He'll have the Jinshi worms survey the site. First, once conditions are stable, we will proceed with extraction. Why is that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. We've already dealt with the second-rank demon beasts here. Why not just take the ore immediately? Ye Jing explained patiently. Xianer, you don't understand. Though this place is remote, the terrain is awkward. Not even Yunling would dare to swallow it whole. Ye Jing continued, I heard Qingyun's sect has been short of spirit ore lately. We will let the Jinshi worms quietly mine a batch of superior ore, and not even Yunling would dare to swallow it whole. Ye Jing continued, I heard Qingyun's sect has been short of spirit ore lately. We will let the Jinshi worms quietly mine a batch of superior ore and hide it for our private use. Then select another batch of impeccable pieces and present them to Qingyun's sect in the name of the Yi clan to curry favor with the sect master. This place is a hot potato. Qingyun will not claim it, and if they do not, we cannot openly seize it either. Yi Xian suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Father, you always think things through. My view was too shallow. How long will the Jinshi worm survey take? We can't wait here forever. If disciples from the 2 sects catch us, trouble will arise. Half an incense stick will suffice. Ye Jing glanced up at the sky. The sun leaned to the west, and the light beneath the cliff dimmed, which in turn provided the best concealment. The Jinshi worms are swift at prospecting. If the vein runs deep, they will send back a signal. When that happens, we will leave a hidden formation to mark the mine entrance, return to the clan to prepare storage artifacts, and then come back under cover of night to collect the ore. Father and son said no more. They stationed themselves on either side of the cliff base, holding their breath, alert to every sound as they awaited the return of the Jinshi worms. Wind howled through the mountains, setting the dead grass on the cliff to whisper. In the dim light, the countless bone scars and claw marks looked ever more grotesque, hinting at the savage battles that had once been fought here. Yet the two of them wore tranquil expressions in their eyes. There was only the opportunity offered by the spirit ore. Before long, 3 golden shapes shot from the fissures and alighted in Ye Jing's palm. The insects' bodies flushed slightly red. They still held shards of Qi Tong, or in their mouths, their antennae waving rapidly as they transmitted excited signals. Ye Jing closed his eyes to sense briefly. A trace of relieved laughter touched his lips as he turned to Yi Xian and said in a low voice, good news. This Qi Tong vein is far richer than we imagined. Its depth reaches 100 zhang. The reserves are staggering, and deeper still lie, or of even greater purity. There may even be other rare mineral types. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not hide his joy. He clenched the ore in his hand and exclaimed, wonderful. With reserves like this, the Yi clan's strength will grow considerably. Even if we must give a portion to Qingyun's sect, we will still profit handsomely. Do not make a sound. Ye Jing hastily signaled his son to lower his voice, quickly returned the Jinshi worms to a jade box, and sealed off their aura with a, this place is no locale for lingering. We will withdraw, fetch Qinkuan pouches and concealment talismans, and return at midnight. Before then, you must never disclose the secret of Duangu Cliff to anyone, not even trusted clan members. Keep your mouth sealed so the news does not leak and ruin this opportunity. Yi Xian nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Rest assured, father, I will not utter a single extra word. Without further delay, Ye Jing executed his technique, and with Yi Xian leapt from the cliff. After several bounds, they vanished into the dense woodland, leaving only a faint flow of spiritual radiance in the fissures, as if no one had ever been there. Back at home, Wu Guiyun paced anxiously by the gate waiting for her husband. She had known since early morning that he had gotten into danger. Because the clan still needed the forge to temper implements, she had been forcing herself to finish the work and then anxiously await news. As the sun sank westward, two figures instant transferred to the front of the house. When they landed, it was Ye Jing and Ye Xian. Wu Guiyun's eyes reddened at once, and she hurried forward in quick steps. Brother Xian, are you all right? Ye Xian hugged his wife to calm her in a low voice, then spoke seriously. Guiyun, father, and I have already dealt with those two second-rank demon kings. Though there were dangers, we are safe. This matter, however, is grave and not suitable to discuss. Having spoken, he glanced at the servants passing outside and used spiritual energy to close the main gate, adding an additional layer of sealing barrier for confidentiality. Ye Xian released Wu Guiyun, and her panic only then began to subside a little. She said, I heard from the retainers that you confronted second-rank demon beasts. My heart was in my throat the whole time. I am sorry for making you worry. That is my fault, Ye Xian soothed, wiping the damp from the corner of her eye. His tone then turned grave. This danger has instead brought the Yi family a tremendous opportunity. Father has confirmed that beneath Duangu Cliff lies an exceptionally fine Qi Tong vein, with reserves far surpassing those of ordinary veins. Wu Guiyun was startled and instinctively covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation. As the family's steward and a skilled refiner, she well understood the value of Qi Tong spirit, or even small pieces could greatly boost the clan's refining efficiency. If an entire vein were secured, it could elevate the Yi family from a modest cultivation household to the most prominent clan within a 100-mile radius. Ye Jing sat in the main seat, fingertips tapping the table, as he said in a low voice, Gin, this concerns the rise and fall of the Yi family and conceals mortal danger. Qitong Mountain lies wedged between Gang Lei sect and Lingxiao sect. This matter must not be disclosed outside our people. He was fully aware of human treachery in the cultivation world. Killing for treasure and betraying one's clan for glory were commonplace. If news of the or leaked, let alone seize the opportunity, the Yi family might not even be able to protect their lives. Wu Guiyun instantly grasped the stakes and swiftly composed herself. She folded her expression and knelt in salute. Father, rest assured. I understand the seriousness of this. I would rather rot this secret in my belly than reveal a single word. I will follow your orders. With you holding the household, I am relieved, Ye Jing said with a slight nod. He continued, Guiyun, go to the storeroom and bring out 10 medium-grade concealment talismans and 2 large-capacity storage pouches. Also bring the set of Mizong array plates I treasure. At 1:15 midnight, assemble at the ancestral hall. Travel light, and do not alarm anyone. The next day, inside the Gang Lei sect. Sect master, a disciple, has reported that the 2 beast kings in the Red Copper Mountain 100 miles away from us have suddenly vanished. Elder Yuan Zhan of the Gang Lei sect bowed and spoke. In the center of the council hall, sect master Mu Rongxiao sat majestically on the cloud-patterned stone seat, surrounded by a faint aura of thunderous energy, his brows and eyes sharp like lightning. He did not respond immediately, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, the crisp sound echoing clearly in the silent hall, causing several disciples on duty to subconsciously hold their breath. Vanished. After a long pause, Mu Rongxiao slowly spoke. Are they dead, or have they left? When the disciples investigated, did they find any traces of blood signs of a fight or residual aura from the beasts? Yuan Zhan's tone grew increasingly serious. In response to the sect master, I led the disciples to carefully investigate the entire Red Copper Mountain. There are remnants of second-tier beast blood, and the ground is covered with battle scars, clearly indicating a fierce fight occurred. However, aside from the beast's aura, there were no other spiritual energy marks from cultivators, as if the assailants had deliberately erased all traces. Mu Rongxiao suddenly ceased tapping the armrest, his narrow eyes slightly squinting as he scanned the crowd in the hall. He analyzed gravely. The Red Copper Mountain is desolate and remote, with only the Broken Bone Cliff hiding some spiritual mines. Our sect had previously sent people to investigate. However, due to the presence of the 2 second-tier beasts and the location being wedged between our sect and the Lingxiao sect, we hesitated to take action, fearing it would provoke sect conflicts, which is why it has been postponed until now. Now that the beasts have mysteriously disappeared, someone must have their sights set on that hidden opportunity. Yuan Zhan could not help but ask, Sect Master, could it be that the Lingxiao sect is behind this? Aren't they always coveting the surrounding spiritual veins? Perhaps they secretly dispatched elites to silently kill the beasts, hoping to seize the benefits. Not necessarily. Mu Rongxiao shook his head decisively. If the Lingxiao sect did this, it would only create conflict with me. I doubt they have the courage to offend me. Yuan Zhan pondered for a moment, and suddenly spoke then. Could it be some nearby rogue cultivator forces, or certain clans? However, second-tier beasts are formidable, ordinary rogue cultivators are no match, and clans lack the guts and strength for this. Mu Rongxio's voice turned icy. Rogue cultivators and clans. If it were a unknown fight, second-tier beasts could easily crush a mob. If they banded together, such a grand slaughter could not escape the notice of our sect's hidden scouts, nor could they erase all traces. Yuan Zhan's expression darkened. What the sect master said is correct. It was my failure to consider. Previously, apart from a few beasts going berserk and fighting against those beast kings, I saw not a single cultivator. Could it be that the beasts were manipulated by someone? Mu Rongxio's eyes widened in shock as he clenched his fist. If that's the case, who on earth has the power to command and fight against two early-stage second-tier beast kings? Could it be? A hidden expert happened to pass by and casually eliminated the beasts. Casually eliminating beasts. Mu Rongxiao scoffed. There are no such coincidences in the inner cores and blood of second-tier beasts are treasures for cultivation, and the hidden spiritual mines in the Red Copper Mountain are real opportunities. Such benefits would not be offered up for free by an expert. This person erased all traces of spiritual energy, clearly wanting to conceal their identity, aiming to lie low in the shadows, or monopolize the opportunities of the Red Copper Mountain. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the elders and disciples below, and commanded in a deep voice. Yuan Zhan, you will immediately lead 10 elite disciples disguised as ordinary hunters to further investigate the Red Copper Mountain. This time, do not make it public. Focus on investigating the slightest clues around the Red Copper Mountain and be cautious. If you encounter people from the Lingxiao sect, avoid them if possible. Mu Rongxiao was well aware that with two second-tier beast kings suddenly dead in the Red Copper Mountain, the Lingxiao sect might suspect that it was their doing. At the border between the two sects, this incident was extremely troublesome. Inside the Lingxiao sect, Fan Lang paced thoughtfully, looking at Li Xiuhe, standing respectfully to the side. He asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Xiuhe hurriedly replied. In response to the sect master, my useless son encountered the cultivator who killed the two beast kings. It was an old man of unknown strength riding a longhorn silver dog, seemingly possessing at least first-tier strength. Yin Lang pondered for a moment, feeling that this incident was sudden. He instantly thought of the Ganglei sect, but found it absurd. You should send a few people from the Li family to investigate nearby. Yes, Li Xiuhe responded. Wait a moment. Fan Lang suddenly called out to Li Xiuhe. This left Li Xiuhe at a loss. Does the sect master have any further instructions? Li family master, have you not taken control of the Tiangong workshop city yet? Fan Lang seemed to ask casually, but it made Li Xiuhe feel as if he were facing a great enemy. He hurriedly said, Sect master, it's because the Ye family has suddenly risen, and the Qingyun sect is secretly supporting them. I am truly unable to make progress. The Ye family clearly came from humble beginnings, yet they have inexplicably advanced in strength, gathering a group of capable individuals. Most merchants in Tiangong Workshop City have now sided with the Ye family, and our Li family's businesses have been squeezed out repeatedly, with several sources of goods cut off. He grew increasingly anxious, almost spilling all his grievances and difficulties, fearing that Fan Lang would vent his anger on the Li family and sever their ties to the Lingxiao sect. He had betrayed the Qingyun sect, bringing his whole family to rely on the Lingxiao sect. If abandoned, the Li family would be swiftly destroyed by the Qingyun sect as a warning. Fan Lang halted his pacing, turned around, and stared solemnly at Li Xiuhe. After a while he spoke, his tone bland, yet piercing to the heart. What our sect desires is results, not excuses. The Tiangong Workshop City controls half of the resource flow for refining weapons and pills in the surrounding area. If it falls into the hands of the Qingyun sect, our Lingxiao sect will be constrained in future supplies. Do you understand this? He paused, shifting his tone slightly, revealing a hint of calculation. Coincidentally, with the strange incident at the Red Copper Mountain, the Ganglei sect must also be investigating, just like us. You return and arrange for people to pursue the whereabouts of that mysterious old man, but whether alive or dead, we must see the person or the corpse. As for the Ye family, the Qingyun sect is indeed playing a clever game. With fewer clans under Yin Ling's command, he immediately set the Ye family, which has the most shops in Tiangong Workshop City, as a subordinate clan. The competition in business has transformed into a contest between the two clans. Fan Lang squinted. The Ye family only has 2 foundation establishment cultivators, while the Li family is deeply entrenched with no fewer than 5 foundation establishment cultivators under their command, more than enough to deal with the Ye family. Fan Lang's fingers caressed the black jade pendant at his waist, a cold light flashing in his eyes, his tone revealing unmasked calculation. The Ye family is merely a pawn thrown by the Qingyun sect with a shallow foundation and insufficient backing. Your Li family has the accumulation of several generations with no fewer than 5 foundation establishment cultivators under your command. If you can't even suppress a group of upstart rural gentry, what use do you have left? Li Ziyu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, his knees buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. He trembled, responding, "Sect Master, please calm your anger. I will return immediately to allocate manpower, and will definitely give you an explanation. The Li family will fight to the death to regain control of Tiangong Workshop City." "There's no need to fight to the death." Fan Lang waved his sleeve, his tone softening, but still carrying immense pressure. "The Ganglei sect is currently focused on the Red Copper Mountain and cannot concern itself with the trivial matters of Tiangong Workshop. Even if the Qingyun sect wants to intervene, they must weigh whether they can afford to offend both our Lingxiao sect and the Ganglei sect at the same time. You can proceed freely, no matter how much commotion you cause, our sect will cover for you." He paused and added, "As for that mysterious old man and the silver dog, just send trusted subordinates to investigate quietly. Do not alert the snake by stirring the grass. If we can uncover this person's details and make use of them, the Tiangong Workshop City will be but a trifle. If this person becomes an eyesore, we can remove them, adding a bit of trouble for the Ganglei sect." In the midst of the Qitong Mountain, Ye Jing sat atop the black wind, observing the groups of cultivators soaring through the sky. He quietly thought, the people from these two sects are remarkably swift. They have arrived in no time. I should leave quickly. He had already gathered enough spirit minds and need not linger here any longer. With that thought, Ye Jing rode the silver dog towards home. At the Ye family residence, upon entering the door, Yi, who managed the recruitment of guests for the Ye family, stepped forward and said, "Father, as per your instructions, I have set up a screening for cultivators around the Qinling Mountains and found several children with spirit roots." Ye Jing nodded and replied, "Bring them over and let me take a look." After receiving guests at home, Ye Jing did not forget to search for more children with spirit roots in the vicinity. If nurtured from a young age, they could potentially become loyal guards of the family. Currently, those major sects had long abandoned the rural areas, only accepting cultivators who had already begun to draw qi into their bodies. Thus, Ye Jing could seize this opportunity to win people's hearts. Before long, Yi led 5 children dressed in simple clothes into the room. The oldest was merely in their teens, while the youngest was barely 7, all of them thin, yet with bright, resilient eyes. The children, seeing Ye Jing seated in the main position surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual light, appeared timid, yet stood properly in the hall, their heads bowed, afraid to speak. Ye Jing swept his gaze over the children, condensing a strand of spiritual energy in his hand, which gradually spiraled above the heads of the 5 children. Wherever the spiritual power passed, the qualities of their spirit roots were fully revealed. Among the 2 girls and 3 boys, their talents varied. There were mediocrities with 5 spirit roots, and 1 rare girl with dual attributes of water and with spirit roots who was only 7 years old. However, being still young, her spirit roots were not completely stable. If carefully nurtured, she would undoubtedly become a strong asset to the Yi family in the future. Ye Jing's gaze fell on the petite girl. Noticing her large almond-shaped eyes and twin braids, she appeared somewhat familiar, causing Ye Jing to fall into a "Girl, what is your name?" Ye Jing instinctively asked. The little girl replied in a crisp voice, "Old Master, my name is Huang Xiaokui." Huang Xiaokui. Ye Jing was taken aback, realizing that the girl's appearance somewhat resembled his late wife, Huang Taohua. He then asked, "Where are you from? Who are your grandfather and father?" The girl obediently replied, "I am from the Huang family in Liuzuan. My grandfather is Huang Xiling, and my father is Huang Song, the second son of Huang Xiling." Ye Jing's heart jolted. He had indeed heard of his gambling-addicted brother-in-law's granddaughter. Huang Xiling had owed gambling debts and sold his 2 sons to the landlord as laborers, and later even conspired against him. However, that same day the constable Duan Peng had sent him to the guillotine, which was quite lamentable. Now, over 20 years later, the remnants of old grievances unexpectedly appeared before him, causing the spiritual energy around Ye Jing to tremble slightly. The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened. Yi noticed his father's unusual expression and was about to inquire when he saw Ye Jing slowly close his eyes. When he reopened his eyes, the tumult within had transformed into a profound calm. Memories surged like waves. Huang Taohua's bright smile, Huang Xiling's despicable face, and the scheme from years ago that nearly cost him his life, all intertwined, filling his heart with mixed emotions. Huang Xiaokui, frightened by his sudden silence, shrank her neck, merely lowering her head as her shoulders trembled slightly. Fearing she might have said something wrong, the other 4 children dared not even breathe, anxious not to offend this imposing old master. Ye Jing gazed at the girl's frail figure, noting the resilience hidden in her timid eyes, and finally sighed. He withdrew the spiritual energy in his hand, and the aura around him softened slightly, his tone losing its earlier harshness. With a hint of unnoticeable gentleness, he said, "I know the Huang family from Liuzuan. Where are your parents now?" Huang Xiaokui bit her cracked lips, and replied in a voice as faint as a whisper, "My father works as a laborer for the landlord, and wore himself out. He didn't make it through last winter. My mother remarried with my younger brother and left me behind. Only my uncle is still taking care of me." As her words fell, the hall fell silent. Yi furrowed his brows, and his gaze toward Huang Xiaokuei carried a hint of sympathy. "Enough of this." Ye Jing slowly spoke. "From today onward, you five will stay in the Yi family. Your food, clothing, and training resources will all be provided by the Yi family. As long as you are loyal to the Yi family and study diligently, you will surely have your day in the sun." Upon hearing this, the children's eyes widened in disbelief, and they immediately knelt down, their tender voices tinged with sobs. "Thank you, master. Thank you for your kindness." Ye Jing raised his hand, signaling them to rise, and his gaze settled on Huang Xiaokuei once more. He spoke in a deep voice. "Huang Xiaokuei, stay here. The others can follow Yi to get settled." Yi complied with the command, leading the other 4 children out. Only Ye Jing and the girl remained in the hall. Ye Jing said to her, "Take me to meet your uncle." Huang Xiaokuei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Ye Jing extended his broad palm to envelop her chilly little hand, the warmth from his palm spreading through her fingertips instantly, soothing the unease within the little girl. He did not disturb the servants in the manner, only calling for the black wind, letting Huang Xiaokuei sit behind him. He then mounted the dog and sped towards Liuzuan, following the direction the little girl pointed. The black wind was incredibly swift, and in no time did they arrive at Liuzuan. The village had developed remarkably well, with every household having built tiled houses, making the thatched huts at the village's end very conspicuous. At the entrance of the dilapidated mud house, 7 or 8 fierce-looking attendants surrounded it, each wielding sticks and looking quite arrogant. In the center stood a middle-aged landlord with a fat face dressed in brocade, cursing loudly while stepping on a ragged, bruised man. This middle-aged landlord was the one who bought Huang's 2 brothers. Due to poor business over the years, he had heard that Liuzuan was now protected by immortals and was thriving, so he sold his land and came to Liuzuan to scrape by with a few. He frequently exploited the slaves and laborers under him, beating and scolding them at the slightest dissatisfaction. The man was Huang Xiaokui's uncle Huang, who was in his early 40s, his back hunched from the weight of life. His tattered clothes were soaked in blood, and a deep whip mark on his arm was shocking. He tightly protected a half bag of moldy coarse grains in his arms. Even when kicked to the ground by the attendants, causing blood to flow from his forehead, he refused to let go, only gritting his teeth and groaning, his eyes filled with despair yet defiance. "The debts incurred by Huang Xilang must be paid by his kin. Your brother is dead, your niece has run away, so this debt naturally falls on you." The landlord kicked Huang Bei's chest, his fat face contorted with malice. "Do you think half a bag of rotten grain can settle the debt? You must be dreaming. Today, either bring money or hand over your niece to be sold to a brothel to settle the debt, or I will tear down this shabby house and break your legs to feed the wolves." The surrounding attendants chimed in and jeered, their sticks occasionally landing on Huang by causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose. Yet he still clung tightly to the grain, hoarsely pleading, "Lord Zhou, please grant me a few more days. I will go work to raise the money. Xiaokuei is still a child, please spare her." Previously, an immortal had come to the village, and many children had gone to test their spirit roots. Although Huang Bai did not understand spirit roots, he feared that Huang Xiaokuei would encounter harm upon returning. He thought to use this grain to beg Zhou Papi for a few more days. His brother was dead and he had to deliver double the grain, but he was utterly unable to produce it. A reprieve? I have no time for that. Zhou Papi's gaze was vicious as he raised his hand to signal the attendants to use lethal force. Huang Xiaokuei, witnessing this, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Uncle." The sharp shout instantly shattered the commotion outside the earthen house. Zhou Papi and his group of servants turned in unison, only to see an old man and a young girl standing at the door. Initially they were taken aback, but soon disdain and contempt appeared on their faces. Zhou Papi squinted his small eyes, sizing up Ye Jing. Noticing his plain clothing and calm demeanor, he concluded that Ye Jing was not someone of stature in Lu village. His arrogance surged, hands on hips, as he scolded, "Who's this old fool, daring to meddle in my affairs? If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly, or I'll deal with you." Ye Jing sneered and stepped forward, saying, "The land of Lu village and its people, when did it become your playground, you a mere outsider?" Zhou Papi immediately exploded in anger, shouting with a fierce yet cowardly tone, "Old fool, who do you think you are? Huang Xilang owes me money. I'm taking his son as my slave. By rights he belongs to me. If you want to make a name for yourself, you'd better hand over 100 taels of silver. Otherwise, don't argue with me." "All right, I'll take charge now. Oh, you still have time to run away," Ye Jing replied with a cold laugh. Seeing the old man's stubbornness, Zhou Papi immediately ordered, "What are you all standing around for? Beat him up. Get this old fool out of here, and see if he dares to meddle again." The servants exchanged glances, but emboldened by their numbers, they picked up wooden sticks and hoes and charged at Ye Jing, their fists and feet whistling through the air as they attacked the old man. Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, and those rushing servants along with Zhou Bapi felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, pinning them to the ground. Their knees crashed heavily onto the earth, bones snapping under the immense weight. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure extinguished Zhou Bapi's arrogance. He was filled with terror, his pleas for mercy escaping his lips before his cries of pain. Immortal! Immortal! Spare my life! I didn't know better and offended the Immortal. Zhou Bapi pressed his entire face into the cold, muddy ground, feeling the invisible weight bearing down on him like a mountain. The slightest struggle made him feel as if his insides would shift. The former arrogance vanished, leaving only profound fear. The servants nearby were in a pitiful state, some with twisted and deformed arms, others with broken front teeth, their mouths filled with blood. They lay on the ground, crying out for their parents, barely daring to moan too loudly. Fearing that they might provoke this living deity before them, and suffer a fate worse than death, the once noisy scene before the earthen house was now filled only with the sounds of pained groans, creating an eerie silence. "Uncle!" Huang Xiaokuei cried as she rushed toward Huang Bait, but Huang Bait, looking terrified at the Immortal, struggled to kneel, only to be supported upright by a stream of pure spiritual energy. Ye Jing simply said, "Young Huang, it's been a long time, do you still remember me?" Huang Bait was taken aback and quickly raised his head, staring at the old man in plain clothes before him. Though his face bore no signs of aging, and he appeared to be around 60, his countenance was both strange and familiar. He had seen this face in his childhood. Huang Bait trembled and called out, "Uncle." This voice, trembling and unsteady, revealed the astonishment that shook him. He could hardly believe that the Immortal, who could easily subdue the wicked and exuded an oppressive aura, was actually the uncle who had rarely shown himself in the past. After his aunt married into the family, they had separated from the Huang family. As a child, he had followed his irresponsible father to beg for money, and had only seen him a few times from afar. Though that man seldom smiled, he had never treated them harshly. Later, he and his brother were sold to Zhou Bapi by their father, and lost all contact, and decades had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhou Bapi, lying on the ground like a dead dog, was terrified to the point of turning pale. The Huang Bait he had easily crushed underfoot actually had an immortal uncle. Hearing this, Zhou Bapi's entire body trembled like a sieve, and he repeatedly slammed his forehead into the muddy ground, each impact sending dust flying. Blood began to ooze from his forehead, mixing with cold sweat and smearing his face. He could hardly fathom that the Huang Bait he had so easily bullied could actually have such a powerful relative. This was no ordinary uncle. He was clearly a living Yama sent to the mortal realm. "Immortal, spare me. Lord Huang, spare me. I was blind and foolish, I won't dare again," he cried and howled, his voice quivering out of tune. "I don't want the silver anymore, or I'll tear up the contract of servitude. I'll leave Lu village this instant and never set foot here again. Please, Immortal, show mercy and spare my life." Ye Jing tossed a jade stone enveloping Huang Bait and Huang Xiaokuei in a barrier where they could not see what was happening. Then Ye Jing summoned Shao Qi and coldly ordered, "Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red fox immediately unleashed a torrent of demon fire, soaring high into the sky, and how could mere mortals? In no time they were reduced to ashes without even a cry of pain. When Ye Jing collected the jade pendant, Huang Bait focused his eyes and noticed that all those people had disappeared, yet he did not dare to question Ye Jing, and merely stood aside motionless. Ye Jing looked at Huang Bait and asked, "Besides you, are there any other members of the Huang family?" Huang Bait hurriedly replied, "Immortal. The Huang family only has a few distant relatives left. They are all in the village." Hearing the term immortal from Huang Bait, Ye Jing felt a surge of emotion. He softened his tone, saying, "Just call me uncle. Your niece Huang Xiaokuei possesses spiritual roots and can embark on the path of immortality. You were originally kind-hearted, but were forced into such a situation by life's pressures. From now on, return to the Yi family with Xiaokuei. I have a few acres of spiritual fields here. You can manage and cultivate them with the other members of the Huang family. Becoming a guest of the Yi family will ensure you a worry-free life." Huang Bait was overjoyed upon hearing this. He suddenly knelt down and repeatedly bowed to Ye Jing, saying, "Thank you, Immortal. Uncle, I will serve the Yi family without any second thoughts." Huang Xiaokuei also knelt down, her apricot eyes brimming with tears, yet shining with hope, saying, "Thank you, Uncle." Ye Jing reached out to help the father and daughter up. He looked down at Huang Xiaokuei, noticing her upturned little face, her eyes filled with both reverence and a touch of childish innocence, which reminded him somewhat of the Huang Taohua of the past. Feeling a stir in his heart, he reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "When we return home, I will have someone help you refine your spiritual roots and ensure you cultivate well." After settling the Huang family, Ye Jing let out a long sigh. Now that the Huang family has submitted, they can be considered a branch of the Yi family. If Huang Xiaokuei cultivates well in the future, they can select one of the younger generations from the Yi family for marriage. The children will need to connect with those who have spiritual roots benefiting the lineage. The reverse fate transformation classic of the Ye family is exceedingly extraordinary. Only the direct lineages can utilize it in the coming generations to prevent it from being leaked. Ye Jing pondered this, focusing on his cultivation instead. 3 days later, a spiritual sparrow flew into the Ye family courtyard, landing on Ye Jing's shoulder, chattering away. This made Ye Jing's previously relaxed brow furrow once again. Did the Li family want to meet him, the head of the family? Ye Jing raised his hand to brush away the remaining feathers on his shoulder, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. The warm aura of an old man instantly retracted, replaced by an unfathomable pressure that made even the spiritual herbs in the yard instinctively droop their leaves. Could it be that they were sent by the Lingxiao sect? Ye Jing thought to himself that he had been cautious enough when going to Qitong Mountain. Otherwise it would have been the sect master of Lingxiao who came. He was curious about what business the Li family had in this place. In the main hall of the Ye family, Ye Xian sat in the main seat, watching a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes with a sinister demeanor. This was Li Xiaohui, the head of the Li family. Behind him followed 4 foundation establishment cultivators, each radiating a heavy aura and walking with an intentionally imposing pressure. This made Ye Xian feel somewhat uneasy. Previously, Ye Jing had participated in a trading conference led by the Li family, only to be pursued and attacked by the Li family, while Ye Tianhui was also injured by their. These incidents left Ye Xian frustrated, yet he maintained a facade of respect towards the elder. At 40 years of age, Li Xiaohui had achieved mid-foundation establishment and brought along 2 early foundation establishment relatives, signifying a formidable background. When Ye Jing arrived, he politely clasped his hands towards Li Xiaohui and said, "Head of the Li family, it has been a long time." Li Xiaohui, seeing this elder who had not met for a few years had actually reached early foundation establishment, was surprised, even though he had heard the rumors. Cultivators have a limited lifespan. The older they get, the more rigid their meridians become, and the difficulty of cultivation increases exponentially. It is a rare fortune for an ordinary elder to maintain their cultivation level. That Ye Jing could still break through against the odds was truly unexpected. However, this surprise quickly faded as Li Xiaohui stepped forward with hands behind his back, his mid-foundation establishment pressure surging dramatically. He marched directly towards Ye Jing, his tone cold and devoid of courtesy. "Ye old master is indeed fortunate. Even at such an old age you managed to strike it rich and break through. It seems the Ye family has hidden quite a few good opportunities over the years." Ye Jing's expression darkened slightly as he raised his hand to summon spiritual energy to resist the pressure straightening his back, and saying, "Head of the Li family, you jest. It was merely luck. I wonder what brings you here." "What brings me here?" Li Xiaohui snickered, his gaze sweeping over the seated Ye Jing, his eyes cold like a venomous snake. "I have come to seek an explanation. 5 years ago, an elder from my Li family was killed during a training expedition in Tiangongfang City, and the culprit was none other than your Ye family's master. Shouldn't the Ye family provide an account for this?" Ye Jing suddenly recalled the Li family cultivator who had attempted to kill him at the end of the trading conference. He smiled calmly, sipping the hot tea without a trace of fear as he looked at Li Xiaohui and said, "Head of the Li family, there are limits to jokes. When did I ever encounter your so-called elder? At that time I was merely at the qi refining stage. How could I possibly kill him?" Li Xiaohui coldly laughed. "So you had accomplices. Were they demonic beasts?" Upon hearing this, Ye Jing's murderous intent surged, and Ye Xian beside him also darkened his expression. Could it be that this remark was related to the matter of the Qitong Mountain? Li Xiaohui was certainly no fool. After exposing the truth, he lowered his tone and said, "Ye family master, why don't we have a private chat? I have some personal matters to discuss." Ye Jing glanced around at the others, nodded at Ye Xian, who despite his concerns obediently stepped back. The 2 foundation establishment guests of the Li family. "If the head of the Li family has something to say, please speak directly." Li Xiaohui used spiritual energy to set up a barrier in the room, then relaxed slightly. He coldly stated, "Ye family master, I know your capabilities, and I also understand the deep-seated enmity between our families. However, I am not a fool. I simply want to tell you that the Lingxiao sect wishes to instigate a conflict between me and your Ye family in Tiangongfang City. However, if this continues, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, I wish to propose a cooperation." Ye Jing guardedly replied, "Cooperation? Li Xiaohui, our 2 families have deep-seated grudges. Do you think I would believe your words? The Lingxiao sect's interference in Tiangongfang City is merely to completely devour this rich territory, using our enmity to exhaust each other, and then reaping the benefits. We both know that." Li Xiaohui coldly laughed. "Indeed, you're an old fox. The Lingxiao sect, those hypocrites, have long coveted the spiritual mine shops and refining resources of Tiangongfang City. However, due to the fact that Tiangongfang City is a neutral territory jointly established by the Qingyun sect, and the Lingxiao sect, a blood oath was sworn not to swallow it privately. Thus they dare not openly send troops to seize it, but can only incite our two families to fight until we are mutually injured and depleted. When that time comes, they will step in under the guise of mediating disputes and safeguarding the territory, and it will be only natural for them to take control of Tiangongfang City. At that point, do you think that cowardly and incompetent Yinling the sect master would come to save your Yi family? Previously, when the Xianyu sect slaughtered the Qingyun sect's affiliated families, killing so many cultivators and exterminating numerous small clans, Yinling did not dare to utter a word, only hiding within the sect to survive. If the Lingxiao sect truly tore the facade and forcefully seized it, he would probably still pretend to be deaf and dumb, sacrificing our small families to preserve. Previously, Li Xiuhui was afraid that his family would be the next one to be annihilated by the Xianyu sect, which is why he reluctantly abandoned his eldest daughter in the Qingyun sect and accepted the offer from the Lingxiao sect. As a result, in this world, the Qingyun sect is unreliable and the Lingxiao sect is even more untrustworthy. These families are merely pawns. Li Xiuhui had a proud and ruthless character, but throughout his life he feared nothing but was deeply concerned about the more than 100 relatives of the Li family. He did not want to see the foundation laid by his ancestors destroyed by his own hands, nor did he want the Li family disciples to become cannon fodder for the Lingxiao sect. My Li family occupies the eastern half of Tiangongfang City, while the Yi family occupies the western half. If a real fight breaks out with your backup plans, no matter how strong you are, there will be loss. Even if we win, we will still suffer heavy losses, and at that time the Lingxiao sect can just send a few inter-sect disciples to easily swallow the entire Tiangongfang City, and both of our families will become stray dogs. Ye Jing's fingertips tightened slightly around the teacup. The scorching spiritual tea went down his throat, but could not suppress the surging tumult in his heart. Li Zuhui's words struck at the core, tearing open the harsh truth of survival for small families in the cultivation world. In sect conflicts, the families are merely sacrificial pawns, a rule that has remained unchanged throughout history. He raised his gaze to Li Xiuhui, his murky old eyes flashing with sharpness. He did not rush to refute, but spoke calmly. The head of the Li family sees the escape route clearly, but a cooperation based on empty words seems too childish. Our families have blood feuds laid out in the open. Yi Tianhui was injured by your clan's disciples, and during the trading conference you even contemplated killing me. Can a mere promise of cooperation erase this debt? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Li Zuhui's expression darkened slightly, and the pressure surrounding him diminished, significantly replaced by a sense of near exhaustion. He slowly walked to a guest seat on the side and raised his hand to rub his brow, the former sinister and violent demeanor fading somewhat, replaced with the helplessness of being a family head. Yi family master, let the past grievances be forgotten. I will apologize and compensate the Yi family with 1,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? To wipe the slate clean. You speak so lightly, head of the Li family. Ye Jing slowly set down the teacup with a hint of sarcasm, his voice growing cold. The pressure emanating from his late foundation establishment Cultivation unexpectedly overshadowed Li Zuhui's earlier momentum. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing like a hawk's, locking onto Li Xiuhui. Li Xiuhui, we are both heads of families responsible for our clan's rise and fall. Do not try to fool me with these childish tricks. You fear the Lingxiao sect's schemes and the destruction of the Li family. Does the Yi family not tread carefully as well? But cooperation requires sincerity and leverage, not just a mere apology or a few spirit stones to brush aside. Li Xiuhui took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and resentment within. His once unruly brow and eyes now settled down, even carrying a hint of sincere humility. Master Yi, I know you hold considerable dissatisfaction towards my Li family. 1,000 spirit stones are merely the beginning of my sincerity, far from the whole picture. Li Xiuhui paused for a moment, raising his gaze to meet Ye Jing's, not hiding anything and choosing to lay his cards on the table. My Li family controls 3 spirit ore veins, all of which are rich deposits of mystic iron. In the future, we can sell the output to your Yi family at 70% of the original price. Additionally, the 3 alchemy shops located along the commercial street will fall under Yi family's jurisdiction, with Li family staying completely out of the matter. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Ye Jing showed a flicker of surprise. He was well aware of the importance of mystic iron, and a 70% price reduction would allow the Yi family to acquire ores at an extremely low price in the market. The alchemy hall owned by the Li family along the street was also a prime piece of real estate tightly managed by the Li family on normal days. Now willingly relinquishing it demonstrated Li Ziyu's genuine intent at this moment. Yet Ye Jing maintained his poker face, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. It was as if he was weighing his options, or perhaps exerting pressure. Li Xiuhui, you are quite willing to spend money. However, these were merely reparations to resolve old grievances, not enough to be considered bargaining chips for cooperation. With the Lingxiao sect watching closely, how could our pretended confrontation fool their eyes? If even the slightest hint of our intentions were leaked, both families would perish faster. Li Xiuhe, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, revealing his disdain for the Lingxiao sect. I have accounted for this naturally. There are only 2 supervisors sent by the Lingxiao sect, both of whom are inner disciples with high aspirations, but low abilities. Typically they only understand how to show off their power, and have no grasp of the ways of our noble families. In future commercial gatherings and territorial inspections, you and I will put on a grand performance, publicly slapping the table, and cursing at each other, even allowing the younger generations of both families to engage in symbolic conflicts merely to a point where it doesn't harm our relationship, while fooling those 2 fools. He leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice further, carrying a hint of conspiratorial coldness. Moreover, I can also deliver messages to you. Recently, the Lingxiao sect has been secretly mobilizing personnel stationed on the outskirts of Tiangongfang City under the guise of training. Their intentions. I can ascertain about 70 to 80% of the details regarding their cultivators through the spies embedded by my Li family, and I will share all this intelligence with the Ye family. If we join forces to set up defenses, even if the Lingxiao sect truly tears apart any semblance of a face, we can fight to a bitter end and not be at their mercy. Ye Jing fell silent, and the secret chamber was filled only with the steam of the spiritual tea and the steady breaths of the 2 men. He was weighing the pros and cons. While the enmity with the Li family was hard to dissolve, the Lingxiao sect was a sword hanging over both families' heads. Though Li Xiuhe was brutal, he was not a fool. This cooperation, albeit with selfish motives, was also the only lifeline available at present. The sects are unkind, and noble families can only band together to survive. This is the cruelest survival rule in the world of cultivation. After a long while, Ye Jing slowly withdrew the pressure surrounding him, picked up the cold spiritual tea, took a sip, and spoke in a tone that remained indifferent, but relented. Information sharing 30% of the red iron or 3 alchemy shops, I will accept these. However, writing off past grievances is out of the question. Li Ziyu's expression changed. Just as he was about to angrily retort, he was interrupted by Ye Jing raising his hand. Ye Jing's gaze was sharp as a knife, each word resonating clearly. The injury to Yi Tianhui, and the killing intent from the Merchant Association, we will set this account aside for now. If during our cooperation, your Li family dares to play tricks, or secretly communicate with the Lingxiao sect to betray the Ye family, then I, Ye Jing, will ensure that even if the Ye family perishes, I will drag your Li family down with me. At that time, not only will we die, but not a single descendant from either of our families will survive. The resolute killing intent surged forth, causing Li Xiuhe to stiffen, genuinely intimidated by this overwhelming aura of mutual destruction. He understood Ye Jing's character. Though he appeared gentle, he was actually ruthless, and would follow through on his words. I, Li Xiuhe, swear by the ancestors of the Li family that this cooperation will have no ulterior motives. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down, and may my entire family meet an untimely end. Li Xiuhe gritted his teeth, and swore, his voice carrying a determined resolution. As long as we survive this tribulation, once the threat of the Lingxiao sect is removed, we can slowly settle the old accounts between our 2 families in the future. Ye Jing looked into the sincerity and fear in his eyes, and finally nodded slowly. All right. I will trust you this time. After the 2 family heads argued in the hall, Ye Jing lifted the restrictions. Li Xiuhe, with a gloomy face, pretended to be extremely dismissive and angry, shouting, "Just wait and see." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left, filled with rage. Seeing that the discussion inside was over, the worried Yi Xian rushed in. "Father, are you all right?" Ye Jing maintained a serious expression before sighing. "This Li family head does have some guts. I thought he would continue to be confrontational with my Yi family." Under Yi Xian's confusion, Ye Jing slowly recounted what Li Xiuhe had said, surprising Yi Xian as well. "Father, does this mean that the Li family head knows you can control beasts? He is wary of our Yi family, and does not want to become cannon fodder for the sect to fight." Ye Jing nodded, and then sighed. "However, those sect leaders are not fools, and cannot be fooled for long." He continued, "But we still need to perform this act well. Shinner, for the time being, you should personally lead a few trusted individuals to keep an eye on the movements of the Merchant Association and the Irvanes. On one hand, cooperate with Li Xiuhe to enact this act of rupture during commercial gatherings and territorial inspections. Fight when it's necessary, and create a ruckus, ensuring that the 2 supervisors from the Lingxiao sect firmly believe that our 2 families are at odds. On the other hand, secretly gather personnel, and reinforce the protective formation of the Yi family's mountain. You must verify every piece of intelligence sent by Li Xiuhe regarding the Lingxiao sect, ensuring there are no mistakes." Yi Xian felt a jolt in his heart as he looked at his father's calm, yet fierce demeanor, instantly understanding the dangers and calculations behind this alliance. "Father, rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter properly, and will not leak a single hint of our plans. Shinner, I must retreat for a while. I will leave the family matters in your care. By the time I exit my seclusion, both you and Ye should be ready to break through to Foundation establishment. Ye Xian was taken aback observing the fatigue on his father's face, feeling particularly pained. The stability of the family now depended entirely on Ye Jing's exhausting management. He also began to prepare for his own seclusion. Currently, he was merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment and needed to climb another level. For the past few days, he had been managing family affairs, establishing clan rules, tallying businesses, and so forth, and Ye Jing had not closed his eyes for half a year. If it weren't for his Foundation establishment cultivation supporting him, he would have collapsed long ago. Now playing a role with the Li family was not difficult, which is why Ye Jing felt assured in handing over the subsequent matters to Ye Xian. Ye Xian immediately clasped his fists and said, "Father, I will remember this." Ye Jing nodded in satisfaction, discussing the family affairs and the minutiae in detail. Firstly, treat the loyal and sincere members of the family well, but be wary of untrustworthy individuals. Those from the collateral branches with ulterior motives, or who are wavering, must be warned and intimidated. Never show mercy, lest disaster arise from within. Secondly, as the elder brother, you must both discipline and protect the Ye family's younger generation, who are all branches of the same tree. You must absolutely not allow any rifts among kin, giving the enemy a chance to exploit. Thirdly, one cannot stand without trust. One cannot thrive without integrity. In forming an alliance with the Li family, trust is superficial, but vigilance is essential. Do not breach the contract nor relax your guard. Should the Li family show any signs of betrayal, immediately sever ties to survive, and do not become entangled in battle. Fourthly, while you preside over the family, you must remain as stable as a mountain. Think thrice before acting, never act rashly, speak recklessly, or trust. You must be strict in educating the younger generation, avoiding indulgence in women and pleasures, prioritizing the refinement of the heart and cultivation. Having said this, Ye Jing leaped away, heading straight for the cave dwelling. He began to practice the Qingyu Qingfeng Jua technique that harmonized with his spiritual energy, allowing it to circulate around his body. This technique, intertwined with spiritual energy, caused the flow of energy within his body to suddenly change its trajectory. The once fierce and aggressive spiritual energy now flowed gently along the incantation, like a soft breeze gliding, without a trace, meandering through his meridians, transforming from sheer brute force to a more agile and ethereal movement. Ye Jing sat cross-legged on a blue stone within the cave, his eyes slightly closed, fingers forming seals, as he drew the wandering wind-attributed spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth into his body. The surrounding air trembled slightly, with tiny azure light points swirling like feathers, penetrating his pores and merging with his own spiritual energy. At first, there was some stiffness. After all, he had been practicing aggressive techniques for years, and his meridians were accustomed to overwhelming strength. This gentle and prolonged method of operation nearly left him unable to control his power. He calmed his mind, dispelling distracting thoughts, and gradually adjusted his spirit and essence, intertwining with the wind spirits of heaven and earth. According to the incantation, he used his spirit as a guide and spiritual energy as a medium to condense the first wisp of Qingyu energy. In a moment, the Qi Si in his dantian shimmered with azure light, and a slender yet resilient stream of azure energy gradually took shape, resembling a half-wing gently vibrating with a force as if it could pierce the void. Ye Jing focused intently, condensing this Qingyu energy within his body. The body technique he had practiced before the Pilai, Yanzhu had already fully tempered his body, and now with this Qingyu energy. It felt as if the wind met fire with the spiritual energy roaring to life, making his body, which had not absorbed spiritual energy for many days, feel as if it were floating. He combined it with medicinal herbs, drawing in energy and cultivating with remarkable ease. At this moment, Ye Xian, due to Ye Jing's instructions, managed the clan affairs in an orderly manner, basically functioning normally. Except for his ongoing rivalry with the Li family, life was relatively easy. Until a year passed swiftly. On this day, while Ye Xian was discussing how to allocate the Jinling rice fields among the branch families, the long-absent Yun Jian suddenly arrived on a flying sword. This startled Ye Xian, and he hurriedly welcomed Yun Jian into the main hall. Seeing Yun Jian's face filled with joy, he immediately asked, without waiting for Ye Xian to inquire, "Ye family head, I have come with good news." Ye Xian was taken aback, unconsciously tightening his grip on the teacup, full of doubts in his mind. Since Ye Jing had gone into seclusion to cultivate and neglected clan affairs, he had been entrusted with the head of the family, bearing a heavy burden. Over the years, the Ye family had barely maintained their footing thanks to materials like Jinling rice. They had to act theatrically with the Li family, while making timely offerings to the Qingyun sect, living on thin ice with no room for joyful events. He suppressed his emotions and stood up, cupping his hands in salute, saying, "Senior Yun Jian, you jest. The Ye family seeks only to live in peace at present. It is already a blessing to safely make our offerings. I hope the senior will clarify and not tease me further. Yun Jin laughed even more heartily at these words, gesturing for Yi Xian to sit down. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice and revealed the truth. Yi family head, you may not know this, but the Shuangyue sect has actively sought connections with the Qingyun sect, specifically requesting to arrange a marriage for your eldest son Yi Tianhao. This statement sounded like thunder, and Yi Xian struggled to suppress his shock, his voice trembling slightly. Shuangyue sect. Is what you speak true, senior? That is a prestigious sect with profound heritage and numerous disciples. How could they possibly be interested in a mere member of the Yi family? Although the Shuangyue sect was comparable in strength to the Qingyun sect, it was filled with female cultivators, and their techniques relied on the clear and agile spiritual energy. Yet common clans would break their necks trying to establish even a fraction of connection, and now they were actively proposing marriage to the Yi family. Such an honor would be rare, even for the top families in the region. Yun Jian noticed his reaction and smiled, nodding in affirmation. It is indeed true. An elder from the Shuangyue sect personally came to discuss, stating that they value Tianha's exceptional roots and extraordinary talents, considering him a suitable match for one of their inner disciples. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's mind momentarily went blank. In the ancient realm, there were 4 prominent sects: Lingxiao, Gonglei, Qingyun, and Shuangyue, with Lingxiao and Ganglei being the strongest, and Qingyun and Shuangyue following closely behind. Now Tianhao was already a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the sudden proposal could very well mean an alliance between the two sects, thus sending his eldest son out as a representative. Yi Xian looked solemnly at Yun Jian. Senior Yun Jian, this matter is of great importance. My Yi family is merely a small secular clan under the Qingyun sect. What virtue or ability do we possess that could prompt the Shuangyue sect to come here personally with a marriage proposal? Yun Jian stroked his beard and smiled. Yi family head, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Are you not pleased? This rhetorical question caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble. He hurriedly replied, I just find it a bit too sudden. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the ancestor to come out of seclusion before discussing this? Yun Jian's smile faded slightly, his stroking of the beard slowed, and his gaze fixed on Yi Xian with an undeniable meaning. Your ancestor Ye Jing has been in seclusion for over a year now, and no one knows when he will emerge. The Shuangyue sect is extremely courteous and sincere, but will not wait indefinitely. As the intermediary, the Qingyun sect will be sending someone to visit in 3 days. By then this marriage proposal must be agreed upon. Yun Jian spoke directly, emphasizing that this marriage was something both sects had agreed upon, and the Yi family had to comply. Yi Xian, feeling helpless, slowly bowed, and said, Senior, I understand your words. May I go meet Tianhao? Yun Jian finally smiled warmly, raising his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Yi family head is a wise man. If Tianhao can attain the favor of the Shuangyue sect's inner disciple, it is his fortune, and also a blessing for the Yi family. If the two sects become friendly, your Yi family can truly solidify its standing in this ancient realm, and no one will dare to easily insult you again. Yi Xian merely nodded slightly in response. Then they took to the skies on swords, accompanying Yun Jian to the Qingyun sect. In less than half a stick of incense, the towering gates of the Qingyun sect came into. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the hall stood in neat rows, the rich spiritual energy palpable. The disciples moving about were all tall and poised, exuding the dignity of a great sect. Yi Xian followed Yun Jian through layers of restrictions without any hindrance, evidently having arranged everything beforehand. They finally arrived at the secluded area in the back mountain where a bamboo house hidden amongst spiritual bamboos stood, and they came to a halt. Tianhao is here. I shall not enter, Yun Jian said gently outside the bamboo house. Yi Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his swirling emotions, and pushed open the bamboo door. Inside, the spiritual energy was thick, and Yi Tianhao sat cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a faint glow of spiritual light, clearly still, in seclusion and recuperation. Upon hearing the noise, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through them, softening the usual coldness, and adding warmth that only father and son could share. Father, what brings you here? Could something have happened in the clan? Yi Xian had not seen his eldest son for a long time. Looking at his son's mature face, he could not help but recall the days when they practiced martial arts together during their time as warriors. He stepped forward and playfully punched Yi Tianhao on the shoulder, saying, Well done, you. When did you manage to connect with such a prestigious sect like the Shuangyue sect? You've made me anxious. Yi Tianhao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden punch from his father. He then managed a helpless smile, saying, Father, have you found out? Yi Xian sat down helplessly and said, Why have you suddenly decided to marry a female disciple of the Shuangyue sect? Is it because the Qingyun sect has sent you on this mission? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhao instinctively glanced outside before replying, Father, what is wrong with that? Our family is currently dependent on the sect. If someone from our clan can marry into the sect, it is indeed a good thing for both me and the family. That may be true, but it is too sudden. Your grandfather is still in seclusion, and such a significant matter is. Ye Jing sighed at this point. Father, there is no need to worry about this. I have my reasons. Moreover, the female disciple from the Shuangyue sect, named Yu, she is personally taught by the sect master. Her qualifications, appearance, and cultivation are all top tier among her peers. She did not choose a husband randomly, she personally selected me from among the many disciples of the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect and the Shuangyue sect intend to join forces to counterbalance the Lingxiao sect and the Ganglei sect. This marriage is an unspoken alliance between the two sects. Ye Jing understood that now, with Ye Tianhao being the most qualified disciple in the Qingyun sect, it was a match made in heaven to pair him with a woman from the Shuangyue sect. It would also strengthen the bond between the two sects, which was certainly beneficial. However, the Yi family knows very little about the Shuangyue sect, and fears that this distinguished disciple might look down on Ye Tianhao. But this is ultimately a matter of your lifetime. Ye Jing couldn't help but say. Ye Tianhao gently shook his head, a calm smile appearing on his lips as he replied, Father, do not worry. Emotional entanglements are secondary on the path of cultivation. Since it is the sect's command, Tianhao will naturally comply. Moreover, that girl is said to be a foundation establishment cultivator, her talent not inferior to mine. It is a good match. With this, Ye Jing had nothing more to say, and simply nodded, saying, Very well, since you are already aware of the implications, I shall say no more. When will you marry that girl? But let me make it clear up front, a member of the Yi family must not become a son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ye Tianhao's expression darkened slightly. The faint aura of foundation establishment around him stabilized, and he spoke with absolute certainty, Father, rest assured there is absolutely no possibility of becoming a son-in-law. Although the Shuangyue sect is a major sect, they understand the rules of marriage. This union is an alliance between the two sects. I am a core disciple of the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, and the legitimate son of the Yi family. It is only Yu Shi who will enter our Yi family. There is no way I would lower myself to join the Shuangyue sect. Ye Jing's tense expression eased slightly as he traced the wood grain on the table with his fingertips, still unable to hide his worries. It is not that I do not trust you, but the hearts of people in the cultivation world are unpredictable. The Shuangyue sect is far in the West Ridge, and has always acted coldly and rigidly. Yu Shi, being the sect master's personal disciple, must undoubtedly be proud. Although you are doing this for the family and the sect, if you were to suffer grievances, even if the Yi family is weak, we will not let you bear it alone. He paused and lowered his voice, his eyes filled with the concern of an elder. Before your grandfather entered seclusion, he instructed that the Yi family must uphold its dignity. Even if we are to ally with sects and engage in marriage, we must not lose the respect of the Yi family. If the Shuangyue sect dares to belittle you or the Yi family, even if it offends both sects, I will use all my cultivation to seek justice for you. Ye Tianhao felt warmth in his heart, and stepped forward to support his father's arm, the smile on his lips becoming steadier, yet tinged with affection. Father, you worry too much. Though this marriage seems like I am passively accepting it, I have my own plans. Ye Jing raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked at his son. Oh. Do you have other plans? Is there some hidden truth behind this marriage? Ye Tianhao cast a glance at the tightly closed door before speaking softly, his tone growing colder. Recently, the Lingxiao sect and the Ganglei sect have been frequently encroaching on the outer resources of the Qingyun sect. The alliance between the two sects is growing stronger. The Qingyun sect is struggling alone, and the only way to balance it is to ally with the Shuangyue sect. He scoffed lightly, a hint of indifference crossing his eyes. Cultivation is inherently an act against the heavens, and emotions are merely shackles. My relationship with you, she is merely one of mutual benefit. She helps me stabilize the relationship between the two sects and accumulate sect qualifications, while I help her connect with the Shuangyue sect to seek cultivation opportunities. That is all. After their discussion, Ye Tianhao sent off his somewhat worried father. Soon Yunjin entered smiling as he asked, Tianhao, how did the discussion go? Ye Tianhao simply nodded, and said, I will follow the sect's arrangements. Li family. Li Xiuhe, who was currently playing chess with his eldest son Li Jinzhao, paused, as his black piece fell. Li Xiuhe, who was currently playing chess with his eldest son Li Jinzhao, paused, as his black piece fell. Surprise finally appeared on his face. How can a rural family like the Yi family have such good fortune? Li Jinzhao exclaimed in disbelief. This prompted Li Xiuhe to smack his son's head with his fan, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? The Yi family has been hiding for many years deeper than anyone else. That old fox Ye Jing is cautious step by step. Such good fortune is well deserved. Li Jinzhao rubbed his head, appearing unconvinced, but dared not retort, and could only sit down reluctantly. Father, it's only been a few years, and the Yi family has reached this point. Are we Li family going to be surpassed by them? Our Li family disciples are not inferior to theirs. Why hasn't the Lingxiao sect arranged a marriage alliance with the disciples of our Li family? You little brat. Are you trying to say you're not stupid enough? Li Xiuhe felt concerned about his eldest son's intelligence. The Shuangyue sect is willing to marry their daughter not because they value Yi Tianhao, but because they value the power of the Qingyun sect. They want to use the Yi family as a pawn to intervene in the market of the Tiangong workshop and balance the Lingxiao sect. Li Jinzhou's eyes flashed with impatience. But our family has just formed a secret alliance with the Li family. Now the Yi family can rely on the Shuangyue sect. If the Yi family rises in power, will our Li family? He abruptly stood up saying, "Then father, should we prepare in advance? Let's inform the Lingxiao sect saying that the Yi family can control beasts and ruin the Yi family's chances, letting them suffer losses." You fool. Li Xiuhe slammed the stone table, causing the pieces on the chessboard to tremble. He glared at his son, his tone filled with a sense of disappointment. If we sabotage them now, we would be destroying our own wall. The Lingxiao sect would then profit from it, first eliminating the Yi family, and then swallowing the Li family. We would have no place to die. At this point he felt fortunate, saying, "Fortunately, before I sent someone to assassinate Ye Jing, I discovered that he, a full Qi refinement cultivator, managed to kill the Foundation establishment elder I sent. Such a person who crosses borders to kill is not easy to deal with. I will negotiate cooperation with the Yi family first. Otherwise, if we truly listen to the Lingxiao sect and oppose the Yi family, we won't even know how our Li family will meet its demise." Pieces that fell from the stone table rolled across the ground, black and white stones intertwined on the blue stone slab, resembling the current turbulent situation in the Tiangong workshop. Li Jinzhao was startled by his father's shout, his body stiffening. The straightened back instantly slumped down, and the hand that was covering his forehead dropped to his side. The impatience on his face faded significantly, leaving only "Father, I was just a bit anxious." He stammered, his eyes flickering as he dared not meet Li Ziyu's cold gaze. Our Li family has taken root in the Tiangong workshop for 100 years. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Watching the Yi family rise from a small rural clan to the point where they can connect with sects, my son feels quite frustrated. Li Xiuhe took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his chest. He traced the patterns on the edge of the stone table with his knuckles, his eyes swirling with calculations and caution. He bent down to pick up a fallen black stone, pinching it so tightly that his fingertips turned white as he said in a low voice, "Anxiety. The more it is such a time, the less we can be anxious. The Yi family may seem glorious now, but in reality, they are walking on the edge of a knife. The Shuangyue sect, and the Qingyun sect, which one truly treats him sincerely. They are merely using each other as pawns. Within the Frost Moon sect, a thin layer of snow blankets the ground year-round, with cold air swirling among the towering peaks. The palaces are constructed from white jade, glistening, yet emanating an aura of coldness that repels any approach. Inside the main hall of the Cold Moon Palace, the fragrance of sandalwood wafts through the air, unable to dispel the chill within. Standing inside is Yushiji, dressed in a moon-white long gown, her slender waist and snow-like skin accentuated with her raven hair, simply pinned up by an icy jade hairpin, her exquisite beauty indeed captivating. At the main seat, the sect leader of the Frost Moon sect, Gui Suer, dressed in dark robes, sits upright, her gaze falling upon the disciples below, carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Yushiji, do you truly agree to this matter?" Gui Suer spoke, her voice as cold and clear as shattered jade. Though Yi Tianhao is a direct disciple of the Qingyun sect, the Yi family is ultimately a small secular clan dependent on the Qingyun sect. You are my personal disciple, the jewel of our sect. Lowering yourself to marry him would be a humiliation. If it weren't for the Qingyun sect's insistence on sending a direct disciple for collaboration, she wouldn't have wished to sacrifice her own disciple. Yushiji lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting a shadow of coldness, her tone flat and devoid of any emotional entanglement. It was as if she were discussing a sect transaction. There is no humiliation. Though the Qingyun sect is weak, its foundation is not shallow. I have met Yi Tianhao in the Minghai realm. He possesses a steady temperament and exceptional talent, certainly not an ordinary person deserving of this union. She paused, raising her gaze to meet the sect leaders, her eyes clear yet sharp. Furthermore, the Lingxiao and Ganglei sects are pressing hard. Our Frost Moon sect has remained in the Western Ridge for too long. If we do not take advantage of the Qingyun sect to intervene in the Tiangong workshop market, we will eventually be devoured by the two sects. This marriage arrangement is my way of paving a path for the sect. Several elders beside her exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The Frost Moon sect has always prioritized sect interests over personal feelings, and Yuziji's clarity alleviated some of their concerns. Only one elder with white hair frowned slightly, reminding her, though that is true, the Yi family has a fiery temperament. They previously sent word clearly refusing the marriage. If we appear to be pressuring them, it may escalate into conflict, ruining the alliance between the two sects. Gue Sewer chuckled softly. The Yi family indeed has backbone which I admire. If they were a spineless family their attachment would be of no use. She looked at Yushiji, her tone softening slightly. You and Yi Tianhao are both cultivators, romantic feelings are but illusions. You can rely on each other without truly investing your hearts lest you find yourselves entangled and hindered on the path to greatness. I will remember the sect leader's teachings, Yushiji replied, bowing respectfully, her posture as upright as a cold pine, lacking the shyness of a bride, instead displaying the composure of one assuming a duty. Once the wedding date is set, I will immediately head to the Qingyun sect to marry Yi Tianhao. During that time, I will entrust the sect's matters to my senior sister, ensuring that personal affairs do not delay the sect's grand plans. Gue Sewer nodded with satisfaction, waving her hand to dismiss her. Go prepare your dowry. It need not be extravagant, but it must reflect the dignity of our Frost Moon sect. I will send 2 Foundation establishment elders to accompany you for your protection. Yushiji acknowledged and stepped back, her footsteps steady as she exited the Cold Moon Palace. Outside, the wind and snow surged, billowing through her moon-white gown, yet failing to disperse the indifference in her eyes. She stood atop the cold peak, gazing eastward towards the Qingyun sect, her fingers slightly clenched. While others regarded her as a pawn of the sect forced into marriage, only she knew that her choice of Yi Tianhao was motivated not only by sect interests, but also by a hint of personal desire. The eye soul technique she practiced required the harmonizing of yang energy, and Yi Tianhao, a sword cultivator, was wholly dedicated to his training, never allowing a woman to disrupt his primal essence. Compared to those from noble families, he was her best choice, perfectly suited for her to cultivate the eye soul technique through this union. 1 month later, red silk fluttered throughout the Yi family, stretching from the bluestone steps at the entrance all the way to the main hall. As this marriage involved the eldest grandson of the Yi family coupled with a union with the Frost Moon sect, it was quite a grand. The estate was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, servants bustling about. Yi Xian, clad in a dark red brocade robe, showed a slight easing of the worry in his brow, though his heart remained tense as he and his wife Wugun received the congratulatory guests from the sect and surrounding noble families. This was the first time so many noble families had come to congratulate during the Yi family's open-door policy, and even Yi dared not slack in handling the wedding arrangements with his wife Lu Xiang. In the inner courtyard, Yi Tianhao, now finally home, donned a vibrant red wedding robe. His hair was tied up, further accentuating the sharpness of his handsome features. Wu Guyun gazed at her son, now 22, who was about to start a family, her eyes glistening with tears. Tianhao, your mother knows you are devoted to your path, and indifferent to these worldly marriages. Although this union is for the greater good of the 2 sects, you must not let yourself be wronged. She paused, observing her son's handsome, yet joyless countenance, letting out a gentle sigh. The Frost Moon sect is far in the western ridge, perpetually snow-covered, and known for their cold demeanor. Miss Yu is the sect leader's personal disciple of noble status. Your character is straightforward. If you find compatibility with her, treat her well. If it proves difficult, there is no need to force it. The Yi family will always be. Yi Tianhao lowered his gaze to his mother's reddening eyes, and spoke softly. Mother, do not worry. I understand in my heart. Wu Guiyun, feeling a sense of concern, said no more. She pulled over 2 young boys dressed in red, both sharing the same appearance. They were the twin brothers Yi Tianqi and Yi Tianfeng, born to Lu Xianglan. To bring good fortune, the 2 youngest twins of the family came as auspicious children to welcome Yushiji. It was a pity that Ye Jing was currently in seclusion, and even Tian Yao was said to be occupied with his foundation establishment, leaving them absent. They were the ones closest to Yi Tianhao. Upon thinking of this, Wu Guiyun let out a helpless sigh. A respectful voice of a servant came from outside, announcing, "Young master, madam, the welcoming procession from the Frost Moon sect has arrived." Meanwhile, from the direction of the western ridge, a procession of Frost Moon sect disciples dressed in moon-white robes with ice patterns guarded a wedding carriage entirely sculpted from cold jade, slowly entering the territory of the Qingyun. Surrounded by an aura of coldness, the wedding carriage remained untouched by the bright sunlight, not melting a bit. The carriage curtains were tightly closed, obscuring the person inside, yet evoking awe among the passing cultivators, their reverence evident in their expressions. Inside the wedding carriage, Yushiji maintained her usual cold demeanor, now clad in a large red bridal gown embroidered with ice lotus designs. The icy jade hairpin had been replaced with a phoenix hairpin adorned with pearls, yet her chilling aura remained unmasked. She closed her eyes to regulate her breath, her thoughts not on the wedding, but rather on subtly sensing the position of Yi Tianhao's aura. Yushiji, we are approaching the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect, and the Yi family's welcoming party is all. The accompanying foundation establishment elder reported softly, his tone tinged with respect. Although Yushiji is a disciple, she is a personal disciple of the sect leader, and a key figure in this alliance, so no one from the Frost Moon sect dared to slacken. Yushiji slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of icy blue light flashing beneath them, and replied lightly, "Understood." She lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, gazing at the tall figure standing beneath the red silk, not far away. The man dressed in wedding attire had a cold and stern expression, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. It was none other than Ye Tianhao. In the instant their gazes met, there was no flutter of romantic feelings, only the mutual scrutiny of two cultivators, as if assessing an evenly matched bargaining chip or confirming each other's hidden cards. Ye Tianhao stepped forward, his stature tall and straight, extending his hand to signal her to descend from the wedding carriage, his voice steady and even, "Miss Yue, you've had a long journey." Without affectionate titles or unnecessary pleasantries, they adhered strictly to the formalities of sect etiquette. Yushiji inclined her head slightly, responding through the curtain, "You are too kind, young Master Yi." The brief 4 words were as cold as ice, perfectly reflecting her nature. The welcoming procession moved forward slowly, a blend of red silk and icy air, where celebration clashed with chill, creating a scene both strange and harmonious. Ye Tianhao's hand hanging by his side paused slightly. Within the red veil, that hand of Yushi, as white as jade, reached out, feeling as if she was touching a piece of ice, causing him to shiver with rare This made Yushi unable to suppress a laugh. "Senior brother, have you never held a woman's hand? Why are you so fidgety?" Ye Tianhao cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. "Please." Yushi gazed through the veil, covering her head, her eyes sweeping over his firm shoulder line. This man was tall and straight, exuding pure and robust yang energy, even more so than when she first met him in the underworld sea. Thinking of this, her delicate body swayed slightly, her heart becoming a little restless. At that moment, 2 handsome young men approached with a brocade box, their crisp voices ringing out, "Sister-in-law greetings." Yushi glanced down and noticed these 2 young men had slightly softer features compared to Ye Tianhao, their eyes also carrying a hint of gentleness. They seemed to have already reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, indicating they had been cultivated from a young age. She nodded, raising her hand to take the heart knot presented by the 2 young men, pulling it together with Ye Tianhao. In the main hall of the Yi family, it was also filled with distinguished guests. The head of the Yi family, Yi Xian, sat in the main seat, flanked by Yunling, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, and Jia Sha, an elder from the Frost Moon sect. Guests from various families were lined up on both sides, their gazes fixed on the newlyweds in the center of the hall. The officiant's loud voice announced, and the wedding ceremony proceeded according to the rules. After 3 bows and 3 promises, the wedding was considered complete. The 2 newlyweds were then directly sent to the bridal chamber. The remaining task was Yi Xian offering congratulations to the arriving guests, followed by a grand banquet to entertain them. Yunling also stood up, wearing a joyful expression, and said to Yi Xian, "Yi family head, this is indeed a happy occasion. However, matters in the sect are complex, so I cannot stay for long." Yi Xian nodded and cupped his hand, saying, "Not at all, it is a great honor for the sect leader to attend my son's wedding amid your busy schedule." Yunling laughed heartily, declining Yi Xian's offer to stay, recalling that Yi Xian had sent many rare spiritual ores to the Qingyun sect. Moreover, with the alliance between the Qingyun sect and the Frost Moon sect through marriage, he no longer had to fear the Lingxiao sect, which naturally brought him joy. Elder Jia Sha from the Frost Moon sect, however, was different from Yunling. She wore a proud expression, merely uttering a few words of blessing before leaving. Yi Xian was quite relaxed, focusing solely on the banquet preparations. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Ye Tianhao felt a bit nervous as he lifted the golden scale to unveil Yu Zai's veil, revealing a stunning beauty beneath. However, the familiar phoenix eyes made him somewhat surprised. This woman was the disciple who had once saved him in the underworld sea. Yu Zai's red lips curled slightly as she sweetly said, "Husband, are you so captivated by my beauty that you've lost your soul?" Saying this, her spiritual power surged, seemingly wanting to use charm techniques to perplex Ye Tianhao. Ye Tianhao, feeling helpless, said, "Miss Yue, you seem to be scheming to marry me. Are you trying to take revenge on me?" He recalled the incident when they competed for the secret treasure where he had injured her with a flying knife. How could he believe it was merely a coincidence? Yet Yushi merely twitched her lips, clearly indicating he was dense. She extended her delicate fingers, resting them on Ye Tianhao's shoulder, then lightly exhaled a fragrant breath. "It's late. We should rest now." After saying this, Yushi pushed Ye Tianhao onto the bed. However, being a novice herself, she could only speak without knowing what to do while sitting on him. Though Ye Tianhao was somewhat dense, he was knowledgeable. In his childhood, due to the family's poverty, their thatched house had poor sound insulation. He had once witnessed activities in the village's woods during the night. With youthful impulsiveness, he had never done such things before. Once he got the hang of it, it was akin to a flood bursting its dam. When Ye Tianhao's hand touched Yu Zai's slender waist, she immediately became teary-eyed. Outside, the red lanterns rolled, illuminating the corridor with rippling water, while a red fish swam within. The next day, the morning light was faint. Last night was filled with joy, and the servants were exhausted leaning against each other. As cultivators Ye Jing and Wu Guiyun naturally would not tire, they arrived early in the main hall waiting for the bride to serve tea. However, after waiting for an hour, only Ye Tianhao arrived. Ye Tianhao bowed to the two and said father-mother greetings. He then awkwardly added, "Last night was rather lively, you. She is a bit tired, so I have come to offer my apologies on her behalf." Ye Jing and Wu Guiyun exchanged smiles, and then Wu Guiyun replied with a gentle smile, "It's no trouble. She's just married and has traveled a long way as she can rest for a few more days." Ye Jing nodded in agreement solemnly saying, "Guiyun is right. You should go back and accompany Sierra, allowing her to recuperate properly. There is no need to rush with the formalities. If she lacks anything or is unaccustomed to the food and living here, just let the servants relay it. She must not be wronged." After saying this, he glanced at the tray beside him and added, "These gifts, please accept them on her behalf. Once Sierra wakes up, you can hand them over to her as a small token from your mother and me. After all, she was a disciple of the Frost Moon sect, so it was only right to treat her well." The hasty wedding was thus concluded. At this moment, within the Lingxiao sect, Fan Lang chuckled upon hearing that the Yi family was marrying a disciple of the Frost Moon sect. "Ah, it seems they are indeed outmatched. Yunling knows he cannot contend with me, so he resorts to marrying off those women from the Frost Moon sect. Truly useless. Sect leader the Li family is also to blame. It's been so long, yet they still haven't secured the Tiangong workshop. It's truly a waste of your trust," said Ruan Xiao, filled with indignation. However, Fan Lang was not angry. He merely sneered. "What trust can be spoken of with a family that shifts with the wind? Our four sects are all mutually constraining. Whoever is powerful first will stick to the other sects. It's just a matter of time." As he spoke, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and he stood up saying gravely, "Enough, let the Qingyun sect have their fun. This balance must be broken. Let us sit back and watch the show." Hearing this, Ruan Xiao felt a twinge of fear in his heart, and quickly held his tongue. Fan Lang with a smile said, "Ruan Xiao, come with me to meet Murong Xiao. This big oaf, I wonder if he is still investigating the matter of the Red Copper Mountain." There were strange occurrences in the Red Copper Mountain, and Murong Xiao from the Thunder sect was furious. The reason was simple. One of the two demon kings guarding this place, a mysterious water giant python, was what he wanted to refine into a stealth artifact. Now that it had disappeared without a trace, he could only detest that little thief. Fan Lang, seeing this, did not make a big fuss, but sent his trusted subordinates to deliver a message inviting Murong Xiao to the tea pavilion at the mountain top under the pretext of discussing the ownership of the Red Copper Mountain's veins. Within half an hour, a deafening sound of a hammer breaking the air came from the foot of the mountain, followed by a towering figure, like an iron tower, soaring into the sky. It was none other than Murong Xiao, renowned for his fierce demeanor. He was dressed in dark-colored attire, shouldering a hammer about a foot long. The hammer was engraved with lightning patterns radiating a dark golden sheen, with his vital energy boiling, like lava, a powerful aura of mid-golden core stage unmistakable on his rugged face, completely unaware of the lurking killing intent. "Sect leader Fan, what do you summon me for? The Red Copper Mountain's mines have many mysteries. If you know something, do not hesitate to speak." As Murong Xiao landed, he shook the tea pavilion, causing the tiles to rattle. He thrust the hammer into the ground, cracking the earth with several fine lines, and immediately pressed for answers about the Red Copper Mountain's past. Fan Lang raised his hand to signal Ruan Xiao to step back, personally poured a cup of hot tea, and pushed it in front of Murong Xiao with a gentle smile. "Brother Murong, please calm down. I naturally know about the Red Copper Mountain's matters, but it is quite complex and requires detailed discussion. Let us enjoy the tea first. This matter is not urgent." As the leader of a sect, Murong Xiao thought to himself, when Fan Lang suddenly invited him, wondering if Fan Lang wanted to discuss how to divide the Qitong Mountain. He sat down without ceremony, and said, "If you have something to say, just speak frankly. If you want Qitong Mountain, you might as well not think about it, for it is an ancient battlefield with nothing of value." Fan Lang chuckled lightly, and replied, "You misunderstand, Taoist Murong. The reason I invited you here is to talk about matters concerning the Qingyun sect and the Xuanyue sect. You want to ally with me?" Murong Xiao questioned. Fan Lang shook his head. "Do you think we need an alliance to confront them, given our cultivation levels?" He was in the mid-golden core stage, facing two in the early golden core stage, and felt no fear unless they were willing to fight to the death. "Then why did you come to me being so secretive? I don't have time to play guessing games with you." Fan Lang smiled faintly, and continued, "Sect Master Murong, in the vast Sanggu realm numerous sects stand tall, yet only our four sects are squeezed into the margins, and the distribution of resources is simply insufficient. Moreover, there are those nascent soul-old monsters above us, demanding offerings every 100 years, while our four sects adhere to a path of balance and checks. Don't you feel frustrated?" Murong Xiao's brows furrowed deeper at these words, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the stone table, producing a dull, thudding sound. Though he was impatient, he was not a fool. Fan Lang's words struck at the long-suppressed grievances in his heart. The Tsangu realm is vast, with top sects occupying the fertile lands of the central state, abundant in spiritual veins, mineral veins, and heavenly treasures, while our four sects are coiled at the mundane edges. Those minor sects do not understand, thinking that our four sects represent the entirety of the Tsangu realm, just like frogs at the bottom of a well. Our four sects fight fiercely for a small territory, while regularly offering tributes to the nascent soul powers above, and most of the resources we painstakingly gathered end up in others' pockets. Who could endure such a life? So what if it's unbearable? Murong Xiao snorted coldly, his tone laced with unwillingness and helplessness. The balance of the four sects is the rule of the margins of the Tsangu realm. If we break the rules, not only will the nascent soul old monsters not spare us, but the Qingyun sect and the Shuangyue sect will also be the first to jump out and bite us. Fan Lang picked up the spiritual tea from the table and took a sip. As the fragrance lingered, the smile in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a cold, sharp glint. Rules are always set by the strong. Now, among the four sects, both you and I are at the mid-golden core stage, our cultivation levels firmly pressing down the early golden core disciples of the Qingyun and Shuangyue sects, which gives us the confidence to break the deadlock. Balance and checks. That is merely a guise for the weak to protect themselves. If we join forces, why should we care about others' faces? Murong Xiao's body shook, his eyes suddenly fixed on Fan Lang, his gaze sharp as a blade. You want to swallow the Qingyun sect and the Shuangyue sect? Fan Lang, you have quite the appetite. If a fight truly broke out, both sects would retaliate fiercely, and both of our sects would suffer great losses. In that case, the one reaping the benefits would be the Xin. Speaking of which, you want a single sect to dominate. Are you trying to be the big shot? What a delusion. I will be the first to object. Indeed, if the Thunder sect were to claim the strongest power among our four sects, you would have priority if a single sect were to be formed. Fan Lang set down his teacup and said in a low voice. Murong Xiao, upon hearing this, felt his anger dissipate slightly with a hint of smugness. Of course, I will take your words as a joke, and in the future, don't speak such shocking words again. Is that so, Taoist Murong? But what I said was truly from the heart. Fan Lang suddenly shifted his tone. Before Murong Xiao could ponder the meaning behind Fan Lang's words, a chilling and sinister black mist suddenly rose from the dense forest to the west of the tea pavilion, and a figure clad in black robes with a sinister face stepped out. It was the mid-golden core cultivator, Xian Yin from the Xinyu sect. Surrounded by a dark aura, his fingers were thin and frail, with three ghostly green flames swirling in his palms, and a sickly smile on his face. The two sect masters are having quite an engaging conversation. I couldn't help but want to join in and reminisce with you both. Xian Yin, what are you doing here? Murong Xiao's body crackled with lightning, and in a flash he understood. Fan Lang, you of the Ling Xiao sect have actually colluded with the Xinyu sect. Murong Xiao's pupils constricted, instantly realizing this was a trap. With a roar, his spiritual power surged, and he swung his Zhun Tian hammer with one hand, the lightning patterns flashing and producing a deafening thunderclap. You thieves dare to set a trap for me. Today I will let you taste the might of the Zhun Tian hammer. Without waiting for a response, Murong Xiao struck first the Zhun Tian hammer, carrying immense power as it smashed toward Fan Lang. The air was torn apart, producing explosive sounds wherever the hammer passed. With the strength of a mid-golden core body combined with hammer techniques, the attack was exceptionally ferocious, and ordinary golden core cultivators would not dare to take it heed in. Fan Lang swiftly retreated, sneering as he flipped his hands. Two long knives, completely red and shimmering with a cold light, instantly appeared, one to the left and one to the right, hovering beside him. These twin blades were treasures of the Ling Xiao sect, inscribed with spirit-breaking runes capable of shattering an enemy's spiritual shield, with each swing targeting weaknesses. In an unknown fight, you and I are evenly matched, but today you face two opponents. Two images of the twin blades sliced through the air, accurately blocking the attack of the Zhentian hammer. Clang! A loud noise echoed as metal clashed, shaking Fan Lang back, causing him to stagger 3 steps before stabilizing his stance. He secretly thought Murong Xiao's physical strength is indeed formidable. It would be extremely difficult to kill him in an unknown fight. Fortunately, there was Xian Yin to team up with. Taking advantage of the moment Fan Lang restrained Murong Xiao, Xian Yin moved his hands in a spell seal, chanting obscure incantations as the 3 Yin energies surged around him. He shouted aloud, 3 Yin devouring spirit, rise corpse puppet. The ground cracked open, and a pitch-black corpse puppet resembling a dragon head emerged from the earth covered in scales. Its eyes were hollow, exuding a foul dark aura, and its arms swung powerfully as it lunged at Murong Xiao's back. This dragon-head corpse puppet was crafted by Xian Yin, over 100 years, impervious to blades and arrows, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of living beings. Combined with the 3 Yin devouring spirit technique, it was exceptionally difficult to deal with. Surrounded on both sides, Morong Xiao dared not be careless. He roared as he turned the dantian hammer, striking the dragon head corpse puppet, forcing it back repeatedly. Even the electric bolts specialized in targeting evil creatures failed to destroy it. At the same time, Fan Lang seized the opening and unleashed the Lingxiao sect's supreme skill, with his twin blades, the blade light flashing like lightning, targeting Morong Xiao's vital points with deadly precision. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Morong Xiao found himself in a dire situation. He questioned Fan Lang in disbelief. Why did you collude with the Xianyu sect? Do you realize they are of the demonic path? Fan Lang, have you gone mad? Fan Lang's blade momentum showed no signs of diminishing. The crimson blade light cut through the air with a hissing sound, and upon hearing this, he burst into wild laughter. His laughter was filled with mockery and determination. Mad. Morong Xiao, you are the fool trapped in these ridiculous rules. He twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to slide along the handle of the dantian hammer, the fierce blade aura nearly severing Morong Xiao's thumb, forcing him to withdraw the hammer hastily to block stumbling back half a step. Yin took the opportunity to control the dragon head corpse puppet to attack. With ghostly flames surging from his bony fingertips, he aimed for Morong Xiao's vital point, the chilling spiritual power spreading through the air, instantly frosting the stone table and benches. Morong Xiao's eyes widened in anger, his body crackling with lightning as pale purple electric currents wrapped around him, forming a thick lightning shield that absorbed the assault from the corpse puppet's claws and ghostly. The lightning crackled, scorching the black mist surrounding the corpse puppet, yet it also drained his spiritual power significantly, leaving his chest feeling. Demonic cultivators harm living beings and practice evil techniques which are intolerable by the righteous path of the Tsangu realm. You of the Lingxiao sect are a righteous sect, yet you collude with the Xianyu sect. Do you not fear being scorned by those old monsters, meeting a fate of sect destruction and annihilation? Morong Xiao's roar shook the heavens, dark clouds gathered above, and faint purple lightning cascaded down. It forced back the approaching corpse puppets and their black aura, causing Fan Lang to retreat dozens of miles. Upon hearing this, Fan Lang's mind instantly recalled the time of his foundation establishment, sitting paralyzed next to the ruins of a palace, watching as his parents were turned into blood mist by a single strike from a descending nascent soul. The blood fell like rain, covering his entire body. He had to kneel on the ground with the elders in a posture of extreme humiliation to respectfully send off his parent-killing enemies, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Fan Lang's tone was as cold as ice. The righteous path. Can the righteous path provide us with resources? Can it allow us to escape the oppression of the nascent soul old monsters? Can it save our four sects from struggling to survive in this marginal land? Morong Xiao immediately concentrated his spiritual energy to release the sect seal. Once this seal was out, it signified that the sect master was in danger, and everyone in the sect had to come to the rescue. But just as the sect seal flew up the mountain, the bright lightning was suddenly devoured by a transparent net resembling a fishing net. Seeing that the mountain range they were in was completely covered by that fishing net, Morong Xiao realized that even with all his spiritual energy, he could not break through. Haha, Morong Xiao, we are both sect masters. Do I not know that you still have the sect seal? Come, let us have a good fight. His blade suddenly turned fierce, and two crimson blade lights slashed out, breaking through the edges of the lightning shield. A deep wound visible to the bone was carved into Morong Xiao's shoulder, blood instantly soaking his robe, burning painfully with the power of lightning. The excruciating pain spread from his shoulder bone to his limbs and bones. Morong Xiao let out a muffled groan. His palm, gripping the thunder hammer, trembled slightly as blood oozed from the cracks in his palm. He looked up at the sinister net and realized that it must be a creation of the blood-bone demon god from the underworld sea. The faint purple lightning dimmed due to the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, and the dragon head corpse puppet seized the opportunity to pounce forward, its foul and ominous aura wrapping around its claws as it fiercely struck at his crown. Yin was behind, forming hand seals, and the ghost fire condensed into a sharp cone, aiming directly at his dantian's spiritual sea. It was meant to incapacitate his cultivation and take his life in one blow. You dare? Morong Xiao's eyes widened in fury, his hair standing on end. All the remaining spiritual energy in his body was channeled into the thunder hammer. The hammer's surface erupted with dazzling golden light, as he even risked burning his life essence to activate the sect's forbidden technique. In an instant, the thunder roared throughout the entire forest. Torrents of purple lightning poured down like a storm, forcefully batting away the corpse puppet's claws. The lightning surged into the puppet's scales, causing it to writhe in black smoke, emitting a piercing howl. Using this rebound force, he leaped back several feet, the wound on his shoulder bleeding profusely. Every movement tugged at his muscles and bones with excruciating pain, yet he still stood resolutely with the hammer, his eyes sharp, like a blade tempered in fire. He fixed his gaze on Fan Lang and Xian Yin. Even if I die, the Gang Lei sect will never sink into corrupt dealings with the demonic path. You Fan Lang betray the righteous path for personal gain, and you will eventually suffer retribution from Xian Yin, ending up with your bones turned to dust. It is you who will be turned to dust. Fan Lang laughed maniacally. His figure flashed like an arrow loosed from a bow, lunging at Murong Xiao, his blade enveloped in overwhelming spiritual energy. He slashed down several blade lights, obstructing Murong Xiao's lightning aura, allowing the dragon head puppets on the ground to charge again, baring their sharp teeth as they bit into Murong Xiao's protective spiritual form. Only by breaking Murong Xiao's spiritual form could Xian Yin once again discard the cone and pierce Murong Xiao's golden core, annihilating him. Murong Xiao's heart sank. He was already severely depleted of spiritual energy, having burned his life essence, and the wound on his shoulder continued to drain his vitality. Now besieged from all sides, he had fallen into a dire situation. But there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, but instead a greater fighting spirit ignited within him. The Gang Lei sect had guarded the border for generations, slaying demons and monsters, never once retreating. Even if he were to die today, he would never disgrace the reputation of the sect. Gang Lei subdues demons using blood as a guide. Thunder shakes the heavens. Murong Xiao raised his head and howled, his voice filled with determination, his essence blood burning fiercely. The originally dim lightning suddenly became brilliant once more. But this time the lightning carried a hint of blood color, appearing even more fierce and domineering. The thunder hammer was raised high, its surface entwined with lightning patterns and blood red, emitting a series of tiger roars, as if a thunder tiger was roaring within the hammer. Not good, he's going to fight to the death. Xian Yin was startled, realizing that battles between golden cores of the same rank were extremely difficult to gain the upper hand. Murong Xiao leaped into the air, surrounded by purple blood lightning sweeping in all directions, the thunder hammer crashing down, aimed directly at the dragon head corpse puppet in front. This strike condensed all his spiritual energy and life essence. The moment the lightning hammer fell to space, rippled and torrents of lightning gathered into a thunder column several feet thick, smashing down on the dragon head corpse puppet. Ow! The dragon head corpse puppet let out an extremely mournful howl, its black aura instantly torn apart by the lightning. Its scales shattered inch by inch, and the souls within were burnt to ashes by the lightning, ultimately turning into a puddle of black mud dissipating into the air. The remaining incomplete corpse puppets around were also affected by the residual waves of lightning, instantly turning to ashes. But this move consumed an enormous amount of energy. The spiritual energy he used to protect himself had been completely exhausted, leaving only his will to support his broken body. I have said before, the Gang Lei sect will never sink into corrupt dealings with the demonic path. Murong Xiao's voice was hoarse, but carried an unquestionable firmness. Fan Lang turned back. Now a Xian Yin is ultimately using you. By aiding evil today, you will surely face retribution. Fan Lang lightly smiled. Oh, unfortunately you won't see that day. Your spiritual body is already broken. Before his words could fade, Fan Lang's long knife had already soared through the air, directly bypassing the thunder hammer's defense, striking brutally at Murong Xiao's chest. Puff! A mouthful of boiling blood erupted from Murong Xiao's throat, and his body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the ancient pine behind. The trunk of the pine tree along with the mountain rock behind it shattered with a mighty crash, splinters and pine needles flying everywhere. The thunder hammer slipped from his feeble grasp, crashing to the ground with a deep thud. Fan Lang could no longer rise. Before he could catch his breath, an intense pain suddenly surged from his dantian, and in an instant the golden core he had condensed with his entire life's cultivation was violently crushed by a bone-chilling force. Ugh! Murong Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently, the blood-red lightning that had enveloped him instantly dissipating into specks of light that vanished into thin air. The excruciating pain from the shattered golden core spread through his meridians to his limbs and bones, each muscle and bone feeling as though it were being violently torn apart. Even his soul trembled. He struggled to lower his head, black blood constantly oozing from the corners of his mouth. This was the sign of reversed spiritual energy and the exhaustion of essence blood after the golden core shattered. Xian Yin stood not far away, a sinister smile curving his lips, his fingertips still bearing the marks of his hand seals. The ghost fire cone had long been retracted, replaced by wisps of black Yin threads slowly extracting from Murong Xiao's dantian, merging into his palm. Truly worthy of being the sect master of the Gang Lei sect, the power of the golden core's spiritual energy is astonishing. Xian Yin commented mockingly as he looked at the sizzling threads in his palm. Fan Lang sheathed his knife and coldly replied, "So this is the demonic god's inheritance you obtained, able to extract the golden core? Quite impressive." Xian Yin hurriedly laughed. "You jest, brother Fan. Such trifling tricks cannot compare to your courage in abandoning the light for the dark. If it weren't for you restraining Murong Xiao's main force, and breaking his protective spiritual form, how could I easily take his golden core? Xian continued with a faint smile, but once the other 3 sects are eliminated, my Xian Yu sect will need to change to a more elegant name, don't you think, brother Fan? Inside the Ganglei sect, Yuanzhan suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, as he stood guard in the master's great hall, his pupils constricting in shock. He immediately abandoned his attendant, and rushed towards the secret chamber within the hall. As he passed through the corridors, he saw that the soul lamp embedded in the stone wall, once bright, had long since extinguished. That was the Master Murong Xiao's life soul lamp. As long as the lamp remained lit, the master lived. When the lamp extinguished, so too did the master without exception. The towering figure, the guardian of the Ganglei sect, had passed away. A wave of indescribable fear surged through him, and he collapsed to the ground in disbelief. A Foundation establishment cultivator was so terrified that he could not even stand. Impossible. 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 The master is dead. Yuanzhan let out a hoarse roar, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat as he coughed up another mouthful, splattering it onto the ground before him. His heart shattered, his spiritual power went awry, raging chaotically around him, causing waves of intense pain in his meridians. But this pain was nothing compared to the despair and fury deep within his heart. Yuanzhan stumbled to his feet, crazily staggering around the secret chamber, suppressing his inner turmoil, until he finally arrived at the master's great hall. The disciples stationed here caught a whiff of the blood on Yuanzhan and uneasily gathered around. Elder, what happened to you? Elder, has something happened to the master? The inquiries came one after another. Yuanzhan clenched his jaw tightly, his lower jaw turning pale as he fought to conceal his sorrow. The master wishes to enter seclusion. Quickly summon the other elders of the Ganglei sect. Hurry! The atmosphere in the master's great hall had already reached an unbearable tension. The elders, upon receiving Yuanzhan's summons, hurriedly gathered in the hall. They looked at Yuanzhan, whose face was pale, and whose lips still bore traces of blood. Glancing around at the dead silence in the hall, everyone felt a sense of unease. The usually dignified and solemn hall now exuded a pervasive aura of death, the spiritual energy in the air thick and stagnant. An elder with white hair stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he asked, Elder Yuan, you called us in haste, saying the master is in seclusion, but seeing you in this state, it cannot be minor. What has happened? Yuanzhan raised his eyes to scan the gathered crowd, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He clenched his jaw tightly for a long moment before finally speaking, his voice hoarse and filled with an unbearable sorrow. Everyone. The master of the Ganglei sect has passed away. At his words, everyone was taken aback, exchanging glances. Before they could even ask further questions, they saw Yuanzhan stumble towards the secret chamber, and they hastily followed. When they saw the life-soul lamp in the stone wall completely extinguished with its wick turned to ashes, the hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. That is the master's soul lamp. Someone gasped in shock, disbelief etched on their face. When the lamp extinguishes, the person dies. The master has passed away. Another elder shuddered, nearly losing his balance, horror written all over his face. The master of the Ganglei sect, the top-tier cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, was the strongest in the area for 100 miles. He had governed the sect for years, and now, without a hint of warning, he had quietly perished. Yuanzhan sat to the side, his eyes filled with despair. The master's soul lamp has been extinguished for some time. I only just noticed. Now that the master's whereabouts are unknown, his fate is already sealed. The Ganglei sect is now leaderless. If news of this leaks out, the forces coveting our sect's resources will surely seize the opportunity. Our sect is in grave danger. At once the crowd fell into disarray, the previously calm elders now in a frenzy. Some proposed to immediately search for the master's body, while others suggested to seal the news to stabilize the disciples, and yet others worried about impending external attacks, leading to endless arguments. In just one night, the once mighty Ganglei sect had turned from a powerful sect into one teetering on the brink of disaster, and all these changes had yet to reach the ears of the surrounding forces. Enough. Silence. Yuanzhan stepped forward and shouted, We cannot let the news of the master's death leak out. You all must say that the master is in seclusion. You must quickly choose the next master of the Ganglei sect, and then. At this point, Yuanzhan's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he trembled, saying, Then send them out, leave a spark of hope. The Ganglei sect cannot hold on. He was acutely aware that the younger generation of the Ganglei sect was mostly at the early Foundation establishment stage, but the Ganglei sect couldn't wait. The master of the Qingyun sect, even at the late Foundation establishment stage, took a full 20 years to hope for a breakthrough from the Golden Core stage. The current Ganglei sect was nothing more than a makeshift troop waiting for a great fire from outside to completely burn it to ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, the arguments in the great hall fell silent, leaving only the heavy panting of the crowd. Yuanzhan's words were too brutal, yet each word struck the core of the matter. One elder with hair white as snow turned pale, and staggered back a step, barely steadying himself against a nearby stone pillar. Leave a spark. Are we old folks supposed to abandon the sect? The Ganglei sect is the fruit of our lifelong efforts. Not leave. Wait to die, Yuanzhan shouted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With the master gone, the foundation of the sect has crumbled. Our cultivation is shallow, and we cannot withstand external enemies. To remain here is merely to send ourselves to death. Then the Ganglei sect will truly be cut off from its lineage without any chance of revival. He took a deep breath, suppressing the intense pain and grief in his heart, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone heavy as if laden with lead. The master had only one daughter, Murong Linger. Though she is a girl, her talent is extraordinary. At merely 10 years old, she has already reached the 5th layer of chi refinement. Only she can bear the legacy of the Ganglei sect. Only if she survives can the Ganglei sect have a chance to rise again. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They all knew of Murong Linger's talent, nurtured with all the sect's resources under Master Murong Xiao's care, symbolizing the hope of the Ganglei sect. Yet to ask a girl who has not yet turned 10 to bear the blood debts of the entire sect and flee from their homeland weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a massive stone suffocating. But how can we do this? She is barely a child. One elder furrowed his brow, displaying a troubled expression. Just then the mountain-protecting formation of the Ganglei sect trembled with a violent surge of spiritual energy. This meant that intruders were coming. Yuanzhan gritted his teeth, looking at the white-bearded elder, and deeply bowed, saying, "Elder Guan, then I entrust the young lady to you." Now was not the time to discuss candidates for the master. No matter what, they must first protect the master's bloodline, leaving behind a seed for revenge. The elder with white hair wore a look of deep sorrow on his face. Then, gritting his teeth, he waved his sleeve and left. He was of advanced age, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, intimately familiar with the sect's laws, and could serve as the young lady's teacher. Tears welled up in Elder Guannan's eyes as he decisively stepped out of the hall to take the young lady away. Yuanzhan immediately shouted, "Follow me!" At that moment, above the Ganglei sect, the mountain-protecting formation was shrouded in countless black smoke amidst the chaos of the disciples. Seeing Yuanzhan arrive, the disciples rushed over in panic. "Elder Yuanzhan, where is the master? Where is the master? The people from the Xian Yu sect have attacked." "Yes, the mountain-protecting formation can't hold out for long. Where's the master?" Facing this scene, Yuanzhan in despair closed his eyes and said, "There is no master anymore. We can only fight to the death." As soon as this was said, the disciples' faces turned from shock to fear, and then to despair. Yuanzhan gazed up at the protective formation above, which was cracking, and at the countless dragon head puppets swirling in the black mist. Any remaining resistance vanished with a piercing sound of shattering from the horizon. Countless black mist descended, and those disciples along with the Foundation establishment elders were swallowed clean, without even a sound. At this moment within the Yi family, Yi Tianhao was newly married, and the entire family was bustling with joy. However, the sky was no longer clear. Dark clouds gathered, signaling an impending storm. Yi Xian listened to the reports from the attendants, who mentioned that a great lightning phenomenon had occurred near the Lingxiao sect, but due to the sect's status, they couldn't delve too deeply into the matter. He feared that something significant had transpired. Yi Xian felt uneasy and dispatched the attendants to investigate further. The anxiety of the upcoming year weighed heavily on him as the head of the family. At this moment, Yi Tianhao entered, accompanied by Yu, she who had her hair styled as a married woman. Seeing his eldest son, Yi Xian smiled and asked, "How you have returned? Is there something you need?" Yi Tianhao bowed and replied, "Father, the Qingyun sect has sent a summons for me to return immediately, stating there is an urgent matter. I have come to bid farewell." Urgent matter? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled, but he couldn't question the sect's order too much. He simply cautioned, "In that case, you must not defy the sect's command. Go quickly and be careful." Yi Xian solemnly reminded him, his gaze sweeping over Yu, she who stood with her head bowed. He noticed that while her demeanor was gentle, her cultivation seemed to have risen remarkably. When they first met, she was merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, but now she seemed to have vastly improved. Yu Shi also bowed gracefully, accompanying Yi Tianhao back to the Qingyun sect. After all, she was originally from the Shuangyue sect, so she had to go as well. After bidding farewell to his father, Yi Tianhao flew towards the Qingyun sect on his sword. Seeing this, Yu Shi expressed her concern. Previously, the sect master mentioned that the head of the Ganglei sect suddenly entered seclusion, leaving the elders to guard the sect. Is something wrong with the Ganglei sect? Yi Tianhao replied calmly, "I am not sure, but it cannot be anything good." Yushi looked at her naive husband with resignation, regretting her decision to marry him for his slight advantage, as there was nothing else about him that she found appealing. The couple swiftly arrived at the Qingyun sect. As soon as they entered, Yi Tianhao felt an eerie silence enveloping the sect. Inside the grand hall, all the elders, including sect master Yunling, were present and seated in an orderly manner. As Yi Tianhao was about to bow, he was halted by a wave of Yunling's hand. The sect master's expression was as cold as ice, and the oppressive aura surrounding him felt suffocating. Beside him, Yushi lowered her eyelids, appearing submissive and respectful, yet a hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. All the elders of the Qingyun sect had gathered, including several who usually remained in seclusion. Everyone's expression was grave, and the hall was silent except for the flickering of candle flames devoid of the usual order of sect discussions, instead radiating a sense of impending doom. Sect master, wasn't Morong Xiao in seclusion? How could the Ganglei sect be completely wiped out? A long elder spoke up with great difficulty amidst the silence. This single question left Yi Tianhao and Yushi astonished, barely able to believe what they had just heard. In seclusion. It was merely a ruse used by the remnants of the Ganglei sect to deceive others. Elder Qin Yunhe sneered, his tone laced with a mix of regret and caution. Just half an hour ago, confirmed news arrived. The Ganglei sect has already been razed to the ground by the Xianyu sect. Among the entire sect, only a few managed to escape amidst the chaos, while the rest of the disciples and elders perished in the sinister black mist of the Xianyu sect, leaving no trace of their remains. How could this be? Yun Jian exclaimed in disbelief. The Ganglei sect was so powerful. Sect Master Morong Xiao is a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and their mountain defense formation is as solid as a fortress. The Xianyu sect is merely a small sinister sect. Their leader is also a mid-stage golden core cultivator. How could they possibly have the ability to annihilate the Ganglei sect? After all, in an unknown battle at the same golden core level, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. Moreover, with so many foundation establishment cultivators in the Ganglei sect, it would be foolish for the Xianyu sect to launch a surprise attack, let alone win. Morong Xiao is already dead. Yunling closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a look of grave concern filled his gaze. His life lamp extinguished long ago. The higher-ups of the Ganglei sect intended to conceal this information to stabilize the sect and hoped to choose another sect master to maintain order. However, the Xianyu sect had already calculated the timing perfectly, taking advantage of the Ganglei sect's leaderless and disorganized state. They launched a direct assault, deploying their sinister dragon-head puppets and soul-eroding black mist. In less than half a stick of incense, the Ganglei sect's mountain defense formation crumbled, and the entire sect was reduced to a wasteland in an instant. Who could have killed Morong Xiao? Was it those nascent soul powerhouses? The other elders naturally thought of those nascent soul experts. However, the Ganglei sect had paid its tributes consistently over the years and had not offended any major powers. How could they provoke a nascent soul old monster to strike? Besides the possibility of a nascent soul expert intervening, another possibility is that several mid-stage golden core cultivators joined forces to surround and kill Morong Xiao. Yunling stated seriously. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, wondering how the Xianyu sect had managed to integrate so many golden core cultivators. Otherwise, how could the Xianyu sect have destroyed the Ganglei sect without facing resistance from other cultivators? Does the sect master mean that there are sects colluding with the Xianyu sect? Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders changed dramatically, and whispers erupted among them, each hiding fear and suspicion in their eyes. Some even focused their gazes on Yushi. Seeing this, her face turned pale, and Yi Tianhao stepped protectively in front of her. After all, Yushi was his wife, and he felt the need to shield her. Noticing Yi Tianhao blocking the scrutinizing gazes for her, Yu's eyes cheeks flushed slightly. Yunling raised his hand to quell the commotion, his expression remaining cold. I did not state this outright. This matter is simply too suspicious. The Xianyu sect had occupied the Kangoo realm for many years, always acting in a low-key and sinister manner, never daring to provoke the righteous sects. This time they brazenly annihilated the Ganglei sect of the same tier. If they didn't have significant support, they wouldn't dare to undertake such a massacre. Sect master, with the Xianyu sect acting so recklessly after annihilating the Ganglei sect, will they turn their attention towards our Qingyun sect next? Yunling's eyes were heavy with concern as he replied, not so soon. The Xianyu sect has just taken down the Ganglei sect. Unless they unite with the Lingxiao sect, they won't target our Qingyun sect immediately. At this, Yunling looked towards Yushi, who stood behind Yi Tianhao, and rose to his feet, declaring, open the teleportation array, and invite the sect master of the Shuangyue sect to discuss this matter. Command all sect members to be ready for battle at any time. Also seal off the news of the Ganglei sect's destruction to prevent panic from spreading. As they awaited the sect master of the Xuanyue sect to arrive for a strategy discussion, they would also send people to secretly investigate the movements of the Xianyu sect to uncover which forces they had allied with, and who was responsible for Morong Xiao's death. Yun Jian immediately responded, I will select elite disciples to secretly investigate the former site of the Ganglei sect, gather clues, and uncover the truth about the Xianyu sect. Remember to be cautious. The Xianyu sect employs sinister methods skilled in poison and puppetry. If you encounter a strong enemy, do not fight Heiden and retreat swiftly and prioritize your Yunling cautioned, anxiety clouding his eyes. The mystery surrounding Morong Xiao's death was far more terrifying than they had imagined. If the Lingxiao sect was truly involved, the Qingyun sect would struggle to contend with them alone. Yi Tianhao, under the orders of the sect master, went to investigate the Ganglei sect. His own wife was to meet with the master of the Frost Moon sect, Gui Suer, and this investigation needed to remain discreet. The Ganglei sect was the farthest from the Qingyun sect. Even Yi Tianhao, flying on his sword, took a whole day to reach the borders of the Ganglei sect. Upon arriving, he dared not fly on his sword, instead employing some insect-controlling secret techniques from his family to simply command the poisonous bees to scout the area for him. What once was the flourishing territory of the Ganglei sect had become a desolate ruin, a silent void devoid of any signs of life, not even a trace of blood. It seemed that after the Xianyu sect annihilated the Ganglei sect, they had also wiped out the surrounding cities and villages, leaving not a single family behind. Even Yi Tianhao, who had seen much, could not help but feel a shock in his heart. The Xianyu sect was indeed swift and ruthless. He lowered his body, using the cover of the broken walls to advance cautiously, his spiritual energy contained, not daring to reveal even a trace. Yi Tianhao still needed to cross this vast expanse of ruins to find the remnants of the Ganglei sect. After walking approximately 100 leagues, suddenly the poisonous bees began to emit a buzzing sound. After some manipulation, Yi Tianhao was startled and immediately drew out his Piyu sword. In the distance, an old man cloaked in black held a fainted girl in his arms. He relied on his foundation establishment, latest stage cultivation, to flee, yet did not dare to act recklessly. Stop! Who are you? Quickly pursue, we cannot let this guy escape. The master ordered that not even a mosquito should be spared within the Ganglei sect. The harsh shouts shattered the silence of the ruins as several figures cloaked in black from the Xianyu sect rushed out from behind the broken walls, exuding a chilling malevolence, their eyes fixed on Elder Guan Nan with unabashed killing intent. Elder Guan Nan's body stiffened while the girl in his arms, Murong Linger, frowned tightly, her pale face still trapped in unconsciousness, completely unaware of the surrounding killing intent. He had already been fleeing with most of his spiritual energy exhausted, and his shoulders still stained with undried blood, having just forced his way past several blockades from the Xianyu sect. Already at the end of his rope, if he were to confront them, Heiden, his foundation establishment, latest stage cultivation, would be exposed, inevitably attracting the encirclement of the Xianyin. He clenched his teeth, his footwork abruptly changing, trying to activate the last remaining escape technique of his sect to bypass the pursuers, but his spiritual energy was chaotic, causing him to stagger, slightly, ultimately slowing him down. Old man still trying to run. The remnants of the Ganglei sect shall not live another day. The leading figure in black chuckled sinisterly. He was a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement sent by the master to eliminate those survivors. Earlier, seeing the old man fleeing with a girl, he thought it was a descendant of some noble family and chased after him with the intention to kill. He raised his hand and threw out several pitch-black poison blades aimed directly at Elder Guan Nan's heart, the moves vicious, leaving no room for survival. Elder Guan Nan sighed deeply, a flash of determination in his eyes, ready to use his spiritual energy to kill these bothersome foes. But suddenly a sharp sword energy swept past his ear. A cold light flashed. The Piyu sword, carrying a chilling spiritual energy, sliced through the poison blades with precision, its momentum unyielding. As the black-robed figures had yet to react, they fell to the ground, their heads severed. Once the sword passed by Elder Guan Nan, he immediately regained his senses, warily looking at the suddenly appeared male sword cultivator. The man merely glanced at him and said, "This place is not suitable for long stays. I will lead you to a safe location." Elder Guan Nan saw that the man was handsome, dressed in fine clothes with pure spiritual energy, exuding a sense of celestial pride. He seemed to be a talented descendant of a powerful family. Now alone, and in a precarious situation along with the young lady, he decided to follow this man. Yi Tianhao was unfamiliar with the territory of the Ganglei sect, so he referred to the map given by the elder and led the old man to a secluded village. However, this village was stained with blood, filled with zombies and evil spirits causing havoc. It was evident that this was the work of the Xianyu sect. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianhao used his sword to eliminate all these creatures, then took out a concealed jade talisman. This jade talisman could mask the detection of golden core cultivators. It was given to him by Yun Jian meant to avoid detection by the Xianyin. Yi Tianhao then said, I am Yi Tianhao, an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. May I ask who you are? Elder Guan Nan, now concealing his cultivation, appeared ragged, and the girl in his arms looked equally disheveled. Upon hearing that Yi Tianhao was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the tension in his heart eased slightly, though he still did not dare to fully let down his guard. I am Elder Guan Nan, a senior elder of the Ganglei sect. The child in my arms is the daughter of the sect master, the current sect master Murong Linger. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhao's expression darkened, understanding the situation. No wonder the Xianyu sect left no survivors they aimed to eradicate all. Elder Guan then noticed that Yi Tianhao's expression did not change, and seeing no malicious intent, he bowed respectfully. To Yi Tianhao, his tone earnest. Thank you, Daoist Yi, for coming to our rescue. If you had not arrived in time, both I and the young lady would likely have perished here today. Yi Tianhao quickly raised his hand to assist him, saying solemnly, I must not conceal it from you, senior. The Qingyun sect sent me to investigate the situation at the Ganglei sect. May I ask if you could share with me the details? The sect master was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and even facing the Xianyu sect, it shouldn't have ended in total annihilation, or was there something hidden behind this? When it comes to the destruction of the sect, Elder Guan Nan's eyes instantly reddened, and a sense of sorrowful rage surged around him. It is not a matter of hidden truths, but rather a long-planned massacre, a hopeless encirclement. He was filled with resentment and fury. Our sect master Morong Xiao was a bona fide mid-stage golden core cultivator. Even if he were to be no match for the Xianyin, he would not have faded away without a sound, leaving no trace behind. Yi Tianhao recalled what he had heard among the people in Yunling. They suspected that the Xianyu sect had conspired with certain golden core cultivators to assassinate Morong Xiao. But aside from the four sects, where would such golden core cultivators come from? He immediately inquired, Senior, may I ask if sect master Morong left the sect before his demise, or did he go there at the invitation of someone? Elder Guan Nan shook his head and replied the sect master rarely left the sect. Recently, he only had a dispute with Fan Lang, the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, regarding some matters concerning the Qi Copper Mountain, but it seemed to have ended without resolution. At this point, Elder Guan Nan suddenly said, could it be the Lingxiao sect's doing? But how could Fan Lang collaborate with the Xianyu sect? He despises the Xianyu sect more than anyone. For centuries, whenever a Xianyu sect cultivator appeared within the Lingxiao sect's territory, they would dig 3 feet into the ground to eliminate them. Yi Tianhao could not help but ask, why does sect master Fan hate the Xianyu sect so much? This matter is an old grudge that the Lingxiao sect keeps silent about. It is also the deepest scar in Fan Lang's heart. Few in the entire cultivation world are aware of the truth. He lowered his voice, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, before slowly speaking. 300 years ago, Fan Lang was not yet the sect master of the Lingxiao sect. At that time, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, while his parents were the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, only possessing a golden core early-stage cultivation. On a night 300 years ago, a demon from the Xianyu sect invaded the Lingxiao sect's palace, killing Fan Lang's parents without warning. It is said that the attack was vicious. His parents left no last words, their bodies shattered, leaving nothing behind. 300 years ago. Yi Tianhao murmured these 4 words softly, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained face of Elder Guan Nan, then sweeping over the closed eyes and slightly trembling eyelashes of Murong Linger in his arms. Is it true that Fan sect master holds such a long-standing grudge? However, he still felt it was strange. If it was 300 years ago, didn't the Xianyu sect annihilate the Qin family? Moreover, to be able to instantly kill 2 golden core cultivators seems rather exaggerated. Furthermore, according to the style of the Xianyu sect, after killing the sect master, they would immediately annihilate the sect. They wouldn't spare anyone, let alone Fan Lang, who was at the foundation establishment stage. Rather than an assassination, it felt more like a punitive warning. Yi Tianhao expressed his doubts aloud. But Guan Nan also felt that since 300 years had passed, it could be that Xianyin and that Xianyi father and son acted together. Who could remember such distant events? The events of the past could only be inquired from those involved. Yi Tianhao immediately said, Elder, if you trust me, why not return to the Qingyun sect with me? Seeing this, Guan Nan naturally welcomed the offer. Having the protection of a sect was far better than wandering alone. Yi Tianhao used the jade talisman to lead Elder Guan away from this place. Inside the Qingyun sect, Guan Nan brought the young Murong Linger with him. He saw that Yunling above had already knelt down. This elderly man with white hair appeared quite disheveled at this moment. It was hard for those around him to see that this was the grand elder of the Ganglei sect, who once held great power and had profound cultivation. At this moment his clothes were stained with dust, his white hair was disordered, and his back was bent low, completely devoid of his former imposing presence. He tightly grasped the hand of the little girl beside him, his palms slick with cold sweat. Morong lingered huddled timidly by his side. Her clear eyes were filled with fear, biting her lower lip tightly, and not daring to make a sound, her little hands gripping the hem of Guan Nan's robe, afraid that this situation would harm her only remaining family. Yunling stood up and personally helped Guan Nan. Elder Guan Nan, although we belong to different sects, we are old acquaintances. There's no need for such great courtesy, just rise and speak. However, Guan Nan remained unmoved, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his voice hoarse and dry, carrying endless fatigue and guilt. Sect Master Yunling, I dare not accept such honor. The Ganglei sect has encountered great disaster, its entire family destroyed, leaving only this old man and this poor child to survive. In desperation, I am grateful for the help of young friend Yi, and I have the audacity to seek refuge in the Qingyun sect. I only ask that the sect master can take in us too, providing us with a place to rest. I am willing to work like a horse or an ox to repay the favor of the Qingyun sect's hospitality. As his words fell, the great hall fell into silence. The disciples of the Qingyun sect on both sides showed expressions of astonishment, unable to believe that the grand elder of the Ganglei sect had fallen into such a destitute and kneeling position. Yi Tianhao stood aside and stepped forward to bow to Yunling. Sect Master, I encountered Elder Guan while out, saw him being pursued and in a difficult situation, and since the Ganglei sect and our Qingyun sect have never had any grievances, I took the liberty of bringing him back. Please decide, Sect Master. Yunling nodded slightly. After Yi Tianhao came to the Qingyun sect, he reported this matter to Yunling, which was full of uncertainties. For now, they could only settle them first and ask for details later. Yunling looked at Yi Tianhao with a hint of approval in his eyes. Your actions this time were prudent and well thought out. You did well. You may leave for now. Oh, I have some matters to discuss privately with Elder Guan Nan. Yes. Yi Tianhao replied heavily, but there was still a strong sense of unease in his eyes. Yun Jian, who came out with Yi Tianhao, noticed his troubled mood and smiled lightly, asking, Tianhao, what's wrong? Yi Tianhao replied in a low voice, Elder Yun Jian, I merely feel that things have changed too much. The Ganglei sect was once mighty, suppressing the other three sects, yet it was annihilated in an instant. He was born into the Yi family from a poor household in his childhood. His father and grandfather would worry every day about paying a few taels of taxes. Now his grandfather Ye Jing had put in so much effort to elevate the Yi family, yet he saw how small the Yi family was at this moment. His grandfather was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, yet the Ganglei sect's once renowned sect master in the mid-golden core stage, along with all the noble families in those territories, had perished completely. Those monsters riding on their heads layer upon layer was Cultivation, merely jumping from one small cage to a larger one. Elder Yun Jian paused at his words, gazing deeper into the hall with a solemn expression, and patted Yi Tianhao's shoulder. His tone carried a hint of weariness, yet also a touch of admonition. The path of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest and the sifting of the chaff. There is no such thing as everlasting prosperity. The Ganglei sect seemed powerful, dominating the four surrounding sects, but the tall tree attracts the wind, and they unfortunately ran into a ruthless force like the Xinyu sect. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. He paused, observing the confusion and unease in Yi Tianhao's eyes, and continued. You come from humble beginnings, and now the Yi family is just starting to rise. Feeling small is completely normal. This cultivation world is filled with layers of barriers. Mortals are like ants, while cultivators are hunters. Above the golden core are the nascent souls, and above them are the divine transformation beings. With each mountain higher than the last, what seems like a behemoth in your eyes is but dust easily crushed in the eyes of true top forces. Yi Tianhao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, the chill in his heart lingering long. He recalled the hardship of his family in his childhood. He remembered his grandfather, Ye Jing, practicing day and night, running around just to ensure the Yi family could stand firmly in the mortal world. Even securing a stable place required immense effort. Yet in this cultivation world, golden core cultivators could die just like that, and the once mighty Ganglei sect was wiped out in an instant with not a single soul spared. Neither the sect master, nor the elders, nor the ordinary disciples, or the commoners associated with them. Elder, is it true that after cultivating, fighting for power, and seizing authority, we ultimately cannot escape the fate of being slaughtered? Yi Tianhao asked solemnly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible bitterness. We exert all our strength to break free from the shackles of mortality, yet fall into a larger prison. The strong can flick their hands and ruin countless families. What is the purpose of this cultivation? Elder Yun Jian sighed softly, gazing at the rolling clouds in the sky, his voice calm, yet firm. Cultivation is about defying fate and altering one's destiny. If one is content with being insignificant, they will forever be trapped in a cage, subject to others' whims. Only by climbing step by step, solidifying one's foundation, and strengthening oneself, Can one protect those they wish to safeguard and maintain the home Your grandfather exerted himself to revitalize the Ye family, and you entered the Qin Yun sect to diligently cultivate. Is it not to avoid being trampled upon as an ant? The destruction of the Ganglei sect was not only due to their lack of strength, but also a reflection of the cruelty of this world. These words struck Yi Tianhao like a thunderclap, dispelling some of the confusion in his heart. His hand which hung at his side slowly relaxed, and the fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a determined brilliance. He understood that there is no absolute stability in this world. To avoid annihilation, one must become strong enough to withstand storms, strong enough that no one dares to easily bully them. The Yi family is still small, and his journey ahead is long. He must not let a moment of sighing disrupt his Tao heart. I have learned from this. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Yi Tianhao bowed, his heart already calm, filled only with a sense of steadiness and fighting spirit. Elder Yun Jin nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. It's good that you can understand. This matter is full of doubts. The Xianyu sect has always acted ruthlessly. 300 years ago, they were already ruthless and merciless. Now suddenly annihilating the Ganglei sect is certainly not a spurofement decision. The sect master discussing with Elder Guan Nen must be to uncover the hidden truths. For now, focus on your cultivation and maintain your original intention. Yi Tianhao agreed, watching Elder Yunjian leave before turning to walk towards his cultivation quarters, his steps steady, no longer displaying the earlier dejection. He understood that from this day forward his own cultivation was for the Yi family solely, to grow strong enough to ensure that the Yi family would not meet the same fate as the Ganglei sect. At this moment in the Yi family, Yi Xin's expression was grave. The spiritual sparrow on his shoulder was chattering incessantly, conveying the news of the recent annihilation of the Thunder sect along with information about Yi Tianhao. A slight panic surged within him as he realized the audacity of the Xianyu sect. Coupled with the fact that the Ling Shao sect had not made any statements, it was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that disaster was imminent. The Qingyun sect urgently ordered all families to report daily and strengthen their communications to prevent the people of the Xianyu sect from attacking one by one. The annihilation of the Thunder sect must be kept secret, and no information could be leaked to the outside world. Yi Xian ordered preparations to be made, and due to the severity of the situation, he reluctantly considered disturbing his father, who was currently in seclusion, to make him appear. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hurriedly left the hall and walked towards the cave where Ye Jing was in seclusion. Beneath Ling Yun Valley lay a first-tier spiritual vein where the most concentrated spiritual power gathered in the cave. Inside the cave, the green glow grew even more intense, enveloping Ye Jing. The condensed green feather chi spiraled within his dantian, continuously absorbing the surrounding wind attribute spiritual energy, gradually becoming robust. The outline of the wings became increasingly clear, no longer delicate and frail, but rather exuding a sharp power capable of breaking through the air. Ye Jing remained seated in a meditative posture, his expression calm and unperturbed. As the technique of the Qing Yu Chung Fengju operated, he could distinctly perceive that the originally domineering and fierce fire energy within him was gradually merging with the gentle and agile green feather chi. The fierce and the gentle, the wind and the fire, not only did they not conflict, but rather complemented each other. The wind fueled the fire, intensifying the flames, while the fire borrowed the wind's might, causing the airflow to become swifter. The two streams of spiritual power flowed through his meridians, not only without any sense of stagnation, but rather smooth and unimpeded. His entire body's meridians were repeatedly flushed by these two streams of spiritual power, becoming increasingly resilient and expansive. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air which transformed into a streak of blue-white chi arrow shooting straight at the cave wall, leaving a deep hole about an inch wide in the hard blue stone, with the edges still swirling with lingering gusts and sparks. Ye Jing slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of blue-white light flashing in his gaze, deep and restrained, devoid of the former violent sharpness, now possessing a more composed and ethereal aura. He raised his hand and lightly waved, a faint green wind swirling around him, and his figure unexpectedly floated up a few inches, landing as lightly as a feather without a sound. Truly worthy of the superior technique gifted by the fairy. With this green feather chi by my side, not only has my cultivation advanced, but my speed is also far superior to before. Ye Jing murmured to himself, gathering a strand of green feather chi in his palm. The chi flowed with agility, and with a gentle flick of his fingertips it transformed into several wind blades that silently sliced through the nearby rubble, which shattered cleanly and smoothly. Previously, while cultivating the Pailai Yanju, he had taken the path of unmatched ferocity, with his moves being broad and forceful, yet lacking a bit of agility and unpredictability. Now with the complement of the Qing, Yu Chengfeng Ju, his cultivation had already entered a new realm, and his combat power had multiplied several times. The spiritual herbs piled beside him had already exhausted most of their medicinal potency, transforming into pure spiritual power that he absorbed entirely. In his dantian, the blue and white spiritual powers spiraled and intertwined, forming a peculiar vortex with a foundation far deeper than that of other cultivators at his level. Just as he intended to calm his mind and further stabilize his realm, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by Yi Xian's slightly anxious shout penetrating through the thick cave. "Father, I have urgent matters to discuss. The situation is critical. Please come out." Ye Jing frowned slightly. He was in a crucial period of seclusion for cultivation, and unless a major issue arose, Yi Xian would not dare to disturb him rashly. He waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept by as the cave door slowly opened. He looked at Yi Xian, whose expression was grave and flustered. Ye Jing asked in a deep voice, "What is causing such alarm? I have only been in seclusion for a few years. Has there been a change in the clan?" Yi Xian quickly entered the cave and felt the distinctly different aura surrounding his father. Initially startled, he realized that his father had clearly made progress in his cultivation. He did not have time to congratulate him and hurriedly bowed in greeting, speaking urgently, "Father, something terrible has happened. The Thunder sect has been annihilated overnight, uprooted by the Xianyu sect, and not a single person survived. Now the Qingyun sect is also in a state of emergency. Our Yi family. Xianer, do not panic." Ye Jing responded calmly, and before Yi Xian could regain his composure, he felt a powerful hand suddenly rest on his shoulder. The Qingyun sect has already allied with the Xuanyue sect, and our Yi family now has a connection through marriage with the Xuanyue sect. It is not a precarious situation yet. Yi Xian looked up in surprise. "Father, you already know." He thought Ye Jing had been in seclusion for years, and had not heard of external matters. Ye Jing smiled, lightly, merely patting the little sparrow on his shoulder that was chirping, "Don't forget that your spirit beasts are all trained by me. I can learn about outside events through them." At this point, Ye Jing looked at his eldest son, who had always been at the peak of qi cultivation, and spoke with a softer tone, "Xianer, you have worked hard these years." Yi Xian hurriedly replied, "Everything is for the family. How can it be called hard work?" Ye Jing smiled lightly, and then waved a few jade bottles from his sleeve, saying, "Go and call over. Since I have come out of seclusion, it is time for both of you to establish your foundations." "Father, are you asking me and to go into seclusion? But what about matters within the family?" The family has already entered the right track. Your delayed foundation establishment is ultimately due to unstable cultivation limiting your combat power. Now that I have come out of seclusion, it is a perfect opportunity to help you brothers step into foundation establishment. Only with solid personal cultivation can you stand firm in this chaotic world and protect the safety of the Yi family. If you cannot even improve your own cultivation, even if you manage the family affairs, it would only be a facade, unable to uphold the reputation of the Yi family. Yi Xian's face was filled with remorse upon hearing this, and he bowed, saying, "Father, you are right. I have been short-sighted, only focusing on managing family affairs, which has delayed my cultivation. You have safeguarded the family for several years, stabilizing its foundation. This contribution has not gone unnoticed by me, and is not a delay." Ye Jing raised his hand and patted his shoulder. A gentle blue-white spiritual power flowed from his palm into Yi Xian's body, calming his inner anxiety and nourishing his meridians. However, the current situation is different. A chaotic era is approaching, and cultivation is the foundation of existence. Once you succeed in foundation establishment, even if I go out to negotiate, you too can stand on your own, guarding Lingyun Valley and protecting the Yi family. I will remember father's teachings. Yi Xian felt a sudden clarity in his heart. All his earlier panic faded away, leaving only determination. He tightened his grip on the jade bottle, spoke no further, and quickly turned to leave for Yi. Before long, Yi Xian returned with Yi. Yi was now dressed in a gingered robe, his physique robust, exuding an air of authority that could not be underestimated. Upon seeing his father emerge from seclusion, he immediately bowed in respect, his eyes filled with admiration. This contrasted sharply with Yi Xian, who wore plain clothing, his demeanor bearing a few traces of a middle-aged man's calm and scholarly presence. Both had facial hair, yet they looked spirited and radiant when gazing at Ye Jing. Ye Jing looked at his two sons before him, both pillars of the Yi family. With their presence, the younger generation could cultivate with peace of mind, free from the burdens of family affairs. He immediately took out the Pailai Yinju and the Qing Yu Chung Feng Ju, addressing them. "You are about to break through to foundation establishment, and I want to prepare the corresponding techniques for you to lay a solid foundation for your future." As the words fell, a radiant light appeared in Ye Jing's palm. Two translucent jade slips hovered in midair, one enveloped in a blazing golden glow, the other swirling with a crisp, pure white mist. Ye Jing stepped forward and addressed his eldest son Yi Xian. These two scrolls of techniques, one named Thunderfire Technique, is a body cultivation method that harnesses the fiery power of heaven and earth to temper the body. Once mastered, it can summon heavenly fire unmatched in offense. The second Green Feather Wine Technique emphasizes agile movement, an enduring spiritual power capable of repelling foes, protecting oneself, and using the power of the wind to escape and scout. Both are suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators. You are about to enter the Foundation Establishment realm, so those miscellaneous techniques no longer suit you. Therefore, I do not hesitate to pass them on to you. Having said that, Ye Jing handed the Green Feather Wind Technique to Ye Xian. You are composed and bear the weight of the family's affairs. Your thoughts are meticulous. Cultivating this technique will not only enhance your cultivation, but also provide you with additional self-protection when navigating various forces in the future. Ye Xian felt a warmth in his heart. He understood his father's thorough consideration, taking into account both their personalities and the family's future. He bowed respectfully and spoke earnestly. I understand your good intentions, father. I will focus on my cultivation and establish my foundation as soon as possible, supporting the Yi family alongside my brother. Ye Jing nodded, and then presented the Thunderfire Technique to Yi. This technique possesses immense explosive power and is also a body cultivation method. You favor using blades. In the future you can charge forward without hesitation, instilling fear in all those of ill repute. However, while practicing you must control your inner fire and avoid impatience, lest you fall into madness. Yi felt a surge of warmth and immediately bowed deeply, his voice resonant and respectful. Thank you, father, for your kindness. I will heed your teachings, cultivate steadily, and never act recklessly lest I disappoint your efforts. Seeing his two sons' understanding and maturity, Ye Jing's faint smile deepened. He waved his hand, and the essence of the techniques contained in the jade slips surged into his mind. The obscure incantations of the techniques vividly materialized without an ounce of difficulty. Clearly, Ye Jing had already comprehended the techniques, thoroughly erasing the complex and obscure parts, leaving only the purest and most suitable cultivation methods for both of them. The two brothers tightened their grips on the jade slips, their auras gradually stabilizing. The previous panic caused by the destruction of the Thunder Sect had long been replaced by an overwhelming battle intent for cultivation. They had been stuck at the peak of chi refinement for many years, not due to poor talent, but because they had been busy with family matters over the years with no time to stabilize their foundation. Coupled with a lack of superior techniques and adequate resources, they had yet to step into the foundation establishment phase. Ye Jing noticed their thoughts and raised his hand to push several jade vials he had taken out earlier toward them, the seals of the vials shimmering with spiritual light. Inside were high-quality foundation establishment pills along with several vials of spiritual liquid for nurturing meridians and stabilizing foundations, exuding a rich spiritual energy that could be felt even through the jade vials. These foundation establishment pills and spiritual liquids were specially refined by Xiang Lan during my retreat over the years. The potency is pure without any impurities, sufficient to help you stabilize your foundations and break through the chi refinement barrier to step into the foundation establishment realm. Ye Jing's tone was calm, yet filled with confidence. The quiet room in the cave has been arranged with a gathering spirit array and protective formations. You will not be disturbed by the outside world, nor will your presence be leaked by fluctuations of spiritual energy. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two, his expression growing more serious. Foundation establishment is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation, the beginning of transcending the mundane and entering the spiritual realm. You must not be anxious. Once in meditation, discard all distractions, operate the techniques, guide the medicinal power to merge with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cleanse the meridians, and solidify the nascent form of the golden core. Stabilizing one's mindset is of utmost importance. I will guard the family outside the cave, eliminating all external disturbances. You just need to focus on your breakthrough. The two brothers said nothing more, deeply bowing to Ye Jing before turning to enter the quiet rooms on either side, holding the jade slips of techniques and vials of spiritual medicine. After attending to this matter, Ye Jing arrived at the Yi family. He looked at the surrounding houses in the Lingyun Valley where rice fields and water lakes had been completed, bustling with ordinary people and low-level cultivators. It appeared to be a beautiful scene of peaceful times. He flew in on his sword to the main hall, immediately seeking out Wu Guiyan. He wondered how the Soul Realm banner fragments he had asked her to refine were progressing. The place for refining spiritual tools was a sunlit stone building with a faint spiritual energy surrounding it. Wu Guiyan was sitting at a desk polishing a freshly polished short sword. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Ye Jing promptly putting down the item in her hands and standing to greet him, a gentle smile in her eyes. She hurriedly stood up to congratulate him. Welcome back, ancestor. Your presence is even more impressive than before. Ye Jing smiled lightly. Alright, Gui and I came to ask you about the progress of the Soul Realm banner fragments you are forging. Mentioning the blood-colored iron bar, Wu Guiyun paused slightly, then led Ye Jing to the refining room. Inside was a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations entirely devoid of any evil or demonic aura. Pushing open the door, the chi refining furnace in the center glowed with molten fire, not from mundane flames, but from several fire-element lizards spitting. These were Yangjiao lizards possessing a pure yang flame, living in volcanic lava. Ye Jing had captured them specifically to establish a contract to assist Wu Guiyun in her refining. The blood-red iron bar was hanging above the furnace, enveloped in the spiritual power of the golden light bowl. The originally sinister black incantations had long lost their luster. Only a solid dark red iron ingot remained. Father, the restrictions on this iron ingot have been completely cleared after years of roasting. I repeatedly nourished it with spiritual energy, then continually tempered it with the lizard's yang fire, completely removing the evil chi and poisonous incantations inside, but upon hearing Wu Guiyun express hesitation, Ye Jing inquired, "It cannot be used to forge a magical tool." Wu Guiyun sighed. "Father, it can be done, but the Soul Realm banner was already severely damaged. This iron ingot has numerous cracks, and if we force it to be melted again, the resulting spiritual tool may be significantly weaker than before." Ye Jing frowned. The immortal willow in his body could restore the spiritual tool, but this fragment was peculiar and exceptional, being a high-quality spiritual tool. If fully restored, he might not be able to control it again. Thus Ye Jing had instructed Wu Guiyun to cleanse the evil energy from this fragment and forge a new spiritual tool. Ye Jing looked at the cracked iron piece and then said, "Can you cut the cracks in this iron one by one and forge them into flying knives?" Wu Guiyun was taken aback at first, then pondered for a moment, her initial frown gradually dissipating as she nodded eagerly. "Father, this plan is indeed brilliant. Although this iron ingot is riddled with cracks and cannot withstand repeated melting and bending, it excels in its hardness and retains some spiritual essence. If we cut it into small flying knives about an inch long, there's no need for extensive bending or forging. We can simply cut and polish along the grain and then inscribe formations. Not only can this avoid the flaws of the cracks, but it can also utilize the residual spiritual essence of the material, making the flying knives exceptionally sharp. Even if they do not reach the standard of a high-quality spiritual tool, they will far surpass ordinary mid-grade magical tools, and if infused with spiritual energy, their lethality will be considerable. You have full authority over this matter. Handle it with utmost diligence," Ye Jing instructed solemnly, then remained in the family hall to safeguard his elderly kin and young dependents, discreetly probing the Li family's stance. Compared to Qingyun's sect and Shuangyue's sect, Ye Jing was far more preoccupied with developments concerning Lingxiao sect. Within the Tiangong market, a retainer of the Yi family was managing a shop there. With a recent influx of cultivators into the Tiangong market, business had surged. Bustling, frenetic, suddenly several cultivators strode into the shop, pale-faced, hostile, their glances sharp and dismissive as they swept across the interior. Before the retainer could step forward, the leader coldly commanded, "Destroy, smash everything tied to the Yi family." With that, the cultivators unleashed their spiritual energy. The leader cultivated at foundation establishment, while the retainer stood only at chi refinement 7th layer, utterly outmatched. Every item inside the shop exploded violently, scattering debris across the floor. A resonant clang echoed. Then a man appeared, sword raised, intercepting the assault. The retainer, certain he faced death, recognized the savior as Yi Tianhao, and cried out, elated, "Young master." The pale-faced cultivator let out a sinister chuckle. "So the Yi family remains vigilant. Let today's affair end here." The pale-faced cultivator let out a sinister chuckle. "So the Yi family remains vigilant. Let today's affair." With that, the cultivators dissolved into a gust of chilling Eon wind and fled outward at blinding speed. Beyond, the shattered storefront flames now roared skyward, consuming the night. Cultivators from the Xianyu sect had brazenly invaded the Tiangong market, Qingyun sect's sovereign territory, and launched outright arson, slaughter, and pillage. Yi Tianhao's expression hardened. He turned to the retainer and ordered, "Quickly assess casualties and secure whatever goods remain." His eyes turned glacial. "They dared strike our Yi family's establishment en masse. I will not let them escape retribution." In an instant his figure blurred, a streak of light vanishing after them. The Yi family shop in the Tiangong market had been ambushed. Yi Tianhui, realizing he was outmatched, immediately shattered his transmission jade token. Yi Tianhao arrived without delay upon receiving the signal. Fortunately, Yi Tianhui sustained no grave injuries, only minor wounds. Yi Tianhao discerned the Xianyu sect's intent provocation plain. His form became a streak of light. Tracing the lingering trace of cold spiritual energy, Yi Tianhao pursued relentlessly, the surging chi around him revealing his foundation establishment midstage cultivation, his aura fierce and frigid as glacial wind. The leader who'd assaulted the shop cultivated only at Foundation establishment early stage. His companions barely reached the apex of chi refinement. No match for Ye Tianhao in open combat. Yet they clearly possessed an escape route. Their evasive techniques were unnervingly erratic, cloaked in bone-piercing Yin wind, the unmistakable hallmark of Xian Yu sect's sinister arts. Think you can flee? Having harmed our Yi family's foundations, you shall not depart unscathed today. Ye Tianhao thundered, accelerating his footwork. Spiritual energy coalesced into a brilliant white sword image, slashing fiercely toward the fleeing Yin wind. The blade cleaved the air with unstoppable force, on the verge of striking its mark, when suddenly several more figures wreathed in identical wrinkled energy erupted from the shadows ahead. They jointly intercepted Ye Tianhao's attack. All were Xian Yu sect cultivators, none below Qi refinement 7th layer. Among them lurked 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, an ambush meticulously laid in advance to extract their comrades. Young Master Yi, how delightful to meet again, drawled the lead figure, his voice rasping like broken glass, his countenance grim and cruel. Ganglei's sect obstructed our path, and perished. Your Yi family clings to Qingyun's sect like a doomed ember. Today is merely a warning. Surrender your allegiance. Flee Qingyun's sect now, or face dismemberment, corpse intact or not. Arrogant nonsense. Ye Tianhao's gaze grew colder still. The Tiangong market falls under Qingyun's sect's jurisdiction. You dare commit such atrocities here? Do you truly believe Qingyun's sect's patriarch will not descend upon you, erasing you utterly? Qingyun's sect. The man sneered, contempt dripping from every syllable. Not even Xuanyue sect or Lingxiao sect dares challenge us. Not when they struggle merely to survive. They have no breath left to spare on your petty clan's fate. Soon Qingyun's sect shall fall, just as Ganglei fell. And all noble houses like yours will be buried alongside it. As his final word hung in the air, the Xian Yu sect cultivators struck as one. Cold spiritual energy coalescing into raking claws and lethal miasmas descending upon Ye Tianhao like a suffocating storm. Ye Tianhao dared not slacken. His body shimmered with protective qi, his longsword whirled in flawless, impenetrable arcs, each strike parrying the vile, insidious assaults. Yet outnumbered and beset by vicious, unpredictable techniques, he found himself momentarily pinned, unable to break free, let alone seize the mastermind. Undaunted, his swordsmanship intensified, brutal, precise, relentless, dispelling each attack with ruthless efficiency, cutting down several qi refinement cultivators in swift succession. This enraged the Foundation establishment assailant. The Yi family's heir proved infuriatingly tenacious. Husband, let me aid you. Just as Ye Tianhao fought amid mounting pressure, a crisp, commanding voice rang out. Yushi's white silk ribbon lashed forth like a living serpent, knocking down several qi refinement cultivators, whose bodies instantly froze solid, shattering upon impact. Yushi alighted gracefully beside Ye Tianhao. With a gentle lift of her hand, delicate frost-laced spiritual energy swirled about her, pure, piercing, and profoundly chilling. Her cultivation level revealed itself as Foundation establishment early stage. Not as profound as Ye Tianhao's, yet perfectly suited her art's icy elegance, and subtle lethality directly countered the Xian Yu sect's corrupting Yin energies. Her features remained serene, her gaze sweeping over the assembled cultivators with glacial disdain. Beneath the radiant heavens, you dare unleash chaos upon Qingyun's sect's domain. Do you truly imagine no justice awaits you? The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators recoiled, alarmed and furious. With their subordinates neutralized, they now faced Ye Tianhao and Yushi together, and swiftly found themselves overwhelmed. Ye Tianhao's swordsmanship was overwhelming. Each stroke carried the weight of mountains, splitting, forcing the leader backward with crushing pressure. A glancing blow from his sword spirit severed Yin energy at the shoulder, blood welled instantly, staining his pallid face with pain. Retreat. Realizing further combat meant annihilation, the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators bellowed the order, Yin energy churning into a jet-black streak of light, as the original assailant abandoned the fight without hesitation. The remaining qi refinement cultivators scattered in sheer terror, scrambling away with desperate, ragged speed. Ye Tianhao snorted coldly, then surged forward, blade flashing with lethal velocity. The fleeing cultivator shrieked, "Dare you slay me? Your Yi family will perish." Ye Tianhao scoffed, "And what of it? To spare you would only sow future calamity." At that, his sword Paiyu blazed with incandescent light, shattering the cultivator's spiritual defenses before cleaving him cleanly in two. In that single heartbeat, before a cry could form, Paiyu's radiance flared repeatedly, a tempest of razor-sharp light, reducing both flesh and nascent soul to fragmented dust. Yushi watched, scalp prickling. She'd witnessed Ye Tianhao's merciless sword art in the Minghai realm before. Seeing it anew still sent chills down her spine. Ye Tianhao's murderous intent receded slightly. He bowed his head slightly toward you. She many thanks Taoist friend Gu. That formal address, Taoist friend Gu, was deliberate. Ye Tianhao knew you, she bore him no affection. It was a respectful veneer masking his awareness of her motives. Her marriage bound to Qing Yun's sect's alliance with Shuangyue sect, and her pursuit of his primordial yang essence. Yushi flushed faintly, hastening to reply, we are husband and wife. Why speak of gratitude? Husband, let us first tend to Tianwei. Ye Tianhao's lips curved faintly as he followed Yushi back toward the ruined shop. Within the Xian Yu sect, amidst the rolling black mist, Xian Yin listened to the report from his subordinates, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This is truly seeking death. Master, should we continue to disturb the Tiangong workshop city? A trembling cultivator asked. Xian Yin sneered, no need. The two from Qing Yun sect and Shuangyue sect are hiding within their respective sects, making it troublesome to disturb them. Now the Yi family is the largest clan under the Qing Yun sect. Let's eliminate them first. He thought clearly. Previously at the Minghai Star, the head of the Yi family had somehow dispersed the remnants of the demon lord attached to him, and had tried multiple times. He could not swallow this anger. Xian Yin was not foolish enough to believe that Ye Jing had any great capabilities. If he could eliminate the Yi family, and perhaps draw out the sect master of Qing Yun sect, it would be even better. With this thought, Xian Yin immediately ordered his subordinates go. It's time to fish. His subordinates hurriedly complied and retreated. 7 days later. Within the Yi family, a few crows continuously circled and cawed. Ye Jing, discussing matters regarding the Tiangong workshop city with Bai Qian, immediately sensed something was amiss. He looked at Bai Qian and said, Bai Qian, someone is approaching the Yi family. You need to leave quickly. What? Yi Dao, you, since it's so urgent, why don't I Bai stay and lend you a hand? Bai Qian exclaimed in shock. Ye Jing sighed, no need. This time it is Xian Yin, the sect master of Xian Yu sect, a mid-phase golden core cultivator. Upon hearing this, Bai Qian's legs went weak, and without hesitation he dashed out. Ye Jing showed no discontent, merely took a sip of tea and said to the two sect masters behind him, you two sect masters have lost the bet against me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect master of Shuangyue sect, Gue Suer, and the sect master of Qing Yun sect, Yun Ling, appeared behind him. They both looked at Ye Jing with surprise, clearly having arrived some time ago. Yun Ling looked at the crows and spirit sparrows beside Ye Jing and could not help but say, Yi family master truly is eyes that see beyond, able to detect the traces of Xian Yu sect so quickly. Ye Jing helplessly replied, two esteemed sect masters, if we weren't vigilant, my Yi family would soon become the underworld ghost clan. These seemingly ordinary spirit birds were in fact the alert spirit pets that Ye Jing had painstakingly trained. Within 100 miles, any cultivator hiding nearby would provoke their agitation and warning. Even if a golden core cultivator deliberately concealed their aura, they could not escape their perception. After the Yi family shop was attacked by Xian Yu sect members in Tiangong workshop city, Ye Jing had immediately set off to Qing Yun sect. He directly told Yun Ling that the next target of Xian Yu sect was definitely the Yi family, requesting support from the Yi family, and at this time the encirclement would require Yun Ling to also call upon Shuangyue sect for assistance. At first Yun Ling was half convinced, but Ye Jing easily revealed the locations and positions of some secret spirit mines belonging to other sects, and even knew the entrance position to the Minghai realm. He only mentioned that these were discovered by the spirit crows and spirit sparrows sent out, and he would never joke with the lives of an entire clan. Now that Xian Yin's aura was getting closer, they had no choice but to believe him. Gue Suer, in a plain white long dress, had a serious expression that revealed a hint of gravity as she gently twirled the icy jade pendant at her waist. In a deep voice, she spoke. Yi Dao, you is truly calculating. You anticipated that Xian Yin would take risks and come directly to the Yi family days ago. Yun Ling and I also adhered to our agreement, hiding here and waiting for a long time. If we can catch him all at once, it will be removing a great threat, and we can rest easy. Since the mysterious death of the head of the Lei family, these sect masters had not dared to leave their sects easily in order to protect themselves. Now that Xian Yin had finally appeared, they were eager to turn the tables on him. Suddenly dark clouds surged above the Yi family, and thick black mist poured down like a tide, enveloping the entire Yi family estate. The spiritual energy in the world was instantly tainted by the corrupt air, becoming stagnant and murky, and a chilling, bone-piercing aura rushed forward, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard to wither and blacken in an instant, as if the air itself had solidified. Ye Jing, the little thief, come out and die. A furious shout echoed across the sky, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a mid-phase golden core cultivator, exploding like thunder above the Yi family, shaking the doors and windows of the estate, leaving many cultivators and guests pale-faced, their legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ye Jing nodded to the two sect masters, then flew alone on his sword, and said to Xian, may I ask which senior has come here? I am Yi family head. Huh. Ye family head. Xianyin scoffed disdainfully, looking at the pitifully weak, first-level protective mountain formation before him, and then at this old man who was only mid-phase foundation establishment. He could not help but sneer. Ye old man, you really can hide establishing a new family in the Chun family's territory. Do you know how the Chun family was destroyed? The Chun family. Just a group of ignorant ants attempting to obstruct my grand plan, and within a single night they were slaughtered by the demon cultivators under my command. Xianyin waved his hand, a wisp of pitch-black, demonic energy swirling at his fingertips, transforming into a grotesque demon head. Ye old man, do you think that relying on this little support from Qingyun sect will keep you safe? Today I will make your Ye family meet the same fate as the Chun family, turning this vast estate into a hell on earth. He had long understood Ye Jing's background. He was merely a mid-phase foundation establishment cultivator. Even if the Ye family had some heritage, their protective mountain formation was only a barely passable first-level formation. In front of him, a mid-phase golden core great master, it was utterly vulnerable. In his view, this visit was merely a matter of taking it with ease. Destroying the Ye family would not only avenge the old grudges from Minghai Star, but also force out the sect master of Qingyun sect, who could then be killed in the process, completely removing this thorn in his side, allowing Xin Yu sect to roam freely in this territory. Ye Jing's expression was calm, his aura as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of being intimidated by Xianyin's pressure and harsh words. He merely raised his eyes, scanning the billowing black mist, his tone flat and unruffled. Xianyin, do not speak too arrogantly. The cycle of heaven's way and retribution is unerring. The fate of the Qin family may serve as a warning for you. Preposterous. Xianyin was furious, completely enraged by Ye Jing's calmness. He suddenly raised his hand, and the myriad of demonic energy converged into a gigantic black hand that obscured the sky, bearing the might to obliterate the heavens, and fiercely struck towards Ye Jing. Wherever the palm wind passed, the air exploded, and even the so-called protective array crumbled in an instant. It lasted only 3 seconds before shattering into pieces. A mere foundation establishment, ant dares to boast in front of me. Today you and your Ye family shall die together. Suddenly a chilling ice cold accompanied by bone-piercing frost descended from the sky, and the flying snow froze all the demonic energy in its path. The sect master of Xuanyue sect, Gui Suer, in her white robe, unleashed a brilliant cold aura from the icy jade pendant in her hand, and a completely transparent long sword appeared, slicing through the air towards the black giant hand. Another powerful aura surged forth, carrying a righteous and peaceful spiritual energy, with clouds swirling and radiant light filling the sky. Yunling flew in, sword pointed at Xianyin, and proclaimed loudly, "Xianyin the demon, you harm your fellow cultivators and disrupt the world. Today you dare to walk into your own trap, thinking we righteous sects are without defenders." With 2 golden core cultivators joining the battle, their auras matched, or even surpassed Xianyin's, and the 3 powerful auras collided in midair, creating tumultuous waves of energy, causing the previously overwhelming demonic energy pressing down on the Ye family to dissipate by half in an instant. The demonic aura surrounding Xianyin suddenly stagnated, and a look of shock and fury surged onto his grim and fierce face. "Yunling, Gui Suer, how could you be here?" After careful calculations, he was certain that these 2 sect masters feared his demonic powers, and due to the mysterious death of the head of the Thunder sect, they would only hide within their sects for self-preservation, never daring to take risks. Moreover, his movements were secretive, his aura completely retracted, and he had navigated here while avoiding the eyes of all righteous sects, making it impossible for any rumors to leak. The situation before him deviated completely from his plans. The confidence he had felt was instantly shattered, replaced by a hint of panic. The 2 early-stage golden core cultivators teaming up against him, while they might not be able to kill him, would certainly result in mutual destruction. Xianyin dared not fight to the death, knowing that Fan Lang of the Lingxiao sect was still watching him. If he were injured, he would be the one to pay for it in the next. Meanwhile, Yunling and Gui Suer thought to first severely injure Xianyin to prevent future troubles, and as for the hidden person, they needed to end the battle quickly to avoid prolonged complications. Gui Suer, dressed in white as pure as snow, emanated a chilling aura. The falling snowflakes landed on the demonic energy, instantly crystallizing into ice, shattering the remaining black aura into fragments. Her eyes were cold, her tone devoid of any fluctuation, yet every word struck to the heart. "You took advantage of the Thunder sect master's death, forcing the various sects to close their doors for self-protection, attempting to eliminate them one by one. Today marks your demise." Before her words fell, Gui Suer twisted her wrist, and the ice spirit sword slashed down from the air, a wide ice blue sword, aura sweeping across the sky, its coldness piercing to the bone, directly aiming at Xianyin's heart. This sword, carrying the unique ice principles of the Frost Moon sect, sealed the space, leaving Xian with no means of escape. Xian roared in anger, his demonic aura swelling as it transformed into a heavy demonic shield in front of him, its surface howling like a ghost, hideous and terrifying. However, when the icy sword aura collided with the demonic shield, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the seemingly indestructible shield instantly became covered in cracks, shattering into pieces in an instant, yet its residual force struck fiercely at Xian. This attack was negligible to Xian, who stared furiously at the calm old man below, gritting his teeth. That damned old man. He knew well that both Yunling and Guizhou were at the peak of early-stage golden core cultivation. He could maintain an advantage in unknown combat. But with the two teaming up, one practicing righteous arts and the other cold arts, their powers perfectly countered his demonic techniques, and if the battle dragged on, he would surely end up worse off. Moreover, he was still wary of Fan Lang from the Lingxiao sect lurking in the shadows. If he lost too much cultivation here and suffered serious injuries, Fan Lang would definitely seize the opportunity to take his life and swallow the power of the Xianyu sect. Retreat. Xian decisively ordered, unwilling to linger in battle. The black aura around him suddenly erupted, transforming into a vast expanse of black mist, attempting to obscure his figure as he fled in pain. He understood that preserving his life was paramount. Today's plan was only to escape first and devise a strategy later. Demon, do not run. How could Yunling allow him to escape? With the aura of Qing Yuan swirling around him, his figure moved like lightning, and with the Qing Yuan sword, he unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, the overwhelming sword energy tearing through the black mist. The neutral and harmonious spiritual energy specifically countered the sinister demonic aura. The black mist dissipated upon contact, instantly forcing Xian out of hiding. Guizhou followed closely, her jade hand raised, and the ice jade pendant at her waist burst forth, with dazzling cold light, freezing the space, within several meters, the ground, air, and even the swirling demonic energy, all transforming into crystalline ice, firmly sealing Xian's escape route. Xian felt his body stiffening, his spiritual power became sluggish, making it impossible to activate his escape technique. Ye Jing stood at the center of the Ye family estate, maintaining his calm demeanor, lightly tapping the jade pendant at his waist, watching the ongoing battle in the air, his eyes devoid of any ripples. The spiritual crows and sparrows he raised circled high above, firmly locking onto Xian's aura. No matter how he concealed himself, he could not escape the perception of the spiritual birds. Above, attacks continued, leveling mountains within a radius of several hundred miles. Seeing their leader restrained, Xian's subordinates immediately heeded the command to retreat and began to scatter in all directions. Seeing this, Ye Jing spoke to Ye Tianhao, Ye Tianhui, and Ye Tianyao. Let's organize the guests, we are about to counterattack. I cannot deal with Xian, but I will not be polite with his subordinates. However, to avoid revealing too many of the Ye family's trump cards, I will only control first-tier monsters to attack. In an instant, the cries of battle shook the heavens. Even Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan joined in. Lu Xianglan waved the soul lamp in her hand, and countless pale-skinned armored corpse puppets rushed forward, surrounding those Xianyu cultivators attempting to escape, and began tearing them apart. One of the most formidable corpse puppets, clad in bronze armor, had reached Foundation establishment, towering and swift. Some Xianyu cultivators who were only at Qi refinement had not yet realized what was happening before being torn apart by its claw. He looked up at the besieged Xian and let out a roar. Xian instinctively lowered his head, shocked to see that the Ye family could control corpse puppets, especially the leading one that was actually a Foundation establishment level. In that moment of distraction, Yunling gathered all his spiritual power into a single sword strike that pierced through the air, and Xian hurriedly drew out a talisman treasure to defend himself. When the golden core sword met the talisman, sparkling spiritual light was instantly cut out just as the sword was about to stab Xian. Xian sneered, a sharp spike appearing behind him, burning with ghostly flames. In Yunling's incredulous gaze, the spike pierced through his protective spiritual power, aiming directly at his golden core. Guizhou was alarmed and quickly swung her ice sword repeatedly at Xian while swiftly producing a long axe, which directly severed the thread controlling the spike. However, the spike was about to pierce Yunling's golden core. A sharp pain surged through his meridian straight to his mind. Yunling let out a muffled groan, blood suddenly spilling from the corner of his mouth, and the Qing Yun's spiritual energy wrapping around him dissipated significantly. The spike, tainted with cold, ghostly fire, carried a venomous power specifically designed to break through the protective spiritual light of golden core cult. Even though Guizhou severed the controlling thread, the remaining demonic energy frantically invaded his golden core through the wound, nearly shattering the foundation he had painstakingly cultivated for 100 years. Master Yunling. Gue Sewer exclaimed in alarm, her once clear eyes finally showing signs of panic. She could not afford to continue attacking Xian Yin. Her cold aura surged, transforming into layers of ice armor to protect Yunling, while she formed seals to channel pure cold spiritual energy into him, attempting to suppress the rampaging demonic fire. Yet this demonic energy was extremely venomous, specifically countering spiritual energy. The icy power not only failed to eradicate it, but instead caused Yunling's complexion to turn even paler, his aura fluctuating dangerously as he nearly fell from the air. Seeing this, Xian Yin's shock and anger transformed into a sinister, cruel smile. The dissipating demonic energy surged again, and his earlier intention to flee vanished in an instant. A golden opportunity lay before him, as long as he took this chance to eliminate these two sect masters and then destroy the entire Yi family. There would be no one left to contend with him. Even if Fan Lang from the Lingxiao sect appeared, he would still have the strength to fight. Just as he was filled with wild joy, he suddenly felt a cool breeze brush past his ear, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, a sensation that was far from the sharp and violent feeling of being cut or chopped. Rather, it felt like icy water seeping through his bones, silently piercing through his flesh. A bone-chilling cold surged through his chest meridians, directly threatening his dantian. Xian Yin's sinister smile froze in an instant, his pupils constricting as he looked down at his chest in disbelief. He saw a plain black short dagger which he did not know when had pierced through his thick demonic aura, deeply embedded in his chest, the blade emitting a faint ghostly purple light, with no trace of spiritual power swirling, yet it had broken through the protective barrier he had cultivated for many years. Ye Jing. Xian Yin looked at the dagger lodged in his chest, and immediately thought of who had struck him. Yet he could never have imagined that just moments ago he was consumed by dreams of slaying Yunling and devouring all factions. He had completely failed to perceive the dagger that could hide in the void and ignore defenses, nor did he expect that a member of the Yi family could possess such a stealthy assassination skill. Gue Sewer supported Yunling, not bothering to contemplate how Ye Jing, a mid-foundation establishment master, could wield such a formidable weapon. She flew to one side, continuously suppressing the rampant demonic energy surrounding Yunling, protecting his golden core. In midair, Xian Yin was filled with both shock and anger. The intense pain in his chest grew more severe, and the demonic essence in his dantian was on the verge of collapse. If it continued like this, it would harm his very foundation. He knew that if this stalemate persisted, not only would he be unable to kill the two before him, but he would also risk losing his life here. Enduring the burning pain in his hand, Xian Yin gripped the dagger that was embedded in his chest. If anyone other than its master were to touch it, it would instantly erupt in demonic flames. He realized that this dagger was indeed a demonic artifact. After exhausting his spiritual energy to pull out the demonic blade, Xian Yin's hand was left scorched to the bone. His chest was now a massive pit. He glared at the old man on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouting, "Old man, you remember this. My Xian Yu sect will not let you go." With that, he summoned a whirlwind, sweeping away both the old man and his subordinates who were still engaged in battle below. In an instant, the black mist vanished, leaving only the remnants of the Yi family's somewhat damaged houses. Seeing that the Xian Yu sect members had finally left, Ye Jing let out a slight sigh of relief, but was immediately met with an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy, causing him to helplessly sigh as he tightly gripped the dagger. "Yi family master, perhaps you could explain what this dagger in your hand is?" Gue Sewer questioned coldly. Ye Jing pondered briefly, then responded with calmness. "Gue sect leader, do not be angry. This item is not a secret treasure of the Yi family, nor am I colluding with the demonic clan. This matter pertains to a long-buried secret of the Yi family, and is certainly not as simple as you think." "A secret?" Gue Sewer sneered, a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from her imposing aura intensifying. "This dagger can hide in the void and ignore defenses, and it bears the power of demonic flames. It is clearly a demonic artifact. As a righteous cultivator possessing a relic of the demonic god, and lurking in the shadows to strike, if you were truly innocent, why hide and delay in revealing your cards?" As her words fell, her surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a faint blue light, enveloping her, clearly wary of Ye Jing using that strange dagger again. Just moments ago, Xian Yin, as a demonic cultivator, was burned to the bone by this artifact. If Ye Jing harbored ill intentions, even she might not be able to easily fend off such an unpredictable attack. Ye Jing sighed softly, slowly loosening his grip and cradling the dagger in his palm. Strangely, the dagger that had previously radiated a menacing aura was now as docile as common iron, with no trace of demonic energy leaking out. Only the blade glimmered with a faint black light, and upon closer inspection, ancient runes were intricately carved into it. "Do you know, sect leader, why my Yi family has been relentlessly pursued by the Xian Yu sect these past few years?" Ye Jing spoke softly. It is because of this dagger, and a secret my Ye family has guarded for thousands of years. People only see my Ye family as a minor clan in the cultivation world. They think our foundation is shallow, not knowing that my Ye family's ancestors were not of ordinary scattered cultivator origins. They passed down many spiritual weapons, but met with an untimely death. I had no choice but to live on as a mortal. As for the trump card, I never expected this dagger to be so powerful. I never intended to deceive the sect leader. This matter concerns the survival of the Ye family, and is an immense secret. If it were to leak out, not only would the Ye family face extermination, but it would also attract more demonic cultivators, leading to utter disaster. Gui Suer listened and glanced at the pale-faced Yunling, clearly indicating you handle your own people. Yunling looked at Ye Jing, and said helplessly, Ye family master, you have hidden yourself quite well, but, considering you severely injured the sect master of Xianyu today, let this matter pass. Thank you for your understanding, sect leader. Ye Jing replied with a warm smile. However, Ye family master, do not forget Xianyin is the most vengeful. You have made him suffer such a great loss. It won't be long before the counterattack from the Xianyu sect becomes even more ferocious, and then it won't be so easy to resolve. Yunling clutched his chest, struggling to maintain his form. His complexion was as pale as paper. Even though the demonic energy had been temporarily suppressed, his golden core still throbbed with pain. His cultivation had dropped to the late foundation establishment stage. Ye Jing, upon hearing this, bowed solemnly. I will remember this. Sect leader Yun has worked hard. Tomorrow the Ye family will send healing medicines for your use. With that, he also bowed to Gui Suer, implying that he would offer them a generous gift as gratitude for their assistance. Hearing this, the two sect leaders relaxed slightly, and then rode their clouds away, considering today's events a fruitful endeavor. At the very least, Xianyin was gravely injured, and would find it difficult to cause trouble in the short term, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to the two sect leaders, Ye Jing finally showed signs of fatigue. He leaned shakily against the side of the poisonous, consuming several bottles of spiritual medicine to that dagger had drained too much of his spiritual energy to make it undetectable to the golden core. Achieving a single lethal strike was exceedingly difficult. Grandfather, are you alright? Yi Tianhao, Yi Tianhui, and Yi Tianyao rushed forward. Ye Jing shook his head. You all go check the family's losses, and see if there are any casualties. Yes. After arranging everything, Ye Jing looked up at the shattered protective mountain formation, closing his eyes with a bitter smile. I wonder when I will advance to the golden core stage. This protective formation can't even withstand a slap from Xianyin, the Xianyu sect's mountain gate. The black mist surged in chaotically. Upon landing, Xianyin immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, startling the poisonous insects on the ground into a wild escape. Sect master, are you okay? Kumu hurried over, panicked at seeing his sect master, who had left joyfully in such a state. Xianyin pushed away Kumu's supporting hand, blood oozing from the wound in his chest, continuously spilling dark blood. Xianyin, you look truly disheveled. At this moment, from the shadows, Fan Lang appeared, coldly observing the prostrate Xianyin, who was coughing blood. Xianyin glared at the lofty sect master of Lingxiao sect, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Fan, sect master, this time, the Yi family has revealed both sect leaders. This is a great opportunity to kill them. Why aren't you making a move? Fan Lang coldly replied, Xianyin, has your mind been corrupted by demonic cultivation? The last time we collaborated to ambush Morong Xiao, it was on my Lingxiao sect's territory, and it was 2 against 1. If one of them escapes and informs that nascent soul old monster, not just you, but I will face death too. Xianyin trembled with rage, his demonic energy surging violently, but the injury in his chest was aggravated, and he spat out another mouthful of black blood. If it weren't for that Yi family, if it weren't for that old bastard's treacherous dagger, I would have already killed Yunling. Xianyin cursed. Ye Jing was simply more sinister than he was. Are you referring to the Yi family that has been causing trouble for your Xianyu sect? Fan Lang asked mockingly. His eyes filled with admiration, he remarked, such a family, if they could be put to use, would be 100 times more valuable than the Li family, which is more trouble than it's worth. Xuanyin, already heavily wounded, was on the verge of madness upon hearing Fan Lang's desire to recruit the Yi family. Fan Lang, we are supposed to be partners. Now that I am in trouble, you dare to insult me like this? Xianyin roared, agony coursing through his chest, causing his entire body to convulse. Every word he spoke strained the nearly collapsing demonic energy in his dantian. That old fool Ye Jing, wielding that treacherous artifact, could strike without warning. If it were you, you might not escape unscathed. Fan Lang stepped closer to Xuanyin, looking down at him. His aura seemed, yet it contained the oppressive weight of a golden core, firmly suppressing Xuanyin's demonic energy and leaving him without the strength to rise. A cold smile crept across his lips, his tone almost devoid of emotion. Collaboration. My sect collaborates with you to eliminate Yunling and clear the obstacles for the expansion of the Lingxiao sect, not to watch you flee in disgrace from a mere foundation establishment family, head losing all face. He paused, his gaze deep, as if contemplating something. The artifact hidden in the void, ignoring all defenses, and the beast-controlling method of the Ye family. If they were to fall into my hands, not only would Yunling be no match for me, even those nascent souls. I might still be able to fight back. A mere Ye family guarding such treasures is indeed inviting disaster. It will inevitably become someone else's possession. With that Fanlang side, Xuanin, do you not understand? The more allies we have, the greater our chances of victory. You think it's easy to set your sights on the treasures of the Ye family? Xianin gasped, his voice hoarse and cold. That old fox Ye Jing is cunning. The artifact recognizes its master, and anyone who touches it will be burned by demonic fire. Now, with both sects on high alert, if you recklessly attempt to recruit them, failure would mean bringing disaster upon yourself. Bringing disaster upon myself. Fan Lang scoffed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I do not need your guidance on how to act. You are barely holding on. Perhaps you should focus on the survival of the Xianyu sect instead. If you cannot withstand this ordeal, the Xianyu sect, a collection of scattered sand, will be swallowed by other demonic cultivators in no time. At that point, my sect would not mind taking this force for ourselves, and then slowly dealing with the Ye family. With that, Fan Lang withdrew his spiritual energy and vanished into the shadows without leaving a trace. Xianin gritted his teeth, wanting to curse the damned Fan Lang, but having brought this fate upon himself through recklessness, he could only swallow his anger. Returning to his sect, Fan Lang pondered how to bring the Ye family under his command. Following the recent destruction of the Thunder Clan, he was beginning to feel estranged from the Qingyun and Shuangyue sects, and he believed they would soon discover that he had killed Morong Xiao. At that point, they would unite to kill him. Thinking of this, Fan Lang cursed Xianin once more for being a hindrance rather than a help. Frustrations aside, after returning to the sect, Fan Lang devised a new plan. The recent fall of the Thunder Clan had left behind a significant amount of assets, and he could easily take them all for himself. By then he believed he could trust that Yunling and Gue Suer would not be able to resist letting him take such a large share, and when the time came to divide the spoils, he could then execute his hidden assassinations. If he could persuade the Ye family to pledge loyalty to his Lingxiao sect, by then he might just seize the opportunity to take them down alongside Fan Lang. Fan Lang was confident in his plan, but the only trouble was that Xuanyan's cultivation had regressed to that of a useless person. He could not act recklessly, and had to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in the Ye family courtyard, Grandfather Yi Tianhui approached slowly, his expression grave. The family's losses have been tallied. The protective mountain array is over half destroyed. More than 10 rooms for cultivators have collapsed. 14 common households have perished. 4 guests have died, and 20 have been injured. Ye Jing nodded, saying, the deceased shall be buried, and the injured will receive spiritual medicine. All guests who participated in the battle today will receive 50 spirit stones and rewards of spiritual medicine. From today onward, the Ye family shall be on high alert. Clan members are not allowed to venture outside. We must hasten the repair of the protective mountain array, and take out the advancement pills stored in the treasury, distributing them to the most talented disciples to ensure the family's strength is improved in a short time. Yes, Grandfather. Yi Tianhui agreed, but the young man's face still bore some worry. Grandfather, my elder brother has been home for only a few days, and has left. Do I wonder how he is doing over there? Ye Jing smiled, saying, your elder brother is a sect disciple. Naturally, he has to return to the sect with the sect master. There is no need to worry. Grandfather, Yi Tianhui hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Tianhui, just speak your mind. Ye Jing replied calmly. Yi Tianhui quickly asked, Grandfather, do I also have to go to the Qingyun sect? From your words, it seems you do not wish to go to the Qingyun sect. Ye Jing inquired. Yi Tianhui was now 17 years old, at the 7th level of qi refinement, and had been responsible for helping the family expand its business. Yi Tianhui's hands hanging by his sides tightened slightly. The young man's brow lost the calmness he usually displayed while managing family affairs, replaced by a hint of stubbornness and sincerity as he raised his gaze to Ye Jing. His gaze was firm without a hint of evasion. Grandfather, I do not fear the hardships of sect training, nor do I disdain the Qingyun sect status. I simply do not wish to join the sect. Ye Jing's gentle smile slowly faded, replaced by a serious expression as he stroked his graying beard. He said solemnly, the Qingyun sect is one of the top cultivation sects within 100 miles, with countless young heirs vying to enter its gates. Your elder brother possesses outstanding talent. Since childhood, he has been personally taught by the sect master, which is a glory for the Yi family. Now at 17, you have already reached the 8th level of qi refinement, your talent far surpassing your peers. If you were to enter the Qingyun sect and focus on your cultivation, you would surely succeed in foundation establishment and become the pillar of the Yi family, possibly even rising to the inner sect and bringing honor to the family. Why do you refuse to go? As his words fell, the courtyard fell silent for a moment. Ye Tianhui took a deep breath and spoke with conviction. Grandfather, my elder brother's heart is set on the path of the Tao. He is suited for sect cultivation and can go much further. But I am different. He turned to look at the wreckage of the cultivators' quarters outside the courtyard, at those still cleaning up the aftermath, their faces filled with sorrow, his voice steady and strong. My elder brother cultivates in the sect for the long-term future of the Ye family, striving for a higher realm of cultivation. But now the Ye family has just suffered a calamity. The protective mountain array is in ruins. The clan has suffered heavy casualties, and there are enemies lurking outside. Internally, there are remnants to clear up. Business dealings have been severed. Clan disciples need guidance. The injured need care, and the family business needs stabilization. At this point, Ye Tianhui said, Grandfather, I excel in managing mundane affairs, understand business, and know people's hearts. I can remain in the clan. I can solidify the foundation of the Ye family, ensure that the clan members live and work in peace, and accumulate strength for the family. This is what I can do for the Ye family, and it is no less valuable than joining the sect for cultivation. Ye Jing looked at the young man and smiled helplessly. Tianhui, since that is the case, Grandfather will not force you. Just do well in what you wish to do. How could he not see that Tianhui was speaking beautifully? He had been a bit mischievous since childhood, had learned to do business as he grew up, and enjoyed a free and easy. If asked to go to the Qingyun sect and cultivate in a disciplined manner, he would certainly refuse. Yet Ye Jing believed that as long as it was beneficial for the family and not harmful behavior, he would be more lenient. Moreover, he could not allow all the descendants of the family to be bound to the Qingyun sect alone. After arranging matters at home, within less than half a month the Qingyun sect suddenly sent word requesting Ye Jing to come to the sect discreetly. Ye Jing, knowing that there must be something to instruct him regarding the damage to Yunling's golden core, entrusted his daughter-in-law to take good care of the house, and followed the celestial attendant to the Qingyun sect. Yunling's residence was a palace hidden within the clouds of the mountain, named Jingxian, surrounded by century-old spiritual bamboos. From a distance, a faint golden glow seemed to envelop the roof. The celestial attendant led Ye Jing inside, and then withdrew. Soon a somewhat weak voice came from within the palace calling him inside. Ye Jing pushed the door open, and saw that the hall was simply furnished, lacking any unnecessary extravagance. Yunling, clad in a plain Dao robe, appeared pale and devoid of blood color, his brows carrying an unshakable weariness. The spiritual energy around him fluctuated erratically, and his once solid cultivation had diminished by more than half, with even the celestial aura surrounding him fading to near nothingness. Master of the sect, Ye Jing bowed in greeting. Yunling looked at him, his middle-aged face also showing signs of fatigue. You've come, please sit down. After Ye Jing sat down, he directly asked, Master, did you call for me regarding some important matter? Yunling sighed, and said, Since I was struck by that mysterious needle, my golden core has been damaged, and my cultivation has plummeted. I have tried all the herbs within the sect, but none have worked. Now, having lost the power of my golden core, I have become a soft persimmon in the eyes of others, and I fear there is no hope for recovery. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing understood in his heart, and quickly said, Master, why do you say such things? You have protected my Ye family with such great kindness. If there is even a slight chance of survival, you should not indulge in self-pity. Yunling nodded, slightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He took out a jade slip, glowing with a faint light from his bosom, and gently pushed it across the table, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. In my early years I traveled far and wide, and learned that there are countless wonders in this world. There is a herb called Yao Dan Huan Ling Ji, which can repair a damaged golden core and restore dispersed cultivation. It is a rare heavenly material. This herb grows near the ice abyss at the border of the Shuangyue sect, a place that is eternally frozen, where the cold wind cuts like a knife and demonic beasts abound, making it extremely dangerous. He coughed apologetically and added, If it weren't for the severity of the situation, I wouldn't want to put you in such danger. Ye Jing's gaze fell upon the jade slip, and he did not express any words of refusal. Yunling was making this request to save the Ye family from this great calamity, and he had every intention of repaying this kindness. He had come to find Yunling privately to prevent others from knowing about his serious injury. If this matter were to spread, not only would it cause unrest within the Qingyun sect, but the rival sects eyeing them would surely take the opportunity to strike. At that time, with the Qingyun sect on the verge of destruction, even the Ye family, which had received the sect master's protection, would not escape the calamity. Ye Jing raised his hand to grasp the jade slip, his fingertips touching its icy surface, and the faint spiritual light flowed into his sea of consciousness. Within it were clearly inscribed the location of the ice abyss, the dangers along the way, as well as the appearance and characteristics of Yao Dan, Huan Ling, Ji, each word revealing peril. He tightened his grip on the jade slip, his knuckles turning slightly white. He raised his eyes to look at Yunling, his gaze steady and resolute, showing no trace of fear. The master has sacrificed himself to shield my Ye family from disaster, suffering damage to his golden core and losing his cultivation. Such great kindness will never be forgotten by the Ye family. Now that the master is in trouble, let alone the ice abyss at the border of the Xuanyue sect, even if it is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I will not shirk my duty. Ye Jing stood up, bowed again, his spine straight and his tone resolute. I will set off for the ice abyss immediately, and will bring back the Yao Dan Huan Ling Ji intact to help the master restore his golden core and regain his strength. Seeing this, Yunling coughed violently once more. After calming down for a while, he took out several items from his sleeve: a snow-white cold resistance pearl, a jade talisman for communication, and a swift jade boat for carrying people. This cold resistance pearl can fend off the biting cold of the ice abyss, and this jade talisman is linked to my spirit. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis in the ice abyss, crush the talisman, and even though my cultivation has plummeted, I will do my utmost to protect you for a moment. Ye Jing saw that Yunling was quite generous and naturally accepted with respect. He then mounted his sword and left. After bidding farewell to Yunling and stepping out of Jing, Xin, the sea of clouds surged, and the mountain wind was slightly cool. He sent a message back to the Ye family informing them of his intention to search for medicine for the master of the Qingyan sect. After completing all this, he suppressed the spiritual energy around him, transforming into an ordinary escape, light silently, leaving the mountain gate of the Qingyan sect. Along the way, he traveled by day and rested at night, choosing remote mountains, wild ridges, and deep valleys to navigate, avoiding cities and markets. Occasionally encountering wandering loose cultivators and low-level demonic beasts, he preferred not to stir up trouble, simply using the Qingyu Qingfeng Ju to slip past, leaving no trace. Days later, the temperature gradually dropped, and the spiritual energy in the world became piercingly cold. In the distance, the sky was pure white, and the ground was covered with thick, solid ice with no vegetation growing, as the howling wind passed through like the cries of ghosts. Ye Jing immediately took out the cold resistance pearl and held it in his hand, instantly blocking the cold air from penetrating his body. Holding the map, he landed on a towering ice cliff and gazed far into the distance. Ahead were towering ice peaks piercing the clouds with deep crevices crisscrossing and occasionally faint blue cold mist rising from the ground. This was the ice abyss. Ye Jing once again immersed his divine sense into the area. The terrain of the ice abyss was complex with many ice caves and cold mist, and the beasts inside practiced ice attribute abilities extremely fierce. The Yao Dan Huanling Ji only grows beside the cold essence spring at the deepest part of the ice abyss, needing to absorb 1,000 years of ice essence to form, making it extremely rare. Ye Jing couldn't help but think that this 1,000-year cold bone essence was somewhat akin to the raw material for the foundation establishment, Pill the Cold Spring Dew. He activated the Qingyu Chengfeng Ju, his figure transforming into a faint cyan shadow racing along the ice surface at high speed, leaving only a trace behind. After proceeding for no more than half a stick of incense, he spotted 3 snow-white monkeys in a crack of ice. Each was about an inch in size with snowy fur, a mid-level first-tier demonic beast. Seeing this, Ye Jing flew on the wind, not wanting to startle them. He continued to delve deeper, noticing that the closer he got to the interior, the stronger the beasts became, and the colder the air grew, making it increasingly difficult to execute his movement techniques. With no other choice, Ye Jing gave up on his movement technique and summoned Black Wind, a mid-level second-tier demonic beast, to assist him. Black Wind had reached mid-level second tier in the Xian Lu Cave Heaven and was the strongest in single combat. Once she appeared, the demonic beasts that had previously detected Ye Jing's presence all cowered in fear and dared not raise their heads. This allowed Ye Jing to continue delving deeper. With Black Wind's help, Ye Jing saved a lot of trouble, and the 1,000-year cold essence was right before him. Before him, beneath the ice wall, was a pool of dark blue spring water with wisps of cold air rising, as if solid, forming small ice crystals that in the center of the spring, a spirit mushroom entirely white with a cap bearing faint golden stripes quietly took root. This was indeed the Yao Dan Huan Ling Ji. Surrounding the spirit mushroom was a thin layer of ice membrane, seeming to possess spirituality in its protection, with a rich medicinal fragrance filling the air, nearly solidifying. Ye Jing stared at the suddenly appeared white ape, his heart fluttering slightly. This white ape was clearly much smaller than the ones from the previous cave, only the size of an adult, yet it was a mid-level second-tier demon beast on par with Haifeng. Moreover, this white ape was a native beast of the ice abyss, known as the white ice monkey. It cultivated by absorbing the spiritual energy from the cold essence spring, and its temperament was violent. Anything that approached the cold essence would be regarded as a mortal enemy. Just now it had been hidden among the ice shards. If it weren't for Heffing's keen spiritual sense detecting the anomaly in advance, Ye Jing would have been caught off guard and suffered a heavy loss. Roar! The white ape charged forward, launching an assault on Ye Jing with the ground's ice crystals rising to obliterate him. Heffing dashed forward, letting out a furious roar, and began to bite at the white ape. Heffing, hold it off. I'm going to gather the Yongdan and Lingji. Ye Jing called out repeatedly. His figure suddenly moved, utilizing the mysterious techniques of the Qingyu wind riding technique, transforming into a faint blue afterimage circling to the side of the white ape. A surge of blue light erupted from his fingertips, condensing into a sharp chi blade aimed directly at the vital points of the white ape. He understood that he could not linger in battle. The Yongdan and Lingji were right in front of him, as long as he obtained this spiritual herb, he could immediately withdraw, and must not waste excessive energy here. Heffing, following the command, leaped up and charged towards the white ape's massive claws, surrounded by swirling debris and ice shards crashing hard against the apes. The two sounds of impact echoed, shaking the cave. Ye Jing looked up to see the ice above cracking and thought to himself, this won't do. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in battle are too great, and with all these ice blocks around, it's easy to cause a collapse. He immediately took out a defensive talisman and combined it with the golden light bowl to envelop the white ape. Upon seeing this, the white ape let out a series of furious roars, its white fur shimmering as it gathered the cold energy to form a crescent-shaped shovel. With a clang, the crescent shovel, extremely sharp, broke through the golden light bowl and the defensive talisman in one strike. Subsequently, the white ape raised the crescent shovel and attacked Ye Jing. Ye Jing immediately swung out a meteor hammer engulfed in blue flames to meet the attack, the dark blue flames surging violently, accompanied by a fierce gust forcefully resisting the ice-gold crescent shovel. In an instant, the icy chill collided violently with the blazing spiritual fire, causing the tiny ice shards to melt into mist upon contact with the fire. The entire cave was filled with white mist, and visibility was suddenly chaotic. The white ice monkey, immensely powerful, exerted force with its arm, the crescent shovel pressing down, with a bone-chilling coldness overpowering Ye Jing. A wave of icy power surged along the hammer's handle, numbing his arm. He knew that this demon beast's ice attribute spiritual power was domineering. If the cold energy invaded his meridians, it would surely affect his movement. He immediately circulated the spiritual energy within his body along his arm to the meteor hammer, causing the dark blue flames to burn even more fiercely, firmly resisting the opponent's brute force. Heffing, go attack its lower body. Ye Jing felt that this monkey had immense strength, and continuing to stalemate was not a solution. He promptly commanded Heffing to assist. Heffing, hearing the command, surged with black winds darting out like an arrow released from a bow, baring its fangs as it bit fiercely at the knee joint of the white ice monkey. This demon beast had long occupied the cold essence spring, who, although its limbs and bones were hard, it was still afraid of this deadly bite. It immediately howled in pain and kicked fiercely at Heffing, causing its grip on the crescent shovel to loosen slightly. Ye Jing seized this fleeting opportunity, his left hand forming a seal, the blue light intensifying at his fingertip. A sharp wind blade sliced towards the white ape's wrist, holding the weapon, while his right hand exerted force, smashing the meteor hammer engulfed in blazing flames right onto the white ape's shoulder. The white ape howled in pain, staggering back with its shoulders white fur scorched by the blue flames, releasing a few wisps of burnt odor and revealing blood and flesh beneath. It glared with wide eyes, the cold energy around it surging violently, shattering the surrounding ice shards. Countless ice needles shot towards Ye Jing, and Heffing, the attack becoming increasingly ferocious. Ye Jing furrowed his brow, seeing the ice fissures above him growing larger with debris and ice continually falling. If this stalemate continued, the cave would surely collapse completely. At that time, there would be no chance to gather the Yongdan and Lingji, let alone escape. He no longer held back as a faint glow emanated from the storage bag at his waist, a crimson talisman landing in his palm. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the talisman instantly ignited with flames. Explosive flame talisman, go. Ye Jing flicked his finger, and the crimson talisman transformed into a fire rainbow heading straight for the white ape's face. Simultaneously, he moved continuously, using the flames as cover, rushing towards the Yongdan and Lingji beside the cold essence spring. The spiritual herb was completely white, its cap glowing faintly with spiritual light rooted beside the cold essence. It was precisely his target for this trip. He wanted to use the surrounding cold energy to envelop the herb. This Yongdan and Lingji must be cultivated with cold energy to be harvested, otherwise once it leaves the ground it would instantly turn into a puddle of liquid, ruining the entire plant. Seeing this, the white ape's eyes turned red with urgency. It abandoned the entangled Heffing and recklessly swung the crescent shovel towards Ye Jing. The roar reverberated through the cave, clearly regarding the spiritual herb as a vital lifeline, absolutely not allowing anyone to touch it. It glared with crimson eyes, instantly shooting out a beam of cold light that struck Ye Jing's arm just as he was about to touch the spiritual herb. Ye Jing immediately felt his arm turn icy, and he spun around, stepping on a Haifeng as they fled towards the cave exit. The white ape wanted to pursue, but Ye Jing swung the blue flame hammer upwards, smashing it into the ice hole above, completely burying the cave. He then sat on Haifeng, drifting away from the ice abyss for hundreds of miles. After ensuring safety, he found a sheltered spot away from the wind to sit down. Ye Jing felt a piercing pain in his right arm, with countless ice crystals sprouting from his arm. His entire right arm had completely frozen solid. Ye Jing quickly activated the Peerless Yanju. As this fire attribute cultivation technique was put into motion, the ice crystals proliferating on his arm began to gradually melt away. After a while, Ye Jing exhaled a breath of cold air, panting heavily, feeling immensely grateful that he had already established his foundation and cultivated the Peerless Yanju, or otherwise his right arm would have been rendered useless. Haifeng beside him hung its head low, whimpering softly, seemingly regretting not being able to hold the demon beast down completely, causing its master to get injured. Ye Jing reached out to rub Haifeng's head gently, soothingly, saying, "It's not your fault. That white ice monkey guards the cold essence spring, taking advantage of the terrain and time, and its cultivation is on par with yours. Being able to hold it off for a moment has already helped me tremendously." Having said that, Ye Jing closed his eyes and began to carefully review the previous battle. Although the white ice monkey was a mid-level second-tier demon beast, it had absorbed the cold essence spiritual energy for years, making its ice attribute spiritual power far purer than that of other beasts of the same tier. Moreover, the cave was narrow and prone to collapse, and under such constraints he was unable to exert his full strength, which was why he fell into a disadvantage. Additionally, this white ape could wield weapons like a human and had developed its own supernatural powers. It truly was a good seed. Ye Jing couldn't help but feel a bit of desire to subdue it. It relies on the cold energy of the cold essence for cultivation and fears intense fire. I have a fire attribute artifact in hand, several explosive flame talismans, and with the fire energy from the Peerless Yanju, I can definitely counter its ice power. He stood up, brushing off the ice flakes from his robe, looking at Haifeng, and said solemnly, "The Yongdan and Lingji must be obtained at all costs. This time we will engage it in the cave again, and let that stealthy beast go collect the spiritual herb while we give it a good lesson." Haifeng, upon hearing this, let out an approving roar. Ye Jing no longer hesitated, leaping onto the back of the black wind and continuing to race towards the ice abyss cave. In just a moment, they returned to the entrance of the concealed cave. Just as Ye Jing was about to melt the ice, the black wind suddenly seemed to catch a whiff of something delightful, starting to dig at the ground with its claws. Ye Jing was taken aback, then extended his divine sense to probe inside. He saw the white ice ape which he had injured on the shoulder cradling a blood-red orb and rubbing it against its wound. Strangely, the wound, burned by the blue flame, was healing rapidly. The orb was no bigger than a pigeon's egg, radiating a warm blood light. Even through the thick ice, one could sense the pure vitality and profound spiritual energy contained within, certainly not an ordinary treasure. It seemed that this white ice ape had occupied the cold marrow spring for many years, guarding not only the nurturing pills and spirit mushrooms, but also hiding such a rare, healing spiritual treasure. Just moments ago, the shoulder it had burned with blue flames had already stopped bleeding and closed up. Even the charred flesh was slowly regenerating, a miraculous effect. The white ape seemed to sense the external divine sense, probing, and suddenly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locked onto Ye Jing's direction through the icy cave entrance, emitting a low, violent roar. It gripped the blood orb in one hand and picked up the ice crescent shovel with the other, the ice shards around it rattling ominously, seemingly ready to break free from the ice and attack again. What a fine treasure! Ye Jing's eyes brightened. Instead of feeling apprehensive, his desire to subdue the white ape grew even stronger. This ape not only possessed considerable intelligence and could wield weapons in battle, but it also harbored hidden treasures and could cultivate pure ice power using the cold marrow's spiritual energy. If he could make it his own, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Moreover, with the nurturing pills and spirit mushrooms so close at hand, he had no reason to return empty-handed. The black wind, unable to contain itself any longer, lunged at the white ape to bite it. The white ape, thinking Ye Jing had come to attack it again, without remembering the pain, immediately shot several beams of cold light from its eyes, attempting to freeze both the black wind and Ye Jing. Bang! As the cold light appeared, a large number of golden erosion bugs formed a shield directly blocking the cold light. Taking advantage of the white ape's confusion, Ye Jing once again unleashed his meteor hammer attack. He was well aware that this ape feared fire, so he immediately activated the thunder fire technique, channeling his fire attribute spiritual energy to its peak, causing flames to spread along the meteor hammer and envelop the white ape in a ring of fire. The intense heat forced the white ape to retreat repeatedly, its white fur curling from the heat wave, and its ice attribute spiritual energy was suppressed, rendering it difficult to execute its skills. The ice crescent shovel in its hand gradually dimmed. A flicker of fear passed through its eyes, its offensive diminished, yet it still fiercely protected the blood orb in its arms, unwilling to yield. Above there came a slick sound. The white ape turned around to see a water snake which had appeared out of nowhere, making its way to the cold marrow spring. With a single breath, it enveloped the nurturing pills and spirit mushrooms, using the cold essence to uproot the spirit mushrooms. The white ape's crimson eyes instantly ignited with an overwhelming fury. Just moments ago it had been restrained by the black wind and these golden erosion bugs, making it hard to act. Now it watched helplessly as its spirit herb was taken away, its roar growing increasingly mournful. With a violent shake of its ice crescent shovel, the surrounding ice shards exploded as if it was ready to fight to the death. The white ape pressed the blood orb against its wound, and the pigeon-excised blood marrow orb radiated a brilliant light, its warm blood glow transforming into a protective barrier that resisted the scorching of Ye Jing's fire. At the same time, it unleashed its claws, forming several ice blades at its fingertips, rushing towards the water snake with the sound of wind cutting through the air, determined to reclaim its spirit herb. Too late. Ye Jing snorted, coldly flicking his wrist as the meteor hammer, engulfed in blazing flames, smashed towards the white ape's right arm with pinpoint accuracy. The intense heat instantly caused the white ape's wrist to go numb, and the ice crescent shovel flew from its hand, crashing heavily against the cave wall and shattering into ice shards. In that instant, the black wind seized the opportunity, darting out like a black lightning bolt, its fangs sinking into the white ape's left leg, its sharp claws tearing through its thick fur and bright red blood oozing out. The black wind then bit down on the white ape's neck, firmly pinning it down, rendering it unable to move. The mysterious water python shrank its body, bringing the nurturing pills and spirit mushrooms to Ye Jing. Ye Jing said coldly, "You have two choices, either submit to me or die here." The white ape roared in anger, slamming its palm against the ground, looking quite fierce. But after commanding so many beasts, Ye Jing could still understand what the white ape was saying. It was unwilling to accept him, believing that the black wind had defeated it. If it wanted to accept him as its master, it would have to fight. Hearing this, Ye Jing's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. He reached out and patted the black wind's neck, saying solemnly, "Release it." Though the black wind was reluctant, it still obediently loosened its grip, its fangs still bared at the white ape, vigilantly watching its every move to prevent a counterattack. Once freed, the white ape staggered back a few steps. The wound on its left leg continued to bleed, and although the burn on its shoulder was stabilized by the blood marrow orb, it still ached faintly. Yet its defiance was undiminished, its crimson eyes locked onto Ye Jing, its chest heaving violently as it let out a low growl, seemingly urging Ye Jing to make a move. It stuffed the blood marrow orb into the fur on its chest, raked its claws fiercely across the ground, sending ice shards flying as its ice attribute spiritual energy surged once more. Even though it was suppressed by the fire energy, it still managed to condense 2 half-foot-long ice claws, radiating an unbearable chill. It showed no fear towards the human before it. After all, it was a mid-tier second-grade monster. A mid-tier Foundation establishment cultivator could not take it down without teaming up with others. This battle would undoubtedly be his victory. "You do have a bit of spirit." Ye Jing chuckled lightly, retracting the meteor hammer, letting the fire attribute spiritual energy slowly recede, leaving only a faint layer of flame flickering around him. "Since you wish to fight, I shall oblige you. But let's make it clear, if you lose, you must willingly submit to me and follow my orders without any treachery. If I lose, I will let you go, returning the nurturing pills and spirit mushrooms to you, and even give you a healing pill. What do you say?" The white ice ape was taken aback at Ye Jing's words, then let out a high-pitched roar. It suddenly propelled itself off the ground, launching like a bolt from a bow, wrapped in a chilling aura. Ye Jing remained unfazed, executing the profound steps of the Qingyu wind-riding technique, moving like a gentle breeze to narrowly evade the ice claw's assault. The ice claws struck the ground, creating 2 deep ice pits, sending ice shards flying in all directions, which then froze into new icicles against the cave walls. Not bad speed. Ye Jing praised, then swung the meteor hammer, relentlessly assaulting the white ape. He hadn't fought so intensely in a while. This battle was a chance for him to truly engage. The meteor hammer, surrounded by flames, produced a hot wind, with every swing scorching the surrounding cold energy to hiss and crackle. Though the white ape was restrained by the fire attribute spiritual energy, it showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Utilizing the robust physique and agile movements of a second-grade monster, it darted and dodged amidst the hammer's fiery shadows, occasionally launching fierce counterattacks with its ice blades. The clash of ice and fire erupted in the cave, creating thick, white mist that made it difficult to see. Ye Jing became increasingly exhilarated, executing the Qingyu wind riding technique to its utmost. His figure became erratic, sometimes darting like a swift wind, other times rooting like a solid rock. The assault of the meteor hammer varied in speed and intensity, seemingly chaotic, yet each strike precisely targeted the white ape's vulnerabilities. The wounds on its left leg and the burn on its shoulder were the primary targets he focused on. He did not use his full strength, partly to completely subdue the defiant white ape and partly to refine his mid-tier foundation establishment spiritual energy and become familiar with the feel of the meteor hammer during this fight. The white ape was feeling somewhat powerless. The wounds on its body were continuously scorched by Ye Jing's flames, and the human elder before it was engulfed in fire, his icy breath posing no threat to Ye Jing. The ice claws formed were shattering and reforming repeatedly. It began to grow impatient, having expected Ye Jing to assault it continuously with magical tools like other cultivators while it sought for weaknesses. However, it did not anticipate that this elder would simply engage in a physical confrontation, his strength almost overwhelming it. The white ape, unwilling to concede defeat, threw back its head and let out a roar, its eyes and mouth glowing with frost, the cold air almost freezing the air. It aimed to freeze Ye Jing along with itself. If it could not win with physical skills, then it would resort to spells. Seeing this, Ye Jing smirked slightly, and several deep black flying knives shot out from his hand. The speed of these knives was incredible, slicing through the cold light as they flew towards the white ape. The white ape was greatly alarmed. Just as it thought the flying knives would tear its head apart, the blade stopped just a mere inch from its pupils, then deftly turned and embedded itself in the snow beside the white ape. It struggled to rise, but its left leg buckled, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. The blood beads on its chest dimmed, and its spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. In its crimson eyes, the arrogance gradually faded, replaced by a hint of reluctance and an undeniable sense of awe. Ye Jing sheathed his meteor hammer, the flames around him gradually receding. He stepped forward to stand before the white ape, looking down at it with a calm voice that carried an undeniable force. "You have lost." The black wind, seeing this, approached and bared its teeth at the white ape, letting out a couple of low growls, as if to declare its status or test the waters. The white ape glanced at it, not retaliating, merely lowering its head slightly to display a posture of submission. Though proud, it understood strength and weakness. Having lost, it would honor the agreement. Ye Jing observed this, collecting the spiritual herb and infusing it with celestial light. Subsequently, he looked towards the cold marrow spirit spring, noting the abundant spiritual energy within, which appeared to be a highly valuable spiritual material. The white ape revealed a hint of reluctance in its eyes, stepping forward and calling out a few times. Ye Jing understood that it desired the cold marrow spirit spring for cultivation, recalling that within the celestial willow in his body, he could possibly simulate a cold ice mountain to accommodate this spirit spring. Thus he took out a jade vial to collect some, then said, "Work well by my side, rest assured your cold marrow will not be lacking." Upon hearing this, the murky crimson in the white ape's eyes instantly brightened, its previously drooping head raised slightly, and its gaze towards Ye Jing reflected even greater reverence. Ye Jing collected some of the cold marrow, leaving a portion behind, not depleting everything. He hurried towards the Qingyun sect, and the round trip took less than 2 or 3 days. When he arrived at the Qingyun sect, the celestial attendant was already waiting at the mountaintop. Seeing this, Ye Jing landed and cupped his hands, saying, "I have fulfilled the sect master's request. I have found the spiritual herb." The celestial attendant was taken aback and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Head of the Ye family, please hand the spiritual herb to me, so I may present it to the sect master." Ye Jing complied and handed the herb to the attendant. The celestial attendant quickly entered and soon emerged, speaking with a hint of reverence. "Thank you, head of the Ye family." Ye Jing replied in a calm tone, "It was a simple task. The sect master's safety is paramount, no need for excessive courtesy." After this matter was settled, Ye Jing headed back home. Just as he was nearing home, a warning voice suddenly echoed in his mind, filling him with unease. In the blink of an eye, he teleported into the Qinling Lingyun Valley, a tranquil area that showed no signs of trouble. As he descended from the sky, he noticed several farmers planting seedlings at the field edges, and there were no signs of damage to the Ye family's residence. Ye Jing instinctively retracted his divine sense and landed within the mountain. The aura seemed to boil slightly with his approach. Standing within the residence, Ye Jing calmly said, "Sir, please come out." Ye Jing's spiritual energy quietly circulated around him, the previously concealed fiery aura hidden within his meridians. His fingers coalesced, but did not strike as his divine sense swept over every shadow in the beams, tables, and corners. He could sense that the opponent's cultivation was not weak, at least on par with his own, and that they excelled in concealment. Had it not been for the opponent's deliberate release of their aura as a warning, he might have truly been deceived by the apparent tranquility. Indeed, head of the Ye family, you are sharp. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. This voice caused Ye Jing's heart to tremble. This person was formidable. Lingxiao Sec's Fan Lang. A dark figure slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing Fan Lang. A smirk hung on his face, and while he concealed his spiritual energy, he could not hide the pressure characteristic of a mid-golden core. Head of the Ye family, why don't we find a place to talk? I happen to have matters to discuss with you. In a relatively secluded bamboo hut, a small tea house run by Immortal offered rest for the laboring farmers. The hut was not large, with a few polished rough wooden tables and benches and a half bag of freshly picked tea leaves piled in the corner. The air carried a faint scent of coarse tea mixed with the valley's spiritual energy, yet it exuded an oddly calm atmosphere. He criticized head of the Ye family, you are at least from a celestial family. This lack of decorum is too much. There should be a distinction between mortals and yourself. Ye Jing remained unfazed. Lingxiao Sec's sect master, rather than taking care of your sect's affairs, you sneak into my Ye family's Lingyun Valley, and you are not merely here to judge our decorum, are you? Fan Lang's smirk finally faded a bit, his gaze sharpening like a knife. Head of the Ye family, I am here of course to discuss a collaboration with you. Ye Jing was somewhat puzzled. Collaboration? Exactly. I want your Ye family to submit to my Lingxiao sect. What do you think? Fan Lang got straight to the point, unabashedly expressing disdain. The current sect master of Qingyun sect is merely at the initial stage of Golden Core. He is entangled with Xuanyue sect. Do you think he can deal with the Xianyu sect? Why not join my Lingxiao sect and create a great enterprise together? Ye Jing picked up the rough porcelain tea bowl on the table, his fingertips tracing the cold rim, the steam from the tea obscuring the emotions in his eyes. He thought to himself, this Fan Lang has an imposing presence. Ye Jing knew that if he uttered a single refusal, he would die the next moment. Fan sect master certainly has a large appetite, creating a great enterprise together. I remember that the Lingxiao sect is currently in a tense standoff with Qingyun and Xuanyue sects due to the matter of Ganlei sect. Aren't you afraid of losing both sides by trying to rope in a mere small foundation establishment family like mine? What you mentioned naturally refers to the fact that after Ganlei sect's destruction, the sect masters of the two sects have not met with the sect master of Lingxiao sect. Fan Lang looked at Ye Jing, his smile not reaching his eyes. So does head of the Ye family mean to politely decline my offer? Suddenly the pressure of the Golden Core stage descended, attempting to pin Ye Jing to the ground. But in the next moment several phantoms of demonic beasts appeared beside Ye Jing, some of which had already reached the second stage of strength. Though Fan Lang was at the Golden Core stage, facing so many demonic beasts posed additional constraints, not to mention that the peculiar dagger had already manifested in Ye Jing's hand. The surrounding mortals were pressed to the ground by this heavy pressure, unable to rise at all. The surrounding mortals were pressed to the ground by this heavy pressure, unable to rise at all, with suppressed groans escaping their throats, their faces pale as paper, and even breathing became difficult. Ye Jing's peripheral vision swept over the farmers huddled on the ground, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes, and the dagger in his hand trembled slightly. The dark blade emitted threads of cold light, tearing open a gap in the Golden Core pressure released by Fan Lang. Fan sect master Ye Jing's voice was calm, but carried an indomitable firmness, the spiritual energy at his fingertips becoming increasingly condensed. Lingyun Valley is the foundation of my Ye family, and a place for mortals to live in peace. If you release your pressure again, and harm the innocent, do not blame me, Ye Jing, for disregarding the difference between Golden Core and Foundation establishment, and fighting you to the death. The smile on Fan Lang's face completely faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment, which quickly turned into furious rage. As the leader of the Lingxiao sect, and a mid-stage Golden Core expert, how could he be so openly confronted by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Even more ridiculous was that this Foundation establishment cultivator dared to provoke him with a few second-tier demon beasts and a strange dagger, unaware of the impending doom. Fan Lang let out a low growl, and his spiritual power surged dramatically, the pressure of his Golden Core becoming several times more intense than before. The coarse wooden tables and benches in the bamboo cottage instantly creaked under the weight, and the tea bags in the corner exploded, scattering fine tea leaves mixed with spiritual energy everywhere. I grant you face, and you dare to step on my toes. A mere Foundation establishment family, how dare you negotiate terms in front of me? Today I will first annihilate your Ye family, then flatten the Qingyun sect, and see who dares to obstruct me. Ye Jing was immediately forced to kneel before the overwhelming pressure, swallowing blood, as he watched Fan Lang's figure flash forward with deadly intent. He struck without mercy, clearly enraged by Ye Jing's provocation, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Attack! Ye Jing's surrounding demon beast phantoms solidified in an instant. The black wind, the golden-eating insects, the Xian Shui giant python, and the white ice monkey worked together to block Fan Lang's strike. Bang! The spiritual energy collided with the swarm of golden-eating insects, producing a thunderous sound. The golden-eating insects were pushed back, but remained firmly in place, showing no signs of fear. The other demon beasts seized the opportunity to attack, either biting or casting spells, thoroughly entangling Fan Lang. Fan Lang's expression darkened further. He did not expect these demon beasts to be so formidable, especially the golden-eating insects whose defensive capability could withstand his strike. He casually unleashed a few strands of spiritual energy, sending the attacking black dog and giant python flying, his gaze firmly locked onto the dagger in Ye Jing's hand. With a hint of caution in his tone, he asked, "Where did you acquire that knife?" Ye Jing did not answer. He gripped the dagger tighter, the dark blade seeming to merge with his spiritual power, emanating a faint black mist. He knew that the demon beasts could only temporarily hold back Fan Lang, as they ultimately were no match for a mid-stage golden core cultivator. If he couldn't intimidate him, not only would he perish, but the entire Ye family and the commoners in the valley would also fall victim to Fan Lang. "Sect Master Fan, I must decline your kind offer. It is difficult for one family to serve two masters, so I hope you can understand." Before his words had even faded, Ye Jing suddenly pushed himself up with the dagger, the blood from his knee smearing across the bluestone slabs, leaving two glaring red marks. The Foundation establishment's spiritual energy within him surged wildly, all of it pouring into the dagger. In an instant the dagger vanished. Even Fan Lang could not sense where it had gone. For a moment Fan Lang found himself in a dilemma, as he knew that the Xian Yin had been directly pierced through the heart by this dagger, even damaging his demonic essence. He fixed a vicious glare on Ye Jing, then sneered, "Well, very well. You better hope that Shuangyue and the Qingyun sect can protect you." With that, Fan Lang's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light enveloped in immense spiritual energy, disappearing into the horizon, without looking back, leaving behind a suffocating golden core pressure that lingered for a long time. Only after Fan Lang finally vanished did the house concealed by his spiritual power finally reveal itself. "Father, are you alright? Grandfather, what just happened?" After Fan Lang's departure, Wu Gyun, Lu Xianglan, and their grandson, who had sensed something was amiss, hurriedly gathered, their expressions filled. At this moment Ye Jing could no longer hold on, his legs buckled, and had it not been for the support of his two daughters-in-law, he would have collapsed to the ground. The wound on his knee was torn open again, blood soaking through his clothing, slowly flowing through the cracks in the stone slabs, intertwining with the previous red marks in a shocking display. He clutched his chest, coughing violently, each cough bringing forth a metallic taste of blood. The Foundation establishment's spiritual energy had nearly been exhausted during the previous outburst, and sharp pain coursed through his meridians, as if they were about to snap. "Let's return to the residence, we can discuss it later," Ye Jing said in a deep voice, looking in the direction Fan Lang had left, his teeth clenched in extreme resentment. Is this the might of a golden core cultivator? Dealing with a Foundation establishment cultivator is merely a matter of blowing away dust. Returning to the bedroom of the Ye family residence, Yi Xian hurriedly had people fetch healing spiritual medicine, while Yi Tianwei led several trusted aides to patrol around Lingyun Valley, fearing that Fan Lang might return. Even the matter of Fan Lang's visit was reported to Shuangyue and the two sects of Qingyun. Within 3 days, Yunling sent a message saying to reassure Ye Jing that the two sects would definitely protect the Yi family. Hearing such news, Ye Jing was not satisfied, saying that the Lingxiao sect's approach was aggressive and their behavior strange. To simply send someone to deliver a message lightly seemed a bit too perfunctory. Ye Jing was restless, and since the crows and spiritual sparrows had already been noticed by Shuangyue and Qingyun sect, he dispatched the venomous bees skilled in stealth to monitor the movements of the three sect leaders. Report any issues immediately. After a rather gloomy month at home, while Ye Jing was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly the celestial willow within him rang out. The second grandson of the Yi family, Yi Tianyao, has advanced to Foundation establishment, receiving a reward of 500 celestial lights. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing immediately stood up. At this moment in the Qingyun sect, Yi Tianyao had broken through to Foundation establishment, and the spiritual energy surrounding her had yet to completely dissipate. Having advanced to Foundation establishment, she possessed an air of both elegance and composure. Tianyao, congratulations on successfully breaking through to Foundation establishment. A gentle voice came from the side. It was none other than Yunling, the sect leader of Qingyun. Dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe, and holding a whisk, his eyes were filled with approval, and behind him stood several elders of Qingyun sect, their gazes towards Yi Tianyao, reflecting both relief and a hint of unnoticeable importance. Yi Tianyao, aware of the family and Qingyun sect matters during her closed-door training, noticed Yunling was in good spirits, indicating that his previous injuries had mostly healed. Yi Tianyao hurriedly got up and saluted, her tone respectful, yet not humble. Thank you, sect master, and thank you to all the elders for your guidance. Without the resources of the sect, Tianyao would not have been able to break through so smoothly. Yunling nodded, secretly pondering that with this the Yi family now had 3 foundation establishment cultivators. After giving a few words of advice, he continued, Tianyao, stabilize your cultivation within a month, and then come with me to Qitong Mountain. Qitong Mountain. Upon hearing this name, Yi Tianyao was taken aback. Isn't that the border between the Lingxiao sect and Gang Lei? After some simple pleasantries, Yunling left with the elders. Seeing that her brother had not arrived, Lu Xiaoyu noticed the curiosity in the girl's eyes. He gestured to Yi Tianyao, suggesting she step aside for a moment to talk. Yi Tianyao's heart stirred, knowing that Lu Xiaoyu must have something to say that wasn't suitable for public discussion. She nodded to her fellow disciples who had come to congratulate her, excusing herself to cultivate, and followed Lu Xiaoyu to a secluded bamboo path at the back of Qingyun sect. On either side of the bamboo path, ancient trees soared into the sky, spiritual energy swirling around, and the wind rustled the bamboo, leaves perfectly masking their conversation. Brother Lu, do you know where my brother has gone? Yi Shidi has gone to Shuangyue sect to assist Qingyun sect in discussing important matters. Before he left, he entrusted me to give you a treasure, and to have you seek out the head of the Yi family. With that, he handed a jade box to Yi Tianyao. After taking it, Yi Tianyao scanned it with her divine sense, and was slightly taken aback. She quickly cupped her hands, and said, Thank you, senior brother, for delivering this for me. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting a bit towards Yi Tianyao. He quickly averted his eyes, and said gently, Junior sister Yi, you are too polite. I have also collected a piece of medium-grade Xiantian iron for you as a gift for you. Please do not dislike it. Yi Tianyao's eyes sparkled as she smiled, and said, Senior brother, other senior brothers give me flowers, but you give me a lump of iron. Lu Xiao's face immediately flushed slightly, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Junior sister is not an ordinary girl, and now that you have reached foundation establishment, a delicate sword does not match you. This medium-grade Xiantian iron is hard, and can withstand the infusion of foundation establishment spiritual power. You can take it to the artifact forging pavilion to have it forged into a new sword, which will be very useful for both self-defense and training in the future. As he spoke, his gaze was earnest, but a faint flush appeared on his ears as he avoided Yi Tianyao's smiling gaze, focusing instead on the bluestone pavement beneath his feet, not even noticing the bamboo robe he wore. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Yi Tianyao couldn't help but burst into laughter, her eyebrows curving like crescent moons. The slight doubts she had about her brother's absence dissipated considerably. Senior brother, you are so thoughtful. I was too abrupt. I will accept this Xiantian iron. Thank you for your kindness, senior. As she spoke, she placed the jade box along with the Xiantian iron into her storage bag. Her fingertip accidentally brushed against Lu Xiao's hand, causing both to stiffen. Lu Xiaoyu quickly withdrew his hand, his fingertips slightly warm. Junior sister, you need not be so polite. Lu Xiaoyu steadied his mind, suppressing the chaos in his heart, and his tone regained some steadiness. Before leaving, senior brother, you reminded me to return to the Yi family quickly. The items in that jade box are crucial for you. I'll be sure not to delay. Additionally, the trip to Qitong Mountain is fraught with unknown dangers. You must stabilize your cultivation and prepare in advance. The Lingxiao sect has been quite active lately, and Qitong Mountain may not be peaceful. Yi Tianyao's smile instantly faded, her expression becoming serious. She understood that her brother was always cautious, and such a reminder must have been prompted by some discovery. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will head down the mountain to the Yi family tomorrow. After stabilizing my cultivation, I will accompany the sect master to Qitong Mountain. She paused and then asked, Senior brother, do you know what the sect masters intend to do on this trip to Qitong Mountain? That place is the border between the Lingxiao sect and the Ganglei sect, which has already been destroyed. Why do they specifically want to take me and my brother there? Lu Xiao's brow slightly furrowed, and his tone lowered. The specifics have not been clearly stated by the sect masters. However, I overheard that the Lingxiao sect has specially invited the 2 sect masters to Qitong Mountain to discuss some matters. As for why you are being brought along, it is likely because they value your and Yi Tianha's talents. Yi Tianyao found it odd, but still nodded calmly, saying, I understand. Thank you for informing me, senior brother. You flatter me, junior sister. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her serious expression, feeling a bit worried, but also knowing it was not appropriate for him to say too much. It is getting late. Junior sister should return to rest early. You will be heading down the mountain tomorrow. I will return, and keep an eye out for news about junior brother Yi. If anything unusual happens, I will send word to you immediately. Thank you, senior brother. The next morning, Yi Tianyao quickly packed her belongings, and took her leave from Yunling, heading to the Yi family. Yunling did not stop her, only reminding her to be quick about it. After leaving the Qingyun sect, Yi Tianyao flew towards the direction of Lingyun Valley on her. Before long, the outline of Lingyun Valley appeared before her eyes. Yi Tianyao sheathed her delicate sword, and walked slowly into the valley only to find it still serene. However, a faint trace of golden core pressure lingered in the air, causing unease. She walked straight to the Ye family's residence. Wu Guiyun, who had received the news ahead of time, joyfully came out to greet her upon seeing her return. Tianyao, mother. Ye Tianyao had not seen her mother for many years since she began her training with her brother. Thanks to Wu Guiyun being a cultivator aging slowly, and having a cultivation base at the 8th level of Qi refinement, she appeared remarkably youthful, even though she was nearly 50. She wore a soft satin robe embroidered with pink lotus flowers which accentuated her gentle and graceful figure. Her black hair was styled into an elegant flowing cloud bun adorned with a single jade hairpin. Her skin was fair and delicate, exuding the unique luster of a cultivator with not a single wrinkle in sight. Only a hint of gentleness and concern could be seen in her eyes, adding a touch of mature grace. In contrast, Ye Tianyao, having undergone the trials of the sect and the transformation of Foundation establishment, was no longer the innocent young girl she once. She wore a light green outfit, her complexion porcelain white and radiant with slightly raised brows and apricot-shaped eyes like cold stars, embodying both youthful vitality and the steadiness of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Compared to Wu Guiyun's gentle and soft demeanor, she exuded a bit more sharpness and heroism, yet the similarities in their features could be seen in the contours of their faces. Wu Guiyun quickly stepped forward, reaching out to touch her daughter's cheek, but her fingertips hesitated just before making contact. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked up, "My Yao, you have truly grown. You are already a Foundation establishment cultivator, even more outstanding than your father was back then." Ye Tianyao felt a lump in her throat and took a step forward to gently embrace her mother. The spiritual energy of a Foundation establishment cultivator instinctively receded, leaving only a gentle warmth. Her voice softened. "Mother, I kept you waiting for so long. I have returned." Having trained outside with her brother for many years, she had never feared the dangers of blades and swords. Yet at this moment in her mother's embrace, the grievances and longing buried deep in her heart could no longer be suppressed. After exchanging a few affectionate words, Wu Guiyun led Ye Tianyao into the house. At this moment, Ye Jing, draped in a dark black outer robe, was sitting in the hall. His face was somewhat thin and pale, having suffered significant physical damage from facing a golden core directly. As soon as Ye Tianyao entered, she rushed towards her grandfather with moist eyes. "Grandfather." Ye Jing coughed once and gently patted his granddaughter's little head, saying, "Tianyao, it has been a long time. You have broken through to Foundation establishment. Truly congratulations." "Grandfather, if I could have broken through earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this." "Oh, don't say such foolish things. It's just a minor injury, it will heal." Ye Jing comforted her with a faint smile. Ye Tianyao wiped her tears, and then said, "Grandfather, I came down the mountain not only to visit, but also to discuss something with you." She detailed everything Lu Xiaoyu had told her, specifically mentioning that the 3 sect masters were going to Qitong Mountain to discuss some matters. Ye Jing pondered for a moment before saying, "Tianyao, their discussion this time might be about completely dividing the Ganglei sect. Grandfather, you know about this?" Ye Tianyao was taken aback and quickly asked. Ye Jing nodded. He could naturally guess that the Xianyu sect was not a significant player, and with Qin Yun and Shuang Yue teaming up, only the already annihilated Ganglei sect could have summoned the 3 sect masters together. After all, a centipede that dies does not stiffen. The Ganglei sect may be gone, but the spirit mines, treasures, and territories under its name still exist. As long as they can obtain a portion, it is a great boon for any sect. But grandfather, the Lingxiao sect is the strongest. If it comes to a division, can the Qin Yun and Shuang Yue sects compete with them? Ye Tianyao furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat worried. If what Ye Jing said was true, this negotiation was indeed quite dangerous. "Oh, by the way, grandfather, my brother gave me this, and asked me to hand it to you." Ye Tianyao shyly scratched her head, taking out a jade box from her storage bag. Upon opening it, a wave of intense heat immediately engulfed the room. Inside the box lay a piece of fiery red crystal, or no larger than a palm, yet it felt incredibly heavy, like 1,000 pounds. Within the nearly transparent crystal, Ye Jing could faintly see flames swirling inside. This is a second-tier lava fire crystal, which can be used to upgrade fire attributes, spiritual beasts, or spiritual artifacts. Seeing this, Ye Jing merely smiled and said, "Tianyao, follow me." It seemed that Ye Tianyao's spiritual beast Little Qi was due for an upgrade. Ye Jing led her directly into a secluded fire vein node deep within Lingyun Valley. Here the ground fire was slightly stronger, making it ideal for fire attribute beasts to advance. He waved his hand to set up a fire-gathering formation and a soundproof and concealment formation enveloping the area within 10 feet completely. "Summon Little Qi." Ye Tianyao immediately formed a hand seal, and with a flash of red light, the blazing fox with fiery plumage leaped to the ground. Sensing the rich fire energy in the air, it excitedly let out a low growl, its tail scattering sparks. Ye Jing crouched down, gently touching the forehead of little Qi. Steady your mind, do not resist. As his voice fell, he opened his palm, and the second-tier lava fire crystal floated up the flames within it, swirling like a living thing, emanating an overwhelming heat. Ye Jing's brow slightly glowed as he quietly activated his celestial light, transforming it into a gentle, yet forceful strand of platinum light that wrapped around the fire crystal. Buzz! The fire crystal suddenly erupted with blinding red light, a massive amount of pure fire spiritual energy, forcefully drawn out, flooding into little Qi's celestial spirit. Little Kai's fur bristled, letting out a suppressed fox howl as flames surged around it, causing its body to expand. Its fur changed from crimson to a striking dark golden color, and even its tail began to split, transforming into 3 foxtails. Ye Jing looked on in surprise, bloodline awakening. In fox-type beasts, 9 tails were revered, and now little Qi was sprouting 2 tails upon advancing to the second tier, indicating its extraordinary talent, possibly hinting at divine beast bloodline. Ye Jing's expression became focused as he continued to use celestial light to stabilize its meridians, helping it digest the volatile power of the second-tier fire crystal to prevent backlash from the spiritual energy. The ground fire from the fire vein node was drawn and swirling around little Qi to form a cocoon of flames. After a while, the fiery cocoon exploded, revealing a nearly 2-meter-tall, 3-tailed dark golden-red fox, standing proudly, its fur ablaze with unquenchable molten fire. With each step it took, crimson fire patterns appeared on the ground. Its oppressive aura was distinctly different. Second-tier beast, 3-tailed molten fire fox. Ye Jing spoke calmly, announcing its new tier, second-tier molten fire fox, high-grade fire attribute, bloodline advancement, divine abilities, molten fire claw, fire crystal, heavy armor, 3-tailed sky scorcher. Yi Tianyao looked at little Qi, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, filled with excitement. Grandfather, little Qi has become so powerful. Is this what a second-tier beast looks like? Indeed. Ye Jing retracted his hand, feeling the substantial consumption of celestial light, yet maintaining a composed expression. The lava fire crystal is inherently domineering, and combined with celestial light refining it is now among the elite of its tier. In the future, as you cultivate it, will be your greatest support. He paused, then added, however, second-tier beasts consume a significant amount of spiritual energy and must be regularly fed fire spirit stones. Do not let it exhaust itself in prolonged battles. Moreover, Ye Jing looked at his granddaughter, his expression turning serious. Tianhao asked you to pass on this fire crystal, clearly anticipating that little Qi would need to advance, and knowing you wouldn't want. He himself is a sword cultivator and consumes resources heavily, yet he reserves the most valuable for you. You 2 siblings support each other, and grandfather feels at ease. Yi Tianyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly said, my brother has always protected me. That's good. Ye Jing nodded. He suddenly mentioned, Tianyao, I heard that you have some feelings for the eldest disciple of the Qingyan sect. Do you like him? Yi Tianyao's face flushed as she stammered, well, a bit. But grandfather, don't worry, I won't let him delay my cultivation. Just remember, these sect negotiations are imminent, and the Qingyan sect is our ally. Your relationship with Lu Xiaoyu is both personal and familial. You must not act impulsively, and you cannot let the Lingxiao sect. Hearing this, Yi Tianyao's face turned even redder, and she looked down shyly. Silly child. Ye Jing lovingly patted her head, smiling frankly, what's wrong with liking someone? Just remember, these sect negotiations are imminent, and the Qingyan sect is our ally. Your relationship with Lu Xiaoyu is both personal and familial. You must not act impulsively, and you cannot let the Lingxiao sect find a handle to threaten us. Yi Tianyao quickly looked up, her eyes firm. Grandfather, I understand. I will definitely not cause trouble for the sect, nor will I let my brother and you down. Looking at his granddaughter's mature face, Ye Jing felt delighted. His old Yi family was finally going to branch out and multiply. Even if his granddaughter liked a few boys, he wouldn't mind. Just then the poisonous bee he had sent out flew over, dancing around Ye Jing and buzzing. Ye Jing's expression suddenly turned serious. What's wrong, grandfather? Ye Jing replied calmly, Tianyao, the poisonous bee I sent out to scout the surroundings has discovered the presence of the Xian Yu sect near Qi Copper Mountain. Grandfather, are you going to deal with them? Yi Tianyao asked. Ye Jing pondered for a moment before saying, Tianyao, I have been to Qi Copper Mountain before. There is an ancient battlefield there filled with overwhelming resentment. Your father once suffered a loss there. The 3 sects have chosen this place for negotiations, which is rather suspicious. I suspect. As he said this, Ye Jing's eyes filled with unease. Perhaps I'm overthinking. The Lingxiao sect and the Xian Yu sect may very well be cooperating. What? Grandfather, that's impossible. Yi Tianyao was taken aback. But Ye Jing remained steadfast in his suspicion. Tianyao golden core cultivators are evenly matched in terms of combat power. It would take at least 2 golden core cultivators to take down one. In a battle, the heavens and earth change color, exhibiting immense impact. However, the sudden death of the Thunder Sect leader is unclear. This implies that someone lured him to a certain location preemptively, setting up a barrier formation to trap and kill him. Only the Lingxiao sect's leader Fan Lang could achieve this, since he is a mid-golden core cultivator, and the other mid-golden core cultivator is the leader of the Xian Yu sect Xianin. Yi Tianyao's heart raced, her fingertips turning pale, her voice trembling slightly. But the Lingxiao sect and the Xian Yu sect have always been incompatible. The Xian Yu sect practices sinister methods, while the Lingxiao sect has always prided itself on being a righteous sect. How could they possibly join forces? Ye Jing slowly stood up, gazing seriously toward the horizon beyond Lingyun Valley. Incompatibility. In the face of absolute interest, the so-called distinctions between righteousness and evil are merely facades to deceive others. With the death of the Thunder Sect leader, the balance among the three sects has been shattered. The Lingxiao sect, already ambitious, seeks to monopolize the resources of the three sects. However, relying solely on his own strength, he may not be able to suppress the alliance of the Qingyun and Xuanyue sects. But with the assistance of the Xian Yu sect, the situation would be entirely different. Upon mentioning this, Ye Jing also pinched his brow. However, all of this is merely speculation. Since the negotiation will take place a month later, I might as well head to Kaitansen first to see what those Xian Yu sect people are up to. Yi Tianyao, seeing this, quickly said, "Grandpa, let me accompany you. It's just right that I've already completed my foundation establishment. If anything happens, I can." Ye Jing, upon hearing this, smiled lightly. "That works. You've been in the Qingyun sect for so long, it must be quite boring, right?" "Not at all, Grandpa. Tianyao just wants to help you a bit." Yi Tianyao stuck out her tongue. Despite being a mature woman of 20, she still looked youthful and playful after breaking through to foundation establishment, resembling a charming young girl. This made Ye Jing feel a sense of affection, and he pinched her nose, saying, "All right, Tianyao, even after completing your foundation establishment, you remain so playful. No wonder your brother always treats you like a little girl to protect you." Yi Tianyao smiled, awkwardly feeling a bit shy. The two had not seen each other for a long time, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth. The two mounted their swords and headed towards Kaitansen. Inside Kaitansen, without the presence of the two demon kings, the first-tier demon beasts lay low, huddled in their caves, not daring to show themselves. Ye Jing looked down and saw that the mountain had lost its lava and icy cold, leaving only ordinary stones that seemed quite mundane. He and Yi Tianyao retracted their divine senses and concealed their figures as they traversed the edges. Several poisonous bees fluttered anxiously up and down. Ye Jing, seeing this, said helplessly, "The queen bee was attacked. It was two foundation establishment cultivators from the Xian Yu sect attempting to capture it." Previously, Ye Jing saw the bone forest filled with blood and resentment and thought of it as a nurturing ground for the queen bee. He planned to send a few poisonous bees to scout the surroundings. At this moment in the bone forest, two figures in black robes were cursing while using spiritual energy to defend against the densely packed purple-black poisonous bees. This queen bee is truly troublesome. If it weren't for its ability to devour blood energy, I would want to kill it outright. The leader is severely injured and needs to devour poisonous insects. This poisonous bee possesses potent venom. It's perfect for nurturing the leader's damaged meridians, and we can also use its venom for refining evil pills. How can we let this opportunity slip? One of the figures in black robes unleashed a black light, dispersing several approaching poisonous bees. He lowered his voice and scolded, his face turning red with impatience. As he channeled his spiritual energy, a faint blue-black pattern emerged from his sleeve, the mark of the Xian Yu sect's evil cultivators. The scolded black-robed figure pouted, but his hands did not slow down. He condensed a wisp of gray-black poisonous gas at his fingertips and swept it towards the swarm of bees. Several poisonous bees that did not have time to dodge instantly froze in midair, their wings drooping as they fell to the ground, their bodies quickly shriveling. The poison sacs within them were forcibly extracted by the poisonous gas, transforming into a wisp of purple mist that integrated into his body. I know, but this queen bee is too cunning. Despite being merely a later-stage first-tier demon beast, it can rally the entire swarm to form a killing formation. If we drag this out, what if people from the Qingyun sect arrive? We'll both be done for. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp buzzing suddenly came from deep within the bone forest, and a purple-black figure burst forth. It was several times larger than an ordinary poisonous bee. As its wings flapped, purple-black poison powder filled the air, and wherever it went, the white bones on the ground were corroded with fine holes. This was the poisonous bee queen. Its tail was glowing with a ghostly light, clearly enraged, surrounded by a dense aura of blood energy accumulated from years of devouring the resentment of the bone forest. "It's here." The two figures in black robes exchanged glances, a flicker of joy in their eyes, and quickly took out their magical tools, launching attack after attack towards the poisonous bee. The queen bee let out an angry roar upon seeing this, vigorously flapping its wings. The poison powder descended upon the black-robed figures like a white mist. The black-robed figure had anticipated this, and raised a black shield inscribed with skull patterns. As it blocked the poisonous stinger, it made a sizzling sound. Oof. Just a first-tier demon beast, take this. The two figures in black began chanting obscure and incomprehensible evil incantations, their surrounding black energy surging violently. Their previously upright forms became slightly hunched, and their cheeks quickly sunk, clearly burning their own cultivation to activate forbidden techniques. The two streams of black energy intertwined, transforming into a massive black claw that reached for the queen bee. Sensing danger, the queen attempted to dodge, but was ensnared by chains on the ground, and could only unleash a desperate spray of purple toxic mist. The poisonous mist collided with the black claw. With a resounding boom, the toxic mist and black energy corroded each other, releasing a pungent odor, shattering the bones in the bone forest into dust scattering everywhere. The queen bee emitted a shrill screech, its body struck hard by the claw, crashing to the ground, with one of its wings broken, purple liquid oozing from its mouthparts, its breath instantly weakening. We've got it. The two black-robed figures revealed ecstatic expressions, and hurriedly withdrew their forbidden techniques, preparing to use a net to capture the poisonous bee. However, just as the capturing net descended, a gust of cold wind rushed by, and the net was torn into pieces like falling leaves before them. What is that? The two black-robed figures were horrified, realizing that this creature had approached them silently, and they had not sensed anything at all. Swish swish. With two sounds of something breaking through the air, the two figures in black had not reacted, yet when a force struck them, sending them crashing down while spurting blood. They were sent flying far away. If it were not for the robust physiques of Foundation establishment cultivators, they would have been reduced to mush by that blow. What the hell is that thing? The black-robed figures were immensely terrified, akin to birds startled by the bow. Yet they still could not see the lurking demon beast. Hiss hiss. A hissing sound of a snake echoed, yet no figure was visible. Meanwhile, Ye Jing, concealed in the shadows, watched the two cultivators in fear. He ordered the Xian Shui giant python. Play with them well here, the more commotion the better. He aimed to use the demon beast to eliminate the two Foundation establishment cultivators, and see what the Xian Yu sect intended to do. Hiss hiss. The hissing grew clearer, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that echoed in every corner of the bone forest. The two black-robed figures floated in midair on their spiritual tools, their spiritual energy in disarray, making it nearly impossible to operate. Their eyes were fixed on their surroundings, and they breathed cautiously. Though they were Foundation establishment cultivators, they had no courage to resist against this invisible threat. The earlier impact had left them with significant injury. It's a demon beast, and a second-tier demon beast adept at concealment. One of the black-robed figures, despite his extensive knowledge, recognized it at a glance, then incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible. Impossible. The Xian Shui giant python and the Qi Yin mad lion were supposed to be dead. How can they still appear?" Faced with the sudden appearance of a second-tier demon beast, the two Foundation establishment cultivators instantly panicked and hurriedly summoned the surrounding cultivators using their spiritual power. Seeing this, the withered old man in the bone forest quickly brought several Foundation establishment Xian Yu cultivators over. The massive Xian Shui giant python revealed its true form, its snake head several meters high, rearing up to attack them. The withered old man waved his staff, instantly transforming it into several vines that entwined around the Xian Shui giant python. At the moment the Xian Shui giant python was ensnared by the withered branches, its massive body suddenly thrashed, producing a harsh screeching sound as its scales rubbed together. The seemingly resilient withered branches were unexpectedly snapped one after another, fragments scattering onto the pile of bones, raising a cloud of dust. Its crimson vertical pupils fixed intensely on the withered old man as its mouth opened wide. It spewed forth a stream of icy cold Xian Shui, and where the Xian Shui landed, even the hard bones instantly froze into ice, the cold spreading across the ground and turning the area within several zhang into a frozen domain. Such powerful ice energy. This is no ordinary Xian Shui giant python. The withered old man's face changed dramatically as he swung his staff again, dark energy surging around him. Countless vines burst forth from the ground like a swarm of poisonous snakes, entangling the python's vulnerable spots. Black light and gray mist intertwined as they surged toward the giant python, various sinister spells striking its scales, leaving behind white marks. The Xian Shui giant python let out a painful roar. Seeing this, the withered old man shouted, "We cannot fail the task given by the master. At all costs capture this giant python and retrieve the venomous, anomalous bee." The old man scolded harshly, then led several Foundation establishment cultivators to jointly besiege the giant python. No matter how powerful the Xian Shui giant python was, it could not withstand so many Foundation establishment cultivators. In the shadows, Ye Jing and Ye Tianyao held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on the battle below. Ye Tianyao frowned slightly and whispered, "Grandpa, the cultivation of this withered old man is not weak. Now that so many people are attacking, although the Xian Shui giant python is fierce, the opponents are numerous. If this continues, they might suffer losses." Ye Jing, having observed the battlefield for so long, felt a shift in his mind. The Xian Shui giant python, as if sensing something, immediately ceased its attacks and vanished from sight. Trying to escape? Not a chance. The withered old man attempted to pursue again, but the sound of flapping wings echoed in the air. A swarm of mantises had already surrounded them. These mantises approached the Xian Shui giant python silently, much like it had done. The withered old man stared at these first-tier demon beasts, his heart filled with dread. One of the Foundation establishment cultivators hurriedly asked, "Protector, is it really wise for the Lingxiao sect leader to use this dangerous place as a negotiation site?" The withered old man shot a glare at the man, saying, "Do not speak too much, you just do what we must." The man, upon hearing this, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Since the master suffered a loss at Ye Jing's hands, they had been instructed not to speak out of turn outside the realm of the Xianyu sect. Seeing this, Ye Jing thought to himself, "It seems that we cannot test anything here. However, what is certain is that the Xian Yin is still severely wounded, but sending people to guard this Qitong mountain must be for some ulterior motive. I should remind Yunling, lest it ends up like the leader of the Gang Lei sect with an unclear fate. Tianyao, let's leave. Grandpa has important matters to report to this," Ye Jing hurriedly said. Ye Tianyao nodded. Though she did not understand what her grandfather had discovered, she felt it was right to follow him. Returning from Qitong Mountain, Ye Jing first sought out Yunling. Upon arriving at Yunling's residence, 2 celestial attendants blocked his way, saying, "Head of the Yi family, please stop. The sect leader is still recuperating and cannot see guests." Ye Jing quickly replied, "I have come to inform you that there are Xianyu sect members appearing in Qitong Mountain. Please be cautious." "Xianyu sect? What are they doing?" Yunling's voice came from within the house. Ye Jing hurriedly replied, "The situation is unclear, but there are several Foundation establishment cultivators appearing in Qitong Mountain, which is indeed strange." He also mentioned how those Xianyu sect members were searching for venomous insects in the bone forest to heal their wounds. Yunling was silent for a long time before speaking. "Head of the Yi family, you are overthinking. The sect leader arranged this place solely to discuss the affiliation of the Gang Lei sect. How could there be any cooperation with the Xianyu sect? Moreover, the Xian Yin is severely injured. Even if they joined forces, they cannot contend with me and Shuangyu." Hearing this, Ye Jing's anxiety did not diminish at all. He stepped forward and said, "Sect leader, even though Xian Yin is severely injured, the Xianyu sect acts secretly and ruthlessly, never following the conventional rules. In the bone forest of Qitong Mountain, they not only have Foundation establishment cultivators stationed, but are also intentionally searching for venomous insects and anomalous beasts, even attacking the second-tier Xian Shui giant python. Their intentions are far from simple. Furthermore, they mentioned the task entrusted by the master, which clearly indicates they have been plotting for some time, not a spurofement decision." A slight stir was felt within the house, followed by a sigh from Yunling. "Very well, I understand. The head of the Yi family has good intentions, but I would still like to remind you that prying too much can be quite perilous." Ye Jing was taken aback, feeling helpless. Was Yunling warning him not to meddle too much? He respectfully replied, "Thank you for your advice, sect leader." After Ye Jing left, Yunling, sitting cross-legged indoors, coldly remarked, "I wonder what methods Ye Jing used to uncover so much. It truly makes me uneasy." One of the celestial attendants cautiously asked, "Does the master still wish to accept the invitation to Qitong Mountain?" Yunling replied calmly, "Of course I will go. If I do not go, this vast Gang Lei sect will fall into his hands. Now that I have fully recovered, and with the leaders of other sects accompanying me, what is there to fear?" As he spoke, Yunling's gaze turned fierce. Moreover, if Xian Yin wishes to attack again, his injuries are far worse than mine, all caused by Ye Jing's dagger. With such a divine weapon in play, the Yi family is not to be trifled with. "Does the sect leader intend to deal with the Yi family?" the celestial attendant asked in a low voice. Yunling replied, "Not yet. Let's deal with the Xianyu sect first. The Yi family will eventually be mine." The celestial attendant bowed his head and dared not speak further, respectfully stepping aside. The room fell silent again, with only the spiritual energy flowing around Yunling, emanating a faint glow that deepened the calculations reflected in his eyes. He pinched his fingers, and a transmission jade talisman glowing with a green light appeared. With a flick of his fingertip, the talisman transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the window and disappearing into the sky. This was a signal sent to Shuang Yue, agreeing to meet at Qingyun sect in 3 days to discuss matters. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Yunling's residence, Ye Jing's unease did not abate in the slightest. Yunling's warning was like a thorn in his heart. He understood that Yunling was not truly unconcerned about the Xianyu sect's movements, rather he was wary of him prying too much and did not want to show weakness in front of him. The Xianyu sect has ulterior motives, and Yunling is on guard. The negotiation at Qitong Mountain is likely to be a treacherous banquet. Ye Jing murmured softly, his steps unceasing, as he headed straight back to the Yi family estate. A month later, at Qitong Mountain, the Lingxiao sect, Xuanyue sect, and Qingyun sect arrived one after another with their respective disciples. Fan Lang chose a relatively quiet spot on Qitong Mountain to discuss the division of the Ganglei sect, and even built a small pavilion as a place of elegance. Each person left their disciples at the foot of the mountain ready to respond at any moment. It's been a while since the two sect masters have met. I never expected we could sit together and chat over tea. With a hint of yin and yang on his face, Fan Lang remarked. Gui Suer had no patience to engage in Tai Chi with him as before, and stated directly, Sect Master Fan, if there is something to discuss, please speak openly. We both know we are here for the Ganglei sect. Since they were here to divide the already destroyed Ganglei sect, there was nothing elegant about this conversation. Fan Lang rubbed the edge of the teacup as he listened. The intertwined lotus pattern on the celadone cup gleamed under his fingers, yet his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Sect Master Gui is quite straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush either. The Ganglei sect has fallen. Its spiritual vein mining grounds and secret realms should be divided, with our sect taking the main vein in the southern foothills. How you handle the rest is up to you. As his words fell, the air in the pavilion seemed to freeze. Gui Suer's pale fingers glowed with a faint blue hue. She raised her eyes to look at Fan Lang, her gaze filled with dissatisfaction. The southern foothills of the Ganglei sect house the second-tier spiritual vein, the lifeblood of the Ganglei sect, making it extremely precious. Fan Lang took it without a word, which was undeniably domineering. However, Fan Lang stated directly, among the three sects, my Lingxiao sect is the strongest. The two sect masters should think this through. You are being utterly unreasonable. Gui Suer exclaimed angrily. Fan Lang scoffed. Sect Master Xuanyue, I am here to discuss cooperation out of respect for our friendship. Don't be ungrateful. As tensions rose, and it seemed chaos was brewing, Yunling coldly interjected, Sect Master Fan, the fall of the Ganglei sect was not solely your Lingxiao sect's achievement. If it weren't for the Ganglei sect's master being secretly harmed and internal strife within the sect, your Lingxiao sect would hardly have been able to take it down easily. When discussing the division today, fairness must come first. Claiming the southern foothills main vein entirely for your sect is excessively overbearing. Fan Lang's expression darkened, and he set down his teacup. What do you mean by that, Sect Master Yun? Do you mean to suggest that your Qingyun sect has the ability to contend with my Lingxiao sect? Before his words could finish, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted from Fan Lang, the faint golden spiritual light enveloping a sharp aura that pressed toward Yunling and Gui Suer. The trees and grass outside the pavilion rustled under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gui Suer immediately activated her spiritual power, a pale blue chill emanating from her, subtly responding to Yunling's energy, creating a standoff. Facing the oppressive aura from Fan Lang, she declared, Sect Master Fan, although the Qingyun sect and my Xuanyue sect may not be as strong as your Lingxiao sect, we are certainly not to be trifled with. The spiritual vein of the Ganglei sect must be divided among the three sects. The southern foothills main vein should be shared, while the remaining mining grounds and secret realms should be divided according to strength. That is the fair approach. Share. Fan Lang scoffed, an even colder light flashing in his eyes. Just based on you. The death of the Ganglei sect's master, you cannot deny your involvement. And now you want to enjoy the spoils. I clearly state the southern foothills main vein belongs to my Lingxiao sect. Either you obediently step back and take the remaining lands, or do not blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, Fan Lang waved his hand, and a blade of spiritual power took form. He looked coldly at the two sect masters. Since that's the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. The spiritual blade slicing through the air rushed toward Yunling and Gui Suer. The fierce energy made the teacups in the pavilion vibrate, the scalding tea spilling out and leaving wet marks on the bluestone slab, which were instantly evaporated by the surrounding surging spiritual energy. Although Yunling had not fully recovered, and the demonic poison at the golden core still lingered, his expression remained calm as he spun his wrist. The sword was drawn once more, a righteous aura gathering at the sword's tip, a brilliant white sword energy shot forth, colliding with Fan Lang's spiritual blade. With a loud bang, the shockwave swept through the entire pavilion. The roof tiles clattered down, and the surrounding trees were severed, dust swirling in the air. Yunling let out a muffled groan, his body leaning slightly back, a trace of faint blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The demonic poison left by Xian had yet to be eliminated, and forcibly activating his spiritual power caused the internal evil energy to surge, causing pain in his meridians. Gui Suer, seeing this, swiftly moved to shield Yunling, her ice spirit sword, forming an icy blue sword circle, instantly spreading cold air. She froze all of Fan Lang's subsequent spiritual attacks. Fan Lang, are you truly willing to go to war with my two sects over the Ganglei sect's spiritual vein? Fan Lang stood firm, the spiritual light around him growing more intense. No, it's you who will die, and I will rest. I have given you a chance, yet you insisted on opposing my Lingxiao sect. If that's the case, you can go join Morong Xiao. Fan Lang's mid-golden core pressure descended like a mountain, firmly suppressing Yunling and Gui Suer. Hearing this, Yunling's gaze turned icy. Ye Jing's guess was indeed correct. This Fan Lang truly united with the Xian Yu sect to kill Morong Xiao. Gui Suer beside him immediately shouted in anger, Fan Lang, you really are the one who killed Morong Xiao. Have you allied with Xian Yin as well? Yunling added, now that Xian Yin is severely injured as a mid-golden core, you cannot contend with us together. If you turn back now, I can pretend nothing has happened. Fan Lang mocked. Yunling, do you think I am a naive child? If I let you go this time, wouldn't you report to those nascent souls and have my Lingxiao sect face another bloodbath? What do you mean by that? Are you saying that the old master of the Lingxiao sect was not killed by the Xian Yu sect? Yunling was astonished at his words. After all, it was widely believed that the old master of the Lingxiao sect was slain by the Xian Yu sect, and given the Lingxiao sect's deep hatred for demonic cultivators, he found Fan Lang's actions utterly insane, uniting with the Xian Yu sect to ambush Morong Xiao for his own ambition. Fan Lang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes swirling with boundless hatred and humiliation, his voice suddenly rising, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Xian Yu sect. If it weren't for those high-ranking nascent soul elders, how could my Lingxiao sect's old master have met such a tragic end? Xian Yin is merely a pawn, a knife used by those nascent souls to manipulate our four sects. In the pavilion, there was a heavy silence as Gui Suer retracted the chill from her ice spirit sword, her face filled with disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? How could such noble nascent soul cultivators conspire with demonic cultivators to scheme against us mere golden core sects? Noble? Fan Lang scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. Their nobility is built upon the corpses of our four sects. Do you think we four sects are trapped here on the fringes for no reason? Why are our spiritual veins thin and resources scarce? It's all the machinations of those nascent soul elders. They deliberately withhold resources, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Once a sect rises, they will use the hands of demonic cultivators to obliterate it, ensuring no future threats. He raised his hand to rest on the long knife at his waist, the blade reflecting his fierce countenance. My father sensed their plot, and did not want to be the beast fighting in a cage. He aimed to unite the four sects to resist. What happened next? Overnight, the Lingxiao sect suffered heavy casualties, and the old master was killed by a nascent soul cultivator, leaving no remains. Those high-ranking nascent souls wanting to appear benevolent supported me to rise to power, but forced me to shift the blame to the Xian Yu sect. If I revealed even a word, the Lingxiao sect would be utterly annihilated. At this, a fierce light flashed in Fan Lang's eyes as he roared. From that day forward, I vowed that even if we are seen as caged beasts in the eyes of those nascent soul elders, I will be the fiercest one. So all of you shall die here. Fan Lang's furious roar caused rocks to tumble down the mountain as he swung the blade in his hand, unleashing a knife aura several feet long, towards Yunling and Gui Suer. Where it passed, the air was ripped apart, and the ground cracked open into deep ravines. Yunling's injuries had mostly healed, and he gripped his sword, its aura filled with a steady and vast energy, intercepting Fan Lang's knife aura. He unleashed several attacks with his magical tools in quick succession. The power of the treasures in his hands was not to be underestimated, barely forcing Fan Lang. A loud bang echoed as Gui Suer swung her ice sword with impenetrable precision, coordinating with Yunling to block Fan Lang's terrifying assault. Fan Lang, blinded by hatred, you have allied with demonic cultivators to kill your fellow practitioners. What makes you different from them? Fan Lang merely scoffed at this. Gui Suer, you can't still be so naive, can you? I am already tired of the four sects standing tall. This is merely to completely reshuffle you all. At this, Fan Lang immediately shouted, Xianin, why aren't you making a move yet? Before his words fell, a thick, gray mist suddenly rose from the direction of the bone forest, and a chilling demonic aura surged like a tide. A black figure stepped through the gray mist, his robes fluttering. It was Xian Yin, who, though still injured, exuded a commanding presence. His form appeared slightly ethereal, clearly showing that he had not fully recovered from the wound inflicted by Ye Jing earlier, yet his eyes, filled with a fierce gaze, were no less ruthless than Fan Lang's. Fan Sect Master is rather anxious. I am still wounded, yet you urge me to fight for my life. Xian'in's voice was hoarse like a broken gong laden with mockery, as his gaze swept over the disheveled Yunling and Gui, a flicker of delight passing through his eyes. Yun Sect Master, is everything well? The demonic poison within you, I suppose, is still causing trouble. Yunling's heart sank as he tightened his grip on his sword. Xian'in, now you are also injured. In a fight among 4 golden core cultivators you won't gain anything. He don't speak so confidently, Yun Sect Master. This red copper mountain has long been my territory. Not merely fighting alone with you. With his words, the entire red copper mountain began to shake, while from the distant bone forest resentment rose, and countless vengeful souls began to gather, gradually revealing a crack. An overwhelming pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth leaked out from within, and Xian'in was pleased to see the astonishment on Yunling and Gui Su. This is a grand surprise I prepared for you. Enjoy it well. The disciples, feeling uneasy due to the fighting among the sect leaders in Red Copper Mountain, looked on with great concern. Especially Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, who had accompanied Yunling, already understood the dangers present in Red Copper Mountain under Ye Jing's warning. Brother, the entire mountain is shaking. Could it be that the sect masters are using their divine abilities? Yi Tianyao asked anxiously. At that moment, the surroundings of Red Copper Mountain were enveloped by a formation preventing the disciples from seeing the scene inside, but they could sense that the negotiations had already collapsed. Tianyao, find a way to send a message to Grandpa? Yi Tianhao decisively commanded. Yi Tianyao nodded, immediately turning to control the spirit sparrow to send the message, which flew forward with a flap of its wings. Suddenly a surge of spiritual power attacked swiftly, causing the spirit sparrow to burst into a cloud of blood. The sect master has ordered you to stay here obediently. You cannot go anywhere. At this moment, Ruan Xiao from the Lingxiao sect coldly shouted. Yi Tianhao drew his sword and stood protectively in front of Yi Tianyao. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Ruan Xiao's spiritual power surged around him, forming a faint golden spiritual light that intertwined with the auras of the Lingxiao sect disciples tightly, surrounding the disciples of the Qingyun sect and the Shuangyue sect at the foot of the mountain, his expression full of arrogance. Sect Master Fan is discussing important matters with the 2 sect masters. You disciples should behave yourself. If you dare to attempt sending a message, do not blame me for being ruthless. Before his words fell, dozens of Lingxiao sect disciples had drawn their magical tools, weaving their spiritual power into an impenetrable net that trapped the disciples of the 2 sects in the center. A disciple from the Shuangyue sect, seeing this, shouted angrily, "You Lingxiao sect are so arrogant. Do you think our Shuangyue sect disciples are easy to bully?" He swung his sword forward, but was struck by Ruan Xiao's spiritual power, staggering back several steps, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "You overestimate yourself." Ruan Xiao sneered, his fingertips gathering spiritual power. "Sect Master Fan already anticipated that you would make a move today. Let you little brats accompany your sect master to stay in this Red Copper Mountain. What on earth is happening inside?" Yi Tianhao's eyes widened, his sword humming as spiritual power surged madly within him, eager to break through the blockade of the Lingxiao sect disciples. He could clearly sense that the pressure emanating from the mountain peak was becoming increasingly terrifying. That destructive aura was beyond what a typical golden core cultivator could release, even beyond what he could comprehend. Above the mountain peak, the situation had already deteriorated to its worst. The pressure seeping from the crack in the bone forest grew stronger, the crack widening faintly, revealing the rolling pitch-black, demonic energy within. Countless vengeful souls wailed and struggled within, and a decaying oppressive aura rushed forward, sending chills through Yunling and Gui Sewer. "Xian'in, you dare to release the remnants of the demonic abyss sealed beneath the bone forest." Yunling's face turned pale as the demonic poison within him was provoked by this demonic energy, suddenly causing a violent uproar, a sharp pain in his chest, and a trickle of black blood at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that Xian'in would be so reckless, not hesitating to invoke the remnants of the demonic abyss to kill them completely. The bone forest in Red Copper Mountain was once an ancient battlefield, and due to heavy casualties, the resentment and evil energy accumulated over the years gave birth to a terrifying monster which had been sealed within by a nascent soul cultivator 100 years ago. Gui Sewer's fingers tightened around the ice, sword turning pale as the cold energy around her grew increasingly intense, yet she could not resist the decaying aura seeping from the crack. She gritted her teeth and said, "Xian'in, you've gone mad. Invoking the remnants of the demonic abyss, you will also be backlashed by the resentment and ultimately become fodder for the demonic creature." Xian'in let out a piercing wild laugh, his hoarse voice echoing at the mountain peak. "Fodder. I am cultivating demonic arts. If I can leverage the resentment from these remnants of the demonic abyss to break through to golden core and step into nascent soul, what does it matter if I'm backlashed? As for you, you will undoubtedly die today, becoming snacks for the remnants of the souls, truly serving a purpose." Fan Lang stood nearby, his face showing no fear, as if he could not wait to see the monster emerge. A roar that shook the heavens and earth suddenly erupted from the crack, not a human voice, nor the roar of ordinary beasts. It carried the brutality of the ancient battlefield and endless resentment, sending shivers down the spine. The crack suddenly expanded several times, and the pitch-black, demonic energy gushed forth like a fountain, carrying countless vengeful souls, phantoms rushing towards Yun Ling and Gui Suer. Yun Ling continuously swung his sword to slash at the vengeful souls charging at him, his spiritual power exploding within them, as the area was already occupied by these formless souls. Xian Yin wielded a ghost fire spear, capturing the thrashing and roaring vengeful souls, instantly igniting them in a ghostly blue flame. Those vengeful souls howled, seemingly possessing a natural affinity for the power emanating from Xian Yin, gradually coalescing into a mass of black mist filled with human faces roaring. The black mist rolled, every face within it twisted in agony, with tendrils of resentment spreading everywhere. Where they passed, the mountain rocks were instantly corroded into deep pits, and even the spiritual energy in the air became murky. Xian Yin let out a sinister laugh as the ghostly flame lance stabbed fiercely into the heart of the black mist. The eerie blue flames surged, igniting the entire black mist, transforming it into a spear of resentment, fire, nearly 10 feet long, aimed directly at Yun Ling's heart. Yun Ling, taste the flavor of this demonic abyss resentment fire. I assure you your soul will scatter, and the demonic poison will rebound completely. Yun Ling felt a sharp pain in his chest as the demonic poison, stimulated by the demonic energy, grew like a frenzied vine wrapping around his meridians, each movement as painful as if thousands of needles were piercing his bones. But there was no trace of retreat in his eyes as he suddenly produced a blue talisman. The talisman transformed into a blue light shield that thundered against the spear of resentment fire, and at the moment of collision a deafening sound shook the mountain peak, sending fragments of stone soaring. The shockwave forced Gui Suer to use her spiritual energy for defense. Bang! The runes on the light shield dimmed at a visible rate, and the eerie blue resentment fire spread along the shield, burning Yun Ling's palm. He gritted his teeth, blood oozing more and more from the corners of his mouth, yet he still held on tightly to his long sword, refusing to retreat even an inch. Gui Suer exclaimed as her ice sword spun out several ice blossoms. The ice blossoms condensed in the air into an ice wall, blocking beside Yun Ling while she waved her ice sword. Several ice blades carrying a piercing cold stabbed directly at the demonic energy surrounding Xian Yin, attempting to interrupt his assault. At the foot of the mountain the situation was equally perilous. Yi Tianhao looked towards the peak where terrifying pressure continued to emanate, and listened to the earth-shattering roars, feeling anxious and restless within. Ruan Xiao, if you obstruct me again, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, a female disciple of the Shuangyue sect angrily scolded, brandishing her artifact to attack Ruan Xiao. You are courting death. Ruan Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as his surroundings surged with spiritual energy, connecting with the nearby Lingxiao sect disciples to form a golden barrier, trapping the disciple inside. Dozens of Lingxiao sect disciples simultaneously wielded their artifacts, intertwining their spiritual energy into an impenetrable net which shot towards the female disciple. In an instant she was left bloodied and did not even have time to cry out before she died. Seeing this, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao exchanged glances, and Yi Tianhao immediately shouted, since that's the case, I shall take offense. He drew the breaking moon sword, which shimmered brilliantly as it left its sheath. This caused Ruan Xiao to sneer disdainfully. Years ago, you were my subordinate's defeated opponent. Oh, what can you do now? Yi Tianhao scoffed, but I am not like you, who has made no progress all these years. Hush! Ruan Xiao was enraged. Ever since he was defeated by that man in black, his temperament had been damaged, and his cultivation had remained stagnant at Foundation establishment. The jealousy and resentment within him erupted like a volcano. His golden spiritual energy suddenly became violent, and a glaring red light enveloped the barrier. Since you seek death, I shall kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruan Xiao's figure flickered, revealing a gilded long sword in his hand, inscribed with the runes of the Lingxiao sect. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the sword emitted a deafening roar. He leaped into the air, the long sword slashing down with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, aimed directly at Yi Tianhao's face. The sword wind fierce. Come at me. Yi Tianhao's eyes gleamed with intensity, showing no fear, as the breaking moon sword danced in his hand, forming a swirl of pitch-black sword light. A chilling sword energy surged into the sky, colliding violently with the gilded long sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing shook the eardrums of the surrounding disciples. Sparks flew, and the shockwave spread outward, causing the ground to crack with fine fissures. The onlookers Tao Yu and Huang Shan also came to assist, attempting to take down Yi Tianhao. Ye Jing, seeing this, furrowed her brow and immediately swung a crimson iron whip, which resembled a slender sword, yet was incredibly flexible. As she swung it, it created a rustling sound like a spirit snake emerging from a hole striking toward Tao Yu's wrist. Tao Yu was holding a crescent-shaped curved knife, and as the blade flashed, she was about to slash at Ye Tianha's back, when caught off guard the iron whip wrapped around her wrist with such force that it caused her to... The curved knife clattered to the ground. Nosy little girl. Huangshan shouted angrily, revealing a square, ancient stone seal in his hand. The seal bore patterns of pine trees, and after infusing spiritual energy, it surged in size, bearing down on Ye Tianyao's head with the force of 1,000 pounds. Before the stone seal arrived, the overwhelming pressure had reduced the surrounding stones to powder, and the air seemed distorted from the compression. Roar! Suddenly a three-tailed fox leaped out roaring, as its three tails struck towards the stone seal. Roar! Suddenly a three-tailed fox leaped out roaring, as its three tails struck towards the stone seal. The tips of its tails burned with unquenchable molten fire, and wherever it swept the air shimmered from the heat. Bang! The three tails struck fiercely against the stone seal, sending sparks and stone fragments flying, and the heavy stone seal was abruptly halted in midair. Then like a kite with a broken string, it was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily against the distant mountainside, creating a massive dent, and the seal was covered in cracks, unable to maintain its form after the infusion of spiritual energy, shrinking down to the size of a palm. Huangshan stared in shock, gazing at the three-tailed fox, its body engulfed in molten fire, its fur a dark goldenerd, exclaiming in disbelief, a second-tier demon beast. You little girl actually has such a background. I never expected that Ye Tianyao not only possessed strong cultivation, but also hit a high-grade demon beast that had already advanced. That blow just now was even more powerful than the full force of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Tianyao looked at the little red fox in front of her, and softly said, Little Red used the molten fire claw. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce light surged in Little Red's eyes, and its front claws suddenly radiated with a dazzling crimson light, gathering rich molten fire spiritual energy at its form flickered like a crimson lightning bolt, lunging towards Huangshan, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. Huangshan hurriedly picked up the stone seal from the ground, trying to block with spiritual energy, but Little Red's speed was too fast. As soon as he raised the stone seal, he was struck hard in the chest by the molten fire claw. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, and Huangshan was sent staggering backward. His clothes burned black by the molten fire, and scorch marks appeared on his skin. The stone seal slipped from his hand again, completely losing its fighting capacity. After landing, Little Red's three tails swayed slightly, emitting a low growl from its throat, the molten fire around it becoming increasingly intense as it fixed its gaze on Huangshan, giving him no chance to catch his breath. On the other side, Tao Yu seized the opportunity, while Little Red pounced towards Huangshan, controlling 12 demon-binding needles to attack the three-tailed. Countless spiritual sparrows surged forth like a torrential wind, and rain rushing towards Tao Yu. The tips of the spiritual sparrows' wings shimmered with fragments of golden light. They were all mid-stage first-tier spirit beasts, and each spiritual sparrow was like a sharp little arrow densely packed, covering the sky and blocking the sun instantly, surrounding Tao Yu. Tao Yu's expression changed dramatically. Her wrist, which had been injured by Ye Tianyao's iron whip, still throbbed with pain. At this moment, facing the swarm of spiritual sparrows, she momentarily lost her composure. In a panic, she hurriedly formed a spell, and a layer of pale purple spiritual energy shield enveloped her, attempting to withstand the impact of the spirituals. However, while those spiritual sparrows appeared small, their power was not to be underestimated. When they struck the shield, they made a crisp ding-ding sound, and each impact sent ripples across the shield, causing the fluctuations in spiritual energy to grow increasingly chaotic. You're so annoying. Tao Yu shouted angrily, her left hand forming a spell, and her right hand suddenly waved. The 12 demon-binding needles instantly changed direction, no longer attacking the three-tailed fox Little Red, but transforming into 12 silver beams shooting towards the swarm of spiritual sparrows. The demon-binding needles were incredibly sharp, each containing a chilling aura, and in an instant they pierced through the wings of several spiritual sparrows, which turned into streaks of golden light and vanished. However, the remaining spiritual sparrows still charged forward fearlessly, overwhelming Tao Yu and preventing her from assisting Ruan Xiao. At the summit, the clash of resentment and azure light had reached a boiling point. The blue talisman shield in Yun Ling's hand dimmed completely, and the eerie blue flames surged up his arm, scorching his meridians. Seeing this, Xian let out a sinister laugh, a futile struggle. It won't be long before you become a puppet of demonic energy. Even your soul will be refined by me. He charged forward, the spear of resentment expanded several feet, and the ghostly fire at the spear's tip coalesced into a ghastly visage emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged towards Yunling's heart. Gui Suer watched helplessly as she defended against Fan Lang's attacks, seeing Yunling pierced through the chest, blood gushing out. Yunling! Gui Suer cried out in alarm, but was struck in the shoulder by Fan Lang, causing her arm to bleed profusely. Yunling endured the excruciating pain and forced himself to swing a sword, striking towards Xianyin. This sword utilized all his strength. The azure blade moved with incredible speed, slicing towards Xianyin. Xianyin controlled the ghostly figure, continuously defending. Yunling's sword wind severed the ghostly figure's torso layer by layer just as it was about to strike Xianyin. The sword wind also reached its limit and, damn it, so close. Yunling spat blood, the accumulation of old and new wounds causing his cultivation to start plummeting. At this moment, he sensed something was amiss. Ever since entering here, his spiritual power had been continuously weakened. Was this formation not only meant to trap them, but also to absorb their spiritual energy? Xianyin noticed and revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. Yunling, it seems you are at your wit's end. At this moment, the fierce battle at the foot of the mountain had also reached its conclusion. Tao Yu was firmly entangled by a swarm of spiritual sparrows. Although the demon sealing needle could continuously slay the sparrows, they kept coming, and her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. Her purple barrier was already covered in cracks, and the wound on her wrist worsened her movements, gradually slowing. Just as she was about to collapse, a figure suddenly burst forth from the barrier. It was Yuan Shao. He had engaged in fierce combat with Yi Tianhao for dozens of rounds. Although his cultivation was stagnant at the early stage of foundation establishment, he managed to temporarily suppress Yi Tianhao using the secret technique of Lingxiao sect, seizing the opportunity to break free from the battle and head towards Tao Yu. Useless. Can't even deal with a bunch of first-tier spirit beasts. Yuan Shao shouted angrily, swinging his golden long sword. A wave of golden sword energy swept out instantly, slaying dozens of spiritual sparrows. The swarm of sparrows immediately scattered, dissolving into a shower of golden light. Tao Yu let out a sigh of relief, covering her bleeding wrist, and said, "Thank you, senior brother Yuan." Upon seeing this, Yi Tianha's eyes flashed with cold light, and the breaking moon sword struck at Yuan Shao's back. "Yuan Shao, your opponent is me." Yuan Shao abruptly turned around, blocking with his golden long sword. With a crisp clang, the two engaged in combat once more. This time, Yi Tianhao showed no mercy, unleashing his mid-foundation stage spiritual power without reservation. The flowing light on the breaking moon sword became increasingly dazzling, the sword energy sharp, each strike carrying the force to split mountains and shatter stones. Yuan Shao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, his golden spiritual energy becoming more and more chaotic, and the barrier began to show cracks. Yi Tianyao took advantage of Yuan Shao's distraction towards Tao Yu and approached Huangshan, pressing the crimson iron whip against his neck, coldly saying, "What happened inside? Are you from Lingxiao sect really colluding with the demonic cultivators of Xianyu sect?" Huangshan was covered in injuries, his face pale, looking at the small red figure standing in front of Yi Tianyao, still glaring at him, filled with dread. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "I don't know. Lingxiao sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. How could we collude with the evil paths? Don't slander us." Stubborn and unyielding, Yi Tianyao was furious. She could sense the aura of Xianyu sect, even from the outside, yet this elder from Lingxiao sect was still acting ignorant. The small red figure sensed his master's killing intent, and immediately roared, flames erupting from its front claws, striking towards Huangshan. How could Huangshan, whose spiritual power was exhausted, withstand a powerful strike from a second-tier demon beast? He immediately screamed in agony, his body and soul incinerated completely. Seeing this, Yuan Shao was furious. "Bitch, you dare to kill our sect elder." Tao Yu charged forward, attacking Yi Tianyao with the needle in her hand, but Yi Tianyao showed no fear, wielding the red whip, the iron piece instantly stretching out like a snake, blocking all the needles. The red whip skillfully passed through the needles, directly striking Tao Yu's body, tearing her clothes and skin to shreds. In pain, Tao Yu screamed repeatedly. She wanted to attack again, but was frightened by the red fox, daring not to move. Now only Yuan Shao remained among the three, and Yi Tianhao easily defeated him, leaving no combat power. Perhaps due to Yi Tianyao's earlier killing of Huangshan, the remaining disciples of Lingxiao sect grew fearful and lost their will to fight. Yi Tianyao approached Yi Tianhao, and they looked at the Qitong mountain surrounded by the formation. Yi Tianyao hurriedly asked, "Brother, what should we do? We still don't know the situation of the sect leaders." Yi Tianha's eyes revealed killing intent as he stared at the formation, then looked at the trembling Tao Yu in front of him, coldly saying, "How do we break this formation?" Tao Yu in fear replied, I don't know." Upon seeing Yi Tianha's increasingly cold expression, she panicked and exclaimed, I truly don't know. This formation was set up by the sect leader personally. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like me break it? Ruan Xiao sneered and cursed. You don't need to worry about your sect leader. Soon they will reunite with the leader of the Thunderstorm sect in the underworld. Yi Tianyao was furious and was about to order the small red figure to kill Ruan Xiao as well. At that moment, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the distance. Yi Tianhao felt a familiar aura and looked up to see Ye Jing riding the red-striped silver-horned black wind rushing over. Grandfather! Grandfather is here! Yi Tianyao's face lit up with joy upon seeing her grandfather arrive, instantly dispelling her killing intent. Ruan Xiao, upon seeing the dog, immediately turned. You are the head of the Yi family. Ye Jing coldly scanned the members of Lingxiao sect, and then asked Yi Tianhao, Tianhao, what is the situation inside? He had received news of several spiritual sparrows dying in the Immortal willow earlier. After inquiring from the surviving sparrows, he learned that something had happened at Qitong Mountain. Yunling and Gui Suer were trapped in the formation by Fan Lang, their fates uncertain, so he hurried over to provide support. Yi Tianhao quickly stepped forward and said solemnly, Grandfather Sect Master Yunling and Elder Gui are trapped at the mountain top by Fan Lang. We've also sensed the presence of Xian Yu sect members. I'm afraid the situation is dire. We tried to break the formation but found no way to do so. This formation was set up personally by the sect master of Lingxiao sect. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the trembling Tao Yu and Ruan Xiao, who was restrained by Yi Tianhao, his tone filled with urgency and killing intent. Ye Jing reached the edge of the formation on the black wind, raised his hand to touch the layer of gray-black, glowing barrier, his fingers slightly stirring with spiritual energy, and his brow suddenly furrowed. This formation possessed profound abilities that ordinary means could not breach. Ruan Xiao, feeling very pleased, said, It's useless. This is the Xian Yu sect's locking spirit trapping immortal formation, which also incorporates the cleansing heart formation pattern of Lingxiao sect. It will continuously devour the spiritual energy of those within the formation. Only the sect master can resolve it. I advise you to just wait patiently for our sect master to bring out your sect master's head. Ye Jing glanced coldly at him and said, So you admit that your Lingxiao sect is colluding with demonic cultivators? Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. Ruan Xiao immediately became furious. So what? The outcome is already decided. I advise you to beg me properly so that I can speak a few good words for you in front of the sect master, allowing you to leave with your whole corpse. Otherwise, Black Wind, tear it apart. Ye Jing, tired of listening to Ruan Xiao's nonsense, immediately commanded. Black Wind charged forward and unleashed its divine ability, Dark Moon, breaking void, to bite. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, this black dog tore and bit, and the sturdy formation instantly split open a gap like fragile glass. Though no wider than an inch, the fissure split the primordial chaos like a thunderclap. Ruan Xiao's smug expression froze instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his voice warped with shock. Impossible. This spirit-sealing, immortal imprisoning formation would drain even a golden core cultivator for a full day. Yet you a beast. Black Wind blurred forward and lunged, jaws snapping at the surging rift. Crack! A sharp crystalline shatter echoed across the valley. The ashen-black formation barrier fractured like shattered glass, its spirit-siphoning runes crumbling into disarray. Yunling and Gui Suer, locked in desperate combat, suddenly sensed spiritual energy surging anew around them. Fan Lang and Xian Yin likewise turned their gaze toward the fissure, instinctively drawn by its resonance. There stood Ye Jing, the very man they loathed beyond reason, whose death they had long craved above all else, calmly poised atop the rippling tear in the formation. Before him, the Black Hound continued gnawing relentlessly at the widening fracture. Ye Jing. Their fury erupted like a landslide. Boulders tumbled from the trembling mountain peak. It is you again. Time and again you have thwarted my designs. Today I shall grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes to the winds. Xianyin seethed with particular hatred toward this elderly man. His chest wound still throbbed with dull, insistent pain. Yunling, however, glimpsed hope. He exchanged a swift glance with Gui Suer and transmitted words silently through divine sense. Gui Suer understood instantly. She surged toward Fan Lang, locking him in relentless combat to deny him breath or reprieve. Meanwhile, Yunling, wounded but unyielding, stood guard before Ye Jing, shielding him from the vengeful specters. Through divine sense he urged urgently, Master Yi, you break the formation, I and Sect Master Gui will hold them off. Once the array collapses, I possess a treasure capable of summoning boundary-dwelling, nascent soul cultivators. When that artifact is activated, Fan Lang and Xian Yin will be utterly powerless. After all, Ye Jing stood only at mid-stage foundation establishment, a match for neither opponent in raw strength. Ye Jing's gaze swept over the splintering formation patterns beneath his feet. His voice low and resolute carried unwavering certainty. Agreed. If the sect master entrusted him thus, he would fulfill it without hesitation. With extensive experience dismantling arrays, Ye Jing knew the formation's heart, the nexus of its spiritual energy, was its keystone. He commanded Black Wind, seek the densest convergence of spiritual energy, shatter it. Black Wind grasped his master's intent. With a whip-like lash of its massive tail, it slammed its thick-clawed paws onto the most densely inscribed section of the array. Crack! Another brittle snap rang out. The formation's soul-sucking pull weakened dramatically. You dare not break the formation. Fan Lang roared in fury, instantly comprehending the sect master's stratagem. If the array fell, all his scheming would dissolve into nothingness. He bellowed, unleashing every artifact. He bore his blade whirling like a tempest. Wind and rain made steel. Xianin, what are you waiting for? They're breaking the array. If those nascent soul elders arrive, we are doomed. Panic seized Xianin. He barked orders to his underlings, kill Ye Jing. Ye Jing watched the two sect masters descend into frenzy, and realized Yunling and Gui Suer could not possibly withstand such onslaught. Without delay, he released several second-rank spirit beasts from within his dantian, the golden corrosion insect queen, the dark-water giant serpent, and the white ice macaque. He then led Black Wind into agile skirmishes against the surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators. Chaos erupted, swift, brutal, and overwhelming. Yunling and Gui Suer stared in astonishment. Ye Jing could command so many second-rank spirit beasts simultaneously. Even they as sect masters would struggle to subdue such a menagerie, meaning Ye Jing now wielded power rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. Yet they dared not hesitate. Gui Suer drew forth her treasured artifact, a blood-red kasaya long nurtured with her own spiritual energy. It blazed with radiant crimson light, searing and purifying the vengeful specters Xianin controlled. Though the kasaya was formidable, its use devoured Gui Suer's spiritual energy. She cried out, voice strained yet commanding, Master Yi, this rests upon you. Break the formation, now. Yunling charged forward to engage Fan Lang in mortal combat. Already wounded, his spiritual energy nearly spent, his meridians faltered, energy flowing sluggishly, unevenly. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, yet his grip on the sword remained iron firm. Though its spiritual radiance dimmed, its resolve burned undimmed. Master Yi, hurry. I cannot hold much longer. From the corner of his eye, Ye Jing caught Yunling's staggering form, and at last he located the formation's core. A beam of luminous white chi pierced the gloom, striking the nexus with flawless precision. Black Wind lunged, jaws clamping down upon the pulsing heart of the formation. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation shook the valley to its roots. The spirit-sealing, immortal imprisoning formation shattered entirely. The ashen-black miasma receded like a tide, and spiritual energy flooded the land, cleansing half the valley's oppressive and evil aura. Black Wind let loose a thunderous bark, then shifted position, standing squarely before Ye Jing, fangs bared, eyes blazing with feral wrath as it glared at Xianin. Xian Yin's face paled to ash upon witnessing the formation's collapse, but defiance flared anew. He hurled himself at Ye Jing, palms coalescing a swirling mass of pitch-black yin fire. What I cannot possess, neither shall you. Dare you? Yunling roared, expending his final reserves. He hurled his sword, its blade flashing with brilliant light, straight for Xian Yin's spine. Xian Yin sensed the lethal wind behind him, and twisted to parry, too late. The blade sliced across his shoulder, carving a deep, bone-exposed gash. His yin fire dissolved instantly. As twilight lifted, Yunling snatched out an ancient jade tablet, its surface smooth and lustrous, engraved with intricate spiraling talismans. Infusing it with his remaining spiritual energy, he bellowed, summon reinforcements. The tablet erupted in blinding gold light, piercing the clouds, ascending into the heavens, where it coalesced into a towering, unblinking pillar of radiant gold. Xian Yin's heart lurched violently. Abandoning all pretense, he spun and fled. No, nascent soul cultivators. He knew once such elders arrived, escape was his sole chance. Victory impossible. He vanished in a streak of shadowy light. Fan Lang tightened his grip on his blade, eyes sweeping over the circling second-rank spirit beasts, and finally settling unflinchingly upon Ye Jing. A hollow, broken laugh escaped him. Ha 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 ha. Never imagined. Fan Lang, master strategist, undone again and again by a mere mid-stage Foundation establishment elder. I cannot accept it. Ye Jing, who are you? With nothing but beasts you would unravel everything I built. His voice cracked like rusted iron, spiritual energy raged uncontrollably within him. His blade shimmered with eerie black light, vibrating violently, its edge beginning to splinter. The telltale sign of spiritual backlash. Blood vessels webbed his sclera, madness contorted his features. His gaze locked onto Ye Jing, not as a foe, but as prey to be devoured alive. Fan Lang, you cling to delusion. You slaughter fellow cultivators, conspire with demons like Xianyin. Such crimes defy heaven's law. The formation is broken. Nascent soul elders approach. Your fate is sealed. Surrender. Perhaps your corpse may remain whole. Gui Suer's rebuke rang with righteous fury. Her blood-red kasaya blazed brighter, still incinerating the last lingering specters. Though drained to exhaustion, she stood tall, her bearing that of a celestial judge pronouncing verdict upon sin. Surrender. Fan Lang spat a mouthful of blood, then laughed bitterly. My entire life, manipulated, used, denied vengeance from my parents, forced to crawl like a dog. Now at my end, I shall drag all of you down, and before the final word faded, he channeled every last iota of spiritual energy into his dantian, his body swelling grotesquely, veins bulging like serpents beneath his skin. A wave of apocalyptic force erupted. Spiritual energy convulsed wildly, boulders tore from cliffs and rained down like meteors, mountainsides collapsing into jagged craters. Danger! He's about to detonate his spiritual energy. Yun Ling's expression turned starkly grim. Already drained to the brink of collapse, he now found himself suffocated under the oppression. Ye Jing sect Master Gui, step back. They'll hold him off. A golden core cultivator's self-detonation would shatter heaven and earth. Ye Jing stood no chance of escape, so Yun Ling resolved to repay the debt of gratitude. Save him first. After all, his heart meridians were already ruptured. He had but little time left to live. Just as Yun Ling steeled himself for death, a golden light pierced the heavens. A golden bowl descended, sealing Fan Lang beneath it, as though trapping a mere insect. The bowl's surface was inscribed with intricate Sanskrit sutras, its rim shimmering with a soft, radiant gold. The moment it settled upon Fan Lang, the violent, rampaging spiritual energy surging within him was forcibly suppressed. Fan Lang's swelling body froze mid-expansion, the maddened fury on his face hardened instantly into stunned disbelief. No, how is this possible? Fan Lang roared, his spiritual energy hurling itself wildly against the inner walls of the golden bowl. Yet the seemingly ordinary vessel remained utterly unmoved, its Sanskrit inscriptions blazing ever brighter. Golden light coiled around him like chains, steadily devouring and dissolving his spiritual energy. He could feel it clearly, the spiritual energy within his dantian draining away at terrifying speed, while the desperate resolve to take them all down with him faded, extinguished alongside his waning power. Ye Jing, Yun Ling, and Gui Suer each exhaled in profound relief. Their taut bodies collapsed into sudden exhaustion. Especially Yun Ling, gravely wounded, staggered forward, blood welling once more from the corner of his mouth, though his eyes gleamed with quiet, unshakable gratitude. Gui Suer retracted her crimson kasaya, drained of spiritual energy, her face paled like rice paper. She gazed up at the golden bowl, eyes wide with trepidation and lingering dread, then swiftly lowered her head. Hei Feng subdued his ferocity, wariness flickered across his beastly pupils as he turned his gaze toward the direction from which the golden light had emerged. We owe our lives to you, venerable master. Yun Ling bowed deeply despite his trembling voice. Gui Suer hurriedly followed suit, and even Ye Jing instinctively bent low. This spiritual energy was profoundly weighty, evoking not mere reverence, but an absolute instinct. Across the sky, golden radiance pulsed, illuminating thousands of miles around Qitong Mountain, while the wailing specters dissolved into nothingness amid terrified shrieks. Fan Lang conspired with malevolent forces and slaughtered fellow cultivators. His crimes are unforgivable. Xianyin practiced forbidden dark arts and wrought chaos across the land. He too shall face stern justice. With a sharp crystalline chime, the golden bowl flared. Fan Lang screamed in agony, within it his flesh and bones melting away until he was utterly absorbed. Then, parting the clouds, appeared a monk clad in simple saffron robes, his face round and serene, ears broad and full, haloed by five-colored auspicious light. Radiant golden light surged outward, carrying the crushing authority of heaven and earth. Calmly he spoke, there is no need for such formalities. At that voice, Ye Jing, Yun Ling, and Gui Suer trembled as they rose to their feet. Only then did Ye Jing truly behold this nascent soul cultivator. One hand cradled the golden bowl, while the other gripped a writhing thread of black qi, the very essence of Xianyin, still shrieking in terror. Yun Ling was struck dumb with awe. They hadn't even sensed when the monk had captured Xianyin. His pupils contracted sharply as he stared transfixed at that sliver of black qi. Earlier, sensing imminent doom, Xianyin had slipped into chaos, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, aiming to vanish deep into the incorrupted miasma of Qitong Mountain. Yun Ling himself had glimpsed only a fleeting afterimage, yet this monk had seized him in a single effortless gesture. Such mastery transcended every notion of strength Yun Ling had ever conceived. This demonic cultivator has inherited the bloodbone legacy. Very well, I shall spare his life. You two summoned me here, consider it a curious little diversion. Venerable Master, your boundless compassion knows no bounds. This demon has committed countless atrocities, slaughtering disciples of both our sects without mercy. Had you not appeared in time, we would surely have perished beneath Fan Lang and Xianin's hands. Your divine powers are beyond measure. We stand humbled before you. Gui Suer added hastily. The monk merely smiled faintly in response. His plump, tranquil face betrayed no ripple of emotion. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the black Chi shrieked anew, thrashing violently, yet utterly unable to break free. To make such a spectacle over two such petty figures, you sect masters are grievously unfit. And these beasts? His tone shifted as he glanced dismissively at the several grade 2 spirit beasts. To him, they were beneath notice, mere low-tier familiars controlled by novice cultivators. I intervene not to save you, but to remind you Ganglei sect and Lingxiao sect have fallen. Your two remaining sects survive only by my indulgence, yet your tributes remain unchanged. Venerable Master, your efforts were immense. Pray grace our sect with your presence for rest and recuperation, allowing us to honor you properly. Sect Master Gui, it has been some time. I confess I've missed your disciples dearly. Might I accompany you to Moonfrost sect for a visit? Gui Suer paled, but dared not refuse. Bowing deeply, she replied, it would be our utmost honor to welcome you to our humble abode. With a final glance toward Yunling and Ye Jing, she led the monk away. Ye Jing frowned unsettled. Why did this nascent soul monk strike him as so irreverent? As soon as the monk vanished into the distance, Yunling could no longer suppress a torrent of blood from his mouth. Sectmaster, are you alright? Ye Jing rushed forward. Yunling declined his support, gritting his teeth. His chest bore a gaping wound, bloodless, yet burning with azure flame. That flame burned with unnatural cold, utterly unlike the fiery aura emanating from Ye Jing's meteor hammer. It matters not. Yunling's voice rasped like broken bronze, blood seeping ceaselessly from his lips, his eyes shadowed by bitter resentment. Xianin's demonic fire. It infiltrated my dantian and meridians during our struggle. I failed to guard against it. Ye Jing's heart clenched. He poured spiritual energy into Yunling's wounds. Yet the frigid demonic fire clung like a parasitic curse. Rather than receding, it fed upon the healing energy, threatening to surge back with renewed fury. Sectmaster, the demonic fire is too perverse. Spiritual energy cannot suppress it. Cease your efforts. Yunling waved weakly, his breath shallow and frail. He looked at Ye Jing and sighed helplessly. My fault. I ignored Patriarch Ye's warning, assuming Xianin grievously wounded posed no threat. Instead, I walked straight into their trap. Now bearing this grievous wound, his life remains intact, but his cultivation. A long heavy sigh escaped him. Ye Jing clenched his jaw, powerless to act. Sectmaster, is there truly no other way? His voice faltered, words failing him, yet his heart churned with profound anxiety. Yunling shook his head. Patriarch Ye, I am critically injured, my dantian shattered beyond repair. Only those above would possess the rare medicinal treasures capable of restoring my golden core. My lifespan has also been severely diminished. Fortunately, I attained the golden core only decades ago, so I retain roughly a century of life. For now, all I can hope for is to safeguard this ancestral foundation and shield my disciples from harm. With a long sigh, Yunling asked, Master, what will happen next with the Lingxiao sect? The sect is now leaderless after the death of its master, and a counterattack is to be feared. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Yunling's eyes as he shook the sword in his hand, and coldly said, Head of the Ye family, you will come down the mountain with. Seeing this, Ye Jing followed Yunling down the mountain. Below, the disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain were kneeling except for a few Foundation establishment disciples who supported themselves on one knee, while the others wore ashen faces trembling with fear. But they all looked confused, not knowing why they suddenly felt a crushing pressure and found themselves kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Among them, Ruan Shao saw Yunling emerge unscathed, and his eyes turned red. He roared, Where is our sect master? Why are you the one who came out? Enough! Yunling shouted. Although he was injured, his golden core strength remained. This shout caused Ruan Shao to spit blood, and he dared not speak further. Beside them, Tao Yu had already lost all hope. Yunling's safe descent from the mountain meant that the sect master was dead, and they were finished. Ye Jing stepped forward to support Yi Tianhao, and Yi Tianyao using spiritual energy to comfort the siblings. Yunling looked at the disciples of the Lingxiao sect below, and said, Your sect master colluded with the demonic cultivators, and has now been slain. Out of consideration for you as fellow disciples, I can offer you a chance to live. Surrender a strand of your primordial spirit, and join my Qingyan sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect changed their expressions. A strand of a cultivator's primordial spirit is extremely important. Who once surrendered it is equivalent to handing over their life force to others, and they would be subject to others for the rest of their lives. For a moment the air at the foot of the mountain seemed to freeze. The frightened disciples of the Lingxiao sect wore looks of reluctance and struggle. Although Ruan Xiao had been injured by Yun Ling's shout, his eyes were filled with grief and defiance as he said, "You lie. Our sect master is of upright character. How could he collude with demonic cultivators? It is clear that you covet the territory of the Lingxiao sect, and have deliberately slandered our master, cruelly killing him. I say this to the remaining disciples of the Lingxiao sect. The Qingyun sect has killed our master and elders. I would rather die than submit. Will you submit to others?" Ruan Xiao's fiery words prompted the disciples to echo him. They stood up and brandished their magical artifacts. What senior brother Ruan said is right. We the disciples of the Lingxiao sect would rather die than submit, and will never become vassals of the Qingyun sect. We'll fight to the end. At worst we'll perish together with them. We cannot let our master's sacrifice be in vain. Seeing this, Yun Ling felt helpless and turned to Ye Jing saying, "Head of the Ye family, please take the other disciples away." Ye Jing understood what was about to happen and prepared to lead the Ye siblings and other innocent disciples away. Seeing Ye Jing trying to leave, Ruan Xiao angrily shouted, "Ye Jing, you cannot leave. You caused my cultivation to stagnate. I cannot rest easy without killing you." As he exclaimed this, he charged forward. Just as he gathered his spiritual power, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Yun Ling had already unsheathed his sword and thrust it into Ruan Xiao's heart. In Ruan Xiao's eyes filled with extreme reluctance, Yun Ling said softly, "Your opponent is me." Ruan Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as his primordial spirit surged out, but he was reluctantly slain by Yun Ling. Tao Yu sat on the ground, tears silently streaming down her face, her expression one of numbness and despair. She knew that Ruan Xiao's resistance was futile. Ye Jing sighed, deeply turned, and left with the disciples, leaving behind the continuous screams. After leaving the Qitong mountain area, Yi Tianyao curiously asked, "Grandpa, was the sect master of the Lingxiao sect killed by them in a joint effort?" Ye Jing was taken aback by this question. The image of the unexpectedly appearing nascent soul monk appeared in his mind. He looked serious and communicated with the siblings using his divine sense, saying, "No, it was killed by the nascent soul." Yi Tianyao and Yi Tianyao's eyes widened in shock, and Yi Tianyao instinctively covered her mouth. At this moment the sun in the distance was gradually setting, and the last rays of light disappeared into the desolate mountains, and night quietly fell. With the sect master of the Lingxiao sect dead, Yun Ling led Ye Jing to the Lingxiao sect and communicated with the unsuspecting disciples. He only said that the sect master of the Lingxiao sect had colluded with demonic cultivators and had been jointly slain by the Qingyun sect and the Moonfrost sect. All disciples of the Lingxiao sect were to go to the Qingyun sect, and those above foundation establishment along with the elders must surrender a strand of their primordial spirit to submit to the Qingyun sect. At this time the Lingxiao sect belonged to the Qingyun sect. Any resistance would be met with merciless retribution. Yun Ling's voice echoed like thunder above the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, causing the disciples at the foundation establishment level to feel their spirits shatter. In the elder hall, several elders who remained in the sect were in disbelief. The words Yun Ling had spoken echoed in their ears. The sect master was dead. They knew that the sect master had joyfully taken accompanying disciples out of the sect just yesterday, only to receive news of his death today. Colluding with demonic cultivators? Impossible. The sect master has always been dedicated to purity and despised demonic cultivators the most. How could he conspire with them? An elder with white hair suddenly stood up. Although he felt fearful inside, he still stepped forward, his robe sleeves fluttering as his spiritual power surged. "It must be the Qingyun sect's sinister ambitions to harm our sect master and attempt to swallow our Lingxiao sect. How can we submit?" This elder was the law enforcement elder of the Lingxiao sect, having reached the late foundation establishment stage and held considerable prestige within the sect. With a furious shout, he immediately summoned the feather duster at his waist, which transformed into sharp silver threads, directly attacking Yun Ling and Ye Jing, who had just stepped into the mountain gate. Several elders loyal to the Lingxiao sect saw this, and also summoned their magical artifacts surrounding them. They were aware of the collusion between Fanlang and the Xianyu sect. However, they did not want the Lingxiao sect to meet the same fate as the Thunder sect. Yun Ling raised his hand to rest on the sword at his waist, his expression cold. He unleashed the full pressure of his golden core stage, causing the foundation establishment elders' movements to falter. "Stubborn and foolish." Yun Ling's voice remained calm. "I have already offered you a chance to live. Since you refuse to submit, do not blame me for being heartless." Ye Jing stood beside Yun Ling, his eyes filled with a hint of regret, but he also understood that the cultivation world is one of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. With the Lingxiao sect leaderless, it was inevitable that they would be swallowed by the Qingyun sect. Yunling looked at Ye Jing and smiled slightly, saying, "Head of the Yi family, I appreciate your help." Yunling was still injured and needed to resolve the situation with so many law enforcement elders, which was somewhat taxing. Ye Jing had no choice. This Yunling sect master had seen through his ability to summon several second-tier beasts, and confidently handed this dirty. He said nothing more, swinging the meteor hammer in his hand, flames igniting as he charged forward. The law enforcement elder sneered, "Ridiculous. An old fool in the middle stage of Foundation establishment thinks he can resist so many of us. Yunling, have you become muddled?" Hearing the law enforcement elder's mockery, Ye Jing's wrist suddenly shook, causing the blue flames on the meteor hammer to surge 3 feet high. "What does it matter if I'm in the middle stage of Foundation establishment? It's enough to handle you guys." He then shouted, "Come forth, beast." As soon as he spoke, several light spheres erupted from his chest, which transformed into several beasts. The beasts included the demon dog Black Wind, the demon fox Little Red, the white eagle Little Feather, the poisonous queen bee, the golden devouring insect, the black water giant python, and the white ice white ape. These demon beasts were all second tier, each one exuding an aura comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage, and their fierce presence struck fear into those around. The law enforcement elder's expression changed drastically, the previous mockery freezing on his face. "Second tier demon beasts. You can summon 4 at once," he exclaimed in surprise. Few cultivators could control beasts, and the ability to raise 4 second-tier demon beasts simultaneously was unheard of. Even Golden Core cultivators might not achieve this. As the demon beasts appeared, the entire scene suddenly froze. The expressions of the other elders changed dramatically, and they feared to move. "It's just a few demon beasts. If we work together, we can kill them and deal with that old man," and Yunling. However, any rational person knows that this is simply impossible and would lead to death. Seeing that they dared not advance, the law enforcement elder gritted his teeth and pointed at Ye Jing, saying, "What are you so formidable for? You're merely relying on these demon beasts. If you have the ability, face me directly. If you win, I will lead the Lingxiao sect to submit to your Qingyun sect. Otherwise, even if I am pressed, I will not yield. Those disciples will also fear the power and show disrespect." Yunling listened and asked Ye Jing, "What do you think, Master Yi?" He did not care whether the Lingxiao sect would submit, but if Ye Jing could defeat this elder in front of so many Lingxiao sect disciples, it would dampen their spirits. Ye Jing saw that the choice was in his hands and pondered for a moment. He knew he had a chance against a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He practiced body refinement, making his flesh strong, and with the Qingyun Qingfeng Ju to enhance his movement, he also had that dagger. However, he recalled his previous battles against Ruan Xiao and the others where he had gained insights and breakthroughs. Just right, he was currently practicing the body refinement technique Pilai, Yinju, which made him stronger with each fight. Perhaps battling this elder would benefit his cultivation. With this thought, Ye Jing raised his eyes to the fierce-looking law enforcement elder, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A direct confrontation. Sure. Ye Jing readily agreed, causing the entire venue to go silent. Even the demon beasts that had been growling suddenly paused. A glint of wild joy flashed in the law enforcement elder's eyes. He thought Ye Jing had been provoked into a frenzy and shouted, "Friend, do not go back on your word." "Naturally not, please guide me, senior." Ye Jing clasped his fists in respect. As soon as he finished speaking, the law enforcement elder seized the initiative, sharply shaking the feather duster in his hand, which transformed from a seemingly soft object into something as sharp as steel needles, shooting towards Ye Jing's face. This strike gathered all his spiritual energy, aiming for a quick resolution. He wanted to strike Ye Jing heavily while he was unprepared, thus reclaiming his dignity in front of the disciples. Facing the rushing feather duster, Ye Jing's expression remained unchanged as the Qingyun Qingfeng Ju quietly operated beneath his feet, allowing him to evade like a gentle breeze, his movements fluid and effortless. "Is this all you can do?" Ye Jing chuckled lightly, his tone laced with provocation. His body emanated a red glow as he wielded the blue flame meteor hammer, charging towards the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder, seeing this, flashed a look of surprise, using the feather duster to whip at Ye Jing repeatedly. In the air, the feather duster continuously slashed at the meteor hammer, producing a sharp and deafening sound. The loud crashes caused the surrounding Lingxiao sect disciples to feel their eardrums ache instinctively, taking a few steps back, their eyes filled with shock as they gazed at the duel between the two. Every time the feather duster collided with the blue flame meteor hammer, it would spark fragments of spiritual energy, landing on the ground and instantly burning small charred pits. Even if the feather duster managed to strike Ye Jing, it could not break through his defenses, as if it were hitting an iron plate. The law enforcement elder shouted, "I didn't expect you, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, to possess such brute strength." Ye Jing felt a surge of delight in this battle and coldly laughed, Your attack is too weak, why not try harder? He could sense his body being constantly tempered during this fight, which was far more effective than solitary cultivation. Damn it. The law enforcement elder furiously surged his spiritual energy, transforming it into a silver rainbow that swept out, attempting to shred Ye Jing's form. Seeing this, Ye Jing's flesh emitted a blazing red light, the fierce power of Pailai Yanju fully unleashed as he no longer evaded but stepped forward. He swung the hammer to collide with the law enforcement elder's feather duster. Boom. The collision of hammer and whip resonated with an intensity greater than before. The law enforcement elder felt an unparalleled force surge through the feather duster into his body, as if his meridians were being smashed by a giant hammer, blood and chi surging, leaving a metallic taste in his throat. He was horrified to discover that Ye Jing's strength was continually rising with the battle. With each collision, that burning brute force grew stronger. Is this a body refinement technique that grows stronger with each fight? The law enforcement elder's mind was in turmoil. He had never seen such a bizarre cultivation method. After so many years of cultivation, he had seen body cultivators in battle. Body cultivation is already exhausting. The more one fights, the faster the spiritual energy depletes. Yet this guy, clearly a mid-foundation establishment cultivator with far less spiritual energy reserve than him, relied solely on the technique that made him stronger with each fight, dragging the battle into his own rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. The law enforcement elder's robe was torn to shreds, and bruises of blue and purple appeared all over his body. His spiritual energy depletion increased while Ye Jing's presence became increasingly stable. The tempering of his body continuously enhanced both his strength and resilience. The surrounding Lingxiao sect disciples were already dumbfounded. Initially afraid of the demon beasts, they now looked on in shock at the duel. No one expected that Master Yi would truly take on the law enforcement elder's challenge, heat-in, suppressing him with absolute advantage. Yunling stood by, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He had thought Ye Jing would rely on the demon beasts to win, but did not expect him to choose the most rigorous test of his own strength. Ye Jing was truly hiding his capabilities. Ye Jing felt the refreshing sensation of his body being repeatedly tempered by spiritual energy, with slight cracking sounds emanating from his bones. The first barrier of Pailai Yanju showed faint signs of loosening. He smiled broadly, abruptly twisting the hammer to free it from the entanglement of the feather duster. The blue flame meteor hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, smashed towards the shoulder of the law enforcement elder. This strike was unreserved, carrying with it the surging brute strength he currently possessed, unstoppable. The law enforcement elder hurriedly sidestepped, yet it was still a moment too late. As he turned, his entire chest was struck by the spiked meteor hammer, causing him to scream in agony as he fell back uncontrollably. Elder. The disciples below, seeing the elder fall, anxiously rushed to help, but the law enforcement elder had a large dent in his chest, blood and flesh a gruesome mess. If it weren't for the toughness of a foundation establishment cultivator, this elder would have already died. Ye Jing observed a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. The battle ended too quickly, and he had not yet had enough fun. However, he still made a show of it, clasping his fists, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with only the low growls of the demon beasts echoing. The law enforcement elder, propped up by spiritual medicine, looked at Ye Jing with eyes filled with reluctance and terror. But he also knew that today the Lingxiao sect could only submit. Yunling looked at the elders beside him and asked loudly, "Do you still wish to fight?" Upon hearing this, the elders quickly understood and said, "We will follow Qingyun's sect's arrangements. From now on there will be no Lingxiao sect, only Qingyun's sect." The remaining disciples had no choice but to kneel on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. The people of the Lingxiao sect, seeing the outcome already determined, had no choice but to submit. Yunling immediately collected a strand of the foundation establishment cultivators' nascent souls, and then instructed others to take the members of the Lingxiao sect down to soothe them for a while. This statement was quite clear, indicating that he was generously sharing some of the Lingxiao sect spoils with Ye Jing as a reward. It should be noted that without Ye Jing, Yunling would have long been harmed by Fan Lang. Now, with Ye Jing fighting valiantly, he successfully took control of the Lingxiao sect. Yunling was in a very good mood. Seeing this, Ye Jing slightly clasped his fists and nodded, saying, "Since Sect Master Yun has kindly invited me, I shall not." Yunling, noticing this, smiled faintly, clearly satisfied with Ye Jing's straightforwardness. "There is no need for Sect Master Yi to be polite. Today, with your power alone, you have intimidated the Lingxiao sect, and this merit deserves any treasure here." Having said that, he took Ye Jing and headed into the Lingxiao sect. Ye Jing observed that the doors of the Lingxiao sect were all built of thick purple wood, and the surrounding decor was also quite heavy. The Lingxiao sect, being a prominent sect among the four, had deep foundations and had been established for over 100 years. Inside the sect, there was a dedicated weapon repository containing many magical treasures. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect had already been unified and sent to the Qingyun sect by Yunling, leaving only the two of them in this vast Lingxiao sect. As they walked through several intricately carved halls, Yunling pointed at the buildings on either side, speaking with a hint of emotion. The Lingxiao sect's several hundred years of heritage could have continued its glory, yet it was destroyed under Fan Lang's ambition. Had it not been for Sect Master Ye's intervention, my Qingyun sect and the Yushuang sect would have truly been. Ye Jing replied calmly, the sect master of the Lingxiao sect is blinded by greed, attempting to swallow the four sects. Its downfall was inevitable, yet Sect Master. Sect Master Ye, please speak directly, Yunling said, with a generous smile. Ye Jing sighed and asked, I heard that the four sects are merely at the border of the Canggu realm. Is this true? Yunling was taken aback for a moment, then with a hint of sorrow in his eyes replied, indeed, Sect Master, Ye, what you have heard is true. Our four sects are, to put it plainly, just the dust at the edge of the Canggu. I have been in the Qingyun sect for 600 years. My ancestors were mere foot soldiers who established this sect after being sent down by a nascent soul. According to the notes left behind, the area we are in is called Luoxiao land. This is a border area between the Canggu realm and the mortal nations, remote and desolate, with thin spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult to produce a golden core cultivator. Ye Jing frowned and asked, since it is a border area, what is the heart of the Canggu realm like? Why have no cultivators from the heart ever come here? Yunling chuckled wryly and shook his head. It's not that they have never come, but those from the heart are either exiled sinners or wandering cultivators who accidentally entered Luoxiao land. As for the true disciples of the great celestial sects, they simply disdain to step foot here. The heart of the Canggu realm is a true paradise for cultivation. Their ancient sects with 1,000 years of inheritance exist along with powerful beings in the transformation stage, abundant treasures of heaven and earth, and even opportunities to reach higher realms. It's a world apart from what we have. Ye Jing was startled to hear this, realizing the vastness of the Canggu realm, and continued to ask, if Luoxiao land is so barren, why does the nascent soul elder still demand tributes from you? Do you still have to offer tributes? Yunling's expression turned more bitter, his tone filled with reverence and helplessness. Sect Master Yi, you may not know, but the nascent soul elder is our sky here. His name is Ming Hui, and he is one of the 10 celestial sects in the Canggu realm. Although our Luoxiao land is remote and barren, it is the only passage from the Canggu realm to the mortal world, and is close to the Buddha realm, thus it naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Buddha realm. Along with our four sects, there are also many small cultivating families and gathering places nearby, all of which are his vassals. Ming Hui is the guardian stationed here. While it's called guarding, in truth it is about claiming territory, and of course we must provide tributes without any slack. Ye Jing's brow furrowed tightly, and a chill rose in his heart. Sect Master Yin, I have one more thing I don't understand. Since we are vassals, why does he not directly swallow the four sects, but instead chooses to collect tributes in such a troublesome manner? With their strength at the nascent soul stage, wiping us foundation establishment and golden core cultivators out would be effortless. Swallow us. They disdain to do so. Yunling shook his head, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. In their eyes, we cultivators of Luoxiao land are like livestock. Keeping us is more useful than directly swallowing us. The tributes from our sects may seem trivial to them, but they add up to a considerable profit. More importantly, having us cultivators rooted here also helps them guard the borders of Luoxiao land, so why not? At this point, Yunling thought of Fan Lang, and couldn't help but sigh. Previously, Fan Lang from the Lingxiao sect was ambitious, wanting to swallow the four sects. He thought he was gaining strength and attempted to break free from the nascent soul elder's control, but he was ultimately too naive. Before the elder could take action, he had already fallen into our hands. Having said so much, Yunling felt the stagnation of spiritual energy within him, and couldn't help but sigh again. It's frustrating that my cultivation has stagnated. I don't know how long I can support the Qingyun sect. Ye Jing fell silent as he thought of the golden core cultivators left in Luoxiao land. Apart from Gui's sewer, there was only Yunling. Moreover, with no successors in the Qingyun sect now, if the Qingyun sect were to fall, would other smaller sects begin to devour it like ants? As the two spoke, they arrived at the weapon repository of the Lingxiao sect. Ye Jing casually glanced around, and saw that everything inside were some of the lowest grade spiritual weapons with nothing particularly special. However, as the sect master Yunling still skillfully discovered a teleportation formation in the armory for safety. Yunling extended his hand to use spiritual power to enter the formation, and after a moment of probing said to Ye Jing, this is a regular formation seemingly leading to a stone chamber. Only golden core cultivators can open it. Having said that, Yunling immediately activated the formation, then said, Sect Master, Ye, please come with me. Seeing that Yunling was fine standing in the formation, Ye Jing stepped forward. The formation shimmered with light, and a pale blue spiritual power enveloped the two of them. The surrounding light and shadows twisted, and in an instant they landed firmly in a sealed stone chamber. The stone chamber's walls were made of dark black rock etched with vague ancient patterns despite the erosion of time, one could still glimpse the fierce spiritual power from when it was carved. The air was filled with a faint spiritual energy and a slight hint of ancient aura in stark contrast to the restlessness of the outer weapon repository. Yunling raised his hand and waved, unleashing spiritual power that ignited clusters of white flames suspended in midair, illuminating the stone chamber brightly. Ye Jing looked up and saw a jade platform about half a person high standing in the center of the stone chamber, covered with dark red brocade. On the jade platform lay a long sword and an ancient jade pendant. Apart from that, there were several worn wooden boxes piled in the corners of the stone chamber, with no other anomalies. It seems this is the true treasure vault of the Lingxiao sect. Ye Jing finally showed interest upon seeing this. Ye Jing gazed at these items, feeling a strong desire within, yet he restrained himself in front of Yunling, allowing Yunling to take the lead. Yunling used his spiritual power to deactivate all the surrounding restrictions. With a wave of his hand, the cloud sword on the silk began to break free from its bindings, slowly floating into the air. The sword's body was completely shimmering white, with intricate cloud patterns engraved along its spine. Even from a distance, Ye Jing could sense the profound spiritual energy contained within. This sword possessed remarkable spiritual energy. It was a formidable mid-grade magical artifact. Even Ye Jing, who had seen many swords, couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Lu Xiao sword. Yunling remarked appreciatively as he held the sword. It is indeed an excellent sword. He then turned to Ye Jing, asking, Master Yi, you have achieved a great merit today. This Lu Xiao sword is perfectly suited for you. Ye Jing listened and offered a few polite words of flattery, ultimately accepting the sword. Seeing this, Yunling's smile grew wider. He then shifted his gaze to the ancient jade pendant on the jade platform, which presented a dark yellow hue and was engraved with a vague character that resembled Jun. The texture was warm, yet there was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, as if it were merely an ordinary piece of mundane jade. This jade pendant is peculiar. When I scanned it earlier, I couldn't detect any spiritual energy, yet it has been kept hidden by the Lingxiao sect in this secret chamber. It must hold some mystery. Yunling took the jade pendant and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. Suddenly the character Zhun on the surface glowed faintly with golden light, before quickly fading away, still showing no unusual signs. Strange, I can't seem to activate it. Could it really just be an ordinary object? Yunling frowned and handed the jade pendant to Ye Jing. Master Yi, you have a discerning eye. Perhaps you can see what makes this jade pendant special. Ye Jing accepted the jade pendant and held it in his palm, immediately feeling a wave of heat, as if it were a piece of coal suddenly heating up. But soon that strange sensation dissipated, and he noticed a small inscription on the back that read Buddha. Buddha? Ye Jing asked, puzzled. Yunling, noticing his confusion, could not discern the reason either. All four sects were under the Buddha's domain, so it was normal for them to possess items related to the Buddha realm. Since we cannot unravel the secret of the jade pendant for now, let Master Yi keep it. You are meticulous in your thoughts, and perhaps you will find a way to unlock it in the future. Ye Jing made no objections, carefully storing the jade pendant close to him. He then turned to a few weathered wooden boxes in the corner of the stone chamber. Inside the wooden boxes were several bottles of elixirs, a few scrolls of yellowed cultivation manuals, along with some rare materials for refining artifacts. However, one of the scrolls floated out lightly. Trusting Ye Jing, Yunling unhesitatingly unfolded it in front of him. Ye Jing focused on the scroll, seeing an ancient inscription at the top that read Ning Jin Dan, which could be used by core formation cultivators to form their core. These three characters made Ye Jing's heart tremble. This scroll contained a recipe for a pill that could assist in the formation of the golden core. The appearance of this recipe proved the hope for forming a core. On the other hand, Yunling, who had already achieved the golden core, looked at the recipe with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Each of the four sects had recipes for forming cores which were only accessible to the next sect master. He remembered enduring humiliation during his own core formation period, spending 50 years to finally achieve the golden core, yet now he had not made any progress in the past 20 years. Ye Jing was somewhat excited, but he didn't want to show it too much. He merely asked, Master Yun, can this Ning Jin Dan truly assist Foundation establishment cultivators in breaking through to the golden core? Yunling slowly hid the melancholy from his face, his fingertips lightly brushing over the ancient patterns on the scroll, his tone complex, as he replied, Indeed, this is the core-forming treasure passed down by the Lingxiao sect for 100 years. Within the four sects, each sect had a similar recipe, but they were all hidden, deeply known only to the next sect master. He paused, handing the scroll to Ye Jing, a hint of relief in his eyes. Master Yi, I have already attained the golden core. This Ningjindan recipe is merely a nostalgic thought for me, and it is useless to keep it. After saying that, Yunling smiled slightly, and said, your descendants in the Yi family are all exceptionally gifted. Perhaps someone will one day knock on the door to the golden core. I will gift you. In his eyes, Ye Jing was now an elder, perhaps destined to be unrelated to the golden core in this life. Moreover, with the materials for refining the golden core being hard to find and the difficulty of concoction immense, he felt he was doing Ye Jing a favor. Ye Jing's heart shook. He quickly declined. Master Yin, this is absolutely not acceptable. This is the Lingxiao sect's core treasure, a precious item that can determine a cultivator's future. Having already received the Lu Xiao sword and jade pendant, how can I take this opportunity? Yunling waved his hand, a faint smile forming on his lips, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Master, you need not be so polite. Without you, my Qingyun sect would have long been destroyed, and the Lingxiao sect would not have returned to the right path. This recipe is rightfully your reward. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the Luoxia area is thin, making it difficult for Foundation establishment cultivators to break through to the golden core. My Qingyun sect has no successors. Even if I kept the recipe, it is unlikely any disciple would be able to use it. It is better to give it to you. If you can break through to the golden core, you will have someone to rely on in the future, ensuring some peace in this Luoxiao area. With that said, Ye Jing's further refusals seemed in. He accepted the scroll with both hands, solemnly clasping his fists and bowing his head. Thank you for your generosity, Master Yin. I will not let you down. If I can truly break through to the golden core in the future, I will surely protect the Qingyun sect and guard the cultivators of this Luoxia area from being bullied. Seeing this, Yunling finally revealed a genuine smile in his eyes. Good. With Master Yes' words, I am at ease. The two then examined the remaining items in the wooden boxes. The bottles of elixirs were all meant to help stabilize the cultivation of Foundation establishment cultivators. Although the scrolls of cultivation manuals were not top tier, they were still far more intricate than ordinary ones. The refining materials were enough to forge several low-grade spiritual artifacts. Yunling was very generous, keeping only a few bottles of elixirs for himself to replenish his spiritual energy, while giving the rest entirely to Ye Jing. Ye Jing no longer hesitated, packing everything up, his fondness for Yunling increasing. After they had thoroughly collected the treasures in the secret chamber, Yunling expressed some regret, saying, Fan Lang could not possibly have only this little treasure. That old fox must have taken all his valuables with him, leaving only the leftovers for that bald donkey. Fan Lang was killed by the nascent soul monk Minghui, so the items he carried naturally belonged to him. However, this journey had yielded some rewards for them. After leaving the Lingxiao sect, Yunling suddenly asked Ye Jing, Master Yi, now that the Lingxiao sect has been destroyed, my Qingyun sect is also stretched thin and cannot send anyone to take over. I wonder if Master Yi can manage this place on our behalf. Ye Jing was taken aback and felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, the Lingxiao sect was a major sect with several families under its purview, and managing it would be quite troublesome, especially with the Li family, which had conflicts with him. Master Yi, I know this is somewhat sudden. Yunling noted, sensing Ye Jing's hesitation. He explained, Currently, I am severely injured and can only maintain my golden core cultivation. I need to guard the Qingyun sect and find it very difficult to split my attention. You are the most suitable person in my eyes. If the Lingxiao sect is left unmanaged, it will undoubtedly fall into chaos, and various rogue cultivators and evil cultivators will take advantage of the situation. Master Yi is the head of a family. I trust in your capabilities. Moreover, the Lingxiao sect is situated here with a second-grade spiritual vein beneath it, which is extremely beneficial for your cultivation. The resources are abundant, greatly aiding the development of your family. Why not take advantage of it? Yunling's sudden outpouring of words stirred something in Ye Jing. However, Ye Jing did not immediately agree, his face clouded with concern. Master Yun, I am not one to shy away from challenges, but the Yi family is too far from the Lingxiao sect, making it inconvenient for back and forth. Yunling, seeing the hesitation, smiled knowingly. What does the head of the Yi family wish to do? Ye Jing, not hiding his intentions, replied, Master Yun, I wish for my family to settle within the Lingxiao sect. This would not only help contain those noble families, but also facilitate the management of the Lingxiao sect's affairs. May I ask if the master would agree? Yunling, upon hearing this, did not show any displeasure, instead breaking into a knowing smile. In that case, I will temporarily entrust the management of the Lingxiao sect to you, head of the Yi family. The Qingyun sect will offer full support, but you must be cautious. Those noble families will be quite resistant to seeing you in control of the Lingxiao sect. Seeing Yunling's straightforward agreement, Ye Jing clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Master Yun. The Yi family will ensure the proper governance of the Lingxiao sect, prioritizing the greater good of the Qingyun sect. Yunling's heart swelled with joy, and his tone became more cordial. This is excellent. Head of the Yi family, you may utilize the other storerooms, spirit fields, and training rooms of the Lingxiao sect. After all, the Yi family's prosperity is a boon to our Qingyun sect. He no longer regarded the Yi family as subordinates, but rather as collaborators. This rapport was appreciated by Ye Jing, and after exchanging pleasantries they parted ways. Upon returning to the Qingyun sect, Yunling focused on recuperating his health, while arranging for supporting disciples, simultaneously issuing orders to the various noble families in Luoxia, informing them of the Yi family's takeover of the Lingxiao sect. Ye Jing first returned to the Yi family, gathering the core disciples to discuss the migration of their sect, while also retrieving the Lu Xiao sword, the Junzi jade pendant, and the formula for the Ningjin Dan to discuss with his family. The family members were greatly shocked to hear that Ye Jing had allied with the Qingyun sect to take control of the Lingxiao sect. Especially when Ye Jing mentioned that he had secured the opportunity for the Yi family to station themselves at the Lingxiao sect, intending to take his family members. Wu Guiyun, the eldest daughter-in-law of the family, expressed her happiness, but also felt a twinge of worry. Father, are you suggesting that we move to the Lingxiao? Isn't that a bit sudden? Currently, besides themselves, there were many guests in the home, a total of several hundred people, making family governance quite troublesome. Now they had to suddenly move a portion of their family members to a strange place several hundred miles away. How would they manage the family's affairs? Furthermore, Yi Xian and Yi Yi were still in seclusion, leaving very few capable of assisting. Ye Jing chuckled and said, I have considered this. The Lingxiao sect has just been taken over and is unstable both internally and externally. Therefore this time I will only bring a few family members with me. Father, who do you intend to bring? Wu Guiyun asked in confusion. Ye Jing glanced at the young members below: Yi Tianhui, Yi Tianxue, the spirited Yi Tianyao, and the twins Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianfeng. He replied calmly, everyone from the Yi family except Tianhui will accompany me and the guests to the Lingxiao sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan were both taken aback, looking at their children, the eldest being no more than 16, and the youngest only 12. Such young ones were expected to follow Ye Jing to guard an unfamiliar sect. One of them, Yi Tianyao, was particularly excited. Grandfather, are we really going to the Lingxiao sect? He was eager and restless, much like his father Yi. The oldest among them, Yi Tianxue, felt somewhat nervous. Having spent years following her second uncle and aunt Lu Xianglan to practice alchemy, she had a cultivation level of Qi refinement 7th layer, but was shy and timid. With her captivating almond-shaped eyes fixed on Ye Jing, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, Grandfather, can I really do it? I only know how to refine medicine, and I fear I won't be of any help and may hold everyone back. Beside her, Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianfeng exchanged glances, their youthful curiosity mixed with a hint of unnoticeable anxiety. As the older twin, Yi Tianxi was more composed. Although he was also tempted, he patiently asked, Grandfather, since the Lingxiao sect has just been taken over, will there be any danger? Will those noble families who oppose the Yi family cause us trouble? Yi Tianyao immediately thumped his chest, his tone resolute. What are we afraid of? Tianxi with Grandfather here, and the Qingyun sect backing us. If those noble families dare to come, I will make them understand my might. As he spoke, Yi Tianyao instinctively clenched his fists, excitement shining in his eyes. Having trained alongside his father Yi Yi since childhood, his combative nature had been inherited from him. He had long been looking forward to an opportunity to prove himself, and now that it had arrived, he was determined not to let it slip away. Wu Guiyun observed the varying expressions of the children, feeling even more apprehensive. She stepped forward earnestly. Father, the children are too young. The situation at the Lingxiao sect is still unstable. What if something goes? Lu Xianglan hurriedly echoed her sentiments, equally worried. Ye Jing understood a mother's concern for her children. His heart was filled with familial warmth, yet he bore the weight of a family head's resolve. He raised his hand to gesture for calm, speaking solemnly. Guiyun Xianglan, I know you worry about the children, but Tianhao and Tianyao are already of an age where they can venture to Tiangongfang City alone. It's time for the children to gain experience. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan could only nod in agreement. Ye Jing added reassuringly, I will leave some family members and guests to guard the Yi family. You need only focus on maintaining the family business. The rest need not concern you. Once the situation at the Lingxiao sect stabilizes, I will send someone to fetch you all. By then our Yi family will officially take root in the Lingxiao sect. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan still had worries, but understood that Ye Jing's decision was not easily changed. Moreover, the family did need someone to oversee things, so they could only nod in agreement, responding in unison. Rest assured, Father, we will take good care of the family, and await your return with the children. Ye Jing nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Lu Xianglan. Xianglan, how is your alchemy practice coming along? Lu Xianglan was taken aback and replied honestly, I can now completely refine foundation establishment pills. Do you need some fodder? Ye Jing thought of the broken golden core, and suppressed his inner yearning. It is still too early for that, as no one in the family has reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and the spiritual herbs necessary for the pills are quite hard to find. To avoid placing too much pressure on Lu Xianglan, he simply encouraged them, Guiyun Xianglan, focus on your cultivation, a once shinner, and ear break. Through to foundation establishment, you should prepare for seclusion. They need to enhance their cultivation, as the family's weaponsmith and alchemist are crucial for supplying the family. The higher their cultivation, the better spirit tools and pills they can forge. The two daughters-in-law quickly nodded in agreement. Ye Jing looked at their expressions, feeling somewhat reassured, and added, if there are any shortages in the materials needed for alchemy or weapon forging in the family storerooms, note them down. When I reach the Ling Xiao sect, I will have someone allocate them from the storerooms there. The Qingyun sect will also secretly provide support, so there is no need to be frugal. Having said that, he turned to his grandchildren, his tone softening. You all prepare your belongings today, we will set off for the Ling Xiao sect early tomorrow morning. Remember, once we arrive at the Ling Xiao sect, do not act recklessly. Follow my instructions in all matters. You must safeguard the foundation of the Ling Xiao sect while also seizing the opportunity to experience personal growth, lest you tarnish the Yi family's reputation. The next day before dawn, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. Ye Jing set off towards the Ling Xiao sect, accompanied by Yi Tianxue, Yi Tianyao, Yi Tianxi, Yi Tianfeng, and over 20 elite disciples. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan sent the clan's younger generation to the village entrance repeatedly, reminding the children to be cautious. After a long while, the two women reluctantly waved goodbye. This time Ye Jing used the rapid jade boat provided by the Qingyun sect. This spirit boat could accommodate dozens of people at once, moving much faster than flying on swords. The disciples had previously been from prestigious families and had never seen such a dazzling spirit boat. They curiously looked around in wonder. The four young scions of the Yi family were equally curious. Having grown up together, they shared a close bond, laughing and joking in the gentle breeze, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. As they sped along, the swift jade boat brought them to the entrance of the Ling Xiao sect in just half a day. The Ling Xiao sect was situated atop the peerless Ling Xiao peak, with its majestic gates exuding the grandeur of a major sect despite recently being taken over by the Qingyun sect. However, the guards at the gates were now disciples of the Qingyun sect. Upon seeing Ye Jing and the others approach, they hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects, their eyes filled with awe. Ye Jing nodded slightly and led the group into the Ling Xiao sect. As they walked, they observed that the sect was dotted with pavilions and buildings with vast spirit fields and training rooms built against the mountains, yet there was a hint of desolation. Occasionally, they encountered a few old members of the Ling Xiao sect who remained behind, their gazes towards Ye Jing and the others filled with both respect and a hint of resentment, casting sidelong glances. Yi Tianyao, being impatient, wanted to confront them, but was stopped by Ye Jing raising his hand. There's no need to be overly concerned. We are newcomers and should not rush to establish authority. Time will reveal people's hearts. They proceeded directly to the main hall of the Ling Xiao sect, which was impeccably clean. Disciples from the Qingyun sect sent by Yunling were waiting there to receive Ye Jing. He bowed and said, Head of the Yi family, the sect master of Yun has instructed that the main hall of the Ling Xiao sect is to be managed by you for the time being. You may freely allocate the resources within the sect, including the storerooms, spirit fields, and training rooms. The disciples from the Qingyun sect spoke with great respect, not daring to be negligent. It should be known that Ye Jing had not only saved the two sect masters in recent days, but had also single-handedly defeated the most formidable elder of the Ling Xiao sect, who was at the late foundation establishment stage. Ye Jing nodded in acknowledgement, sending the Qingyun sect disciples away before calling Yi Tianyao and the others to his side. He directly assigned tasks. Tianyao, you take 5 disciples to guard the mountain gate. Strictly check incoming personnel, and do not allow any idle folk inside. If any disciples from other families come to provoke, do not engage immediately, just report back to me in a timely manner. Tianxue, you take 2 disciples to the alchemy storeroom to inventory the medicinal resources. Organize the herbs and note down any damages or shortages. Tianxi and Tianfeng, you 2 take 10 disciples to patrol the spirit fields and training rooms, checking if the spirit energy in the fields is sufficient and if the formations in the training rooms are intact. Also keep an eye on the movements of the former members of the Ling Xiao sect. Report any abnormalities immediately. Understood, Grandpa. The 4 replied in unison, immediately leading their disciples to carry out their tasks. Particularly after receiving his orders, Yi Tianyao excitedly headed towards the mountain gate, reminding the disciples along the way that if they encountered any provocations they must inform him first, as he wanted to teach a lesson to those who were defiant. Yi Tianxue, on the other hand, carefully made her way to the alchemy storeroom, methodically inventorying the medicinal items. When encountering unfamiliar herbs, she meticulously compared them with the alchemical formulas and recorded everything. Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianfeng acted steadily, carefully inspecting every plot of spirit field and every training room. The four children were quite capable in their tasks, making the older cultivators around them wary. News of the Lingxiao sect's downfall quickly spread throughout the region, and the families that had relied on the Lingxiao sect learned that it was a previously obscure Yi family that had taken over. This sparked a flurry of unrest. These families were unwilling to accept it. What is this Yi family? How can the head of the Yi family, who is merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, take control of the Lingxiao sect? The speaker was Zhao Hu, the head of the Zhao family, who sat at the main seat in his family hall, slamming the table with an angry glare, his tone filled with disdain and jealousy. The Zhao family had relied on the Lingxiao sect's protection for years, monopolizing the local mining business. Now, with the Lingxiao sect changing hands, a Yi family had suddenly risen above them, and he could not tolerate it. Zhao Gang, his eldest son, standing below, quickly chimed in, "Father is right. That Yi family is just a small family. I heard they don't even have a single late foundation establishment cultivator, relying entirely on the Qingyun sect to dare occupy the Lingxiao sect. Indeed, we from the Zhao family have 3 mid-foundation establishment cultivators and several late Qi refining disciples. If we can drive that Yi family out first, perhaps all the spirit fields and resources of the Lingxiao sect would be ours to command." Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with greed, but as the family head, he understood the pros and cons. He hesitated, saying, "However, the Qingyun sect could be a problem. If we confront the Yi family, that Yunling is not an easy opponent to deal with." The clan elder, eager to contribute, quickly added, "Head, you may not know, but the sect master of the Qingyun sect, Yunling, seems to have been seriously injured and is recuperating. Otherwise, this Lingxiao sect would not have fallen to the Yi family." Continuing, the clan elder said, "Head, if we can eliminate the Yi family and then flatter the Qingyun sect, perhaps Yunling will see us as superior to the Yi family and directly hand over the management of the Lingxiao sect to us. We might even gain a golden core cultivator in the process." Zhao Gang's eyes lit up. "Yes, clan Uncle Yunling, giving the Lingxiao sect to the Yi family is in essence letting them bear the trouble for him. As long as we eliminate the Yi family and then please the Qingyun sect, they may not truly turn against us." With these words, everyone in the hall nodded, their eyes ignited with greed. The Lingxiao sect's spirit fields were fertile, rich in spirit energy, and the storerooms contained a considerable amount of medicinal pills and spirit tools. If they could take control of the Lingxiao sect, their family's strength would surely reach a new height. As the news spread, not only the Zhao family, but also nearby families such as the Lu family, Wang family, and Sun family, all of whom were affiliated with the Lingxiao sect, began to contemplate their own act, except for the Li family, which remained closed off and rejected all invitations. The most powerful families who had influence secretly contacted each other and quickly reached a consensus to unite and provoked the Lingxiao sect, forcing the Yi family to withdraw voluntarily. 10 days later, a sudden commotion erupted outside the mountain gates of the Lingxiao sect. Yi Tianyao was standing guard at the mountain gate with his horse and disciples when he suddenly spotted a group of cultivators dressed in various outfits, escorting several middle-aged men on swords, bringing with them an overwhelming pressure. At the forefront was a tall, burly man in splendid attire with a rugged face, exuding a fierce aura, looking particularly formidable. This man was Zhao Hu, followed by the heads of the Lu family, Wang family, and other influential clans, all wearing arrogant expressions and unfriendly gazes. Yi Tianyao immediately crushed the communication jade tablet and soared into the air on his sword, loudly questioning, "Who goes there?" The Lingxiao sect is now under the management of the Yi family, and no idle folk are allowed entry. He stepped forward, arms crossed, exuding a presence that belied his mere teenage years. Yi Tianyao, remembering his grandfather's instructions, did not act aggressively, but merely coldly reprimanded. Zhao Hu heard the youthful voice filled with vigor and could not help but sneer, seeing that the boy was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. "Where did this brat come from, daring to act wildly in front of me? Let me tell you, I am the head of the Zhao family. I have come today to see your Yi family head. Let him roll out to meet me quickly." Zhao Hu's companion, the head of the Lu family, chimed in with a tone of disdain. "A small Yi family dares to occupy such a precious place as Lingxiao sect. Do you think you are worthy?" The guests below, hearing such aggressive words, gripped their magic weapons tightly, their expressions tense, waiting for Yi Tianyao to give the order to strike. Yi Tianyao felt a surge of anger within, clenching his fists as he forcibly suppressed the urge to act. Coldly he said, "My grandfather is currently handling sect affairs and does not have time to meet you. If you are not satisfied, state your names, and once my grandfather is done, he will discuss this with you. If you continue to make a ruckus here, do not blame me for being rude." "Rude? Just based on you." Zhao Hu seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world, waving his hand dismissively. A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement rushed forward behind him wielding a long knife aiming to slash at Ye Tianyao with a sinister grin. Today let me teach you little brat what rules. The long knife, accompanied by a fierce wind, sliced through the morning mist, directly targeting Ye Tianyao's face. That cultivator's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Ye Tianyao, and the force was overwhelming, clearly not considering the teenage boy as a threat, attacking without holding back. Ye Tianyao's pupils contracted slightly. Though filled with rage, he remained composed. He remembered his grandfather's warning, do not act rashly, and knew that he was not a match for his opponent. A direct confrontation was not a wise choice. He quickly leaped backward, his toes tapping the air as he utilized the rudimentary movements learned in the martial arts school to narrowly evade the deadly strike. The long knife struck the empty space, crashing heavily onto the jade stone steps of Lingxiao sect, sending shards flying and producing a dull thud. Quick reflexes, but unfortunately the gap is too great. The 7th level Qi refinement cultivator let out a sneer, stepping forward as the long knife swung again, the light of the blade sealing off Ye Tian. Surrounding Zhao and Lu family cultivators burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery, as if they could already envision Ye Tianyao being slain and collapsing to the ground. Die. As the cultivator attempted to close, in a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and he felt his arm lighten, followed by a spray of blood. His arm was severed, and the knife fell with it onto the rubble. Oh. The overwhelming pain made the cultivator scream, blood staining the stone steps crimson. An elder in blue robes soared into the air, standing atop a snow-white sword, looking coldly at the troublemaking cultivators. He coldly declared, "You all have come uninvited, and even harmed my descendants. You have some nerve." This elder, with an imposing presence, even without anger, suddenly instilled a deep sense of fear in Zhao, who had just been provoking them on the mountain. Yet he found it laughable, thinking that this elder was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and he, a late foundation establishment cultivator, had nothing to fear. Zhao Hu immediately shouted, "Are you the Ye family head Ye Jing?" Ye Jing stood in midair, his robes fluttering in the mountain wind. The snow-white sword beneath him shimmered with faint spiritual energy, and his deep-set eyes scanned the crowd below. His tone was devoid of any fluctuation, yet carried an intimidating pressure. Indeed, it is I. Zhao Hu felt a sudden thud in his heart from Ye Jing's imposing aura. After probing with his divine sense for a moment, he confirmed that only Ye Jing, the strongest mid-foundation establishment cultivator, was present here. He steeled himself, holding his head high as he chided. "Ye Jing, you are just a mid-foundation establishment cultivator relying on the protection of Qingyun sect. If you are sensible, take your people and leave Lingxiao sect. Perhaps in the future we can still be colleagues under Qingyun sect." The head of the Lu family quickly stepped forward, wearing a sinister smile as he chimed in. "Yes, Ye family head, your Ye family is weak. With your mid-foundation establishment cultivation, you cannot defend such a precious place as Lingxiao sect. It would be wise to hand over this place, Zhao, and I might ensure your Ye family's safety otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Ye Jing raised an eyebrow, carrying a hint of amusement. He thought to himself, previously Yunling had told him that by occupying Lingxiao sect he would attract trouble from some short-sighted aristocratic families, but he would not seek help from Yunling. After all, resolving these discontented individuals once and for all, and raising the Ye family's reputation was beneficial. Seeing this, Zhao Hu swung a large axe toward him, shouting, "Then go die." He was too lazy to waste words with this old man, and preferred to deal with him first. Facing the incoming axe blade, Ye Jing calmly turned to Ye Tianyao and said, "Tianyao, retreat to a safe place." Ye Tianyao hurriedly flew backward as he watched the powerful axe shadow descending, while blue flames ignited in Ye Jing's hand, and a blue flame meteor hammer heavily struck the axe. Boom! The loud sound shook the entire Lingxiao sect mountain gate, the shockwaves sweeping outwards like a tidal wave. The fierce wind caused the Zhao and Lu family cultivators' robes to rustle. Those with slightly weaker cultivation were even blown to the ground, spitting out. Zhao, who felt a numbness in his palm, the force of the meteor hammer strike carried a scorching power. Gritting his teeth, his palms ached, and he hurriedly retreated. Damn it, how can this old man be so strong? The surrounding people were incredulous. This elder was actually able to withstand Zhao Hu's full force attack and push him back. Was this the strength expected of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator? Zhao Hu felt a hint of dread rising within him. He looked at the tall and somewhat gaunt elder and shouted angrily at the onlookers behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Come at him together. I don't believe that a mid-foundation establishment cultivator can defeat so many of us." His yell awakened those around him, who hurriedly picked up their weapons to attack Ye Jing. Ye Jing was completely unafraid. He looked at the many foundation establishment cultivators, and the heat in his chest surged again. Previously, during the battle with the law enforcement elder, his physical body had been further refined. Now his cultivation felt restless due to the battle. Therefore this time he was not in a hurry to rely on the aid of a fierce beast, but wanted to fight a good battle, allowing him to gain insights to advance his cultivation. Facing the crowd that was beginning to shout and surround him, Ye Jing bellowed, "Come at me." Ye Jing's figure flashed the Qingyu Chengfeng technique beneath his feet, reaching its peak, transforming into a blue phantom that swiftly darted through the crowd. The blue flame meteor hammer danced in his hands, the flames engulfing the hammer, with each swing carrying immense force and scorching spiritual power. When it struck a magic tool, sparks would fly, and when it struck a cultivator, it would turn them to ashes with not even a scream escaping their lips. A Qi refinement cultivator wielding a long sword attempted to sneak attack Ye Jing from behind, while he was entangled with others, the sword tip imbued with thick spiritual energy aiming directly at Ye Jing's back. Ye Jing seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he kicked backward with his left foot, landing heavily on the cultivator's chest. A crisp cracking sound. The cultivator screamed, his chest caving in as he flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the stone wall outside the mountain gate. These dozens of early Foundation establishment cultivators could do nothing against Ye Jing, who resembled an inexhaustible war machine, growing stronger with each battle. The Foundation establishment cultivators witnessing this felt a sense of trepidation and dared not to approach, only throwing some talismans and magical treasures to attack Ye Jing. Ye Jing, wielding a defensive artifact, the golden light bowl, faced these magical attacks without fear. He even waved at them with considerable displeasure, saying, "Come on, let's have another fight. Don't hide like a coward." The head of the Liu family, seeing this, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes. He formed a spell with his hands, summoning several azure wind blades that appeared out of nowhere, whistling towards Ye Jing. The wind blades sliced through the air with a sharp sound, their power formidable. "Ye Jing, do not be arrogant." Ye Jing curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, swinging his meteor hammer fiercely. Blue flames surged, instantly transforming into a blue firewall that blocked all the wind blades. The wind blades crashed against the firewall, instantly melting away, dissipating into strands of spiritual energy in the air. Before the head of the Liu family could react, Ye Jing had already appeared before him, the meteor hammer wielding immense force, crashing down towards his head. The head of the Liu family was frightened out of his wits, hurriedly raising his shield to block. A loud crash echoed. The shield was instantly shattered, and the enormous force surged into his body through his arm. He felt his blood surging, a metallic taste erupting in his throat, and his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily beside Zhao Hu. "Liu brother!" Zhao Hu exclaimed, looking at the head of the Liu family, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, his apprehension deepening. But at this point there was no retreat. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a pill from his bosom, and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly, and a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from within him, causing his aura to soar. "Ye Jing, I refuse to believe that as a late Foundation establishment cultivator I cannot defeat you." He swung his axe wildly at Ye Jing, who eagerly welcomed this fierce attack, his eyes turning a vivid red with excitement. The two of them poured all their strength into their clashes in midair, the sounds of their strikes echoing thunderously. The shockwaves from the axe's strikes sent ripples through the air, and the effects of the pill Zhao, who swallowed, spread like wildfire, pushing his spiritual power to its limits. Ye Jing, equally unyielding, radiated a fierce power. Due to his cultivation of the thunder flame technique, his hammer shadow swirling like the wind, colliding with the axe, creating a continuous barrage of impacts. Boom. At the moment of their collision, the shockwave sent the robes of the surrounding watching cultivators flying, while the ethereal shadow of the Lingshao sect on the distant mountaintop seemed to gaze coldly upon the carnage. Zhao Hu felt his palms split, blood running down the axe handle. The backlash from the explosive spirit pill had begun, his meridians throbbed painfully, yet he still roared, urging his spiritual power, redirecting the axe's blade towards Ye Jing's flank. Ye Jing's eyes remained blood red, yet he did not lose a shred of composure. The azure feather chi quietly coalesced at his toes, his figure darting like a streak of light, narrowly evading the axe, while the meteor hammer surged around the axe handle. The blue flames suddenly tripled in size, entangling Zhao Hu's arm, with the flames using the azure feather wind riding technique. Oh! The scorching ice flames burned through the handle of the black iron axe, searing Zhao Hu's flesh. He cried out in pain, momentarily dazed. Seizing the moment, Ye Jing hurled the meteor hammer, striking directly at Zhao Hu's head. With that ferocious blow, Zhao Hu's head and upper body were instantly obliterated, blood mixed with flesh splattering down. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle, followed by immense shock. This elder actually defeated Zhao Hu of the late Foundation establishment stage. This fierce battle also left Ye Jing feeling a wave of intense exhaustion and exhilaration, the meteor hammer clattering to the ground as he gasped for breath, his pupils contracting with excitement. As a result, he did not immediately destroy Zhao Hu's emerging nascent soul. Zhao Hu's nascent soul hovered in the air, cursing, and shouted at the head of the Lu family, "What are you all waiting for? This old man has exhausted his spiritual power. It's the perfect time to kill him." The head of the Lu family snapped back to reality and shouted to the Foundation establishment cultivators, "Hurry up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he doesn't die, it will be us who perish." I can see that this head of the Ye family is extremely ruthless and not to be trifled with. If we do not kill him once he seeks revenge, no family that comes to stir trouble with the Lingxiao sect will escape. Ye Jing saw this group of rabble approaching to encircle him again. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly 4 second-tier demon beasts appeared behind. The demon dog Black Wind leaped out first, its black fur bristling fangs glinting coldly. A furious bark resonated, causing the surrounding cultivators' eardrums to ache as it charged directly towards the 2 early Foundation establishment cultivators in the front row, its sharp claws instantly tearing through their robes, spraying blood. This was a genuine second-tier demon beast. Impossible. Impossible. You can actually control beasts. The head of the Lu family, who still harbored a glimmer of hope, trembled in shock upon seeing so many demon beasts appear. He stared at Ye Jing, instantly losing his fighting spirit, and even the head of the Zhao family, who was still shouting to kill Ye Jing, was filled with terror. The combined strength of these 4 second-tier demon beasts rivaled that of a golden core. The face of the head of the Lu family turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Senior. Misunderstanding." The moment the head of the Lu family finished speaking, his legs went weak and the artifact in his hand clattered to the ground. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Senior, spare my life. I was blinded and misled by villains, and that is why I dared to attack the Ye family. I beg you, Senior, to show mercy and spare the Lu family a way out." The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, witnessing this, completely broke down, discarding their armor and kneeling on the ground, not even daring to look up. In the air, Zhao Hu's nascent soul, witnessing this, was terrified, screaming, "Useless. All useless. He just fought a fierce battle, and the demon beasts may not last long." Ye Jing steadied his breath, a cold light flashing in it. Black Wind had already understood, leaping into the air with its mouth wide open, a surge of black, demonic wind, swirling out, directly swallowing Zhao Hu's nascent soul, chewing it to oblivion. Not even a scream from Zhao, who was left behind. After consuming Zhao Hu's nascent soul, Black Wind shook its head, the tiny fragments of spiritual energy on its black fur slowly dissipating before bowing its head and growling at Ye Jing, exuding obedience. Ye Jing raised his hand to gesture for Black Wind to retreat, his gaze sweeping over the pleading cultivators on the ground, his voice still indifferent, but carrying an overwhelming weight. "Those who just shouted about wanting to seize my Lingxiao sect's treasures and kill the entire Ye family were not merely misunderstandings." The head of the Lu family trembled like a leaf, his forehead bleeding from repeated blows, rapidly saying, "Senior, forgive me. It was Zhao who incited me. He said the Ye family was weak and that you were merely a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. I was momentarily bewitched and dared to act recklessly. I beg you, Senior, to spare us this once, considering that the Lu family has never committed any heinous acts." The remaining cultivators echoed in agreement, some crying in repentance, others swearing they would never dare offend the Lingxiao sect again, while some secretly glanced at the 4 second-tier demon beasts behind Ye Jing. But without exception, their eyes were filled with fear. Those were second-tier demon beasts, and ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to contend with even one, let alone 4 together. This level of power, not to mention families under the Qingyun sect, even the sect master of the Qingyun sect, would not be able to handle easily. Ye Jing glanced at the kneeling and pleading cultivators, then coldly commanded the nearby demon beasts, "Leave not a single one." Before the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, the jade stone steps were covered in pure white. Yet the passing disciples of the Lingxiao sect felt an overwhelming fear, sensing a strong smell of blood wafting from the pristine steps. Thus they dared not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction towards the people of the Ye family. Just this morning, a group of Foundation establishment clan heads had come to the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate to provoke, only to be thwarted by Ye Jing alone, who then mercilessly slaughtered them all. Although the Jadestone steps had been cleansed by a purification technique, the stench of blood that lingered in the air seemed to have taken root, refusing to dissipate for a long time. As the wind blew across the empty square of the mountain gate, only the suppressed breaths of the Lingxiao sect disciples could be heard. They huddled in the corner of the hall, not daring to make a sound, stealing glances at the aged figure standing before. Ye Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed elegantly, yet his expression was as heavy as water. "Master." At this moment, Yi Tianyao hurried over, followed by several accompanying attendants. He respectfully said, "All provocateurs have been thoroughly eliminated, not a single fish has slipped through the net, and their belongings and techniques have all been accounted." Ye Jing nodded, then spoke softly. Tianyao, go and tell Tianxue to summon every clan head under the jurisdiction of the Lingxiao sect. I wish to host a banquet for them. Master, are you going to? Yi Tianyao was puzzled by Ye Jing's intentions, confusion written all over his face. Just moments ago there had been a clash of swords and a river of blood utterly annihilating the Zhao and Lu families who had provoked them. Now to invite all clan heads to a banquet was a stark contrast that left him momentarily unable to fathom his grandfather's intentions. He paused and said, "Grandfather, I have heard that the Zhao family has deep connections with other families, and the Zhao family is quite prestigious. Today, after you slaughtered these people, they must have been terrified and may not dare to attend the banquet." Ye Jing's lips curved into a faint smile, though the smile did not reach his eyes, carrying a chilling aura. They dare not refuse. After saying this, Ye Jing looked at Yi Tianyao and slowly said, "Today's slaughter of these provocateurs serves to establish authority, letting those with ulterior motives know that the Lingxiao sect is now under my Yi family's jurisdiction. Those who obey shall prosper, while those who defy shall perish." However, solely relying on slaughter cannot ensure long-term control over the situation within the Lingxiao sect. Those clans have been entrenched here for many years, each with their own foundations. If we only suppress them, it will only force them to unite against us, creating more trouble. Hearing this, Yi Tianyao's confusion gradually dissipated, and he nodded, though still somewhat uncertain. "Master intends to balance benevolence and power." "Exactly." Ye Jing slightly nodded, then said, "Tianyao learned well how to win people's hearts. This is extremely beneficial for the family's growth. One must understand that the martial world is filled with human emotions and affairs. Grandson understands." Yi Tianyao bowed and said respectfully, yet firmly, "I will seek Sister Tianxue right away and immediately send someone to notify all clan heads to ensure they arrive on time for the banquet." Ever since the Zhao family head and those clan leaders accompanying him perished, the entire Lingxiao sect region's families were filled with fear, especially when the invitation landed at their doorstep, especially the Li family. Li Xiuhe struggled to open the letter, which was finally opened by an old servant who had been following him for a long time. It read, "The Qinling Yi family cordially invites the head of the Li family, Li Xiuhe, to attend a banquet in the Lingxiao sect's Great Hall 3 days later at the hour of Chun to discuss matters under the jurisdiction of the Lingxiao sect. We hope you will grace us with your presence and not disappoint our invitation. If you fail to attend without reason, it will be treated as disobedience." Just a few short sentences devoid of any pleasantries, with the last line striking like ice, shocking Li Xiuhe to his core. The teacup in his hand fell onto the table with a loud crash, splashing tea on his robe, yet he was oblivious. "Disobedience." Li Xiuhe murmured, his voice trembling, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood better than anyone what Ye Jing meant by disobedience. The gruesome aftermath experienced by Zhao Hu and his crew after provoking Ye Jing had already reached the Li family through their informants. That stench of blood seemed to linger even from miles away. Yet he could not fathom how the Yi family, once on equal footing with his Li family, had grown to such an extent able to overpower even latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and seize control over the Lingxiao sect. Especially with the sudden death of Fan Lang, the Lingxiao sect now being occupied by the Qingyun sect and the Yi family in power, all these events felt like a nightmarish dream, shockingly surreal. Seeing Li Xiuhe in a daze, the old servant quickly bowed and presented a silk handkerchief, softly advising, "Master, please calm down." Although Ye Jing's actions are domineering, he may not necessarily intend to wipe out the Li family entirely. If he truly wished to harm the Li family, why bother with sending an invitation? Li Xiuhe snapped back to reality, tightening his fists until his knuckles turned white, his eyes filled with humiliation and apprehension. He understood this reasoning, but Ye Jing's methods were too ruthless, having already etched fear into the hearts of all the clans. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the carriage. 3 days later at the hour of Chun, I will attend the banquet." The so-called disobedience had never been a mere threat. It was a warning that Ye Jing could fulfill. Rather than waiting passively for death, it was better to personally go to the Lingxiao sect's Great Hall to see what scheme Ye Jing was plotting. Moreover, were they not allies before? Aside from having offended Ye Jing previously, the Li family had been relatively well-behaved, so surely nothing would happen. Li Xiuhe, feeling a bit uneasy, pondered for a long time before standing up and saying, "Go summon Zheng Xian." The old servant was startled and quietly asked, "Master, shall we not summon the eldest young master?" Li Ziyu's eyes flashed with irritation. "No need. Given his character, he won't lower his head. If something goes wrong, Zheng Xian is steadier and more adaptable." "Understood." The old servant complied and left. Li Xiuhe sat helplessly on the 8 Immortals' chair, gripping the icy handle tightly, sighing. "I wonder if this banquet is a trap." 3 days later at dawn, the square in front of the Lingxiao sect's Great Hall was already filled with carriages from various families. The hall had been prepared with food and spiritual items, and each clan head had taken their seats. The once lofty clan heads now had serious expressions whispering among themselves, filled with anxiety and unease. Li Xiu, dressed in a plain brocade robe and intentionally suppressing his spiritual energy, surveyed his surroundings and spotted many familiar faces. There were families allied with the Zhao family, all of whom were now downcast, and small families that were usually fence-sitters, their eyes darting about, clearly calculating how to curry favor with Ye Jing. The Ye family head has arrived. With a loud shout, the square instantly fell silent, all eyes turning towards the entrance of the great hall. Ye Jing stepped out slowly, still dressed in his elegant attire, his hair and beard white, yet his back was straight. There was no need for ostentation, yet all the cultivators present instinctively bowed in respect, not daring to breathe. Ye Tianxue and Ye Tianyao followed closely behind, their expression stable. The two youths, with Ye Tianyao standing tall and sharp-eyed, exuded an aura of decisiveness. Meanwhile, Ye Tianxue, clad in a plain skirt, had a gentle demeanor, holding a scroll in her hands, her expression respectful. Ye Jing took his seat at the main position in the great hall, his gaze sweeping over the many clan heads below. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The purpose of inviting you all today is twofold: first, to establish rules, and second, to discuss coexistence. The hall was enveloped in silence. Ye Jing paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon the anxious heads of the clan leaders below, his tone suddenly turning cold. 3 days ago, the Zhao family took the lead, uniting with the Lu family and others to provoke us, attempting to covet the territory of the Lingxiao sect and challenge the dignity of the Yi family. You all know how that ended, right? As his words fell, the hall was deathly quiet, and several individuals shuddered, lowering their heads in fear. Ye Jing's gaze was like that of a hawk, sweeping over each person as he spoke deliberately. From today onward, all families under the jurisdiction of the Lingxiao sect must submit to the Yi family, pay their offerings regularly, and must not harbor any treacherous intentions or engage in internal strife. Anyone who violates this will serve as a cautionary tale, just like the Zhao family. What do you all think? A voice, aged yet resonant, suddenly spoke up. It was the head of the Wang family. He was also at the midstage of foundation establishment, commanding considerable respect among the families, yet at this moment, he wore a defiant expression and retorted, "We have been entrenched here for many years, each with our own foundations. Now that the sect master of the Lingxiao sect has passed away, why should the Yi family govern us and demand offerings? You are not the sect master." Upon hearing this, Ye Tianyao's eyes filled with anger. Ye Jing chuckled lightly, interrupting Ye Tianyao's impending outburst. He spoke gently. "Then what does this clan leader wish to do?" The head of the Wang family felt a surge of joy at Ye Jing's question. He clearly believed that his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation gave him an advantage, and sensing the dissatisfaction of the other clan leaders present, he thought that if he took the lead, he could shift the situation. He then declared loudly, "Ye family head, the Lingxiao sect is currently leaderless. You are merely here under the orders of the Qingyun sect to oversee us. Why not let us all take a step back? You need not wield authority over us. Let all families govern together, and the offerings can be distributed according to the strength of each family. Although the Yi family is powerful, you cannot monopolize the benefits." As soon as these words were spoken, a low murmur spread through the hall. Several families allied with the Wang family secretly raised their eyes, a glimmer of agreement flashing in their expressions. Some neutral clan leaders showed hesitation, neither supporting the Wang family head nor daring to openly contradict Ye Jing, simply observing the unfolding situation. Li Xiu, seated among them, couldn't help but feel mockery. Was the Wang family head a foolish pig? Not long ago, Ye Jing had killed the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator Zhang, who, and now this man dared to protest, even attempting to confront Ye Jing. It was simply a path to self-destruction. Shared governance among families. Ye Jing slowly repeated these 5 words, his voice still calm, yet imbued with an invisible sense of oppression. Head of the Wang family, previously the Zhang family, attempted the same, trying to bargain with me, hoping to seize the Lingxiao sect from my hands. Do you know what their fate was? The head of the Wang family stiffened, his expression faltering, yet he still strained to maintain his composure, retorting defiantly, "Ye family head, this time is different from the last. The Zhao family was the one who initiated the provocation. I am here today for the sake of all the clans. If you insist on being autocratic, do you not fear that all the clans will unite against you to contend with the Yi family?" As he spoke, he scanned the room, trying to rally support, but those present either averted their gazes or kept their heads lowered, none daring to respond, creating an awkward atmosphere. Ye Jing slowly rose, emanating an aura that looked down upon the world, united resistance. Good, if anyone is dissatisfied, let them step forward. At this, the hall fell into a deathly silence. The head of the Wang family immediately shouted, "Step forward and join me in confronting the Yi family." Yet none from the families dared to take action. Standing behind the Yi family was a golden core cultivator Yunling, and they were all intimidated. No one dared to utter a word of dissent. The Wang family head's shout echoed in the vast hall, eventually reduced to a buzzing resonance that felt particularly grating. His face drained of color, his fists clenched tightly, and disbelief filled his eyes. He had clearly calculated the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts, yet he never expected that these individuals would be so cowardly as to not dare utter a single word of agreement. "What is this?" Ye Jing coldly questioned the Wang family head. "You spoke with such fervor earlier, yet why does no one dare to respond now?" "Ye family head, it seems not many recognize your justice." The Wang family head gasped, his throat tightening as he gritted his teeth. "Ye Jing, do not bully others with your power. My Wang family is not to be trifled with. If it comes to it, we would rather perish together." He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, gathering the Midstage Foundation establishment power into his palm, and the spiritual light suddenly flared as he lunged at Ye Jing. He knew he was no match for Ye Jing, but he did not wish to surrender easily. He wanted to fight back, hoping to seize a slim chance of survival. Even if he could not win, he wanted to show the other families his determination, ensuring he would have a foothold in the future. Ye Tianyao's killing intent surged, about to step forward to intervene, but Ye Jing raised a hand to signal him to stop. Then Ye Jing coldly commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, a massive black dog leaped forth, its silver horns erect, and it immediately began to howl at the Wang family head. Haifeng was now a mid-stage second-tier beast, stronger than all the Foundation establishment heads present. Before the Wang family head could react, the massive black dog charged in like a whirlwind, crashing through the startled cries of the surrounding clan leaders. The unique ferocity of the beast rushed straight at the Wang family head's face, causing his pupils to constrict and an unprecedented fear to surge in his heart. He hurriedly threw out a defensive magical artifact in an attempt to block the dog's charge, but the power of a second-tier beast was not something he could contend with. The spiritual barrier he raised was instantly shattered like paper. Bang! A muffled crash resonated, and the wave of spiritual energy collision swept through the hall, sending tables and chairs toppling over. The clan leaders around them were frightened into retreat, their faces pale as paper. The Wang family head was already drenched in cold sweat as the sharp teeth of the dog clamped down on his head, the terror of death, causing him to scream in agony. "Ye family head! Ye family head! Spare my life!" Ye Jing slowly approached, looking down at the Wang family head pinned to the ground by Haifeng, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. "Wang family head, you just said you would rather perish together." The Wang family head trembled all over, his head still in the foul-smelling beast's mouth, tremblingly screaming. "Ye family head, spare my life. Ye family head, spare me. I was foolish and arrogant. I should not have provoked the dignity of the Yi family or proposed shared governance. I beg for your mercy, let me have a way out. My Wang family is willing to submit to the Yi family's governance and pay offerings on time, never to harbor any other intentions." The surrounding clan leaders watched with trepidation. If even the Midstage Foundation establishment Wang family head could be easily subdued by Ye Jing's beast, they did not dare entertain any thoughts of resistance, each of them lowering their heads, not even daring to breathe. Li Xiu, seated among them, wore an even more mocking smile, confirming his expectations. The Wang family head was indeed seeking his own doom, and the Yi family was a lurking monster. All provocations were in vain. Ye Tianyao's killing intent gradually faded, and he looked at Ye Jing with newfound respect. His grandfather's methods were indeed ruthless and decisive. Now all the families would be completely subdued. The head of the Wang family sat at a seat, his hair somewhat disheveled, trembling, and too afraid to say anything more. Ye Jing, seated in the main position, held up a wine cup and gave a slight bow to the heads of the families below, saying, "Thank you all for your cooperation." As soon as these words were spoken, the people below revealed flattering smiles, respectfully drinking the wine that Ye Jing offered. The banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere filled with trepidation. The family heads rose one after another, bowing and carefully exiting the grand hall, none daring to utter another word. Once everyone had left, only Ye Jing, Ye Tianyao, Ye Tianxue, and the ever-watchful Haifeng remained in the hall. Ye Tianyao took a step forward and asked, "Grandfather, these families should be completely submissive now, but what about the Wang and Li families?" "There's no need to worry about the Wang family." Ye Jing interrupted, his gaze directed outside the hall, his eyes deep and contemplative. "The Wang family appears ambitious, but in reality they are merely timid and cowardly. Today, having diminished their spirit, they will no longer dare to cause trouble." With that, Ye Jing's voice grew heavier. However, Li Xiuhua was completely silent, just now hiding a bit of his thoughts. "You should send more people to keep an eye on the Li family to prevent any mishaps." "Understood, grandfather," Ye Tianyao quickly replied. Ye Jing nodded, then turned to Ye Tianxue, saying, "Tianxue, go arrange the ascension offerings and the family list. Things should stabilize a bit in the next few days." Grandfather, are you going into seclusion? Yi Tianxue asked with a bright voice. Ye Jing smiled lightly. After being busy for so many years, it's time to do something else. If anything comes up, just call for grandfather. With that, Ye Jing left the grand hall. Seeing Ye Jing leave, Yi Tianyao felt a bit helpless. Grandfather is really busy. I wanted to wait until the matter with Lingxiao sect was resolved to challenge him. He had watched those family heads provoke him in the past few days, all of which were blocked by grandfather leaving him without any chance to fight. His combative spirit felt a bit itchy. Alright Tianyao, let's first do as grandfather says and handle things well. You are only at the 4th level of qi refining and cannot compete with those people yet. Yi Tianxue covered her mouth and chuckled at the sight. Yi Tianyao, wearing a disgruntled expression, said, Sister Tianxue, you underestimate me. Looking at her younger brother, who was as mischievous as a monkey, Yi Tianxue, it couldn't help but think he had returned from the martial arts school looking like a little adult. How had he become so rough after starting cultivation? With a hint of helplessness in her eyes, she softened her tone, saying, I didn't mean to underestimate you, but grandfather's orders are important. However, she then shifted her tone, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. If you can break through to the 5th level of qi refining within a month, I will accompany you for a match. The loser will spend a month tending to the spirit herbs in the back mountain spirit field. What do you think? Really? Yi Tianyao's eyes instantly lit up, his previous disgruntled look replaced with excitement. It's a deal. Sister Tianxue, I will definitely break through in a month. He had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining for many days, just a bit short of a breakthrough. Now spurred by Yi Tianxue, he felt a determination to press forward. Without further ado, Yi Tianyao turned and dashed towards the cultivation room beside the grand hall, with Haifeng following closely behind, wagging its tail happily. Yi Tianxue watched his hurried figure, shaking her head helplessly, yet her eyes were filled with affection. She then composed herself, took out the jade tablet from her waist, infused it with spiritual energy, and began to arrange the offerings and family list. Though her personality was gentle, she was extremely efficient in her tasks, not wasting a moment. Meanwhile, in the cave abode of the back mountain of Lingxiao sect, Ye Jing was not in seclusion, but sitting on a piece of green stone. He took out a broken golden core recipe that he had never examined closely. This was a recipe that could enable a breakthrough to the golden core stage, and the spirit herbs written on it were all extremely rare treasures. However, Ye Jing noticed the mention of the cold essence spiritual spring, which surprised him. Previously, while helping Yunling search for the spirit herb for pill refinement, it had reminded him of a material used in the Foundation establishment, pill, the cold spring dew. He hadn't expected this to be an unexpected delight. There was also a herb mentioned above, the condensing ice flower, which had a blue glow and emitted a chill. Ye Jing's heart skipped a beat as he quickly took out the peculiar herb from his storage bag. It was exactly as described in the recipe. As he had previously guessed, the head of the Chun family was already at the late stage of Foundation establishment and wanted to break through to golden core. He had been secretly searching for the materials to achieve this. Thinking of this, Ye Jing sighed in regret. Had he succeeded, the Qin family would have had a golden core cultivator who could stand against other sects. Yet fate had other plans, and they ultimately faced annihilation. Ye Jing knew that the Qin family had previously entrusted him to take revenge on Xianyin, but Xianyin had been taken away by the nascent soul monk. The mark left by the Qin family was still on him, indicating that Xianyin was not dead. A hint of irritation flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. The Xianyu sect was like an indestructible cockroach, always leaving one troublesome remnant. Fortunately, the Xianyu sect members in the falling sunset land had been completely annihilated, and they could not stir up any more trouble. He recalled what Elder Yuanshin of the Qin family had said: if Ye Jing couldn't help them take revenge, the 1,000 virtual illusion map leading to the Nether Sea realm would self-destruct. Ye Jing sighed helplessly. This is a bit tricky. It's already difficult to break through to Golden Core in 100 years, let alone to suddenly go to the territory of the nascent soul and kill Xianyin. However, rather than getting lost in such intangible matters, it would be better to focus on becoming stronger. Even if he truly lost the 1,000 virtual illusion map and couldn't delve into the Nether Sea realm, so what? The secret realms of heaven and earth are plentiful. Why should he be concerned over one Nether Sea realm? With that thought, Ye Jing put away the recipe, took a moment to adjust his breath, and continued his cultivation. Now that the family situation had stabilized, this old ancestor could temporarily step back, allowing the younger generation to develop properly. The Thunderfire art is a rigid body cultivation technique, and with his frequent combat experience leading to surges of spiritual energy, Ye Jing truly felt that this technique was exceptionally suited for battle. At this rate, perhaps in a few more years of seclusion, he would be able to break through to the late stage of Foundation establishment. 6 months later, within the frost, Yi Tianhao wore a cold expression as he accompanied Gushi. Gushi had been with him for nearly a year, and often hinted at wanting to return home to see the Frost Moon sect. After all, as a wife wanting to visit her family, he as her husband said nothing, and brought her back to the Frost Moon sect. Gui Suer, Guzai's master, came forward accompanied by several female cultivators, all looking at Yi Tianhao with curiosity. The Frost Moon sect was predominantly female cultivators, and had long been hidden on the cold peaks of the falling sunset wilderness, rarely encountering male visitors, let alone a tall and composed Foundation establishment cultivator like Yi Tianhao. Now at the midstage of Foundation establishment, he held his spiritual energy tightly, yet it couldn't hide the sharp aura brought by being a sword cultivator, which was starkly different from the cool and soft aura of the female cultivators at the Frost Moon sect. Yi Tianhao felt somewhat uncomfortable with so many women staring at him. Gui Suer wore a moon-white Dao robe with a skirt embroidered with dark patterns of ice flowers, her face beautiful, exuding a slightly more dignified aura than Gu Shi, though her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Her gaze swept over Yi Tianhao, her tone neither warm nor cold, yet carrying the authority of a sect leader. Young friend Yi, thank you for bringing Sierra back. After a year apart, Sierra has not suffered any grievances while at the Yi family. This sounds polite, but in reality it is a test. Initially, the Frost Moon sect and the Yi family formed an alliance through marriage to resist enemies, and to allow Gu Shi to cultivate the Ice Soul, art using the resources of the Yi family. Gui Suer had always worried about her direct disciple being humiliated in the Yi family, fearing that Gu Shi might neglect her cultivation for the sake of family. Yi Tianhao merely nodded slightly, his tone calm. Master Gui, you are too kind. Yu Shi is a member of my Yi family, and I will certainly not allow her to suffer any grievances. With that, he stepped aside, slightly revealing Yu Shi behind him. Yu Shi took a step forward, kneeling to salute Gui Suer, her usually cold face softening for a rare moment. Master, it is the fault of your disciple for not returning to visit you for such a long time. Her aura of spiritual energy was steady, indicating she was close to the midstage of Foundation establishment. Indeed, she had made significant progress since leaving the Xuanyue sect. The cold spiritual energy of the Ice Soul technique enveloped her now, appearing even more refined, clearly nourished by abundant resources. Gui Suer looked at Yu Shi, her initial scrutiny easing into a hint of approval as she raised her hand in a gentle gesture. Rise. Your dedication to cultivation is the best reward for your... The Yi family indeed has some foundation, and they did not disappoint my initial trust. The female cultivators nearby also stepped forward to pay their respects, calling out, Senior Sister. Yet their gazes couldn't help but secretly assess Yi Tianhao. They had long heard that this eldest son of the Yi family was one of the most valued juniors by the family's ancestor. Not only was his cultivation formidable, but he also possessed the direct transmission techniques of the Qingyun sect, and even the cultivators of the Xianyu sect had once fallen to him. Yu Shi stood up and took hold of Yi Tianhao's wrist softly, saying, Master, this is Tianhao's first visit to the Xuanyue sect. I will show him around a bit to familiarize him with the environment here. Her fingers were cool, and when they touched Yi Tianhao's warm wrist, he stiffened slightly, but did not pull away. The discomfort he felt in his body eased a bit. During this year of interaction, although there were no passionate feelings between them, they had developed a certain mutual respect and understanding. A glimmer of approval flashed in Gui Suer's eyes as she nodded. That's good. Let Lan Hua accompany you as well. The terrain of the cold peak in the Xuanyue sect is unique, so you won't get lost. With that, she looked at a female cultivator beside her who was dressed in a light blue robe and had lively features. Lan Hua, please take good care of the young friend Yi. Yes, Secmaster. Lan Hua quickly responded, stepping forward to bow to Yi Tianhao, and Yu Shi, her smile radiant. Young Master Yi, please follow me. I will take you to see our cold spring and spirit fields. The cold spring of our Xuanyue sect is a treasure for cultivating the Ice Soul technique. A treasure for cultivating the Ice Soul technique. Yi Tianhao couldn't help but glance at his wife, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Yi Tianhao voiced no objections, and followed Yu Shi and Lan Hua along the path of the Xuanyue sect. On either side of the path were bamboo groves glistening with frost. The cold wind swept through, causing the white frost on the bamboo leaves to cascade down, filling the air with a biting chill, yet it did not hinder the movements of the cultivator. Yu Shi walked beside him, occasionally glancing back to remind him, the stone steps here are icy, you be careful with your footing. Yi Tianhao responded with a hum, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, showing a hint of scrutiny. The Xuanyue sect indeed lived up to its reputation. The sect was built against the mountains with palaces constructed from ice jade surrounded by thick, cold spiritual energy. The peaks were perpetually covered in snow, and faintly one could see an ice palace, presumably the main hall of the Xuanyue sect. In a valley, a spirit field was neatly arranged, filled with cold-resistant spirit herbs. Among them, several special spiritual medicines were thriving, their leaves shimmering blue and exuding a faint chill, seemingly on the verge of blooming. Young Master Yi, you are in charge of that spirit field, which is planted with our Xuanyue sect's unique spiritual herbs most suitable for refining ice attribute pills. Lan Hua followed Yi Tianhao's gaze and smiled as she introduced. Yi Tianhao listened patiently, without saying much, which made the chatty Lan Hua unable to stop talking. Seeing this, Yushi found it somewhat strange, and merely said, "Husband Lan Hua has a lively temperament, I do not take offense. Just ahead is the cold spring, which was also my place of cultivation in the past. If you are curious, you can Her voice remained cool, yet it lacked the usual aloofness, and her fingers tightened slightly, seemingly worried that Yi Tianhao would become impatient. Yi Tianhao tilted his head slightly, catching a glimpse of her ear tips subtly reddening, and a faint smile crossed his gaze as he nodded gently. "It's fine. I came to familiarize myself with the environment anyway, or it is good to take a look." Seeing this, Lan Hua immediately stepped forward, smiling as she added, "Young master, you may not know, but our cold spring is no ordinary spring. It is formed from a natural cold spiritual vein. The water contains rich ice attribute spiritual energy. Senior sister cultivated the ice soul technique back, then relying on this cold spring, and broke through to the 9th layer of chi refining in just 6 months." As they spoke, the three had already arrived beside a mountain stream. There the cold spring was clear to the bottom, with a faint white mist hovering over the surface. The chilling air was even stronger than on the path, and a thin layer of ice had formed along the edge of the spring. The sunlight shone on it, refracting fine shards of ice light. "This is spirit frost grass," Yushi explained about the spirit grass along the edge of the spiritual spring. "This is a good item that can assist in cultivation." "This is spirit frost grass," Yushi explained about the spirit grass along the edge of the spiritual spring. "This is a good item that can assist in cultivation and stabilize spiritual energy, extremely pure in nourishment." Yi Tianhao observed this, feeling the ice attribute spiritual energy, which was indeed pure, even richer than the spirit stones in the Yi family storeroom. He suddenly remembered that when Yushi cultivated the ice soul technique, she often hit a bottleneck due to insufficient refinement of spiritual energy. Although the Yi family had the assistance of spiritual materials, they had always lacked such pure ice attribute spiritual sources. If he could draw some of this cold spring's spiritual energy back to the Yi family, it would not only help Yushi break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but also cultivate more ice attribute spirit herbs, greatly benefiting the Yi family's alchemy and cultivation. Lan Hua noticed Yi Tianha's inquisitive gaze and smiled. "If young master Yi, like senior sister, can request the sect master to grant you some cold spring water to take back. However, this cold spring water will slowly lose its spiritual energy once it leaves the cold peak spiritual vein and must be stored in a specially made ice jade bottle." Yushi, upon hearing this, looked up at Yi Tianhao, her eyes conveying a question. "If my husband needs it, I can go ask master later." Yi Tianhao shook his head lightly, saying, "No need to trouble. I came today just to take a look. To ask for it abruptly would be rather impolite." Although he had ideas, he understood the propriety. The cold spring of the Xuangyue sect was a treasure. How could it be easily requested? Just as Yi Tianhao was enjoying the scenery, with Yushi, a sudden hurried sound of footsteps approached from not far away. A female cultivator dressed in white hurried over, her expression flustered. "Not good, senior sister Lan Hua, that bald monk from the Buddha realm is back again." Lan Hua's expression changed in surprise as she quickly bowed. "Pardon me." With that, she swiftly turned and left. Yi Tianhao looked towards Gu Shi, who had a poor complexion, and asked, "Sierra, are you alright?" He recalled that the first time he saw Yushi use a magic treasure, it was the same as the golden bowl that his grandfather held, both being treasures used by Buddhist cultivators, and he learned about the Buddha realm from his grandfather. Gu's eyes flickered, seemingly reluctant to speak. "Husband, this is a matter of our Xuangyue sect. Sierra, do not forget that you have entered my Yi family. We are one as husband and wife. If there is something, do not hesitate to speak." Yi Tianhao said. Seeing this, Gu, she had no choice but to bite her red lip and squeeze out a few words. "Husband, the Buddha realm comes to collect tributes from our 4 sects every 100 years, and the Xuangyue sect not only has to hand over spirit stones, they also have to send 20 women to the Buddha realm to serve them under the guise of serving the Buddhist cultivators, but in reality." As she spoke, Gu, she felt a profound unease, her voice already choked with emotion. She continued, "Those women are all gone without a trace. Ever since they were chosen to go to the Buddha realm, there has been no news of them since. Some say they were forcefully indoctrinated with Buddhist nature, reduced to cauldrons for the cultivators of the Buddha realm, ultimately exhausting their spiritual energy and perishing. Others claim that the techniques practiced by the cultivators of the Buddha realm are peculiar, requiring the cold spiritual energy from women to nourish their cultivation. Thus those senior sisters ultimately became the nourishment for their advancement." Yi Tianha's expression darkened instantly. Although he already knew that the Buddha realm was the ruling power of Luoxiao land, he was still appalled by their despicable actions. "Is the sect leader really allowing them to take our disciples?" Yi Tianhao asked in a low voice. Yushi slowly shook her head, her eyes filled with helplessness. "The master has no way to resist. The ones demanding tribute from the Buddha realm are at least golden core cultivators, while Shuangyue sect only has one golden core cultivator, the master, and is simply powerless to counter them. To sacrifice a few female cultivators to ensure the safety of several thousand disciples within the sect leader has no choice. At this she sighed deeply, though she found it strange. Usually the Buddha realm comes only once every 100 years. There's still a long time before the tribute is due. Why have they come so soon? As soon as she finished speaking, a deep chant from afar resonated, accompanied by heavy fluctuations of spiritual energy, slowly approaching this way. The spiritual energy was pure, yet bore an irresistible pressure. It was not a malevolent force, yet it was more suffocating than the demonic arts of Xianyu sect, indicating that the cultivators of the Buddha realm had arrived. Yu's eyes face changed suddenly as she quickly tugged at Yi Tianha's sleeve, whispering, "Husband, we must hide. The cultivators of the Buddha realm have strange temperaments, and if they see you here, a foreign man, it may lead to trouble." Yi Tianhao felt that something was amiss, but he followed Yu's advice and headed towards the side hall. Above the Shuangyue sect, covered in ice and snow, several figures clad in bright, yellow monk robes appeared, floating in midair, radiating golden Buddhist light as they emerged from a spatial rift. At the forefront was a gaunt old monk, his eyes murky, yet piercing with a sharp light. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him were stable and heavy, indicating he was at the mid-golden core stage. He was on the same level as Fan Lang, the sect leader of Qishao sect, and Murong Xiao, the sect leader of Ganglei sect. Behind the old monk followed 4 young monks, all at the late foundation establishment stage, holding prayer beads with solemn expressions. Each step they took revealed faint Buddhist patterns beneath their feet, and the surrounding Buddhist light shielded them from the coldness of the icy peaks. At this moment, Gue Suer stood outside the mountain gate, accompanied by several older female elders to greet them. "Amitba sect leader Gue, it has been a long time since we last met you. I hope you are well." The old monk approached the mountain gate, his hands clasped together, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an unassailable authority. Gue Suer appeared respectful, her voice calm, an unwavering. "Master Jin, your arrival at the cold sect is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. However, according to our usual customs, the Buddha realm's tribute is not due for another 30 years. I wonder why the master has come ahead of schedule. Has something happened?" She deliberately emphasized the word ahead of schedule, a hint of barely perceptible vigilance flashing in her eyes. The Buddha realm has always adhered to the century-old agreement, never demanding tribute ahead of time. Such an unusual occurrence today must hide some secret. The old monk Jin, he slowly opened his murky eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the elders standing beside Gue Suer. Finally his gaze settled back on Gue Suer, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Sect leader Gue is overly concerned. We have not come for tribute this time, but for another matter." "Another matter?" Gue Suer felt a sinking sensation in her heart, yet maintained her composure on the surface. "Master, please speak. As long as the Shuangyue sect can manage it, we will certainly not decline." "It's quite simple. Jin," he said dismissively, "I require several female disciples with pure physiques. Sect leader Gue only needs to hand over such a girl, and the Buddha realm will remember the Shuangyue sect's favor, allowing the next tribute to exempt 3 disciples." Upon hearing this, Gue Suer's face turned ashen. Female disciples with pure physiques were clearly to be taken as cauldrons, and now they were making such an open demand, without even the pretense of politeness. Gue Suer felt her chest heave up and down, struggling to suppress her anger, and forced a smile. "Master, please allow me some time. I will certainly present the girl you..." Jin, he smiled with satisfaction, and added, "That is excellent. I heard that one of your disciples has recently engaged with a member of the Yi family. I happen to be looking for that ancestral elder of the Yi family." Gue Suer did not dare to speak too much. She had recently heard that Yun Ling had entrusted the management of Lingxiao sect to Ye Jing, and the Yi family's influence was bound to draw the attention of the Buddha realm. She maintained a respectful demeanor, softly responding, "What the master says is correct. It is my disciple, Yu, she who has recently become engaged to the second young master Yi Tianhao. However, the ancestral elder, Ye Jing, has been very busy with the affairs of Lingxiao sect recently." Jin, he narrowed his murky eyes slightly, but his contempt deepened at the corners of his mouth. "There is no need to trouble sect leader Gue. Oh, I will go myself. Sect leader Gue, do not forget my instructions. Prepare the female disciples with pure physiques within 3 days. If the deadline is missed, the 100-year foundation of the Shuangyue sect may be doomed." After saying this, he disdainfully waved his sleeve, and left, showing none of the compassion one would expect from a monk. Gue Suer watched him depart, pain flickering in her eyes, and she could only mutter a curse at that damned bald donkey. But she did not dare to raise her voice, turning to the bewildered elders beside her. "All right, you all should leave. Try not to let Yi Tianhao suspect anything." She still wanted to maintain a shred of dignity as a sect leader, not wanting Yi Tianhao to know such a disgraceful matter. Meanwhile, as Jean flew through the air, he expressed his impatience regarding the scenery below this wretched place of Luoxiao land with nothing but biting cold winds and pitifully thin spiritual energy. If it weren't for the command of the leader, would I deign to come to such a desolate land? Beside him, a young monk with an expressionless face clasped his hands together and quietly asked, "Master, we have come this time to demand female disciples with pure Eon physiques and to investigate the status of the Ye family ancestral elder Ye Jing. Should we send someone to Lingxiao sect to gather intelligence?" After all that Ye Jing was able to take over Lingxiao sect and allied with Qingyun's sect, he must not be an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Jean, he scoffed, his murky eyes sweeping over the rolling mountains below, the Buddhist light around him slightly flickering. He spoke with undisguised disdain. "Investigate. An elder of a border family, even if he has some abilities, at most he would just be at the peak of Foundation establishment. What kind of storm could he stir up? I personally came this time firstly to give that Ye family a show of strength, and secondly to see for myself the rumored Ye Jing, who can tame various demonic beasts, and has acquired the spiritual veins of Lingxiao sect. Just how capable is he?" After saying this, they had not yet reached the territory of Lingxiao sect when he raised his hand to cast a golden Buddhist seal, transforming it into a stream of light, shooting towards the direction of Lingxiao sect. His tone was cold. "Send a greeting gift to that Ye Jing first, so he knows that I have arrived." This is how the monks of the Buddha realm often like to use exaggerated and grandiose warnings when dealing with cultivators from Luoxiao land, boldly declaring their arrival. A golden Buddhist chant tore through the sky, stirring up a tumultuous flow of spiritual energy along its path. Wherever it passed, even the cold mist between the Xuangyue sect and the Lingxiao sect was violently ripped apart, radiating blinding golden light, as if a golden blade descended from the heavens, bearing an undeniable pressure, crashing violently towards the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. With a thunderous roar, the entire peak of the Lingxiao sect trembled violently, and the spiritual energy emitted by the second-grade spiritual vein was disturbed by this sudden Buddhist power, becoming restless. "Who dares to be wild at the Lingxiao sect?" Yi Tianyao, stationed at the mountain gate, felt the sudden surge of spiritual power and thought that another aristocratic family had come to call. But upon seeing a group of monks dressed in monk robes and wearing monk hats appear outside the already formed protective mountain formation, before Yi Tianyao could react, Ye Jing's figure swiftly flew out. Ye Jing waved his hand, and the protective mountain formation was directly undone. He soared on his sword and greeted the monks, saying, "I am Ye Jing from the Qinling family. I greet you, esteemed masters. I apologize for not welcoming you properly due to the cold land next door, and I hope for your understanding." His words carried a hint of flattery, but soon turned sharper. "However, just now the Buddhist law from the master suddenly struck my Lingxiao sect. May I ask where I have offended your esteemed self?" The old monk from the Golden River glanced at Ye Jing, noticing his plain Taoist robe and aged appearance, but the spiritual power around him was restrained. After observing for a while, he realized that this old man was merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. The old monk wore a disdainful expression, and his hoarse voice carried an air of arrogance that brooked no dissent. "You are Ye Jing, the ancestor of a rural family, and you dare to call me your brother. That Buddhist chant just now was merely a greeting from me to let you understand the majesty of the Buddha realm. Do not put on airs of a sect master before me." The young monk beside him spoke coldly. "Ye ancestor, my master, the Golden River master of the Buddha realm, has come to the Luoxiao wilderness, this time for the matter of the Xuangyue sect, and to see how capable you are a Foundation establishment cultivator who dares to ally with the Qingyun sect and take over the Lingxiao sect to occupy a second-grade spiritual vein." Ye Jing discerned that these people were here to pick a fight. His expression remained calm. "An unperturbed master has traveled a long way, and I naturally do not dare to neglect you. However, the Buddha realm has always adhered to the 100-year agreement nurturing the cultivators of the Luoxiao wilderness. Today not only do you appear ahead of time, but you also strike my mountain gate and insult my sect. I wonder if this action of yours is in accordance with the rules of the Buddha realm or your personal intent." The old monk from the Golden River noticed that a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator could speak so directly, and his expression slightly darkened, a glint flashing in his murky eyes. "My actions are the rules of the Buddha realm. Ye Jing, I have come today not for anything else, but to ask you to remain compliant, and not to attempt to expand your influence, thus disrupting the rules of the Luoxiao wilderness. Secondly, I have heard that you have tamed many demonic beasts and obtained the Lingxiao sect's spiritual vein. I wish to see if your so-called abilities can withstand my full—" He intended to test the strength of this Ye family ancestor to intimidate him, so he could coerce him into providing benefits facilitating future demands. Before he finished speaking, the old monk from the Golden River raised his hand. A mass of golden Buddhist power appeared in his palm, mixed with a faint pressure, which was the foundational Buddhist technique of the Buddha realm, the Vajra palm. Though this palm technique seemed simple, it was empowered by his mid-golden core stage spiritual strength, making it incredibly powerful. The Buddhist patterns in his palm flickered and crashed toward Ye Jing. "Ancestor, be careful," Ye Tianyao shouted in alarm, ready to rush forward to assist. But before he could leap out, a gentle breeze brushed past, and a figure in a blue shirt Yunling suddenly appeared, holding a jade talisman that burst forth with a blue-white light, enveloping Ye Jing within. With a tremendous boom, the golden palm struck the blue-white protective barrier, producing a resonating sound. The old monk from the Golden River narrowed his eyes, withdrawing his spiritual power. "Yunling, do you still have strength left?" Yunling, who protected Ye Jing from this strike, had a pale face, but he merely smiled slightly. "Master Golden River, there are still decades until tribute time. Why bother to hold a grudge against a junior?" "What grudge? I merely wanted to test the strength of this family, Master." The old monk from the Golden River waved his hand. He looked at the old man with his aged eyes, secretly cursing. "I didn't expect this Yunling to protect this old man to such an extent. What a miscalculation." The young monk beside him whispered, "Elder, this Ye Jing is merely a mid-foundation establishment old man. There is no need to waste time on him here. It is best not to delay important matters." The old monk from the Golden River furrowed his brow slightly, his murky eyes sweeping over Yunling, who was pale, yet held his back straight. Then glancing sideways at the calm-faced Ye Jing, he let out a cold snort. Now that the Qingyun sect is severely weakened, Yunling's dantian is damaged, and his lifespan is limited, yet he dares to challenge me publicly, clearly treating the Yi family as the last reliance of the Qingyun sect. There was no need to continue suppressing further. He chuckled coldly. "Fine, you must remember that the stability of the Luoxiao wilderness today relies entirely on the Buddha realm, so show proper reverence, and do not cause trouble." With that, a flash of golden light appeared, and they instantly vanished from midair. Yunling's face was somewhat pale, and he staggered slightly. Seeing this, Ye Jing sighed. "Sect master, why go to such lengths? I can still handle them." These monks did not seem to be kind-hearted. Ye Jing initially intended to use demonic beasts to block the strike, but unexpectedly Yunling had appeared and helped him drive away. Yunling waved his hand. "Ye family master, no matter what, you are still a family under my Qingyun sect. If they come to stir up trouble, and I do not intervene, it will only lead to greater trouble in the future." Hearing this, Ye Jing felt warmth in his heart. He then handed a bottle of elixirs to Yunling. "Concerned sect master Yun, this is a pill refined by Elder Lu Xianglan of my Yi family. Although it cannot cure old injuries, it can temporarily suppress the condition and alleviate the restlessness of spiritual energy." Yunling took the elixir carefully, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. The pill melted in his throat, and a gentle medicinal power spread, indeed, improving his complexion. He smiled bitterly and gazed in the direction the old monk from the Golden River had left, filled with apprehension. "People from the Buddha realm are always arrogant, viewing the cultivators of our Luoxiao wilderness as domesticated livestock. The arrival of the Golden River old monk today was merely to intimidate us. Yi family master, the Luoxiao wilderness still needs a new golden core cultivator." Ye Jing was taken aback, then thought of the demonic beasts under his command, the strongest of which was only mid-second grade. If he could acquire third-grade spiritual creatures in a few more years, he might have a demonic beast with golden core strength to assist. Not to mention the threat it could pose to the Buddha realm, it could at least provide a way to deal with them, preventing them from seeing him as nothing more than an ant. With this in mind, Ye Jing asked Yunling, "Sect master, Yun, do you know how to reach the territories outside the Luoxiao wilderness?" Yunling was startled. "Do you wish to leave the Luoxiao wilderness, Yi family master?" Ye Jing nodded and said, "Indeed. The Buddha realm has come to our doorstep today, humiliating our sect and intimidating us, relying solely on their golden core cultivation and upper realm status. The spiritual energy in the Luoxiao wilderness is thin, and high-grade spiritual creatures are scarce. Rather than confine myself here, I would prefer to see the outside world." Yunling gazed upon Ye Jing's resolute eyes and sighed with a complex expression. "Master Yi, the path beyond Luoxiao land is fraught with peril. Buddha realm cultivators stand guard at its borders, and a formidable realm barrier seals it shut. Only those who have reached golden core cultivation may temporarily obtain passage permits to enter and exit freely. Given your current foundation establishment, mid-stage cultivation, reckless confrontation would result in either catastrophic spiritual energy dispersion or utter soul annihilation." Ye Jing furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Clearly Luoxiao land was no easy place to depart. Yet he possessed the Qinshu Piaomiao map, a divine artifact capable of safely traversing realm barriers, and thus knew he could still slip through unscathed. He said nothing of it, merely nodded, and quietly buried the matter deep within his heart. "Many thanks for your counsel, sect master Yun," he replied with sincere. Yunling smiled, faintly stroking his beard. "Why such formality, Master Yi? After all, we shall soon be one family. Your granddaughter Yi Tianyao is already preparing to wed my sect's senior disciple." Ye Jing paused in mild surprise before smiling. Ah, I see. The girl moves swiftly indeed. And how does young Master Lu feel about this union? He says he leaves all decisions entirely to your discretion. Yinling chuckled. Surely you'd welcome a son-in-law joining your household. Ye Jing was taken aback, but then recalled that Lu Xiaoyu had neither parents nor lineage. Once married to Tianyao, he would effectively become a Yi clansman. Still, given his extraordinary talent, he would never submit to mere matrilocal marriage. Sect Master Yin jests. Ye Jing replied, earnest yet measured. Tianyao is headstrong by nature, yet it is truly her fortune to earn Master Lu's affection. Whether he joins our household or not matters little. What matters most is that the two young souls resonate in harmony, and that the Yi clan and Qingyun sect unite in purpose and loyalty. That above all is ideal. Yunling burst into hearty laughter, a flush of delight brightening his pale countenance. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Whether he joins our household or not matters little. What matters most is that the two young souls resonate in harmony, and that the Yi clan. Wu Guiyun rejoiced, not only at the betrothal but also because Yi Xian and Yi Yi had both broken through to foundation establishment and emerged from seclusion. Thus Ye Jing brought Yi Xian and his wife to Qingyun sect to meet their future son-in-law. Lu Xiaoyu stood tall and elegant, radiating scholarly grace. His foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation harmonized perfectly with Yi Tianyao's own cultivation and temperament. Wu Guiyun grew ever more enamored with him, so much so that she and Yi Xian immediately accepted the match. As formal betrothal gifts, Lu Xiaoyu presented 500 low-grade spirit stones and a mid-grade spirit artifact, offering them with solemn sincerity to seek Yi Tianyao's hand. Cultivator marriages are simple. Once both parties consent, they bow to heaven and earth and seal their bond as Tao companions. Yet Ye Jing, now presiding over a rising clan and arranging the wedding of his eldest granddaughter, insisted on grandeur. What began as a modest rite blossomed into a magnificent celebration. Every influential clan under Lingxiao sect's dominion, including Qingyun sect itself, sent lavish gifts to honor the occasion. Within her bridal chamber, Yi Tianyao sat quietly, while Wu Guiyun spoke tender words reserved for daughters on their wedding day. Once she had welcomed her eldest son's bride, now she escorted her daughter down the aisle. Her heart swelled with bittersweet emotion. The mirror atop her dressing table reflected a maiden of crystalline purity and luminous skin, her slender frame draped in scarlet bridal robes crowned with a phoenix headdress woven from golden filaments. Her lips bore crimson rouge, her brows and eyes delicately lined with pigment. Her youthful innocence had melted away, replaced by a quiet, beguiling allure. When the crimson veil settled over her face, her breath quickened almost imperceptibly. Outside the chamber, Yi Xian, fresh from seclusion, stood as clan host greeting guests, while Ye Jing occupied the central seat, observing the steady stream of well-wishers. At that moment, Li Xiuha, the patriarch of the Li clan, arrived accompanied by a young woman whose face flushed with awkward discomfort, his daughter Li Linlin. No longer the haughty girl she once was, Li Linlin had suffered greatly after her father pledged fealty to Qishao sect. Her standing within that sect had been precarious and humiliating. Then Qishao sect fell, utterly annihilated, and the Li clan collapsed once more, forced into vassalage under the Yi clan. Now Li Linlin dared not even glance at any Yi clansman, shrinking into timid silence. Grand Patriarchy, congratulations abound. Li Xiuha offered a perfunctory smile and bowed deeply. Ye Jing gave a curt nod and said only, please be seated patriarchally. Li Xiuha opened his mouth, then hesitated. The very family he once scorned now blazed like a rising sun far beyond his reach or influence. Trembling inwardly before Ye Jing, he lacked the courage or the dignity to speak further. Ye Jing, indifferent to the Li clan, sipped tea calmly and turned his attention to the next arriving patron. The Yi clan's glory shone brilliantly. Cultivators flooded the courtyard before the main hall, familiar or unknown alike, all wearing ingratiating. For a fleeting moment, Ye Jing was transported back, when he was still an ordinary man celebrating the completion of his new home, villagers gathering in cheerful abundance. A pang of poignant reflection stirred within him. Fame arrives overnight, and suddenly the world bows before you. Every guest a noble, every step steeped in power. Since this was Yi Tianyao's wedding, her peers gathered at home to greet guests. Yet Yi Xian and Yi Yi handled guest arrangements meticulously, leaving the younger generation idle and unoccupied. Yi Tianxue, ever serene by nature, sought quiet in a secluded courtyard and immersed herself in studying alchemical formulas. But her tranquility lasted only briefly, before derisive mockery pierced the bamboo grove. Oh look, it's that Li family girl. Your clan groveled as Qishao sect's lapdogs, and offended the Yi clan besides. How dare you show your face at the Yi clan's princess's wedding? Did you come sniffing like stray dogs drawn by the scent of meat? Exactly. I'd rather hang myself than set foot here. Ye Tianxue frowned, disturbed by the noise. She rose to leave. But the taunts intensified until a youth's furious roar erupted. Silence. Now, instantly a surge of potent spiritual energy rippled outward, followed by an elder's alarmed cry, Zhongning, cease. Ye Tianxue sighed softly. This was Tianyao's wedding day. She must intervene. She tucked the alchemical scroll into her storage pouch and stepped gracefully from the bamboo grove. Before her stood a group of young elites clad in brocaded silks. Their leaders, two unfamiliar youths whose bearing and attire marked them as scions of minor clans newly sworn to the Yi clan. Their lips curled in disdain, their eyes sweeping contemptuously over the two youths trapped at the center, clearly cornered and humiliated. Those two youths were Li Zhongxian and Li Zhongning, the Li clan's younger illegitimate brothers. Li Zhongning clenched his fist, spiritual energy surging chaotically across his skin, his face flushed crimson, his eyes burning with humiliation and fury. The outburst had been his. The mocking youths folded their arms and sneered, utterly unrepentant. All were mere chi refinement cultivators. Ye Tianxue strode forward, her delicate brows knotted, her voice cool and clear, carrying undeniable authority. Cease this instant. Her white silk robes fluttered gently in the breeze, and a subtle aura of spiritual energy unfurled around her, not oppressive yet instinctively commanding enough to halt the jeering youths mid-sentence. Her gaze swept calmly across them, her tone soft yet immovable. Today is elder sister Tianyao's joyous wedding day. The Yi clan hosts guests in celebration, not to tolerate provocation, slander, or the dishonoring of kin. The two brocaded youths blinked in surprise. This quiet, exquisite maiden was none other than Ye Tianxue, the Yi clan's second daughter. Their arrogance softened instantly. Still one defiantly retorted, we merely speak truth. The Li clan's allegiance to Qishao sect was disgraceful. Right and wrong, merit and fault. These are matters for elders to judge. You Chi refinement juniors have no right to chatter recklessly. Ye Tianxue's voice cooled further. Should this escalate, you'll disturb honored guests, and tarnish not only your own clan's reputations, but commit grave disrespect toward the Yi clan. Though Yi Tianxue's words were calm, they extinguished the arrogance of the few young men in brocade, clothing like a cold spring. Their faces shifted between green and white as they looked at Ye Tianxue, and recalling the current power of the Yi family, they ultimately lost the courage to put on a brave front. The leading brocade-clad youth gritted his teeth, suppressing his unwillingness, and cupped his hands towards Ye Tianxue, saying, Miss Yi is right. We spoke out of turn, and we hope for your forgiveness. After speaking, he did not forget to glare fiercely at Li Zhongxian and his brother, leaving in a huff with the others, while also throwing a harsh remark before departing. Today I'll let it go for Miss Ye's sake. If the Li family doesn't know what's good for them in the future, don't blame us for being impolite. As the crowd dispersed, the courtyard returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo forest. Li Zhongxian hurriedly pulled his brother to bow respectfully, looking both anxious and respectful. Thank you, Miss Yi. We understand our situation and did not intend to cause any trouble, but they kept pressing us. Today is Miss Ye's joyous day, my brother, and I should not have caused a disturbance here. Please forgive me. Ye Tianxue waved her hand, her cold brows softening slightly, her tone becoming gentler. It's nothing. Today is my elder sister's happy day. It is not appropriate to shed blood or create trouble, and I do not wish for anyone to take advantage of the Yi family's wedding to insult others. You speak wisely, Miss Yi. Li Zhongxian quickly replied, and did not forget to elbow Li Zhongning. Ye Tianxue glanced over their somewhat shabby clothing, and felt a bit more sympathetic upon recalling the Li family's current situation. Since you have come to congratulate as guests of the Li family, please behave yourselves. If anyone comes to stir trouble again, you may directly seek my father or my second uncle in the front yard. After all, Li Zhongxian was taken aback, warmth rising in his heart. In recent days, the Li family had fallen from grace, having to look at others' faces everywhere. Even the young disciples of the Lingxiao sect dared to bully them at will. Only the Yi family, while cold towards Li Xiu and his family, had never actively mistreated their juniors. Ye Tianxue's intervention today not only relieved them from their predicament, but also granted them a measure of dignity. With this in mind, Li Zhongxian looked at Ye Tianxue, seeing her clear and beautiful face, her white clothing ethereal, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Seeing Li Zhongxian gaze at her so intently, Ye Tianxue felt somewhat embarrassed, and cleared her throat. All right, since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Zhongxian also realized he had lost his composure, and hurriedly said, Miss, please take care. After Yi Tianxue's graceful figure disappeared, Li Zhongning couldn't help but say the elder sister of the Yi family is truly a good person. Li Zhongxian helplessly twisted his younger brother's ear. Enough of that, the family head is still waiting for us in the main hall. A melodious ceremonial music began to play as the host called out loudly, the auspicious time has arrived. The groom comes to escort the bride, and they will wed. Lu Xiaoyou, dressed in a bright red wedding outfit, stood tall, with a smile, slowly leading Ye Tianyao, whose face was covered with a red veil, into the main hall, surrounded by a group of Qingyun sect disciples. Ye Tianyao wore a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, her steps light. Though the veil obscured her face, her graceful figure was still evident. Wu Guiyun watched her daughter with slightly red-rimmed eyes, quietly wiping away the tears at the corners. Ye Jing also set down the teacup in his hand, watching the newlyweds with a gentle gaze, a smile of contentment appearing on his face. The Ye family was now prosperous, with grandchildren starting families of their own, allowing this old man to feel joy in continuing the family line. After the wedding of Ye Tianyao was completed, Ye Jing decided to enter seclusion once more. This time he aimed to break through from the mid-stage of Foundation establishment to the late stage, and then venture to the outskirts of the Falling Sunset domain. This time of seclusion lasted 5 years. During these 5 years, Ye Tianha's wife, Gu, she gave birth to 2 sons. The 4th generation of the Ye family was named after the character Zhao, with the names Ye Zhao Yuan and Ye Zhao Ming. Ye Tianyao gave birth to a daughter named Lu Sisi. The 3 children, from the moment they were born, even at just 1 year old, exhibited innate spiritual roots, charming and adorable, filling the household with noise and excitement. Ye Tianhui found a woman from the Lu family to marry, focusing on the family business, and the Lu woman was now pregnant with childbirth approaching. Within the Lingxiao sect, as Ye Jing emerged from his seclusion, he specifically looked at the immortal willow tree and saw that the once barren tree had finally sprouted several new willow branches with spiritual energy, becoming even more abundant. However, the immortal willow had not yet indicated that it could advance using immortal light, likely because the family was developing rapidly and did not yet have a golden core cultivator. Ye Jing thought this as he felt the smooth flow of spiritual energy circulating within him, feeling slightly pleased before standing up from the meditation mat. His physical body had been tempered by the thunderfire art to become increasingly formidable, with faint golden veins visible on his bare arms. When circulating spiritual energy, a layer of indistinct fiery light surrounded him. The pressure of being in the late stage of Foundation establishment was reclusive like a deep abyss. Only the occasional flash of sharp light in his gaze revealed the oppressive aura brought by his breakthrough. This time he emerged from seclusion without alarming anyone, simply walking out from his cave dwelling and riding the black wind towards the borders of the Falling Sunset domain. Previously he had asked Yunling for a map of the Buddha realm, which was crafted from the hides of demon beasts. The corners of the map had been soaked with spiritual energy, giving the machine the locations of the boundary barriers of the Falling Sunset domain, and the defensive points set up by the Buddha realm cultivators were marked in red, indicating 3 checkpoints. Each checkpoint was guarded by latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were also early-stage golden core cultivators secretly patrolling. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would not only be unable to breach the checkpoints, but would also be locked onto by the Buddha light from 100 meters away, leading to the dissolution of their spiritual energy and their demise. The former Grand Master of the Qingyun sect often visited the Buddha realm, so he left behind such a detailed map. It's actually more secure than I expected. Ye Jing's fingertips brushed over the red markings on the map, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of forcing his way in. Flipping his palm, the Thousand Void illusion chart quietly materialized, its pale purple patterns swirling in his palm. A sense of ethereal aura spread out, thoroughly concealing his presence along with that of the black wind. They were wrapped within it, as if merging with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was the core function of the Thousand Void illusion chart, to conceal one's aura and traverse boundary realms. Even when facing the divine sense probes of golden core cultivators, it could still allow one to pass unseen. The black wind seemed to sense the danger around them, slowing its pace, its nose twitching, while it emitted a low whine from its throat, alerting Ye Jing to the Ye Jing patted black wind's neck, speaking softly, "It's fine, just follow me, and don't make a sound." With those words, he maximized the power of the Thousand Void illusion chart, his figure slightly phasing as he and black wind swept towards the nearest check. The cultivators at the checkpoint were unaware of Ye Jing's passing, continuing their tasks at the relay station. The closer they got to the boundary barrier, the denser the Buddha light in the air became. This Buddha light was not the gentle transformative light, but rather carried a chilling pressure. When it touched their skin, it even caused a slight sting. This was clearly the protective Buddha light set up by the cultivators of the Buddha realm, specifically targeting cultivators from other realms. At the checkpoint, 2 cultivators from the Buddha realm, dressed in earth-colored monk robes, held Zen staffs, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. The beads atop their staffs glowed with a golden halo, and their aura of spiritual energy was as steady as a rock, reflecting their latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Behind them stood a semi-transparent light wall covered with Buddhist runes, which was the boundary barrier. As the runes flowed, they emitted an aura that kept others at a... Ye Jing looked at the two monks, took a deep breath, and continued to control the Qinshu Misty map as it swept forward. The map guided him through the barrier, which showed no reaction, like a small stone quietly merging into it without a ripple. As Ye Jing passed through the barrier, he did not hurry to emerge, but instead released his divine sense to explore this unfamiliar territory. The Buddha realm was not as he imagined, with temples everywhere, but rather resembled a mundane kingdom. The houses were densely packed, and the bustling streets were filled with people, the sounds of vendors and laughter mingling with the faint scent of incense permeating the entire city. However, the people below wore attire that bore a hint of Western regions. The men had headscarves, and the women wore veils that covered half of their faces, exuding an exotic charm. This was a city of mortals. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately changed his appearance to resemble a local resident. He donned a white scarf and a purple gold robe, looking like an ordinary old man. He wandered through this town for a long time without encountering a single cultivator, instead observing the residents who, while seemingly cheerful, wore strange smiles, as if their joy was their only expression. Ye Jing felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. After walking for a while, he found the town to be quite peculiar. Just as he was pondering the oddities here, a sudden wave of spiritual energy fluctuation erupted from the sky, and several monks appeared in midair, soaring on their flying tools. At their appearance, the residents below immediately knelt down in reverence, fervently chanting bizarre Buddhist scriptures. The scriptures were obscure and difficult to understand, neither resembling the Zen texts Ye Jing had heard before nor the chants of the Pure Land sect. The distorted syllables sounded like countless people whispering together, making one's divine sense feel dizzy. Ye Jing hurriedly entered the Qinshu Misty map, using his spiritual energy to defend against these strange sounds. The monks were all clad in dark red robes embroidered with bizarre black Buddhist patterns that were not the common lotus or swastika, but rather distorted human faces, their hollow eyes exuding a chilling aura of death. The lead monk had a face like withered wood, his top knot dark as ink, and in his hand, he held a palm-sized bronze Buddha tower. A faint gray mist swirled around the tower, and with every rotation, the residents' cheers grew more fervent. The strange smiles on the faces of the mortals grew even more pronounced, their eyes becoming hollow, as if they had lost their sense of self. Something's wrong. These residents are not voluntarily devout. They are being controlled. Ye Jing muttered quietly. At that moment, the lead monk suddenly spoke, his voice carrying an unusual penetrating power that pierced the hearts of those who listened. All beings suffer. Only by returning to the Buddha can one attain liberation. Today I shall lead 100 believers to the Buddha Hall to listen to the Buddha's teachings and undergo a transformation. As his words fell, the bronze Buddha tower in his hand suddenly shot out dozens of gray beams that accurately struck the crowd. The residents, struck by the gray light, immediately stood up, their eyes hollow as they walked towards the center of the city with stiff movements like marionettes. The remaining residents, far from being fearful, instead became even more frenzied, bowing their heads fervently, while still reciting the bizarre scriptures, their smiles twisted and somewhat sinister. Ye Jing felt it was too unsafe here, so he directed the Qinshu Misty map towards a place abundant in spiritual energy. He sped along, and after completely breaking free from the small town bewitched by the evil Buddha, a larger city finally appeared ahead. From a distance, he could sense the rich fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from within the city, as well as the presence of cultivators coming and going. Ye Jing slowed down, manipulating the Qinshu Misty map to conceal his aura and quietly slip into the city. Once he arrived, he distinctly felt that the strange Buddha power that had lingered in the small town had completely vanished, replaced by the normal spiritual aura exchange among cultivators. The road leading to that city was a vast desert. Besides the passing cultivators, he could also see several mortals in simple clothing, herding camel carts loaded with spiritual herbs, ores, and other sundries. These mortals had clear eyes and natural expressions, their actions indistinguishable from ordinary people, evidently unaffected by the evil Buddha's power. Seeing this, Ye Jing's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. Since the cultivators were gathering here, those monks might not dare to venture easily, making it relatively safe. It would be better to revert to his original appearance, which would facilitate gathering information and also prevent the continuous consumption of spiritual energy by maintaining the Qinshu Misty map. With a thought, he stored away the Qinshu Misty map, and with a flash of spiritual light around him, he restored his original attire and appearance, blending into the crowd while quietly observing his surroundings. One middle-aged man, seemingly the leader of the merchant convoy, was shouting, "Hurry! We must reach Jinsheng before nightfall. Otherwise the night owls will come to eat people." Night owls? Ye Jing found this strange, but the setting sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the merchants began to panic, seemingly trying to find a hiding place nearby. Several drivers were sweating profusely, whipping their horses, while the cargo in the carts jolted violently. The convoy leader's face turned ashen as he ran while scanning his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a dilapidated stone house by the roadside, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, get into that stone house and hide. We will be safe until dawn. The crowd felt as if they had received a pardon, hurriedly unloading their carts and rushing into the stone house. Ye Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as his divine sense quietly spread, detecting a foul, rotten smell approaching at high speed. In the dark sky, several black creatures resembling bats swept through like a storm. They were the size of adults, and there were many. The mortals had no time to react. One man, presumably the boss, threw a torch into the sky, attempting to scare off the bat-like creatures. But it was in vain, as several people who ran slower were directly snatched up by the creatures, and anguished screams echoed in the air. Seeing this, Ye Jing thought that since he was unfamiliar with this Buddha realm, it would be better to act and save them first, then ask for directions afterward. With that thought, red flames ignited around him, and the power of his physical body instantly activated the pillaring flame technique, causing his muscles to crack as he shot out like an arrow. You vile creatures dare to challenge me. Ye Jing shouted fiercely, his fists enveloped in flames, striking directly at the bat-like creatures nearest to the mortal. Now a body cultivator, his physical strength was incredibly formidable, and with the blessing of the fire power, even before his fists made contact, the high temperature had already charred the approaching creatures, leaving them smoking. Bang bang bang. A muffled sound echoed as powerful spiritual energy annihilated the bat-like creatures in front of him, intensifying the foul smell. The boss of the merchant convoy stared in astonishment at the cultivator who had suddenly come to their rescue, his face filled with disbelief. The remaining bat-like creatures, far from retreating, were instead driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, emitting sharp piercing screeches as they lunged towards Ye Jing and the remaining mortals. Seeing this, Ye Jing sneered. You don't know when to give up. With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, igniting flames that soared dozens of feet high into the sky, continuously burning forward, engulfing the dark swarm of bat-like creatures. Screams filled the air, as over 100 bats were instantly reduced to a few scattered remnants, shaking their wings in fear as they fled. Ye Jing retracted his fists, allowing the crimson flames surrounding him to gradually fade away while the explosive sounds within his bones calmed down, leaving only a lingering warmth in his palm. Earlier, when he had activated the Thunderfire Flame technique, although it did not consume much spiritual energy, his physical body still felt a slight soreness, which was a common state for body cultivators in battle, wielding their flesh as weapons and their spiritual energy as blades. However, this mild discomfort was hardly noticeable. Ye Jing did not even need to consume any spiritual medicine for recovery, as his body returned to its original state with each breath. Before the stone house, the remaining mortals were already terrified, sitting on the ground. Some were trembling all over, while others began to kowtow to Ye Jing, muttering praises such as living bodhisattva and immortal master. Their eyes were filled with relief and awe from having survived a calamity. The leader of the merchant group steadied himself, quickly approaching Ye Jing, deeply bowing with his waist bent low, his tone respectful yet urgent. Thank you, immortal master, for your saving hand. Your immense grace we shall never forget. If not for you, we would have surely become food for that night creature today. It was merely a small favor. Ye Jing waved his hand, scanning them with a calm demeanor. I am new to this place, and happened to encounter the situation. I cannot stand by and watch. He deliberately slowed his tone, refraining from revealing too much brilliance, as he was still unfamiliar with the situation in the Buddha realm. Being too ostentatious might not be wise. The most pressing matter now was to gather information from these people. The leader of the merchant group, upon hearing this, straightened up, wearing a grateful smile, and introduced himself. Immortal master, you are too modest. I am Zhang De, the leader of the merchant group traveling between this Golden Mountain city and surrounding towns, primarily dealing in the sale of spiritual herbs and minerals. You are new to the Buddha realm. No wonder you are unaware of the dangers posed by the night creatures. These are common beasts at the outskirts of the Buddha realm known as blood. They hide during the day and come out at night, delighting in the blood and flesh of living beings, particularly fond of mortals. They swarm out in groups at night, moving with incredible speed. If it weren't for your intervention, our merchant group would have been doomed. Ye Jing nodded, gaining some understanding, and then asked, do you know about the situation in the Buddha realm? Zhang De paused for a moment, then cautiously inquired, are you asking about the cultivators of the Buddha realm? Or something else? Ye Jing was taken aback. His knowledge of the Buddha realm was derived solely from Yunling. He only knew that the Buddha realm often demanded offerings from the four sects of Luoxia, even drawing boundaries around Luoxia and strictly guarding them. Having slipped in here using the Qinshu Misty map, he now observed the peculiar mortals in the towns and the lofty Buddha cultivators. He knew nothing else, not even about other powers in the Tsungu realm. Ye Jing took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping around, noticing several remains of blood bats in the corner of the stone house. He subtly released some spiritual energy, quietly setting up a simple sound barrier. He did not want this conversation to be overheard by any hidden cultivators, which would only cause trouble. Speak freely, tell me everything you know about the cultivator forces in the Buddha realm, the distribution of towns, and other major powers in the Tsangu realm. Seeing this, Zhang De felt even more awed, and hurriedly lowered his voice, leaning in closer, his tone tinged with caution. Immortal Master, you must understand the Buddha realm is not a place for us mortals to discuss lightly. The entire Buddha realm is controlled by the Great Thunder Sound Temple, one of the top powers in the Tsangu realm. The cultivators within the temple are all Buddha cultivators, their cultivation levels unfathomable. It is said that the temple master has already reached the late nascent soul stage, extremely formidable. Ye Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, involuntarily recalling the nascent soul cultivator Ming Hui, who had easily killed Fan Lang. Ming Hui was already so powerful at the early nascent soul stage. Ye Jing could hardly imagine how terrifying a late nascent soul cultivator would be. It was likely that golden core cultivators would be plentiful as well. No wonder the Buddha realm could easily manipulate the four sects of Luoxia. It turned out their foundation was so profound. Zhang De nodded and continued. In addition to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha realm has three major subtemples, namely Golden Light Temple, Calm Heart Temple, and Demon Suppression Temple. Each temple governs a specific area. The Golden Light Temple oversees the order of the towns, the Calm Heart Temple specializes in cultivating Buddhist doctrines, and the Demon Suppression Temple hunts beasts and suppresses evil spirits. The Golden Mountain City we are currently in falls under the jurisdiction of the Golden Light Temple. He paused for a moment, swallowing hard. He continued, Buddha cultivators are usually proud, viewing us mortals as polluted beings and other sect cultivators as heretics. If you remain here, you must be cautious, otherwise if those Buddha cultivators discover you without a passage permit, you could be expelled lightly, or have your cultivation crippled severely. Ye Jing noted this silently, and asked, how much do you know about other major powers in the Tsangu realm? Zhang De contemplated for a moment, and slowly replied, the Tsangu realm is vast and boundless. Besides the Great Thunder Sound Temple of our Buddha realm, there are the returning Sword Immortal sect in the east, the South Border Demon Palace in the west, the 10,000 Beast Valley in the south, and the Ice and Snow Divine Palace in the north. These four major powers are collectively known as the five supreme powers of the Tsangu realm. Along with the Buddha realm, they maintain a balance and engage in conflicts with each other. Zhang De added, the cultivators of the returning Sword Immortal sect are mostly sword cultivators known for their formidable combat strength. The South Border Demon Palace is a gathering place for demonic cultivators opposing Buddha cultivators like fire against water. The 10,000 Beast Valley is dominated by beast cultivators, each possessing terrifying strength. The Ice and Snow Divine Palace remains hidden in the northern ice and snow, shrouded in mystery. Ye Jing's heart stirred. The other powers matched up with the five major powers mentioned by Yunling. He was merely gathering information, but the 10,000 Beast Valley. He could command beasts himself, and those beast cultivators were different from humans. They were cultivators formed from beast cultivation. He was afraid he needed to be cautious. With so many powers, can they coexist peacefully? Ye Jing asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang De immediately became tense, exclaiming, Immortal Master. Shoo, keep your voice down. Such questions cannot be asked. Ye Jing squinted. What is wrong with that? Zhang De looked around nervously, his voice barely audible, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You must not know the strongest masters of the five major powers established a monitoring union to avoid conflicts. Any significant events are jointly adjudicated by the five factions, but the underlying disputes have never ceased. Zhang De seemed quite helpless. Ye Jing had a rough understanding of the conflicts among these five powers, and asked Zhang, boss, may I ask another question? When I first arrived in the Buddha country, I noticed the people in the surrounding towns appeared to be in a drunken stupor. What is the reason for that? Zhang De, hearing this, found it strange. Have you been to other towns, Immortal Master? Seeing his expression, Ye Jing realized he knew nothing about those towns, so he smiled lightly. I was just wandering around, and noticed the residents of that town were all wearing smiles. I found it quite odd, and couldn't help but be curious. Zhang De listened and tentatively accepted Ye Jing's explanation, smiling. Perhaps it is due to the good governance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Some towns practice Buddhism solely to seek inner peace, so they naturally appear joyous. However, about the oddities you mentioned, I have heard some rumors, but dared not take them seriously. Zhang De rubbed his hands together, his smile fading somewhat, his tone gaining a touch of hesitation. It's just, about half a year ago, a merchant group traveled to the west to Bliss Town. Upon returning, they said the people in that town all wore silly smiles, chanting scriptures during the day, and gathering to recite strange Buddhist chants at night, neglecting their trades, and yet none seemed to starve. Some say it was the high monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple who cast spells allowing the townsfolk to obtain bliss fruits and forget their troubles. But others claim these people were not acting of their own volition, but were forced by the Buddha cultivators to consume some malevolent elixirs, severing their emotions, and becoming mere puppets that could only worship the Buddha. Puppet. Ye Jing's tone faltered slightly. He recalled the mortals he had seen earlier, whose expressions of joy were too rigid, their eyes hollow, resembling marionettes controlled by someone else. Indeed, Zhang sighed, lowering his voice even further. Some say that those who cultivate Buddhism collect the good intentions of mortals to forge some kind of Buddhist treasure, and the more devout and carefree the mortals, the purer their good intentions. But all of this is mere speculation among us mortals, who would dare to ask those Buddhist practitioners. Let's consider it just the blessings of the Buddhist practitioners. Ye Jing felt a chill run down his back. He suddenly recalled Minghui's resoluteness when exterminating Fan Lang, and the pressure the Buddha realm exerted on the falling Sunset Land. It seemed that the great Thunder Sound Temple was far more sinister than he had imagined. Then is there anything in Jincheng that requires special attention? Ye Jing suppressed the heaviness in his heart, and continued to inquire. Having crossed the border without a pass, and not being a Buddhist practitioner himself, he had to be cautious to avoid exposure. He needed to understand the rules of Jincheng. Zhang De wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly said, "The rules of Jincheng are quite simple. Mortals must pay spirit stones to enter and exit the city, while cultivators must present a pass. That pass is either issued by the Great Thunder Sound Temple, or the three major branches, or it is obtained through a wealthy citizen or merchant paying a Buddhist practitioner to guarantee it. Ordinary cultivators cannot obtain it at all. You, esteemed one, clearly do not resemble a Buddhist practitioner. If you are spotted by the patrolling cultivators of the Jingguang Academy, you will surely be At this point Zhang De hesitated for a moment before leaning in closer, saying, "If you do not mind, I may have a solution. Our merchant convoy will enter Jincheng early tomorrow morning to deliver goods, and we usually give the patrolling cultivators of the Jingguang Academy some spiritual herbs and ores to smooth things over. You could disguise yourself as a guard of our convoy and enter the city with us. As long as you do not reveal your cultivation openly, you will likely pass unnoticed." After listening, Ye Jing fell silent for a moment before asking, "Boss Zhang, you seem to trust me quite a lot." Upon hearing this, Zhang De hurriedly smiled and said, "Naturally, esteemed one, you have saved my life. This is but a small favor." Ye Jing understood that they were merely ordinary mortals, so he nodded and blended in. This place was a wilderness, and the convoy rode camels, reaching Jincheng in just 2 or 3 days. From a distance, the city walls of Jincheng were actually built of golden bricks, along with the grand hall in front, the entire city glimmering with a faint golden light. No wonder it was called Jincheng. Dressed simply, Ye Jing concealed his spiritual power. To outsiders he appeared to be just an ordinary old man. He lifted his head and saw a few Qi refinement cultivators standing on either side of the city gate. They all had shining bald heads, wore luxurious clothing, and stood lazily by the city wall, lacking any. Once Zhang De reached the city wall, he quickly dismounted from the camel and secretly handed over the required spirit stones along with a small cloth bag to the leading guard, saying, "Master, you have worked hard. This is a small token of appreciation." The guard, seeing the gift, immediately broke into a smile and replied, "You are too kind, benefactor." After entering the city, this merchant Zhang Jian, who frequently traveled to Jincheng, had also purchased a property there and invited Ye Jing to stay for the night. Thinking it was no trouble, Ye Jing agreed to his invitation, which made Zhang Jian extremely happy, and he eagerly led Ye Jing to his home. Zhang Jian's house was quite spacious, a traditional courtyard. Upon arrival, a middle-aged woman stood at the entrance accompanied by 2 relatively attractive young women. It seemed that the woman was Zhang Jian's wife, and the 2 young women were his daughters. However, Ye Jing noticed that the 2 girls looked tense upon seeing him appearing but Zhang Jian merely smiled slightly, and said to Ye Jing, Come, esteemed master, do not be polite." He then instructed the woman, "Wife, quickly prepare the best spiritual tea and snacks to properly host our esteemed master." The woman bowed, wearing a standard smile, and replied, "Understood, husband." Zhang Jian was extremely hospitable, serving drinks and dishes of the finest quality. However, Ye Jing, now having entered the foundation establishment stage, did not require the mundane food of mortals. He simply drank a few cups of wine out of courtesy, exchanged a few words, and then retired to rest. Zhang Jian was very tactful and did not speak much. After returning to the guest room, Ye Jing sat cross-legged on the bed, using his divine sense to probe the surroundings. This Jincheng was a place where mortals and cultivators coexisted, but the number of cultivators far surpassed that of mortals. Ye Jing felt somewhat heavy-hearted, thinking that Zhang Jian, as a mortal, did not know much. He decided to ask the cultivators running shops when daylight broke. Perhaps he could buy some spiritual tools or materials here, which wouldn't make the trip in vain. Just as Ye Jing was contemplating his next steps, 2 women suddenly appeared outside the door, one of them softly asking, "Esteemed master, may we trouble you to let us?" Ye Jing was taken aback for a moment, And then he opened the door with his spiritual power, revealing the two daughters of the Zhang family he had seen earlier. The two women were dressed in thin gauze, their delicate skin largely exposed their graceful figures, gently swaying. Anyone with keen eyes could tell why Ye Jing's gaze darkened, and he said, "You should return." He was well aware that some worldly families would send their daughters to serve an immortal in hopes of gaining a spiritual root through offspring. Not to mention that Ye Jing already had fourth-generation descendants. As the head of a family, he could not engage in such behavior externally. Producing offspring would be a dishonor to the younger generations. One of the women bit her red lip and hurriedly said, "Esteemed master, you have worked hard on your journey. Please allow me to serve you." "No need." Ye Jing's voice was cold, and combined with his imposing old man appearance caused the two women to shudder. The taller one had no choice but to bow and retreat, closing the door behind her. The two women, pure and untouched, exited the room. Zhang Jian, waiting in the corridor, asked anxiously, "Did it not work out?" The two women shook their heads, causing Zhang Jian to sigh. He then instructed his daughters to return to their rooms, and not to mention the matter again. Early the next morning, Ye Jing pretended nothing had happened, and bid farewell to Zhang Jian, who was reluctant to let him go. After leaving this place, Ye Jing walked through the city in the guise of a mortal. As for the so-called pass, he learned through inquiries that it could be obtained at a place called Gubiozai in Jincheng. All cultivators need only to reveal their spiritual power and pay 5 low-grade spirit stones. Ye Jing blended into the crowd, his gaze discreetly scanning the surroundings. The streets of Jincheng were far more prosperous than the towns of the falling sunset land. The bluestone roads were polished to a smooth shine by spiritual power, and shops lined both sides. Most signs were embroidered with Buddhist patterns or inscribed with words like spiritual herbs, magical tools, and talismans. Among the pedestrians, cultivators and mortals moved in and out, but there was an invisible boundary between them. Buddhist cultivators mostly wore luxurious monk robes, their bald heads shining, and often had mortals bowing and greeting them, their expressions respectful, yet tinged with fear. He restrained all his spiritual power, slightly hunched his back, slowed his pace, and completely pretended to be an ordinary elderly mortal following the flow of people. Along the way, he occasionally spotted the patrolling cultivators of the Jingguang Academy, all of whom appeared lazy, yet their eyes were sharp. When scanning the passing cultivators, they would deliberately pause for a moment, clearly checking the passes. Ye Jing understood this. It seemed that although the pass was easy to obtain, it was also a means for the Buddhist practitioners to control the entry of cultivators into the city. A slight misstep could still lead to exposure. After traveling for about half a stick of incense's worth of time, a grand pavilion appeared ahead with a bright red door hanging a black wooden plaque inscribed with the 3 gilded characters Gabioza. 2 mid-stage chi refinement cultivators stood by the door, their auras steady, unlike the laziness of those at the city gate. Quite a few cultivators came and went inside and outside the pavilion, most of them looking cautious, clearly there to handle passes or inquire about treasures. Inside the shop stood a middle-aged man with a long beard dressed in a robe. He glanced at Ye Jing and casually remarked, "A cultivator. Show your spiritual power to match this rank." Ye Jing raised his gaze and directly unleashed his foundation establishment cultivation. Then he said, "I'm a loose cultivator, Huda." Seeing that Ye Jing was a foundation establishment cultivator, the shopkeeper's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly spoke respectfully. "So it is a foundation establishment immortal arriving, forgive my rudeness." Given that this person was a foundation establishment cultivator, the shopkeeper did not find it strange. He simply registered on paper, and then took out a gilded token upon which Ye Jing's alias automatically. Ye Jing handed over 5 low-grade spirit stones to the shopkeeper, who then passed the token to Ye Jing, while reminding him, "Senior, with this jade token you may freely enter and exit Gold Mountain City for 3 days. Fighting within the city is prohibited, and do not trespass into the Buddhist cultivators' restricted area. Violators will have their pass revoked, and will be dealt with by the Golden Light Institute." Ye Jing took the token and casually tucked it away. His gaze fell on several small wooden plaques hanging behind the shopkeeper, one of which read, "Seeking a mid-foundation establishment cultivator to team up to hunt 3-tailed dark foxes at Ruan Mountain and obtain the Lingpoti." Lingpoti? Ye Jing was taken aback. He seemed to remember that Lingpoti was one of the materials used to refine the golden core. The surrounding wooden plaques were all tasks to cooperate in obtaining second-grade spirit mines requiring only foundation establishment strength. The shopkeeper, noticing Ye Jing's interest in the wooden plaque, smiled and said, "This is a task board set up by the Buddhist cultivators from the Buddha realm, allowing loose cultivators to take on tasks with quite substantial rewards." Ye Jing's fingertip paused slightly. Though he maintained a nonchalant demeanor typical of a loose cultivator, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The golden core breaking pill was crucial for advancing to the golden core stage. He could not afford to miss it. "What is the reward for the task of hunting the 3-tailed dark fox?" Ye Jing deliberately lowered his voice, feigning the greedy demeanor of a loose cultivator, his gaze sweeping repeatedly over the wooden plaque, not missing the faint Buddhist pattern in the corner. That was a unique mark of the Buddhist cultivators from the Buddha realm, indicating that this task was indeed issued by them. The shopkeeper quickly leaned closer, wearing a fawning smile. Your Excellency has a keen eye. This task is commissioned by the Buddhist cultivators of the Golden Light Institute with a reward of 10 mid-grade spirit stones, plus 3 spirit-focusing pills. If you can also bring back the inner core of the three-tailed dark fox, you'll receive an additional defensive talisman drawn by the Buddhist cultivators, which can withstand an attack from a beginner golden core cultivator. He added in a lowered voice, I heard that Ruan Mountain is just 100 miles outside Gold Mountain City. However, this three-tailed dark fox, being a peak second-grade demon beast, is skilled in stealth and ambush. But since you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, with the help of the Buddhist cultivators, you will definitely succeed. Is this task a collaboration with the Buddhist cultivators? Ye Jing was taken aback. Moreover, the reward of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Jing understood that a mid-grade spirit stone was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit-focusing pill was beneficial for Foundation establishment cultivators training, indeed a valuable item. This reward was comparable to the annual income of the Qingyun sect. The shopkeeper hurriedly added, yes, the task was issued by a mid-Foundation establishment grandmaster, and the rest are several mages, while that Buddhist cultivator is a late Foundation establishment. Ye Jing pondered inwardly, a late Foundation establishment Buddhist cultivator leading the team. However, he truly did not want to miss out on the Limpoti, so he decided to accept this task first, and then adapt as needed. I will take this task, Ye Jing declared. The shopkeeper's eyes instantly brightened, and he hurriedly retrieved a piece of yellowed talisman paper from beneath the counter, which bore simple contract patterns drawn in cinnabar, and several lines of text detailing the task. Please wait a moment, I will register you right away. The Buddhist cultivators from the Golden Light Institute are gathering at the ancient temple to the west of the city, and they are set to depart tomorrow morning. You just need to bring this contract talisman, and they will recognize you. Ye Jing took the contract talisman, and then stowed it away in his storage bag. After Ye Jing left, the shopkeeper dropped his fawning smile, and sighed, You see, among the tasks set by these Buddhist cultivators, only a very few loose cultivators return alive, and this time the one who set the task is that Ruth. May you find your own fortune, the shopkeeper sighed. The next day, Ye Jing arrived at the meeting place as agreed. The ancient temple to the west of the city was built against the mountain with sparse incense offerings. The temple door was tightly closed, and 2 Buddhist cultivators holding demon-suppressing staffs stood at the entrance, their expressions solemn. Ye Jing approached and presented the contract talisman. The 2 Buddhist cultivators took a glance and expressionlessly stepped aside, saying, Master Wian is waiting inside, please hurry in. Inside was a thin, middle-aged Buddhist cultivator whose hands were clasped together, his face bearing a hint of warmth, genuinely exuding some semblance of the compassion associated with monks in Ye Jing's memory. His aura of spiritual power carried a slight oppressive force, making him appear quite formidable. In the corner of the hall stood 2 loose cultivators, a man and a woman, both at mid-Foundation establishment. Amit Ba, this must be Master Hu, right? He said, palms together, his voice gentle, yet imbued with the unique spiritual pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. I am Wei Yuan. Thank you very much for your willingness to assist, Master. Ye Jing slightly nodded, maintaining his indifferent demeanor as a loose cultivator, deliberately hunching his back and speaking in a rough voice. No need for such politeness, Master. He subtly scanned the other 2 loose cultivators in the hall. The man was dressed in a gray robe, carrying a long sword at his waist with clearly visible calluses on his palm from years of wielding a blade, his gaze vigilantly examining everyone present. He subtly scanned the other 2 loose cultivators in the hall. The man was dressed in a gray robe, carrying a long sword at his waist with clearly visible calluses on his palm from years of wielding a blade, his gaze vigilantly examining everyone. A trace of barely perceptible coldness flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes, yet his expression remained increasingly warm. He did not forget to introduce, this is He Yu, a mid-Foundation establishment swordsman. This is Lin Dan, a mid-Foundation establishment mage. For this journey to Ruan Mountain to hunt the three-tailed dark fox, we will need all 4 of us to work together. Ye Jing nodded, providing his alias as an introduction. Since everyone is here, let's set off immediately. Ruan Mountain is 100 miles from here, and we need to arrive before noon, as the three-tailed dark fox often rests in its cave during that time, making it the best opportunity for hunting, Wei Yuan instructed, while collecting his prayer beads, riding a green lion into the air. Ye Jing noticed that the green lion was merely a mid-tier first-grade spirit beast, and its extremely docile demeanor made Ye Jing doubt whether this monk could actually command beasts. The 4 of them exited the ancient temple, with Wei Yuan leading the way at a swift pace. Zhao Hu and Lin Yu followed closely behind, while Ye Jing deliberately lagged behind, controlling his lowest-grade spirit sword while secretly observing his surroundings. Before long, the four arrived at the foot of Ruan Mountain. Wu Yuan leaped off the green lion and raised his hand to summon a string of black prayer beads which floated in the air, emitting a faint golden light. Ba, the three-tailed dark fox, excels in stealth. This string of demon-locking beads can detect its aura. "Everyone follow me," he said as the prayer beads slowly flew ahead, indicating the direction. He was the first to follow, half drawing his sword, the cold light flashing. "Master, since the three-tailed dark fox is a peak second-grade demon beast and is adept at ambush, shouldn't we set up a formation?" "Yes. Master Wu Yuan, I specialize in talismans and can set up a demon-trapping talisman formation to restrict its movement, making the hunt more secure," Lin Dan added in agreement. Wei Yuan's lips curled slightly, yet a trace of coldness flickered in his eyes. "There's no need. Although the three-tailed dark fox is strong with me here and the assistance of the three immortals, it will be more than adequate to capture it. Lingpoti must remain intact. Setting up a formation too forcefully may damage the spiritual material." Following the monk, Ye Jing quickly arrived at Ruan Mountain. This place was relatively vast, strewn with chaotic rocks. Seeing this, monk Wu Yuan said, "Everyone, this fox demon is extremely cunning, being a peak second-tier beast. I will go down to lure it out. You all need to restrain it." Upon hearing this, Lin Dan hurriedly responded, "Master, this beast is too powerful. Why not send a slightly weaker cultivator to restrain it? Otherwise we might not be able to hold it back. Why worry, my fellow Taoist? Aren't we here?" At this moment, the two monks following Wu Yuan stepped forward with smiles. Ye Jing frowned at this, but stood by quietly observing the situation. Lin Dan wanted to say something more, but the gentle smile on Wei Yuan's face turned grim. "Lin Taoist, this task was arranged by me. It is best to follow my instructions." At these words, Lin Dan's face paled, biting her lip, and ultimately refraining from further rebuttal. Wei Yuan's grim expression immediately faded, returning to a benevolent demeanor. He clasped his hands together and said, Ba, rest assured, Taoist, I have my measures. Once I lure out that fox demon Lin Dan and Taoist, who can He frowned upon seeing this, tightening his grip on his sword, and said in a deep voice, "Since the master has a plan, we will follow it. However, I ask the master to be sure to pay attention and not let us fall into danger." Wei Yuan's grim expression immediately faded, returning to a benevolent demeanor. He clasped his hands together and said, Ba, rest assured, Taoist, I have my measures. Once I lure out that fox demon Lin Dan and Taoist, who can restrain it from both sides. At this point, Wu Yuan glanced at the silently observing Taoist, who, noting that he remained quiet and appeared to be a timid old man. Thinking that these people would not be able to restrain the fox demon for long, Wu Yuan said, "Then how about you, Taoist? He take the lead in attacking." Hearing this, he reluctantly replied, "I will follow the master's arrangements." He was now being forced into a situation, being the only sword cultivator present, and he had no idea what kind of person this Taoist was. Taking the lead felt like courting death. Wu Yuan ceased further discussion, raising his hand to point at the red Buddhist bead he was twirling. The bead instantly flew out, heading towards the mountain. The red Buddhist bead shot forth like a crimson meteor, crashing into the chaotic rock pile deep within Ruan Mountain. With a loud bang, the bead exploded, releasing a circle of scorching light that instantly illuminated the area around Ruan Mountain for dozens of feet. The small beasts hiding in the mountain fled in panic. Only the aura of the second-tier three-tailed dark fox began to spread like a river bursting its banks. Suddenly, a fox with gray fur leapt out from the mountain, its three tails held high with a pair of amber eyes gleaming with malice. This was indeed the peak second-tier beast, the three-tailed dark fox. Ye Jing stared at its three tails, thinking that the little red beast he had tamed also had three tails. It seemed that the number of tails would increase as fox demon beasts cultivated, and the more tails they had, the stronger they became. At this moment, Wu Yuan was wielding a string of Buddhist beads entangled with the three dark foxes. The beads struck the bodies of the three dark foxes like steel bullets. In the clash, sparks ignited, shattering the protective spiritual power around the three-tailed fox. What a powerful magical weapon. Ye Jing couldn't help but marvel at this. The protective spiritual power of demon beasts was extremely difficult to break, requiring a large number of talismans and magical weapons for assistance. Yet with just a few strikes from this Buddhist bead, the protective power was shattered. Though his black wind and golden devouring insect also possessed such abilities, seeing a magical weapon with the same power made Ye Jing feel a sense of admiration. Take action. Wu Yuan broke through the three-tailed dark fox's defense and immediately shouted. The Buddhist bead flew back into his hand, and he dashed straight into the mountain. Seeing this, he swung his sword and struck according to the plan, with the five of them to hold off the three-tailed fox demon. Lin Dan also unleashed her weapon, which was a red umbrella. As she opened it, mist dispersed, enveloping the three-tailed dark fox completely. Ye Jing thought for a moment, and took out the low-grade spiritual knife he hadn't used in a long time. Combining it with the blasting talisman in his hand, he assisted Lin Dan in restraining the three-tailed. This fox was incredibly fast, darting through the mist created by Lin Dan, as if it were gliding on the wind. Its spiritual power released, and the mist was like a vortex stirred by a fierce. Lin Dan startled hurriedly shouted Taoist who quickly dodge. The three-tailed dark fox suddenly emerged from the mist, producing several identical foxes that scattered and charged towards Ye Jing and the others. Seeing this, Ye Jing raised his knife and struck. Clang. In the clash of swords, Ye Jing felt his arm grow heavy, and the immense force made him exert great effort to swing down. Only after Ye Jing put in all his strength did he manage to slash the fox down, dispersing it into white mist. However, they were already surrounded by a large number of three-tailed dark fox clones, forcing He Yu and Lin Dan to stand together for defense. Faced with hundreds of fox clones, Lin Dan noticed that the two monks had somehow stood outside the circle of encirclement. She hurriedly shouted, "Master, we are surrounded. Master, come save us." But the two monks seemed completely indifferent, merely watching with indifference. He Yu, seeing this, was infuriated. "These bald donkeys. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this task with them." Ye Jing frowned at this, looking at the three-tailed fox demon continuously attacking them, and coldly said, "You two, we should find a way to deal with these foxes first." Lin Dan's face turned pale, the red umbrella spinning rapidly, as she barely managed to fend off several claw strikes from the foxes, her voice trembling. "They are all real bodies and mere shadows. We can't defeat them all. If this continues, we will eventually exhaust our spiritual power." Yes, sword shadows danced, each strike shattering a fox shadow, but in the next moment more clones surged forward. He couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth and cursing that monk Wei Yuan is treating us as bait. He's drawing the fox's attention while he goes to seize the spirit herbs. Ye Jing gripped the spiritual knife, quietly circulating the thunderfire art within him, his palms subtly exuding a red-hot fire energy. Outwardly, he still appeared like a timid old man, but his strikes were steady, precise, and ruthless. The knife's wind carried a lingering explosive force, and each blow accurately shattered the approaching fox shadows. Don't mind the monk. The true body of the fox demon controls the clones. As long as we break its illusion's core, these shadows will naturally dissipate. As soon as his words fell, Ye Jing's gaze sharpened, locking onto the most condensed gray shadow behind the chaotic rocks. This was where the true three-tailed dark fox was hiding. He pretended to be exhausted, staggering back a step, the momentum of his spiritual knife suddenly slowing, as if he were merely an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment loose cultivator on the brink of collapse. Lin Dan, anxious, shouted, "Taoist, who, be careful." Several fox shadows seized the opportunity and lunged at Ye Jing. Just as the claws were about to reach him, a cold glint flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. He no longer concealed his physical strength. His right arm showed faint veins as the brute force of a mid-stage foundation establishment body cultivator surged forth. The spiritual knife slashed horizontally, carrying a barely perceptible thunderfire energy, directly shattering all the fox shadows before him. Immediately after, he planted his feet on the ground, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, rushing straight towards the true body of the three-tailed dark fox. The two monks watching from the sidelines were taken aback, astonished by the speed of this taciturn Taoist who. How could this old man be so fast? "What do you want to do?" He Yu and Lin Dan were both startled, not expecting this seemingly timid old man to charge straight at the fox demon. The three-tailed dark fox let out a sharp howl, its three gray-black tails thrashing wildly, stirring up a fierce wind, and it opened its mouth to unleash a jet of pitch-black demonic light. Ye Jing did not dodge or evade, blocking with his spiritual knife, while his fingertip silently crushed a blasting talisman. Boom! The shockwave from the exploding talisman collided with the demonic light, sending dust and debris into the air. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Jing had already closed the distance to the fox demon, his robust physique breaking through the residual protective spiritual energy, and he swung his spiritual knife fiercely at one of its tails. Roar! The three-tailed dark fox cried out in pain, a deep wound visible to the bone opened on its tail, and demon blood splattered everywhere. Its illusionary doppelganger technique instantly became chaotic, and countless fox images dissipated. Seeing Ye Jing break the fox's illusion, He Yu and Lin Dan immediately felt a surge of spirit and quickly joined in the ferocious attack. Lin Dan retracted his red umbrella, and the tip shot out a red beam, pinning the fox demon's hind leg. Yes, spiritual might surged, directly aiming for the fox demon's eyes. The three-tailed dark fox found itself besieged, its ferocity ignited as it prepared to fight back desperately. Ye Jing snorted coldly and charged forward heavily, striking the fox demon's crown with his knife. The thick spiritual power combined with his formidable physical strength caused a tremor. Although the low-grade spiritual weapon could not pierce the peak second-tier fox demon, it was sufficient to make it dizzy. This blow prevented He Yu and Lin Dan from suffering serious injuries from the fox demon's counterattack. His movements were clean and efficient. After withdrawing his knife, he reverted back to his gasping, slightly disheveled, old man appearance, as if that ferocious strike had merely been a stroke of luck. Seeing this, Lin Dan looked at Ye Jing, his eyes filled with astonishment. Friend who? Such impressive skill. Ye Jing waved his hand, pretending to be still shaken. It was just relying on brute force, a stroke of luck. Let's work together to take down this fox demon. He Yu still wanted to press the attack against the fox demon, which was continuously shaking its head. But in the next second, the distant Wu Yuan, who had disappeared to fetch the spirit soul mushroom, suddenly reappeared. I didn't expect you to hold out for so long. What? This seemingly out-of-the-blue statement left Lin Dan and He Yu both stunned. Meanwhile, Ye Jing had already tightened his grip on the knife, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Wu Yuan stood in midair, his robe billowing without wind, the benevolent smile on his face long gone. Suddenly, the two monks produced formation discs in their hands, and as the formation activated, it enveloped Ye Jing and the others. Wu Yuan's beads flew out, piercing through the formation, aimed directly at the fox demon's head, followed by dozens of beads raining down upon the fox demon. The fox demon, already exhausted from fighting Ye Jing and the others, was now powerless to defend against the beads, and in an instant its body was pierced, leaving gaping wounds. Seeing this, He Yu quickly said, Master, what are you doing? Aren't you here for the spirit soul mushroom? Wu Yuan chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the three-tailed dark fox, then back to Ye Jing and the others. There are so many golden core cultivators in the Buddha realm. I have never sought the spirit soul mushroom. What I want is your souls to forge my soul-gathering pearl. I wonder if you would be willing to part with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon-locking orb in his hand suddenly swelled its pitch-black light, enveloping the entire forest. The three-tailed dark fox, which had barely clung to life, let out a shrill scream as its soul was forcibly extracted by the demon-locking orb, transforming into wisps of black mist that were absorbed by the orb. Lin Dan's face turned as pale as paper, her voice trembling. You actually had such intentions. We kindly assisted you, and yet you want to take our souls. He was both shocked and furious. You hypocritical bald donkey, how could you, cloaked in a robe and reciting Buddhist scriptures, act more viciously than demon? Wu Yuan stood within the formation, his face full of mockery and cruelty, his hands pressed together, yet showing no compassion. In the Buddha realm, the weak are prey to the strong. You loose cultivators with no sect to back, you will not be missed when you die, it will only serve to fulfill my path. The two monks urged the formation, its light intensifying, and countless golden Buddhist patterns coiled around, like chains sealing off all avenues of retreat, the air thick with the oppressive aura that suppressed their souls. Ye Jing stood in front of Lin Dan, and He Yu, his seemingly frail body steady as a rock, the earlier timid demeanor completely vanished. He looked up at Wu Yuan, his voice cold as ice. Bald donkey, if you want souls, you'd better see if you have the capability to take them. Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised as he appraised him. Oh, I misjudged you, this old thing still has some spirit. Too bad, in front of a monk at the peak of Foundation establishment, you are still an ant. Before he could finish, the beads flew through the air again, carrying a sharp, killing intent straight for Ye Jing. Ye Jing sneered, is that so? But I, in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, have killed a late Foundation establishment cultivator. You are certainly not stronger than him. With that, he immediately executed the Qingyu riding the wind technique, moving as swiftly as the wind, evading the attack of the red beads. He swiftly produced several blasting talismans, infusing them with spiritual power, causing the talismans to explode with a loud bang, sending shockwaves directly against the formation barrier, causing it to tremble. Let's strike together and break the formation. Ye Jing shouted. He realized that this formation was extraordinarily sturdy, impossible for a single person to break. He Yu and Lin Dan also recognized that their lives hung in the balance, leaving nothing in reserve. Yes, sword aura surged, drawing upon the spiritual energy around him, the sword's cry piercing the air, unleashing a red sword, chi, several feet long, striking towards one side of the formation. Lin Dan unfurled her red umbrella, and the sky, filled with red mist, transforming into sharp needles of rain that densely shot towards the array patterns. Wu Yuan laughed coldly, struggling as futile. With that, he tossed out a lotus platform glowing with purple light, its radiance shining down upon the three of them. Ye Jing suddenly felt a terrifying pulling force deep within his bones, as if his soul was being forcibly yanked out of his body. Under the purple light of the lotus platform, Lin Dan let out a muffled groan, her face growing even paler, her spiritual power beginning to stagnate. He Yu also swayed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ye Jing's heart sank. This demon-locking orb specifically targets souls, and if this continues, they will surely meet with disaster. Seeing this, Ye Jing looked at his already dulled low-grade spiritual knife, then put it away. Are you going to give up resisting? Didn't you say you had killed a late Foundation establishment cultivator? Why are you not even using your knife now? Wu Yuan's cruel smile reappeared, looking down upon him, as if he were merely an ant. His gaze lewdly lingering on Lin Don's delicate figure. Friend Lin, if you could be my concubine, I might consider sparing you. You bald donkey. I wouldn't spare you even as a ghost. Unable to tolerate being insulted by these bald donkeys any longer, Lin Dan shouted. Hearing this, the mockery on Wu Yuan's face instantly vanished. Ungrateful wretch, since you refuse to submit, I shall extract your soul, and then refine your body into a puppet. As soon as he finished speaking, the sense of oppression within the formation grew increasingly intense. The cultivators inside turned pale, and just as Wu Yuan thought he was about to subdue the three, a resigned sigh echoed from within. Sigh. Very well, since you bald donkey wish to seek death so badly, then I shall fulfill your wish. As Wu Yuan felt a sudden alertness rise within him, he saw a 7-foot-long meteor hammer wrapped in blue flames suddenly fly out from the formation. Just when Wu Yuan thought the meteor hammer would be intercepted, like before, a swarm of golden little insects began gnawing at the formation's barrier ahead of the hammer. The little insect was only the size of a palm, but possessed immense destructive power. With a single bite, it created tiny gaps in the formation. As the blue-flamed meteor hammer struck down, the originally solid Buddhist formation began to crumble at a visible speed. The two monks controlling the formation immediately spat out blood from the backlash. What is this thing? Wu Yuan looked at the swarm of golden insects flying around the old man before him, having never seen such a bizarre spirit insect. He hurriedly gestured with his hands, trying to reinforce the formation. He couldn't let these three cultivators escape. However, those golden insects seemed to have caught the scent of blood, like starving wolves, surging madly through the gaps in the formation and quickly crawling onto the formation plate, gnawing away in droves. The two monks controlling the formation were caught off guard, their hands bitten by the golden insects instantly, sending waves of piercing pain through them, disrupting their spiritual power and causing the formation plate's glow to completely dim. As Ye Jing continuously threw the meteor hammer, the already shaky formation shattered like glass, with cracks rapidly spreading under the heavy blows. Ultimately, the formation completely collapsed, and Yu and Lin Dan immediately felt the oppressive force on them dissipate, feeling refreshed. Seeing the formation broken by this old man with a few small insects, Wu Yuan was filled with uncontrollable rage, his spiritual power surging. What a disguised old fool. How dare you toy with me? Today I will turn you to dust and extract your soul to refine my lamp. With that, he brought his hands together and began chanting an obscure Buddhist incantation as the beads surged once more, transforming into dozens of black light arrows that tore through the air, aiming straight for Ye Jing's face. At the same time, the purple lotus platform spun faster, its purple light becoming even more brilliant, and its soul-attracting power grew increasingly terrifying. Ye Jing, seeing this, immediately wielded a completely snow-white longsword controlled by his spiritual power, which transformed into streaks of flowing light rushing towards the monk Yuan Wu. Monk Yuan Wu was greatly alarmed. The sword exuded a sharp aura, clearly not an ordinary object, and hurriedly used the lotus platform to defend. The purple light from the platform gathered around him and collided heavily with the sword, knocking him back more than a yard. What a fine sword. Yu, being a sword cultivator, brightened at the sight, unable to contain his admiration. Damn it, everyone attack. Kill this old man. Monk Yuan Wu knew this old man was strange. If not dealt with, he would surely become a serious threat. The two monks, seeing this, charged forward with their demon-slaying staves. Yu immediately drew his sword to meet them. You bald donkeys. Your opponent is me. Under Ye Jing's surprised gaze, he single-handedly fended off the two monks' assault. He was quite clear that these monks were plotting to take his life. He couldn't swallow this anger and preferred to kill them all to relieve his resentment. Damn it. Monk Yuan Wu was under constant attack from Ye Jing's meteor hammer and saw his subordinates being held down by Yu. He threatened, "You don't want— How dare you attack us? I am the eldest disciple of the Golden Mountain Temple in the realm of Buddha. If I die, my master will not let you go." Ye Jing sneered. "If we kill you all, who will know it was us?" He didn't forget to look at Lin Dan, who had yet to make a move, and said, "Taoist Lin, listen, this Yuan Wu is still threatening us. If even one monk escapes today, we won't be able to live." Upon hearing this, Lin Dan's hesitation instantly transformed into the humiliation from earlier. She bit her lip and rushed in to help Yu deal with the other monk. She opened her red umbrella once more. This time, however, she did not release illusions or rain of needles. The ribs of the umbrella surged with spiritual light, each rib transforming into sharp blades. As her wrist twisted, the umbrella spun like a will, directly slicing at the monk's arm holding the staff. The monk was already being pressured by Ye's sword energy, struggling to cope. Now caught in a pincer attack, he lost his composure and as he attempted to block with the demon-slaying staff, Lin Dan Umbrella Blade cut a deep gash across his chest, causing his spiritual power to leak out instantly. Refreshing. Daoist Lin Yu came at the right time. With someone to help, He was invigorated, and his sword momentum grew increasingly fierce, with red sword energy striking like venomous snakes, aiming directly for the monk's vital points. With the two working together, they pressured the two monks heavily, causing the battle to become at a standstill. Meanwhile, the meteor hammer in Ye Jing's hand grew even more ferocious. Wu Yuan saw that this old man not only wielded a heavy weapon, but could also simultaneously control sword techniques. Even more troubling, those golden insects around him were still gnawing away at his lotus platform and Buddha beads, making it impossible to defend. Yuan Wu realized that this old man was very powerful with considerable potential. He was truly a talent. You old man actually possessed so many miscellaneous abilities. Seeing this, Yuan Wu couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for talent, and hurriedly persuaded. Why not stop and join my Golden Mountain Temple? Let's resolve today's matter peacefully. Ye Jing scoffed disdainfully. Join the Golden Mountain Temple. Monk, are you confused by my hammer? You plotted against us, wanting us to refine our souls into weapons. This grudge cannot be resolved unless you die. Yuan Wu's admiration for talent was instantly consumed by rage, and his Buddhist power surged explosively. The originally black Buddha beads suddenly turned crimson, as if soaked in blood, with his chanting of Buddhist spells becoming increasingly urgent and obscure. As the lotus platform spun, it spewed out several purple fire pillars aimed directly at the golden insects surrounding Ye Jing. Stubborn and unyielding. Since you refuse to surrender, I will first refine your golden insects, and then extract your soul to see if you can still be defiant. However, those golden insects were extremely agile. Before the purple fire pillars could get close, they scattered in all directions, following the fluctuations of Ye Jing's spiritual power. Some burrowed into the ground, others clung to the nearby broken walls, and in an instant they darted out from behind Yuan Wu, biting at his monk robe. Although the monk robe was reinforced with Buddhist power, it was still gnawed to tatters by the golden insects. Yuan Wu felt a sharp pain in his back, and his spiritual power immediately faltered for a moment. Meanwhile, Ye Jing continuously swung the meteor hammer, the flames causing searing burns that made Yuan Wu cry out. He took out a storage bag to summon a mid-level first-rank green lion, but the moment the green lion appeared, it immediately cowered in fear on the ground, not daring to advance. Seeing this scene, Yuan Wu cursed, "Damn it! What are you afraid of? They are just a few little insects." Just as he was incredibly furious, he suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression, and a buzzing sound exploded above his head. Yuan Wu instinctively looked up to see a several foot-high golden insect silently hovering above him. The insect was enormous, completely overshadowing him, while the lion he summoned was now so frightened that it was trembling and didn't dare to look up. The boiling spiritual power warned Yuan Wu that this giant insect was a mid-level second-rank demon beast. Ye Jing mockingly retorted, "Little insect." Before Ye Jing's words could fade away, the terrifying second-tier, mid-level golden giant insect suddenly flapped its wings, producing a buzzing sound akin to metal grinding that made Wu Yuan's eardrums ache, causing his spiritual power to become chaotic. He Yu and Lin Dan, who were still engaged in battle, were terrified at the sudden appearance of the giant insect. "This fellow has a second-tier monster." "My heavens!" Lin Dan exclaimed. "Could he be a figure from some major sect?" He Yu, blocking the monk's attack with his sword, said, "What do you mean by fellow?" "It should be senior. Quick, help the senior kill these two bald donkeys. We might still get a good deal." At this moment, Wu Yuan, who was being ridden by the insect, was already scared out of his wits, no longer daring to display the arrogance he had before. "A second-tier monster. Which power do you belong to? It's impossible for a loose cultivator to possess such strength, let alone raise a second-tier spirit insect." He finally realized that he had misjudged the person from the very beginning. The old man before him, seemingly taciturn, was not a loose cultivator, but a deeply hidden, formidable character. Ye Jing ignored Wu Yuan's questioning and coldly stated, "Die." As soon as these words left his mouth, the massive golden insect's mandibles opened instantly, biting down on Wu Yuan's head. Wu Yuan was terrified, screaming for mercy. "Senior. Senior, spare my life. I did not recognize the mountain. I shouldn't have coveted your and the two fellows' primordial spirits. I beg the senior to let me go. I will never speak a word about you to the outside world." As he pleaded for mercy, he kept slapping the insect's hard pincers with his hands, flailing comically. But the golden insect directly bit off his head, blood gushing forth along with his primordial spirit trying to escape. Ye Jing was already experienced in dealing with primordial spirits. With a mere swing of his sword, the escaping primordial spirit was instantly shattered into fragments. The two monks still engaged in battle were petrified. Wu Yuan was a registered disciple of the Golden Light Temple, his cultivation level surpassing theirs. Now being killed by this old man, their blood ran cold. One of the tall, thin monks trembled, no longer exhibiting any of the ferocity they had shown earlier when surrounding the loose cultivator. "Senior, spare my life. We are merely following orders and did not intend to offend you." Ye Jing coldly ignored the two monks' pleas, and the golden insect charged forward. The insect's jaws were stained with blood, appearing to the monks as a creature from the depths of hell. After a fierce struggle, both monks had exhausted their spiritual energy and gritted their teeth desperately, trying to escape with the last of their strength. Seeing this, Ye Jing summoned several black flying daggers imbued with a sinister aura. The daggers moved at astonishing speed, easily piercing through the chests of the two monks. The monks did not expect that the flying daggers would effortlessly shatter their spiritual defenses. The moment they pierced through their chests, their primordial spirits along with their bodies were reduced to ashes. Ye Jing raised his hand, and the flying daggers along with the monks' storage bags flew over. However, noticing that the storage bags emitted a fragrant scent, Ye Jing did not dare touch them directly. Instead, he opened the immortal willow space to store them, intending to dismantle them later. Yu and Lin Dan were utterly shocked by this scene. This old man had so easily killed two mid-level Foundation establishment cultivators. What on earth were those flying daggers? Ye Jing held the 3 storage bags and looked at them. Lin Dan, feeling some fear, hurriedly bowed, saying, "Senior." Yu, also frightened, followed suit. Seeing them suddenly so fearful, Ye Jing simply said, "You won't speak of today's events, will you?" "No, we won't. Senior, you are our savior." "Yes, Senior, these bald donkeys have done many wrongs, and they deserve this outcome." Yu and Lin Dan hurriedly replied. Ye Jing nodded slowly, narrowing his eyes. The scattered golden insects flew back into his storage bag, and even the second-tier insect shrank in size, becoming palm-sized and obediently perching on his shoulder. This kind of control over spirit insects left Yu and Lin Dan secretly astonished. They nodded eagerly, not daring to voice any dissent. After witnessing Ye Jing's strength and ruthlessness in the recent battle, they were filled with admiration and only wished to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Ye Jing tossed a ball of fire onto Wu Yuan's corpse, which instantly ignited and reduced the body to ashes. "Senior, there is something I would like to remind you about." At this moment, Yu suddenly spoke. Ye Jing narrowed his eyes. "Speak." "Senior, we registered our names while joining Wu Yuan's group and hold the Buddha Realm's tokens. If Wu Yuan does not return, I fear those people from the Buddha Realm will come looking for us based on this." Ye Jing listened, took out the token, and said, "In that case, just destroy it." "But our names are still registered," Lin Dan reminded. Ye Jing was indifferent since he was using a false name. The Buddha Realm would not be able to find anything out. Yu hastily agreed, his voice tinged with urgency. "Yes, Senior, once Wu Yuan's disappearance is reported, they will definitely check each person from the same group. If we are captured, even if we risk our lives, we won't betray you. However, the Buddha Realm's methods are too sinister, and they might use soul-searching techniques." At that time, he glanced sneakily at Ye Jing. Ye Jing understood. "You want me to help you leave the Buddha Realm?" As soon as he said this, Yu and Lin Dan exchanged glances. Lin Dan hurriedly said, "Senior, we are just ordinary loose cultivators here merely to make a living. If it weren't for the life-and-death situation, we wouldn't dare trouble you." Ye Jing asked, "Why can't you escape by yourselves?" Lin Dan explained, "Because those bald donkeys from the Buddha Realm are extremely exclusive. They have set up checkpoints and barriers even in the border regions. Without latest-stage Foundation establishment strength, it is impossible to break through." Ye Jing understood. They wanted to force their way through the barrier and needed him to assist. However, Ye Jing possessed the Thousand Void illusionary map, allowing him to traverse space freely. For him, this barrier was merely a trivial matter. But such a treasure Ye Jing was not willing to reveal easily. He said, "Then you must swear an inner demon oath that today's events will not be spoken to anyone, and I will help you." Yu and Lin Dan exchanged glances, then both raised their hands and swore. The inner demon oath is the most unbreakable vow for cultivators who, once broken the primordial spirit, would be devoured by the inner demon, leading to soul destruction and eternal damnation. The two of them lowered their hands, sweat beading on their foreheads. Only then did Ye Jing prepare to take out the magical treasure. Suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual energy emanated from a distance, and Lin Dan exclaimed, "Oh no, those bald donkeys are coming." Ye Jing waved his hand, and a several-foot-long painting unfolded before them. "Go. All of you hide inside." Is this a storage magical treasure, or a high-level spatial secret realm? Lin Dan's eyes widened as he reached out to touch the spiritual herbs beside him, his tone filled with astonishment. The depth of the senior's background is indeed unfathomable. He, calmer than Lin Dan, couldn't hide his excitement. Lowering his voice, he said, "With such a spatial treasure, the senior must be a hidden master of a great sect. With the senior's protection, we will surely be able to leave the Buddha realm alive." The two lamented within the Chinshu illusory map, while outside, Ye Jing reduced the Qinshu illusory map to the size of his palm and tucked it into his sleeve. Then he summoned the black wind using the light waves from its horn to conceal their figures. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures dressed in golden monk robes flew over. 2 were riding swords, and 1 was walking through the air. Ye Jing realized that the sword riders were at the early foundation establishment stage, while the one walking through the air was a golden core true person at mid-golden core cultivation. The leading golden core monk had a grim expression with a golden Buddha seal embedded in his brow. His gaze swept across the blood and ashes on the ground, and his expression instantly turned cold. His voice was like metal clashing. The aura of Wu Yuan has been severed here. Master, who dares to kill senior brother? A monk beside him hurriedly asked. Ye Jing heard this clearly and thought that before Yuan Wu died, he mentioned having a master who enlightened him, and it seemed to be this person. Moreover, this enlightening master is also the lord of Jinshan City, as well as the abbot of Jinshan Temple, holding a very high status. As all the Buddhist cultivators under Jingguang Temple possess soul lamps, once the lamp extinguishes, the enlightening master immediately knows that his disciple has died and rushed here in a fit of rage. Besides Wu Yuan and the 2 martial monks' auras, there are 3 unfamiliar auras. 2 are early foundation establishment loose cultivators, and 1 is very faint, carrying the cold aura of a demonic beast resembling a spirit insect type of demonic beast. The following foundation establishment monk used his spiritual power to sense and spoke up. Loose cultivators. The enlightening master sneered, the golden light around him surging violently, and the Buddhist power radiated out. How dare you kill my Jingguang Temple disciple in Jinshan City? Truly audacious. Send orders to pursue those 3 loose cultivators with all our might. Whether dead or alive, we must see them. He then took out a white, jade-like incense candle, coldly stating, my disciple's storage bag is infused with the temple's sandalwood. Anyone who touches the storage bag will be marked by this fragrance for over a month. Ordinary spiritual power cannot conceal it. Once this candle is lit, it will guide the sense direction. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, they won't be able to fly away. The enlightening master gathered a strand of Buddhist fire with his finger and gently touched it to the white jade wick. In an instant, a faint golden smoke thread slowly ascended, the smoke not dispersing, but instead condensing into a slender golden line. The golden line swayed slightly in the air, seemingly searching for the source of the aura. However, after swaying in place for several moments, it suddenly lost its direction, spinning aimlessly in the air, before gradually dissipating without a trace. The questioning foundation establishment monk looked puzzled, and quickly said, Master, why does this incense seem like a headless fly? Could it be that Wu Yuan's storage bag was destroyed by someone? Seeing this, the enlightening master frowned tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and fury, and the Buddhist power around him surged violently. Wu Yuan's storage bag is a low-grade magical artifact. Ordinary attacks cannot destroy it. Moreover, could it be that Wu Yuan's storage bag has vanished into thin air? He raised his hand to inject more Buddhist power, the flame on the white jade wick growing stronger, but the ascending golden line still had no direction, quickly dissipating, evidently indicating that there was not a trace of sandalwood scent in the air. Ye Jing, hiding in the shadows, also quietly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was meticulous in thought. After killing Wu Yuan and the 2 martial monks, he did not directly touch their storage bags, instead, he condensed an invisible spiritual barrier with his own spiritual power, wrapping the 3 storage bags within and sending them directly into the Xianlu space. The Xianlu space is a small world of its own, capable of isolating all auras. Not to mention the sandalwood scent, even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator cannot penetrate the Xianlu space to investigate. Had he been careless and touched the storage bags, he would surely have been locked onto by that white jade incense candle, falling into an irretrievable situation. He secretly rejoiced while tightly focusing his gaze on the 3 enlightening masters contemplating countermeasures. The enlightening master is at mid-golden core with formidable strength, while he is currently only at late foundation establishment. Even with the assistance of those demonic beasts, he has no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. He can only continue to hide and wait for the right moment. The enlightening master stood in place, his expression dark enough to drip water, the Buddhist power around him nearly solidifying into sharp blades. It seems that the one who acted is extremely cautious, not even touching Wu Yuan's storage bag. He furiously waved his sleeve and said sternly, send orders to expand the search radius, focusing on investigating the loose cultivators inside and outside the city, especially the early foundation establishment loose cultivators. Any suspicious individuals are to be captured and rigorously interrogated. Additionally, send someone to places like the ancient treasure pavilion to inquire if any unfamiliar loose cultivators have appeared recently. Once there is news, report immediately. Yes, master. The two Foundation establishment monks replied in unison, then turned and flew away on their swords, quickly disappearing into the mountains. The enlightening master remained and placed the Buddha seal on his brow, flashing continuously, his gaze sweeping around the shadows, as if deliberately probing for something. In a cold tone he declared, "No matter who you are daring to kill my disciple, I will ensure you are ground to dust, and suffer the utmost pain from the world's families." His voice carried a strong murderous intent, with Buddhist power flowing around him, the bloodstains on the ground being scorched by golden light, emitting a sizzling sound, as they gradually turned to ashes. Such a fierce threat from the enlightening master was far from that of a Buddhist disciple, showing extreme brutality. This made Ye Jing realize that the Buddha realm is undoubtedly a cruel place, and it seems he will face a hard battle transitioning from Wanxiao to here. Ye Jing held his breath, suppressing his aura to the lowest while the black wind obediently lay at his feet, the light waves from its horn growing denser, completely concealing their auras. He knew that the enlightening master was currently probing the surroundings with Buddhist power. Any slip would lead to exposure. After a moment, seeing no results from his probing, the enlightening master snorted coldly, his figure flickered, and he flew towards the direction of Jingguang City. He must personally oversee Jingguang City and mobilize more personnel within Jingguang Temple to definitively uncover the murderer who killed Wu Yuan. Only after the enlightening master's aura completely disappeared into the horizon did Ye Jing slowly let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to pat the black wind's head, whispering, "Let's go, we need to leave here first." Only after the enlightening master's aura completely disappeared into the horizon did Ye Jing slowly let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand to pat the black wind's head, whispering, "Black wind, you've worked hard. Oh, let's return to the Xianlu." The black wind nodded obediently, and then Ye Jing also entered the Qinshu illusory map. With the assistance of the Qinshu illusory map, Ye Jing easily flew away with the two loose. The Buddha realm is vast, and after 3 days of manipulation within the Qinshu illusory map, Ye Jing finally reached another border. This place is the territory of the Gui Jianxian sect, which is relatively lenient towards outside cultivators, so Ye Jing easily entered and released Lin Dan. The two were extremely grateful, calling Ye Jing senior multiple times, and even offered to surrender their spirit stones and spiritual herbs as a gesture of respect. However, seeing that they were both loose cultivators and the items they produced were meager, rather shabby, Ye Jing did not want to take advantage of them. Instead, he gave them some spirit stones as travel expense. Consider it making a friend. Ye Jing has always been generous towards these kind-hearted and easygoing loose cultivators, as they all face challenges in their cultivation without a sect. After bidding farewell to the two wandering cultivators, Ye Jing found a place to rest within the bounds of the Gui Sword Immortal sect. He sought out a hotel, spending some spirit stones to rent a room for a month. Once he had settled in, Ye Jing entered the Immortal Willow space. 3 storage bags wrapped in spiritual power slowly floated out, hovering before his eyes. He conjured a flicker of flame in his hand, cautiously burning the sandalwood fragrance on the surface. Although the Immortal Willow space was isolated, he remained cautious, unwilling to leave any trace of danger. After a moment, the sandalwood scent was completely burned away, and only then did Ye Jing raise his hand to open the storage bag belonging to Wu Yuan. A rich aura of Buddhist power and spiritual energy surged forth. There were quite a few treasures in the hands of these Buddhist cultivators, and numerous spirit stones, as well, with over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Among them were the Lingpa mushroom and the blood bone of the three-tailed fox, which Ye Jing desired the most. Additionally, Ye Jing discovered a golden token engraved with the words Golden Light Temple, which was indeed Wu Yuan's identity token. Besides this, there was a scroll. Upon opening it, he read, "The disciple of Jinshan Temple Yuan Wu is to go to Minglin Town to collect donations from the followers. After 7 days, accompany the master to Luohan City for the starry auction, and must secure the Jinzi Lei Yuan." Jinzi Lei Yuan. Ye Jing frowned, realizing why this Yuan Wu had brought so many spirit stones that turned out he was going to participate in an auction. Ye Jing continued to rummage through the contents, and found, besides a simple beast-taming manual, a technique named Golden Body Armor. Upon opening it, he found the technique began with Buddha nature as the foundation, golden light, as the blade, aiding oneself, and others it can also subdue. The golden letters glimmered subtly, exuding immense Buddhist power, causing the thunder fire technique circulating within him to stir restlessly. Body cultivation techniques were inherently fierce and domineering, in stark contrast to the tranquility and restraint of Buddhist cultivation. The two energies clashed at the edges of his meridians, prompting Ye Jing to quickly rein in the fiery energy within him. He condensed a thread of spiritual power in his fingers and gently tapped the page of the technique book. The golden letters instantly lit up, and a profound Buddhist principle surged into his mind. After a moment of careful study, he gradually formed a judgment. Golden body armor was by no means an ordinary Buddhist technique. It was a high-tiered defensive technique from the Buddha realm. When cultivated to completion, it could manifest a golden light armor that could withstand blades and spears, even resisting soul attacks, making it stronger than the physical defense he currently relied on. More impressively, the technique also concealed a set of killing moves called Demon Suppression Palm, which gathered Buddhist power in the palm. While appearing compassionate, it was actually fierce, capable of breaking evil spirits, and even slaying cultivators. However, despite the grandiose claims of the technique, it was a fragmented text. Ye Jing could see its effects, but found no information on how to cultivate it. Seeing this, Ye Jing felt it made sense. If the technique was truly that powerful, why had Yuan Wu relied on that orb for combat? Remembering the red orb, Ye Jing raised his hand and summoned the red orb left by Wu Yuan before him. He observed that the surface of the red orb was engraved with intricate Buddhist patterns, yet it emanated a sinister black aura indicating that this orb was not an authentic Buddhist treasure. Instinctively, Ye Jing used his spiritual power. As it covered the orb, the black aura on the surface emitted a piercing shriek, and countless fragmented shadows surged within the orb. It seemed as if the souls of suppressed beings were wailing. Ye Jing furrowed his brows, carefully probing with his spiritual power, only to discover that this red orb was made from the inner cores of first-tier demon beasts. However, the numerous souls within suggested that Yuan Wu had hunted many demon beasts to forge this wicked orb. If several Foundation establishment cultivators' souls were absorbed, who knew how powerful this orb could become? No wonder Yuan Wu could easily strip away souls. It turned out he relied on such sinister means. Ye Jing chuckled coldly, but then thought of his daughter-in-law taming those corpse puppets, and this orb contained so many beast souls. Perhaps it could be utilized to refine more corpse puppets. This bounty was not insignificant. Ye Jing contemplated that since he had discovered something about the auction, he might as well join in the fun, and who knows what treasures he might encounter. With that in mind, Ye Jing made simple preparations, and after resting for a few days set off for Luohan City. Luohan City was close to Jinshan City, but it was quite bustling with many business shops along the way and cultivators coming and going in a steady stream. The oversight was relatively lax, and no tokens were required. This allowed Ye Jing to take advantage of the situation, paying 5 low-grade spirit stones to enter the city. He dressed simply, appearing aged, resembling a dying old cultivator, which allowed him to blend into the city easily. Ye Jing did not linger, following the records on Wu Yuan's scroll to the Qinji Pavilion at the center of Luohan City, where the starry auction was held. He inquired along the way, and finally found the Qinji Pavilion before sunset. The pavilion was entirely made of ebony, soaring 10 stories high, with a golden plaque hanging from the top. In front of the Qinji Pavilion, a long line of cultivators had already formed. Ye Jing was somewhat puzzled. According to the scrolls, timing the starry auction was not to be held until tomorrow, so why were there so many people already? Thus he asked a nearby ordinary cultivator and learned the reason. The starry auction was one of the few large-scale auctions in the southeast region of the Tsangu realm, held once every 3 years. Not only did it have the hidden endorsement of the Gui Sword Immortal sect, but also top-tier powers such as the Buddha realm and Wandan Valley sent their cultivators to participate. Countless treasures were available, and occasionally items coveted by core formation cultivators would emerge. Most of the cultivators in line were there to collect bidding tokens in advance, while many others came to participate in the preview held by the Qinji Pavilion. Ye Jing grabbed the arm of a frail, weak latestage, refining wandering cultivator, deliberately feigning an elderly appearance. In a hoarse voice, he continued to inquire, "Young friend, what is this preview? Is there some extra treasure to be had? Old senior, is this your first time attending the starry auction?" The wandering cultivator, seeing Ye Jing's simple clothing and seemingly only peak refining cultivation, let down his guard and sighed. This preview is not just for anyone. The Qinji Pavilion will showcase a portion of the ordinary treasures for this auction for cultivators to appreciate. This serves to display their background and allows everyone to plan their spirit stones in advance, preventing confusion during the auction. More importantly, during the preview, cultivators can also consign their treasures for sale, exchanging for spirit stones. Many wandering cultivators come for this purpose. As he spoke, the wandering cultivator pointed to the side door of the Qinji Pavilion, where another line of cultivators was forming. Although there were fewer people, each was dressed lavishly with bulging storage bags at their waists. Do you see that? That is the lineup for consigning treasures. I heard that the Qinji Pavilion only accepts second-tier or higher spiritual materials and artifacts, taking a commission of 10% of the treasure's value. Even so, many are eager to join in, as prices at the starry auction are much higher than in the markets. Ye Jing raised an eyebrow, discreetly scanning the consigning queue, pondering, if I consign Yuan Wu's wicked orb and the fragment of golden body armor at the preview, I might exchange them for a considerable amount of spirit stones, and I can also gather information on the Jin Zi Lei Yuan. However, he quickly reconsidered. The wicked orb was a sinister item from the Buddha realm, and golden body armor was a high-tier Buddhist technique. If exposed, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Golden Light Temple cultivators, ruining his disguise. Thank you for the information, young friend. Ye Jing cupped his hands, deliberately coughed a couple of times, and bent down to move towards the end of the line. I am just a poor wandering cultivator with no treasures to consign. I only seek to enter and broaden my horizons, though perhaps I might stumble upon a good deal, and exchange some spirit stones for a peaceful old age. The wandering cultivator, hearing Ye Jing's words, showed a hint of disdain, waved his hand, and turned back to push forward. Ye Jing blended seamlessly into the queue, suppressing his entire aura until only a faint fluctuation, barely perceptible, betrayed his peak chi condensation cultivation. Yet his gaze swept covertly across the surrounding cultivators. The assembly was a motley gathering, disciples of the Guojian Immortal sect clad in outer sect robes, solemn Buddhist cultivators draped in saffron kasayas, and numerous unaffiliated cultivators, like himself, dressed plainly and unassumingly. Even several figures cloaked in black veils moved among them, stealthy, inscrutable, clearly no ordinary cultivators. Undoubtedly, they too had come with purpose. He noticed several cultivators from the Qianji Pavilion maintaining order at the front, each at Foundation Establishment early stage, holding luminous white jade tokens. With each verification of a cultivator's spiritual energy, they dispensed a wooden token engraved with a serial number, the auction entry pass. Some cultivators discreetly probed the queue, with their spiritual sense evidently screening for threats, though the scrutiny was lax, suggesting the Qianji Pavilion's confidence in its own formidable heritage and disdain for any disturbance during the auction. The wait was brief. Within half an hour, Ye Jing's turn arrived. The Qianji Pavilion cultivator assigned to inspection glanced up at him impassively and stated flatly, 100 spirit stones are required as deposit for entry. The auction commences tomorrow at Chen hour. Preview viewing ends at sunset today. Proceed promptly if you intend to attend. Ye Jing nodded, paid the spirit stones, and followed the others inside for the preview. But what he found left him deeply disappointed. Only common spirit materials and low-grade spirit artifacts, scarcely a single item of true value. Yet it made sense. Genuine treasures would never be displayed so openly for casual inspection. After glancing around briefly, he lost interest, and suddenly a bone-deep chill seized him. He froze mid-step and instantly extended his spiritual energy to investigate. Yet the sensation was unnerving, as though some unseen presence had fixed its gaze upon him. His divine sense swept the area repeatedly, finding nothing. Who was watching him from the shadows? Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, then feigned obliviousness and departed. Meanwhile, high above, in the pavilion's upper chamber, a girl clad in flowing crimson gauze stood giggling. Her eyes burned crimson, her form that of a 7-year-old child, barefoot, snow-pale feet adorned with 2 golden ankle bells that chimed softly with every sway. Beside her stood 2 cultivators identical in appearance, yet terrifyingly both were golden core early-stage cultivators. How delightfully strange, the girl chirped. An old human man carries traces of flame-kindling energy. She swung her feet playfully, her laughter piercing and shrill. One of the attendant cultivators bowed reverently. Your Highness, Hua Huang. Shall I apprehend him for interrogation? No need, she replied, grinning mischievously. This is the bald monk's domain. Father forbade me from causing trouble. First secure the Lihua fan. Then once that old man wanders alone, we'll seize him for a snack. Her expression remained disarmingly innocent, yet her scarlet pupils contracted unnaturally like those of a predator. The next day, the Qianji Pavilion's star constellation auction formally commenced. The first 10 tiers of the auction hall were already packed to capacity. Ye Jing slipped in just before closing and took a seat in the far corner, his lowered brows concealing a calm, sweeping survey of the entire hall. The hall's layout was rigidly stratified. The lower tier housed unaffiliated cultivators and junior disciples of minor sects, rough benches, clamorous voices. The middle tier hosted envoys from medium and small sects, elegantly attired, exchanging hushed pleasantries while subtly probing one another's intentions. At the top tier stood several private viewing chambers, their carved lattice windows open just enough to let forth surging waves of spiritual energy, clearly reserved for apex powers, the Buddha realm, the Guojian Immortal sect, and other peerless factions. Within one such chamber sat Duohua, the golden core mid-stage cultivator Ye Jing had encountered the previous day. In another chamber stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man, whom Ye Jing overheard lower-tier cultivators identify as Chi Wei, elder of the Guojian sect, and also a golden core mid-stage cultivator. The third chamber held a petite girl whose origins remained unknown, yet both she and her attendants radiated tightly controlled spiritual energy, unmistakably marking them as golden core cultivators. What chilled Ye Jing most, however, was the sight of 2 golden core cultivators standing respectfully beside the girl, as silent, unwavering guardians. At that very moment her gaze met his, her porcelain doll face breaking into a guileless, radiant smile, a sight that sent ice crawling up his spine. That same hair-raising sensation, the feeling of being watched, surged back. Ye Jing suppressed his unease and turned his attention calmly toward the auction stage. A crisp, resonant chime rang out. Silence fell instantly across the hall. A handsome, middle-aged cultivator in brocaded robes strode onto the stage gripping a gilded auction mallet. His smile was warm, yet underpinned by unshakable authority. I am Su Ming, steward of the Qinji Pavilion. It is our profound honor to welcome esteemed cultivators to this star constellation auction. 36 rare treasures await bidding, from spirit materials and spirit artifacts to cultivation techniques and pills. As ever, the highest bidder prevails. Any attempt to manipulate prices or provoke discord will be met with zero tolerance, enforced jointly by the Qinji Pavilion and the Buddha realm. As his words settled, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The auction began. The first few lots, first-tier spirit materials and low-grade spirit artifacts, were competent, yet none stirred Ye Jing's interest. He feigned drowsiness, all while absorbing every whisper, rustle, and shift in the hall. After several items had passed, Su Ming suddenly raised his voice. Next we present a spirit treasure, the Lihua fan. Starting bid 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At these words the hall fell utterly still. Every cultivator turned silently toward the stage. A spirit treasure. Is this real? Such artifacts are rarer, even than talisman treasures, blurted a cultivator beside Ye Jing. Ye Jing, intrigued by the unfamiliar term, asked quietly, spirit treasure. What is that? The cultivator glanced at him. Plain attire, faint aura, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. You must have just crawled up from the mortal realm, old man. How else could you not know what a spirit treasure is? Leaning closer, he whispered with smug condescension, a spirit treasure transcends both spirit artifacts and talisman treasures. It possesses nascent sentience, and must be refined and bonded to claim ownership. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators may never even glimpse one, even golden core cultivators rarely possess one. Ye Jing's pulse quickened. So precious. Then what does the Lihua fan do? What does it do? The cultivator scoffed, lowering his voice further. Didn't the name give it away, Lihua? Literally separating fire. It is a fire element spirit treasure capable of summoning the myriad fires of heaven and earth, its power boundless. A foundation establishment cultivator wielding it could withstand direct assault from a golden core early stage opponent. In the hands of a golden core cultivator, it could ignite conflagrations vast enough to scorch entire plains. No pure stage cultivator could stand against it. Alas, he sighed, such treasures demand fire element cultivation techniques to unlock their full might, far beyond our reach. At that, Ye Jing's fingertips curled almost imperceptibly inward. A fire element technique. Precisely, he cultivated the Pili flame art. Securing the Lihua fan would not only amplify his combat prowess exponentially, but also grant him a vital advantage against cultivators of the Buddha realm. More critically, he sensed, keenly, that the girl in the top-tier chamber had locked her gaze unblinkingly onto the auction stage, her covetous hunger blazing unmistakably. Clearly the Lihua fan was her sole objective. On the stage, Su Ming raised his hand, signaling two disciples of the Qinji Pavilion to approach, with a purple jade wooden box. The box emanated an icy aura, revealing its status as a first-tier spiritual object, while a faintly hot breath lingered within. Su Ming announced loudly, "This Lihua fan is an ancient spiritual treasure possessing spiritual intelligence, and capable of independently invoking the Lihua, eliminating the need for cultivators to expend excessive spiritual power for control. The starting bid is 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones." 1,000. The audience collectively gasped in shock. Even some representatives from various sects changed their expressions. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 20 years of income for a golden core sect. For loose cultivators, this was an astronomical figure. The cultivator beside Ye Jing's expression instantly fell, murmuring a curse of highway robbery, and then sulkily closed his mouth. With his limited wealth, he couldn't even afford the starting bid. As the atmosphere fell into a brief silence, a cool male voice suddenly resonated from the upper-level private room, carrying an undeniable authority, 3,000 pieces. Everyone looked up, and it was indeed the private room of Elder Qi Wei from the Gui Jinxian sect. As soon as he finished speaking, another sharp young girl's voice came from another private room, filled with a hint of arrogance and disdain, for 1,000 pieces. "Elder Qi, this Lihua fan is wanted by this princess, so don't even think about contesting with me." This piercing young girl's voice echoed through the hall, bringing a sudden hush to the entire space. The loose cultivators on the lower levels instinctively shrank their necks, not daring to make a sound. The girl's identity seated in the high box was certainly distinguished far from innocent and harmless. As these two began to compete, the cultivators below hesitated to call out bids, fearing offending these two powerful factions. In the upper-level private room, Chi Weiss' expression darkened instantly, and his cool voice emerged again, laced with suppressed anger. You speak boldly, yet this is the Qinji Pavilion auction. Higher price takes all. What right do you have? 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 6,000. The girl's voice was even faster, revealing her impatience. Elder Qi, if you keep contesting with me, be careful that I dismantle your Gui Jianxian sect. As her voice fell, a faint surge of fiery spiritual energy seeped out from outside the private room. Though not overpowering, it carried a domineering essence that seemed even more substantial than Qi Wei in his golden core stage. Ye Jing, sitting in a corner with lowered eyes, felt a storm surge within his heart. The girl's fiery spiritual energy was extremely peculiar, carrying a hint of wickedness, unlike the purity of orthodox cultivators, resembling the aura of a demonic beast's fire. Moreover, this aura was far more potent than that of Shao Qi. What alarmed him further was that the two golden core guards beside the girl were subtly radiating spiritual power, clearly exerting pressure to intimidate Qi Wei. Su Ming maintained a gentle smile on stage, lightly pausing his auction hammer, and called out, "This young lady bids 6,000 medium-grade spirits. Is there a higher bid?" Qi Wei's aura grew increasingly frigid, and silence enveloped the private room. Although the Gui Jianxian sect was deeply rooted, 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones were still a considerable expenditure. What troubled him further was that this young girl was not only influential, but also a spoiled little princess. Offending her would be unwise. After a moment, Qi Wei's voice, tinged with reluctance, came through. "Fine, I shall not contend with a child, it's yours. Hee, you know what's good for you." The girl's sharp laughter rang out, filled with triumphant arrogance. "Is there anyone else who wants to contest with me?" As her words echoed, a sudden silence fell. Su Ming struck the hammer, calling out, 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones once, 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones twice, 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones thrice. Sold. With the Li Hua fan claimed, Su Ming immediately raised the next treasure. When the treasure box was opened, a somewhat withered spiritual plant with branches and leaves turning yellow was revealed, looking unremarkable, yet it bore a single. The fruit shimmered with golden light, followed by a strange fragrance wafting through, refreshing everyone present. Su Ming said, "This is the Jinggangua. It is a second-tier spiritual plant, extremely rare, growing only in soil rich in metallic spiritual energy, serving as an aid in physical cultivation. It can purify internal impurities, stabilize cultivation, and more importantly, it can assist in physical training, strengthening the physical body. For body cultivators, consuming it yields double the results with half the effort, forging an indestructible physique. The starting bid is 500 low-grade spirit stones." Ye Jing's interest was piqued. The Jinggang was significantly boost body cultivators, and being a second-tier spiritual medicine, it was perfect for him, as he practiced body techniques, and had the Xian Lu to accommodate the herbs, making it easy to cultivate well. He immediately called out a bid. Since the other cultivators noticed that there was only one Jinggangua left, and the plant was nearly withered, few were interested in buying it. Ultimately, Ye Jing only spent 700 low-grade spirit stones to acquire the Jinggangua. Finally, Su Ming brought forth the grand finale treasure, declaring, "Dear friends, today's star auction treasure is Jinzi Lei Yuan." He sighed. This Lei Yuan is a treasure formed from a fourth-tier thunder beast within the Wanyao Valley. A nascent soul cultivator perished attempting to seize it, leaving behind only his wife, who brought this item to the auction for sale. As his words fell, two disciples of the Qinji Pavilion approached, carrying a glass treasure box inlaid with multicolored spirit jade. Even before the box was opened, strands of purple golden lightning leaked from the seams, accompanied by crackling sounds, and a tyrannical sharp aura swept over the entire venue. Whether it was the loose cultivators below, or the cultivators in the upper private rooms, everyone instinctively straightened their postures, sensing the overwhelming. Seeing this, Ye Jing was also secretly astonished. The power of this Lei Yuan was even more domineering than that of the Li Hua fan. This auction had truly opened his eyes. Su Ming opened the glass treasure box, revealing a round bead only the size of a longan quietly suspended within. The surface of the bead was entwined with fine lightning patterns, and as the lightning flowed, it seemed to form a miniature sea of thunder. Even from several zhang away, the pressure could not be ignored. This is Jinzi Lei Yuan, a congenital spiritual object bred in the ancient Lei Zhe. Only golden core cultivators may forcibly refine it, who once refined it can be integrated into techniques and treasures, enhancing the power of lightning attributes. As Su Ming continued, he suddenly exclaimed, "It possesses an even more terrifying effect, allowing it to merge into a cultivator's body, transforming into lightning energy." The audience was left in stunned silence, evidently struggling to comprehend this ability. Lightning energy. Does that mean a cultivator can possess a lightning spiritual root? One curious cultivator asked. Su Ming raised his hand to silence the commotion. His smile, still gentle, but his tone grew more serious. The lightning energy derived from Jinzi Lei Yuan is not a true lightning spiritual root. It cannot autonomously absorb the lightning power from heaven and earth like a natural lightning spiritual root. However, it can perfectly integrate with any spiritual root cultivator without worrying about attribute conflicts. Whether it is a sword cultivator merging with sword techniques, a magic cultivator integrating it into spells, or a body cultivator refining it within their physique, all can leverage its domineering lightning power to break through bottlenecks and reach new heights. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Can body cultivators also utilize it? Wouldn't that mean they could forge a lightning attribute physique? Even without a lightning spiritual root, one can still cast lightning spells after refinement. This is truly a heaven-defying treasure. Indeed, this way one wouldn't have to suffer from the influence of multiple spiritual roots, gaining an additional skill. A nascent soul cultivator perished for it, highlighting its preciousness. Ye Jing sat in a corner filled with intense longing. The thunderfire technique he practiced had infused his body with flames, marking him as a fire attribute body cultivator with physical strength far surpassing that of his peers. But no one would mind becoming even stronger. If he could harness lightning energy, it would allow his body to embody both the might of fire and lightning, surely boosting his combat power immensely. Yet at this moment, he possessed only a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones. Forget about bidding for the Jinzi Lei Yuan, he likely couldn't even meet the starting price. Moreover, this treasure would surely be sought after by the Buddha world and other factions eager not to miss out. Everyone please remain calm. Su Ming raised his auction hammer slightly, his voice suddenly elevating. The Jinzi Lei Yuan starts at 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increase must be no less than 500 mid-grade spirit stones. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The starting price for the previous fire fan was merely 1,000. Now the Jinzi Lei Yuan had multiplied fivefold, instantly silencing the commotion in the room. Many rogue cultivators felt their fervor dissipate in an instant, leaving only helplessness and reluctance. This price, even some smaller sects would have to exhaust their resources to barely gather. But the competition in the top-tier private rooms was just beginning. 6,000. Chi Wei's voice rang out first, carrying a hint of gritted teeth. Missing the fire fan earlier had already left him discontent. The Jinzi Lei Yuan was crucial to the future of the Gui Jianxian sect. If it could be refined and used by the sect's genius disciples, it would be enough to cultivate a top-tier lightning attribute swordsman. He could not afford to miss out again. 7,000. A sharp child's voice followed, closely dripping with undisguised disdain. Old Chi, is it you again? This Jinzi Lei Yuan is intended for me. If you continue to compete with me, not only will I dismantle your Gui Jianxian sect, I might even refine your old bones. As her voice fell within the private room of the girl alongside the fervent and bizarre fire's spiritual power, there came a weak, yet domineering hint of light. This resonated with the aura of the Jinzi Lei Yuan. Ye Jing was taken aback. This girl not only possessed strange powers of the fire attribute, but could also invoke lightning energy. It seemed her identity was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. 8,000. Chi Wei's aura grew increasingly frigid, clearly angered by the girl. Do not be too arrogant, for the Gui Jianxian sect is not to be trifled with. This Jinzi Lei Yuan is mine for the taking. 10,000. The girl's voice carried a hint of impatience, as if dismissing an inconsequential ant. Is that enough? If not, I can add more. Old Chi, if you're sensible, back off, or I might just take action. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The entire room fell silent, with even the sound of breathing becoming faint. Such an amount was equivalent to nearly 100 years of profits for a golden core sect. Even a deeply rooted force like the Gui Jianxian sect needed to weigh their options carefully. At this moment, the previously silent force from the Buddha world, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, clasped his hands together and announced 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. His voice was not loud, but it reignited the tense atmosphere. The girl's sharp voice exploded with overwhelming fury. Bald donkey. Do you dare to compete with me for this? Chi Wei's expression sank to the depths. He glared at the monk and gritted his teeth. 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The monk remained unfazed and simply stated 11,500. Naturally, Chi Wei and the girl were unwilling to back down. They were both part of the 5 major forces of the Canggu realm. If they allowed the other to secure this treasure, it would be a significant loss. Thus the three began a fierce bidding war, escalating the price from 10,000 to 30,000. All onlookers below held their breath, captivated by the contest among these three. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Qi Wei's voice carried an extreme restraint with veins bulging on his forehead, and his sword's spirit energy nearly breaking through the restrictions of the private room. Though the Gui Jianxian sect was deeply rooted, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones represented nearly 10 years of the sect's reserves. Any further increase would be crippling. Even if they won the Jinzi Lei Yuan, their subsequent cultivation resources would dwindle. Yet the girl's sharp voice did not falter at all, though instead it was filled with mocking arrogance. 31,000. Old Qi, do you have any more offers? As her voice fell within the girl's private room, the bizarre fire's spiritual power, and the weak, yet domineering lightning energy intertwined, forming a violent aura that swept downward. The rogue cultivators below clutched their chests, their faces pale, lacking even the courage to look up. The auras of the two golden core guards grew increasingly chilling, subtly poised to strike, clearly enacting the girl's threat. On the stage, Su Ming maintained his gentle smile, yet the auction hammer did not fall, his eyes shifting between the private rooms of the three major forces, harboring a glimmer of barely perceptible brilliance. The Qianji Pavilion was neutral. The more fiercely the various forces bid, the more they benefited from it, naturally relishing the spectacle of a tiger fight. After a moment of silence, Qi Wei's calm voice once again echoed, still neither high nor low, yet carrying an unshakable confidence. 32,000. This time Du Hua was completely stunned. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as his spiritual energy stirred restlessly, yet ultimately, he did not raise the price again. However, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes. He was merely the lord of Jinshan City, unable to bear any further costs. Moreover, the Gui Jianxian sect's foundation far surpassed theirs. If it came to a heated clash, Jinshan City would only suffer losses. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Forget it, I withdraw." Instantly all eyes turned to focus on the girl, and Du Hua, as if even the air had the girl's aura evidently grew impatient, her sharp voice laced with overwhelming rage. "Old Qi, you seek death. I told you the Jinzi Lei Yuan is mine, do not contest with me." Qi Wei observed her fury yet remained unmoved, his tone flat. "Young friend, your hostility is too heavy. The Jinzi Lei Yuan is a congenital spiritual object. It belongs to the fated one." 32,500. The girl nearly screamed, her voice sharp and piercing. "This is the last time. Old Qi, if you dare to raise the price again, I will fight you today." Within the private room, the violent spiritual energy erupted completely, as the bizarre fire spirit appeared seemingly on the verge of breaking through the private room's restrictions. The disciples of the Qianji Pavilion below were on high alert, clutching their talismans ready to respond to any sudden developments. Su Ming's smile finally faded somewhat as he lightly coughed, and said, "Miss, please calm down. There are rules in the auction, and private fights are prohibited. I ask you to restrain yourselves." Qi Wei merely smiled slightly, his expression seemingly dismissive. He laughed heartily. "Young friend, why resort to blades and guns? If you find yourself lacking, you may withdraw. Do not spoil the harmony." He noticed that the girl was already at her limit, unable to compete with him any longer, thus feeling quite certain. Seeing this, the girl instantly grew furious, and her attendant whispered in her ear, prompting her to reluctantly suppress her anger. She glared at Qi Wei with her crimson eyes, gritting her teeth. "Old Qi, you wait for me." Ultimately, this auction concluded with Du Hua winning the Jinzi Lei Yuan for 33,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Transaction. Congratulations to Lord Qi Wei of the Wan Jianxian sect for acquiring the Jinzi Lei Yuan. As the sound of the final call echoed, the surrounding atmosphere relaxed somewhat, with even some cultivators below offering flattering congratulations to Qi Wei for securing the treasure. The auction concluded swiftly. Though Ye Jing felt a faint pang of regret, he contentedly placed the acquired adamantine fruit into his storage pouch, intending to transplant it into his spirit field at an opportune moment. Just as Ye Jing prepared to leave the exchange hall, he happened upon Qi Wei, the cultivator who had secured the purple gold thunder essence at auction. Ye Jing had no intention of engaging, merely regarding the encounter as a fleeting crossing of paths. Yet at that moment the golden erosion insects coiled within his sleeve stirred, emitting. Ye Jing had no intention of engaging, merely regarding the encounter as a fleeting crossing of paths. Yet at that moment the golden erosion insects coiled within his sleeve stirred, emitting a low resonant hum. Instinctively Ye Jing turned his gaze outward. Beyond the threshold, the sword cultivator had already vanished into the dense night. But Ye Jing, who had stationed himself outside to observe, still sensed two distinct forces pursuing him with unmistakable intensity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Jing decided to draw nearer. Not necessarily to claim anything, but to witness the intricate high-stakes clash between these formidable factions. Moreover, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the young girl. The night lay hushed and profound as Qi Wei ascended upon his sword, streaking away from Luoan City at breathtaking speed. Once beyond Luoan City's hundredly perimeter, Qi Wei halted, and spoke in icy tones. Gentlemen, now that we are outside the city walls, there is no need to skulk in shadows any longer. Before his words fully faded, two black silhouettes erupted from the inky clouds, one darting left, the other right, to encircle him. The crimson figure on the left was the very girl who had opposed Qi Wei at the auction. The one on the right was Duhua. The crimson-robed girl had shed much of her earlier arrogance. Her scarlet eyes now blazed with glacial malice, while her sinister fire-based spiritual energy intertwined violently with traces of domineering thunder force, far more volatile than during the auction. Huang, you demonic creature, dare threaten my life. Have you no skill to bid for the purple gold thunder essence? So now you resort to brute theft. Qi Wei sneered, then turned his gaze toward Duhua. What business does a bald monk have here? Duhua merely clasped his hands in solemn gesture, uttering no word. Yet the potent spiritual energy swirling about him conveyed his intent with chilling clarity. Old man Qi, we have known each other long enough. Surrender the thunder essence, and I shall spare your life. The crimson-robed girl declared with regal disdain. With that she drew forth a crimson spear forged from one of her own scarlet tail feathers, poised instantly for assault. Hidden in the shadows, Ye Jing employed the art of wind transformation, aided further by Heifeng's horn concealment. Even the Golden Core elders failed to detect his presence among them. Listening to their exchange, Ye Jing deduced that the girl was no ordinary human, but a formidable beast spirit, one of extraordinary lineage. Before him stood two adversaries of immense power, Huang, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, yet wielded both fire and thunder energies, and Duhua, lord of Jinshan City. Both Golden Core cultivators whose combined might rendered even Qi Wei, a senior elder of the Guijian Immortal sect, hopelessly outmatched. What a magnificent Buddha realm. What a noble Prince Huang. Qi Wei scoffed bitterly. Unable to prevail at auction, you resort to ambush beyond the city gates. Truly awe-inspiring. Duhua clasped his hands once more. Yet not a trace of compassion flickered in his eyes, only raw, ravenous greed. The purple gold thunder essence is a celestial treasure, hoarded solely by the Guijian Immortal sect. It is squandered beyond measure. Surrender it, and this humble monk shall grant you a swift, painless death. Huang's scarlet pupils flared with murderous intent. Her crimson spear trembled slightly, its shaft erupting instantly, an eerie vermilion flame, its tip wreathed in a coil of violet lightning. Fire and thunder fused into one terrifying synergy. That spear was none other than her own life essence incarnated. A single scarlet feather transformed into weapon, its shaft as unyielding as refined steel, its blade as sharp as a divine artifact, each swing unleashing the sovereign fury of conjoined fire and thunder. Her ultimate aim was of course the purple gold thunder essence, to refine her thunder arts. Duhua, seizing the opportunity, proposed alliance. Together they would subdue Qi Wei. She would claim the thunder essence, all else would fall to him. Knowing Qi Wei traveled with two Golden Core elders, Huang judged she could not overpower him alone, and thus reluctantly accepted Duhua's proposal, agreeing to eliminate Qi Wei first. Battle erupted without warning. Qi Wei struck first, a single searing sword slash aimed directly at Huang. Huang burst into flames. In less than a breath her childlike form ripened into that of a lithe, statuesque maiden, and with her crimson spear, she lunged straight at Qi Wei. Their respective attendants, witnessing the confrontation, surged forward into brutal melee. Huang, ever defiant, narrowed her scarlet eyes, and thrust her spear with savage precision. Eerie vermilion fire roared forth with the power to incinerate mountains and cleave stone, aimed unerringly at Qi Wei's heart. The collision of two Golden Core cultivators sent shockwaves tearing across the battlefield, whipping up gales of staggering force. Ye Jing discerned that Huang, though only mid-stage Golden Core, possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary human cultivators, her nature as a beast spirit granting her innate superiority. Yet Qi Wei was no mere opponent to be trifled with. His sword strikes were ruthless, relentless, matching her blow for blow. Duhua, however, did not remain idle spectator. He lent aid by directing Huang's attendants in coordinated assault. Clang! Sword met spear in another thunderous clash. Qi Wei's arm numbed, his palms split open. Huang fared little better. Qi Wei's sword force was devastating, and the sword cultivator's techniques inherently suppressed beast cultivators. As the battle reached fever pitch, Qi Wei and Huang exchanged supreme arcane techniques, neither gaining decisive advantage. Yet with Duhua lending tactical support, the tide inexorably turned in Huang's favor. Perceiving the shift, Qi Wei bit deep into his tongue, igniting his blood essence in a desperate gambit. Instantly, a radiant arc of sword chi erupted, cleaving through Huang's blazing fire barrier and surging toward her. Huang recoiled in alarm. Behind her, colossal scarlet wings unfurled, channeling spiritual energy to intercept the onslaught. The celestial sword dart detonated in deafening concussions, cratering the earth beneath them. Both Qi Wei and Huang spat blood. Duhua locked in combat with their attendants watched their waning vitality, and a sly predatory gleam flashed across his eyes. He suddenly raised a golden Dharma staff, its surface blazing with incandescent radiance. The light seared Huahuang's flesh, drawing an enraged cry. Duhua, your bald monk's golden light burns me. What in? Her protest cut short. Duhua's staff blazed brighter still, its golden radiance engulfing the four embattled golden core elders, pinning them motionless despite their desperate struggles. Qi Wei hastily erected a spiritual barrier. Yet even as he did, he sensed something profoundly unnatural about that light. It suppressed their cultivation foundations, rendering even the flow of spiritual energy impossible. Duhua's face remained serene, compassionate. Yet his golden staff pulsed with luminous energy, within which gradually coalesced the translucent image of a 3-inch-tall child. The moment Qi Wei recognized the miniature figure, ice flooded his veins, a nascent soul venerable. Huahuang too felt primal dread seize her. Though the child was tiny, insubstantial, its mere presence induced terror deeper than any mortal threat. Duhua shook the staff, and from its golden radiance sprang countless shimmering filaments, darting toward them like lethal serpents. The four elders nearest him were pierced through instantly. No defense possible, no evasion conceivable. Those golden filaments gently gathered the four golden cores, still pulsing faintly, and delivered them weightless into Duhua's waiting palm. Qi Wei had no time to mourn his fallen elders. He cried out in sheer horror, what manner of artifact is this? Why does it bear the aura of a nascent soul venerable? Master Qi, since fate has brought us to this pass, let this humble monk enlighten you. This Dharma staff was forged by a senior master through secret rites, infused with his own blood and bone. When fueled by vast spiritual energy, its unleashed power can slay multiple golden core cultivators in an instant. Duhua grinned, a grotesque triumphant grimace. All of you shall perish here tonight. Upon witnessing the magical artifact unleashed by the dermic transformation, Huahuang spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, you treacherous bald donkey. Don't think that just because you possess such a treasure you can capture this prince. I tell you, if anything happens to me, the Wanyao Valley will not spare your Buddha realm. Dermic transformation, sneered you. Wanyao Valley are merely a pack of lost dogs, having been driven to the fringes to survive for over 1,000 years. Even if I kill you, who would know? This remark left Huang momentarily dazed. Although she was favored, her father valued the Wanyao Valley more, and he had many progeny. She was merely the youngest. Among beast-kind, blood ties are weak. Even if she dies, it would be inconsequential, let alone confronting the Buddha realm. Dermic transformation looked at Huang and smiled. Why not abandon your spiritual sense and acknowledge me as your master? Coincidentally, I have a method in the Buddha realm to command beasts. Follow me, and you will surely encounter numerous opportunities. What do you think? Huang trembled, a flash of panic crossing her red eyes, quickly replaced by an overwhelming rage. She tightly gripped the crimson feather spear in her hand, its body ablaze with intertwining fire and thunder, growing ever more radiant. Even though she was suppressed by dermic transformation's golden light, her spiritual power was sluggish. She refused to show weakness. You treacherous bald donkey, stop with your nonsense. Although my father has many progeny, he only spoils me. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, he will surely flatten your golden mountain city and turn you to dust. Prepare to die. Dermic transformation observed that this beast only repeated these two phrases and immediately activated the Buddhist staff in his hand. This spiritual artifact consumed a tremendous amount of his spiritual power, necessitating a swift resolution. Oh no. Old Qi, how about we cooperate to survive first? Huang, now disregarding her pride, shouted immediately. The golden light surrounding her was increasingly depleting her mental energy, and her crimson wings dimmed slightly, due to the insufficient spiritual power. The injuries from her previous confrontation with Qi Wei were now faintly throbbing. Qi Wei's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but there was no time to think further. Gritting his teeth, he replied, beast. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, would this elder stoop to— For now, let's join forces. Once we deal with this bald donkey, we can settle our accounts. Seeing this, dermic transformation's grin grew more sinister. He abruptly paused with the Zen staff. The golden light surged exponentially, and the nascent soul's phantom became clearer, emitting a faint yet intensely oppressive cry. Stubborn and unyielding. Since you refuse to surrender, let you all become food for this poor monk. Before his words fell, dermic transformation formed a seal with his hands and began to chant. The golden threads on the Zen staff erupted again, this time thicker than before, carrying the pressure of the nascent soul, resembling a dense net sweeping towards Qi Wei and Huang. Wherever the golden threads passed, the air was scorched, producing sizzling sounds, the ground's rubble instantly turning to ash, and even the surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic. Attack! Huang whispered, no longer hesitating, pouring all her remaining spiritual power into the crimson feather spear. The intertwining fire and thunder of the spear reached its peak, red flames burning the sky, purple lightning splitting the air, forcefully breaking through part of the golden light suppression and piercing towards the net of golden threads. She understood that this was a matter of life and death. If she hesitated, she would end up like those 4 golden core cultivators. Even if she had to exhaust all her strength, she would fight for it. Qi Wei followed closely behind, a flash of determination in his eyes, raising his long sword high, merging the remaining sword energy with his own blood. Though it was not as domineering as the previous blood-burning technique, it carried the ruthless resolve of burning bridges, the sword blades slicing through the air towards the weak point of the golden thread net. As an elder of the Gui Jian Xian Zone, even when faced with dire straits, he would never sit idly by. Moreover, he still had the purple gold thunder essence in hand. It would be too unjust. Clang! The spear collided with the golden threads, the sword blade clashed with the golden light. 2 massive sounds erupted simultaneously, sending shockwaves in all directions, expanding the deep pit in the ground several times, dust soaring and obscuring the night. Hua Huang felt a surge in her chest, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The crimson feather spear trembled slightly, nearly slipping from her grasp, and the fire's spiritual power surrounding her dimmed a few shades. Qi Wei was not much better off. The sword energy was suppressed by the golden light. His arm went numb, the wound opened wider, blood dripping from the sword hilt, staining the ground in front of him. Dermic transformation stood in place, his face paling as he expended too much spiritual energy to activate the nascent soul Zen staff. But seeing Qi Wei and Hua Huang in such a sorry state, the greed in his eyes remained unabated. Useless. Your spiritual power will eventually exhaust. At that time, the purple gold thunder essence will be mine, and your demon core will be mine too. In the shadows, Ye Jing remained hidden, his aura suppressed to blend with the air, unnoticed by the 3 parties. He quietly observed the battle. The black dagger beside him was already stirring, his mind racing with thoughts. Ye Jing could see that while dermic transformation held a significant advantage, he was also limited by his spiritual energy consumption and could not hold on for long. Though Qi Wei and Hua Huang were cooperating, their hearts were not in sync, and both were seriously injured. If there were no unforeseen changes, they would likely be killed by dermic transformation. Ye Jing thought to himself, it would be best if dermic transformation killed them both, and then I could sneak attack. Perhaps I could take down dermic transformation, and all the treasures would be mine. However, even a severely injured golden core is still a golden core. I still need to observe a bit more to ensure that my attack will succeed. I won't act until it's safe. At that moment, the battle took another turn. Hua Huang, realizing she could not win in a heating clash, flashed a cunning glimmer in her eyes, and suddenly turned the spear around. It seemed she was aiming to stab dermic transformation, but in reality, she caught a glimpse of Qi Wei's storage bag at his waist, taking advantage of his full effort to resist the golden threads. She subtly adjusted the spear's tip, aiming for the storage bag. She ultimately could not let go of the purple gold thunder essence, wanting to snatch it amidst the chaos and escape alone. Beast, how dare you betray me? Qi Wei sensed it too late to defend himself. The spear tip grazed his waist, slashing a seam in the storage bag from which a wisp of purple lightning surged out, the very aura of the purple gold thunder essence. Qi Wei was both furious and anxious, his anger instantly overpowering his fear of dermic transformation. He retaliated with a sword thrust towards Hua Huang. Seeing this, dermic transformation's eyes glimmered with wild joy, secretly exclaiming that heaven was aiding him. He immediately abandoned the pursuit of the golden threads and poured all his spiritual energy into the Zen staff, the phantom of the nascent soul, surging again, striking towards both Qi Wei. Killing each other is the best outcome. Today none of you shall escape. Hua Huang was alarmed, not expecting Qi Wei to react so quickly, nor that dermic transformation would seize the opportunity to strike. Now caught between 2 threats, she had no retreat. Instinctively, she raised the crimson feather spear in front of her, attempting to simultaneously block Qi Wei's sword energy and the attack from the nascent soul phantom, but her spiritual energy was already mostly exhausted, making it impossible to sustain. Qi Wei also sensed the danger, but the sword was already drawn, and he could not retract his strike. He could only watch helplessly as the nascent soul phantom approached, inwardly cursing. He knew that if he were struck by this nascent soul phantom, his soul would surely scatter, and even his golden core would be lost. Both of them had no time to waste, directly enveloped by the golden threads bursting forth from the Zen staff.